Chapter 1, The Descent of the Heavenly Dao List. Little human doll, how dare you trespass on my stone demon mountain, are you not lost? The ferocious stone demon in front of him had a voice like a bell. It shook Li Yu's eardrums a bit. Couldn't help but dig my little fingers into my ear holes. The stone demon in front of him was over 3 meters tall. Skin like rock, wearing heavy black iron armor. With the red copper hammer in his hand, the earth trembled as he moved his steps. It is none other than the great demon that has plagued this Daxia dynasty, Sherbarian. It is rumored to be a huge sacred stone that suppresses the chi of evil spirits. However, due to the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon over the years, as well as the demonic miasma and evil fury, cultivate into essence and transform into a powerful demon. It was quite deep and powerful, possessing a nearly indestructible body. Even the strongest sect of the Great Xia dynasty, the Jade Clear Dao Sect, could not help. Many times he sent men to subdue them, but they all folded. Ha ha ha. Gie. The surrounding group of small demons also let out a burst of laughter. Look at the little cutie. The same, looking at the plain green robe, clean and handsome looking Li Yu, who was about 16 or 17 years old. This stone demon mountain, even the old Taoist of the Yuqing Dao sect didn't dare to come alone. He's a milquetoast kid who came over here on his own to seek death. They had even foreseen the sight of Li Yu being smashed into mush by Sherboshan's hammer. Li Yu didn't say anything and brushed off the dust on his Taoist robe before silently drawing the iron sword behind him. The surrounding little demons laughed even louder and even shouted in excitement. Seek death. Seeing Li Yu draw his sword, that Sherbarian also stomped his foot, and the stone mountain under his feet shook the ground. All the little demons around them nearly fell to the ground. But Li Yuru was as steady as an old dog with his feet planted on the ground. Without a word, he swung his sword out. There was no brilliant sword blade, much less fancy special effects. It was just a mediocre sword. With a snort, the air looked like it was being torn apart. That stone demon's figure choked. And then with a boom, the entire body was even as fragile as a clay mold, directly shattering into slag. Silence. The laughter of the crowd of young demons came to an abrupt end. Dumbfounded, he stared at what was in front of him. As if to hell with it. That the strength of the heavenly stone breaks the sky, but was actually given a second by this small Taoist monk with a sword. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe it. This little Taoist is horrible. Escape. A crowd of small demons scared to death, directly like frightened birds and beasts running in all directions, swords and spears and axes and hooks and forks fell to the ground. Li Yu didn't bother with those little demons and walked up silently. Bending down, he picked up the stone demon's red copper hammer. The hammer was the real purpose of his trip. Ding, successfully collected the red copper hammer. The system's voice rang out. Li Yu had no waves within his heart. Casually put the red copper hammer into the system's storage space. The system had come with him across the border. He couldn't really say what the hell this system was, it was kind of hard to tell. Simply put, it allows him to fight and upgrade as if he were a game character. But the mission panel suddenly appeared the other day. Start issuing system tasks and complete them to gain experience value. Failure is to deduct 10 times the experience value. His current main task was to develop their sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, there are many small tasks that need to be accomplished in order to accomplish this one big goal. For example, absorbing all kinds of geniuses and talents, collecting all kinds of divine weapons, techniques, and heaven and earth wonders, etc., to strengthen the lintel of the door. Strange, how come no experience has risen at all after killing this stone demon? Looking at the experience bar in front of him that was like a progress bar, Li Yu was a bit strange. The data displayed on it reads, 13.1415926. Short of invincibility. It is reasonable to say that one should have changed after killing this powerful stone demon. Right at this moment, the stone demon mountain under Li Yu's feet suddenly shook violently, as if the mountain had collapsed. A roar that seemed to come from the 9 ghosts resounded. So this stone mountain is its true form. Li Yu murmured in his heart, but his face remained calm. Next. The rocky mountains under his feet rose up and transformed into huge stone monsters. Terrifying demonic power filled the air, making the heavens and earth seem to change color. Li Yu frowned slightly as he stomped his feet and his body directly leapt into mid-air, while another sword chopped down. Rumble. This sword seemed as if it was going to chop apart this heaven and earth. The space was extremely distorted, emitting a rumble like the sound of thunder. The terrifying sword might poured down, and that stone demon's roar came to an abrupt end. A pair of red eyes instantly widened as a look of horror emerged. Boom, 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 boom. The stone demon that had just transformed into a form, its body that was like a huge mountain crumbled once again. And the earth below crumbled. With one sword. This great demon that made the people of Qingzhou fearful and gave countless Taoist sects scruples and headaches sure body straight to ashes. Above the earth even appeared a miles long, more than 10 meters wide, deep and bottomless, like a rift valley like a huge crack. Countless small demons were also directly reduced to pieces under this sword. Ugh, a bit too much force. Li Yu scratched his head. At that moment, the data on that experience bar in front of him finally changed. But it's still the change in value after the decimal point. But there is always progress. And it's a small step away from completing the system's mission. After killing this stone demon, Li Yu no longer continued to linger and directly flew towards the outside of the mountain. A long time later, a group of cultivators dressed in the Taoist robes of the Yuqing Dao sect flew in. Today, they had gathered the clan's topmost fighting force and had come to eradicate that great demon Shi Baodian who had been terrorizing the Qingzhou. But when they arrived at this stone demon mountain, they were stunned by the scene before them. The stone demon mountain disappeared, and a huge rift valley even appeared on the ground. The impact of the image in front of them was so shocking that the elders of the Jade Clear Dao sect also froze for a long time. Shibuya was gotten rid of? What kind of person would have such magical powers? Everyone's hearts were shaken beyond belief. An elder surnamed whose figure shifted and grabbed a small demon from the mountains below to ask questions. That little demon was trembling with fear and was incoherent. However, Elder who also roughly heard and understood that there was indeed a high person who got rid of that Shi Baodian for them. Looking at the battle scene in front of him again, his heart was truly shocked. We will quickly go back and report to the patriarch. Elder who said, and the crowd quickly left. However, not long after the crowd of the Jade Clear Dao sect left, there seemed to be a red flash in that huge crack. Followed by the diffusion of monstrous demonic chi, such as black fog in that crack surging, covering the sky and sun, so that this mountain forest as if transformed into the 9 ghosts of the demonic domain. A sound like the roar of a stern ghost and the hissing of a demon echoed through the mountains, sending shivers down one's spine. About 1,000 miles away from Stone Demon Mountain was Luoshui Town, which was a small town under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou of the Great Xia dynasty. Li Yu and his sect were located in the Qingqiu Mountain, which was located to the west of Luoshui Town, more than 10 miles away from the town. Pines and cypresses between a green tile and red walls, slightly dilapidated Taoist temple, quietly located with the top of the mountain. The Taoist temple wall is slightly mottled, seems to be in disrepair. The wall is covered with creepers. On the plaque at the entrance, a few large characters that seemed to be almost unreadable were inscribed in a dragon's flight that was a big family sect. Every time he saw these words, Li Yu wondered if his old man's surname was Shun. That's right, this is the sect founded by Li Yu's cheap old man. A sect known for a 5-mile radius. Under his tireless efforts, the sect managed to grow from the initial 10 or so people, to 3 today. To make such a sect the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty, Li Yu expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Golem. Just after walking into the Taoist temple, Li Yu's stomach suddenly rumbled. Alas, I forgot to hunt a small beast back for food on the way back. Li Yusen said. Just as Li Yu was pondering what to have for dinner, 10,000 miles away in the sky above the capital of the country, Nan'an City. Suddenly, the golden light shone down, and there were even 7 colored auspicious clouds that surfaced in the sky. Between heaven and earth, there were bursts of arcane sounds, resembling the whispers of the gods and echoing like heavenly music. What's going on? Everyone in Nan'an City all looked at the spectacle in the air, and they were all shocked. This was the only spectacle they had ever seen in their lives, and some of them thought it was a blessing from heaven and knelt down to pray. In the next second, a golden scroll that seemed to be hanging down from the 9th heaven spread out, and the majestic voice of the great Tao resounded from the sky, Heavenly Dao Earth List. Anyone who enters the list will have endless opportunities. Along with the sound of that great Tao, a list emerged from the golden scroll in the sky, the Subterranean Dragon Ranking. Chapter 2, Speculations of the Reborn. After the potential dragon list appeared, a few rows of clear, hot gold letters appeared below. This list is the Great Xia Dynasty Potential Dragon List. All young talents under the age of 30 are eligible to enter the list, with strengths ranging from the lowest to the highest, totaling 100, and are eligible to receive Heaven's Way rewards. The list is refreshed in real time, and rewards are issued once a month. The entire Nanan city, as well as towns and cities for thousands of miles around, could be clearly seen, and everyone was shocked inside. This kind of miraculous sight was something that even old guys who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years had only seen in their lives. Not only that, but in the capitals of other countries, large cities, and in the skies above the great sects, the Heavenly Dao lists of their respective countries also appeared. For a time the world shook. However, after the shock, everyone was talking and expecting which young talents would be able to ascend this Heavenly Dao ranking, and who would be the most dazzling first place. The 100th place of the potential dragon list, Zhu Hong. Origin, Liangzhou Zhu family. Age, 23. Reward, Xian Yuan Dan. As the first name appeared, a golden light flew out from that list, heading straight to the southwest. That direction was precisely Liangzhou, and it seemed that the golden light was the Heavenly Dao reward. The 100th place was surprisingly rewarded with Xian Yuan Dan. Surprise and envy appeared on many people's faces. Although this Xian Yuan Dan was not a rare treasure, it was still an elixir of great value. This elixir could aid in cultivation and improve the physique, with many benefits. What's more, as long as one stays on the list, one can obtain this elixir every month. It's simply not too good. If only I could also ascend this Heavenly Dao ranking. I and other mundane people should not dream. Those who can make it to the list must be people from big families and great clans. Yes, these 100 are the Shu family members. The children of unusual families don't even think about it. Alas, so the strong will be stronger and the weak weaker. The crowd is talking. Ranked 99th in the list of potential dragons, Zheng Denyo. Origin, Tin Shui Kaku. Reward, Xian Yuan Dan. Ranked 98th on the dragon list, Wu Yuan. Origin, 10,000 evil doors. Reward, Xian Yuan Dan. As the list began to be announced, a golden light flew out from that list and flew in every direction. The Daxia Dynasty, Liangzhou, Zhu family residence. As the family behind the former lords of one side and now the prime minister of the current dynasty, the Shu family is powerful, with many family descendants and disciples, and its overall strength is not even weaker than that of some major sects. The Heavenly Dao list has finally appeared. A brocade-clothed, gorgeous man stood on top of the pavilion, vice versa, looking up at the golden list in the air. He had sword brows and a sharp instrument. The magnificent face had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to have gone through vicissitudes of time. Sharp and deep, even at the sight of such wonders of heaven and earth. A pair of eyes remained ancient and unperturbed, only a slight smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. He was the Zhu family's contemporary #1 heavenly pride, and his natural talent and strength were absolutely unrivaled when looking at the entire great Xia dynasty. Even those top-tier heavenly prides of the Jade-Clear Taoist sect could not be compared to them. Not only that, but he is a born-again. Of course, no second person knew about this but him. In his previous life, he was the very existence that was #1 on the Heavenly Dao Ranking Subterranean Dragon Ranking. Regarding this Heavenly Dao list, he definitely knew more about it than anyone else. This Subterranean Dragon Ranking was just the beginning. 3 months later, the Heavenly Dao Earth Ranking would also announce the Great Xia Dynasty's Divine Soldier Ranking. That's a much more important list, and the rewards are much more lucrative. Moreover, this Heavenly Dao Earth Ranking was only ranked on a country-by-country basis. In other words, the ones currently on the list were only the young junglers of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the future, there would also be a heavenly ranking, and that would be the list with real gold content. It will then encompass a wider range, as well as the human, demon and devil races. The rewards will also be more extraordinary. In previous generations, he did not know how many people, by virtue of the chance of the heavenly ranking, had become supreme powerhouses that had never seen the light of day. And those who were able to ascend to the top 10 of the heavenly ranking had the opportunity to ascend to that immortal ranking in the future and be ranked in the immortal class. In this life, I, Zhu Shaotian, will definitely ascend to that immortal ranking. Zhu Shaotian said secretly. Having lived a new life, he knew everything about the future and was confident that he could strategize and seize the creation of heaven and earth. With the help of this Heavenly Dao list to level the playing field and ascend to the path of immortality. Below the pavilion, all the people of the Zhu family were also talking excitedly. In their hearts, Zhu Shaotian was likewise an unquestionable choice for the top of that potential dragon list. Brother Shaotian, so you are here. Accompanied by a voice like a silver bell, a beautiful young girl with snowy skin, delicate features, and a soulful and bright gaze ran over. Her name was Yi Kai-dai, the pearl of the Pingnan king of the Great Xia dynasty, the proud daughter of heaven. Brother Shaotian, the first place in this submerged dragon list is definitely not yours. The young girl walked to Zhu Xiaotian's side, similarly looking up at the list above. She wasn't flattering, it's just that Zhu Xiaotian is indeed recognized as the first pride of the great Xia dynasty, born with the star Dao body, with a talent that no one can match. Zhu Xiaotian smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but was filled with a smile of determination. In his previous life, he was number one on the list. Now that he had relived his life, his cultivation level was even higher than in his previous life, and his strength was even stronger. Therefore, the number one of the subterranean dragon ranking in this life was really no one who could compete with him. With Kai Dai's sister's strength, this top 10 position is bound to have a place for you as well. Zhu Xiaotian said. According to the memory of his previous life, his childhood friend, Kate his sister, was ranked 10th. Let's hope so. Brother Xiaotian, look at how many devil disciples are on this list. Kai Dai said with a gloomy face. The current list had already been published to the 50th place, yet there were surprisingly already more than 20 devil sect descendants among the 50. Alas, today the righteous path is in decline, the devil's path is rampant, demons are rampant, and chaos in the world has become inevitable. Zhu Xiaotian said in a deep voice. He knew very well that it wasn't just the Daxia dynasty. This was true for the entire Chinese Dao state, and the next few hundred years were likely to be a time of rampant demons. The appearance of the Heavenly Dao list exacerbated this state of affairs. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are not kind to all things. The Heavenly Dao list also does not just benefit a certain Dao, a certain race. The great paths compete, all races compete, grass, trees, mountains and rocks all have the opportunity to become immortal and ask for help. However, the chaotic world out of heroes, Zhu Xiaotian will take advantage of this storm cloud's change time, into a real dragon, ascending to the 9 heavens. Yue Zhou, Great Xia Dynasty, within the Yuqing Dao sect. The Jade Clear Dao Patriarch Yu Huazhenran stood at the main entrance of the Jade Clear Hall, looking at the Heavenly Dao list in the sky above with a grave expression. Although the appearance of the Heavenly Dao list had surprised him inwardly and filled him with anticipation. Many of the disciples of their sects had also made it to the subterranean dragon ranking and received Heaven's Dao rewards. However, the situation of the entire list is like the situation of the world in the future. It made him even more worried. The top 80 of the list had already been occupied by half of the devil sect. Especially that underworld demon sect, the number of disciples on the list had completely surpassed their Yuqing Dao sect. Nowadays, the Daxia dynasty was already rampant with demons, and the great demons from all sides were scourging the party. The people of the righteous path have been killed and injured, but it is also difficult to eradicate them, and the people of the world are in fear. However, it is a fact that the righteous path is declining and the devil's path is flourishing. The strength of the underworld demon sect had overwhelmed them in recent years. Nowadays, the younger generation is even more hidden and talented, so much potential that people are afraid. What's even more head-scratching is that the Tendo lists made this brutal truth public. When it's really a public execution, leaving them, the righteous sects, with no place to hide. If this continues, it will inevitably cause panic in the world. It may even shake the position of the righteous sects in the hearts of the people. Thinking about all this, Yu Huazhenran was really bitter inside. But just then, a line of silhouettes flew in from the distance. Real Yu Hua gazed at it. However, they saw that it was the return of Elder Hu and the others who had gone to eradicate Shi Baotian with the determination of certain death. So fast? Real Yu Hua was a bit surprised. However, seeing that the crowd coefficients returned and there was not a single injury on their bodies, they could not help but be even more surprised. Elder Hu, why have you returned so quickly? Reporting to Patriarch, when we went there, that stone demon mountain had already disappeared, and Shi Baotian had been decapitated, and judging from the traces of the battle at the scene, it was most likely a decapitated by the hand of a certain profound higher power. Elder Hu said archly. Really? Realist Yu's eyes showed joy. This big stone that was weighing on his heart was finally gone. If they don't get rid of Shi Baotian, they are afraid that the Jade Clear Channel sect will not have the face to face the people of the world. It's going to be ridiculed and mocked by those guys from the Devil's sect again. Chapter 3, Who is Li Yu? Begging for favorites. The 11th place in the list of potential dragons, Kai Dai. Born, daughter of the King of Pingnan. Age, 16. Reward, Foundation Pill. 11th place? Zhu Xiaotian's brows abruptly furrowed, his eyes showing surprise. How was it 11th place? He clearly remembered that Kai Dai was 10th in his previous life. The reward obtained should be the Spirit Rising Elixir, a precious elixir that could enhance the quality of the spirit root. What a pity, it didn't make it into the top 10. Ikaidai spat out her tongue, but didn't care too much. After all, it wasn't too far off from what she expected. Just then, a golden light flew from the sky, transforming into a jade bottle that flew towards Ikaidai. She grabbed it in the air and put it into her storage magic treasure. Subterranean Dragon Ranking Number 10, Cold Moon. Origin, Underworld Demon Sect. Age, 19. Reward, Spirit-Raising Elixir. Seeing the newly appeared names on the list, Zhu Xiaotian's face became more and more gloomy. He felt that this list ranking seemed to have staggered backward by one place as a whole. What was going on? The top 10 of the Subterranean Dragon Ranking was the most notable existence. At this moment, everyone was all gazing at the names that kept appearing on the list with their eyes in full attention. Wanted to take a look at all those young talents that could ascend to this top 10 position. At the entrance of Qingyuan Restaurant in Nan'an City, a group of Jianghu people gathered together, looking at the names that were announced one after another, but their faces slowly became heavy. How come this 10th, 9th, and 8th are all from the Underworld Demon Sect? It's said that the Devil Sect has risen to power and has already overwhelmed the righteous sects, so it seems to be true. 3 people in a row are from the Devil Sect. This really isn't good news. The Jade Clear Taoist Sect hasn't even had anyone in the top 10 so far. But I've heard that Lin Chen of the Jade Clear Tao Sect is a heavenly pride of the world, very strong. Well, I've also heard that this son should have a chance to compete for that top spot. No, the top of this list should be Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family. This son is the number 1 heavenly pride of my great Xia dynasty. This number 1 is not his. That's right, I heard that he was less than 12 years old when he stepped into the foundation establishment realm, and now he's already at the peak of foundation establishment, and he's about to step into the Jindan realm. With this kind of talent and cultivation, I'm afraid that no one else in the entire world can compare to him. This son is actually at the peak of the foundation establishment realm? So this first place really does belong to it. Well, this first place can definitely not be taken over by the people of the Devil's Way again. That would be too humiliating. The crowd murmured, their eyes tense and expectant as they watched the newly announced names. 7th, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, Royal Family of the Daxia Dynasty. Age, 17. Reward, Spirit-Raising Elixir. Congratulations, Your Highness. Inside the Eastern Palace, an old man with a big smile arched his hand in greeting. This person's name was Xin Xiuming, who was the current imperial master and the crown prince's teacher. In front of him was none other than the crown prince of the Grand Xia dynasty Morong Xingqiao. His face was like a crown of jade, his eyes were like autumn water, and his appearance was a little too handsome, even making women a little jealous when they saw it. But it's only the 7th place, what joy is there? Alas, my strength is still too poor. In the future, I'll spend all my time every day cultivating. The next time the list is refreshed, I, Morong Xingqiao, will definitely be ranked in the top 5. Morong Xingqiao had a defiant look on his face. Your Highness is only 17 years old. To be able to have such a cultivation today is already 1 in a million. Xin Xiuming said with kind brows and a pleasant face. Don't be sarcastic, Elder Shen. Morong Xingqiao rested his chin on his right hand and looked at the Heavenly Dao list in mid-air with a sad face. The old minister doesn't dare. Tai Fu Xin Xiuming bowed. Elder Shen, you said that this first place should be the Prime Minister's son. Well, no surprise, it should be him. This son is a heavenly prodigy and carries the astral Dao body. He is indeed the best of the young generation of my dynasty. Morong Xingqiao nodded, but her brows were frowning tighter. He knew very well that the Zhu family was so powerful that it had far surpassed the Morong family. Prime Minister Zhu Hongyuan was ambitious, although the Zhu family was on his side. But he knew very well that the Zhu family was definitely not his friend. The Subterranean Dragon list is still continuing to announce new rankings. The 6th place is again the person of the Underworld Demon Sect. 5th place, Lin Chen. Origin, Yuqing Dao Sect. Age, 23. Reward, Golden Body Spirit Liquid. 4th place, Yi Qiu. Born, Yi Family, Nan'an City. Age, 18. Reward, Golden Body Spirit Liquid. 3rd place, Gu Tsunhai. Origin, Underworld Demon Sect. Age, 22. Reward, Divine Fire Pill. 2nd place, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Liangzhou Zhu family. Age, 20. Reward, Divine Fire Pill. 2nd place? No way. Zhu Xiaotian's eyes that were ancient wells were suddenly wide, incredulously looking at the handwriting on the list, the whole person as if struck by lightning. No way, what's going on? How did I come in 2nd place? I'm supposed to be number 1. Although he had seen the top 10 rankings just now, they all seemed to have staggered one place backward, and he had an ominous premonition within his heart. But he never wanted to believe that he would also fall back one place in the rankings. More than anything, I can't figure out why this turn of events has occurred. Returning from rebirth, everything he experienced before was not different from the trajectory of his previous life. But why had this Heavenly Dao list ranking changed so drastically? It suddenly made him a little alarmed. It's as if everything one perceives is suddenly turned upside down, and everything one sees is suddenly in vain. He had originally thought that he had relived his life, that everything was under his control, and that he could foresee the future. But never in a million years did he expect to come this far in this life and suddenly have something beyond his control. Who is it? Who in the world snatched my first place? Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled as he stared deathly at the list in mid-air. Yi Kaidai on the side was also full of surprise, her wonderful eyes full of amazement. The Shu clan crowd below was even more in an uproar. Zhu Xiaotian was surprisingly not the first place. So who's going to be this first place winner? The crowd in front of the Qingyuan restaurant was also in an uproar. What's the situation? Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family isn't even first place. No way, even he's not number one, so who would be number one? The pride of the young generation of this great Xia dynasty is basically on the list, huh? Who else could there be? Could it be that there are still hidden unseen heavenly pride? To be able to overpower Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family, how demonic this son's natural talent will be. It won't be someone from the devil sect this time. That would be bad. The top 10 demonic sects have already taken up half of the top 10, and if this first place is also taken by a demonic sect, then it will be. It's not just these people who are surprised and worried. Even the hearts of that Murong Xingxiao, Yi Qiu, Lin Chen, and the Yuhua realist had the same doubts and worries. It must not be someone from the underworld demon sect. Realist Yuhua muttered in his heart. If this first is occupied by the people of the Devil's Way, then for the entire righteous sects of the Great Xia dynasty, it would really be a heavenly blow-off. What a disgrace for them! In the sky, the golden light on that golden scroll list steeply flourished, and between the flow of light patterns, several large golden characters slowly emerged. That font size is twice as big as any other. All of them held their breath and stared intently at those large golden characters. The first place of the potential dragon list, Li Yu. Origin, that's a big family. Age, 17. Reward, Celestial Spirit Pill. Bonus, Chongming Bird Juvenile. Who is Li Yu? Almost at the same time, this question was born in the hearts of all those who were gazing at the Heavenly Dao list, and what was even more confusing was the origin of this Li Yu. That's a big family. Which family is it? Chapter 4, I'm gonna find you, North, South, East, West. Li Yu, who is this person and why have I never heard of him in my previous life? Zhu Xiaotian's brows tightened as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yi Kaidai on the side was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but quietly glance at Zhu Xiaotian's slightly gloomy face. He even has extra rewards. Zhu Xiaotian was even more astonished in his heart. The first place was taken by that Li Yu guy, not to mention his own self, who was also number one in his previous life, had merely obtained the Heavenly Spirit Pill. There's no added bonus at all. What is this son's virtue and ability that he has been favored by the Heavenly Dao and has even sent down additional rewards? And that's too big of an extra reward, isn't it? The Chongming bird, that's a god bird. Rumor has it that this bird resembles a chicken, chirps like a phoenix, and has twin pupils in its eyes, which are born to suppress evil spirits and are the natural enemies of demons and monsters. It would come of age in one armor, and when it came of age, it possessed at least the strength of the cave void realm. Obtaining this divine bird is equivalent to obtaining a powerful battle force with unlimited potential. This kind of reward, even if one looked at the entire Chinese Dao state, was a great opportunity that would make everyone envious and crazy. If one's family obtained this divine bird, then in the future, one could have a strong person comparable to a cave void realm old monster. The Shu family is enough to boast the entire Chinese Dao state. And that celestial spirit pill is also an absolute treasure. A single celestial spirit pill could mold the celestial spirit root. Back then, he himself was relying on this stand to cut down his hair and wash his marrow, reshaping his roots and bones, and forging an even more demonic cultivation talent. However, in this life, not only did he lose first place, but he didn't even get this heavenly spirit pill. Zhu Xiaotian only felt as if he had suffered a double blitz. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart: he had to get rid of this Li Yu. This guy is an uncertainty to himself, a hidden danger to his plotting future. He had to get rid of him, had to return everything to its familiar trajectory. In the middle of the Eastern Palace, Morong Xingqiao and Shin Xiuming looked at the name at the top of that list and were also filled with surprise. Who is Li Yu, and that great sect? How come I've never heard of it before? Morong Xingqiao had a confused look on her face. As you can tell by looking at its name, it's most likely a small, unorthodox sect, and it's normal that your highness hasn't heard of it. Shin Xiuming said. Elder Shin, quickly send someone to find this person. I want to take this person under my wing and keep him safe. Morong Xingqiao said. He knew very well that this kind of hidden heavenly pride was like an unexplored diamond in the rough. It was feared that many forces would compete for it, wanting to take it under their wings. After all, for all the forces, to get this person, not only has an additional young talent with unlimited potential. All the more reason to use him to enhance your own reputation. After all, the position of the first name on this Heavenly Dao ranking was just too dazzling. I'm afraid that after today, no one in the world will know about Li Yu. The next time the list was refreshed, that information about Li Yu's origins was the key for countless forces to raise their reputation. Not only that, by accepting this son, he would be able to use him in the future to obtain more Heavenly Dao rewards and unlimited opportunities. Of course, there must be a lot of people who are jealous and even have bad intentions. After all, by getting rid of him, one's ranking would go up, especially for second place. Moreover, the Heavenly Spirit Pill and that heavy bright bird were both absolute treasures that were enough to drive the world crazy. If this kind of reward was obtained by the royal family, or a great power like the Jade Clear Daoist sect or the Shu family, perhaps not many people would dare to hit on it. But now that it had fallen into the hands of such a small, unheard of sect, it was feared that it would lead to murder. I'm afraid that the first ones to make a move will be the Devil's sect. So he, Morong Xingqiao, had to protect this person and take him under his wing as his disciple. There was also realist Yu Hua who had the same idea as Morong Xingqiao. However, when he saw that the Dao reward turned into 2 golden lights and flew off towards the northwest, Yu Hua Jinren hurriedly said, Elder Hu, quickly send someone to find that Li Yu, and make sure to take the son under my Yuking Dao sect. In addition, this son will definitely be in danger, the Devil sect will definitely make a move, we have to rush to find him before the Devil sect does. Realist Yu Hua also knew that the Heavenly Dao rewards were too tempting, and there were definitely not a few people with bad intentions. That was the heavy bright bird, even he, the Yu Hua realist, was extremely moved. If he could, he would even be willing to use his own life magic treasure to exchange with Li Yu to get that heavy bright bird juvenile. And right now all the forces are definitely looking for Li Yu, it's a race against time. Whoever finds this son first will have a head start. Almost at the same time, all the forces of the Daxia dynasty began to act, and for their own different purposes, all of them were searching for those great sects and for Li Yu. Yi family, general's residence, Nan'an City. The Yi family was a family of military generals in the Daxia dynasty, and the family had been generals for generations, with many talented people. The Yi family is loyal to the country, and the sons and daughters of the Yi family guard the border, fight bravely to kill the enemy and protect the country. That's why whenever the people of Nan'an City passed by the Yi mansion, they would cast a gaze of respect and affection. That's a big family sect. Why does it feel like I've heard of it somewhere? Yi Chou frowned, cupped his chin, and fell into deep thought. He was the youngest son of the great Xia dynasty's upper general, Yi Kuxiong, and the best of the Yi family's young sons of this generation. The people of the Yi family practiced martial arts body refining techniques, which were different from the cultivator's qi refining system. Martial Dao body refiners mainly cultivate the physical body, using force to break the law, and the physical body to become a saint. Cultivator realms are divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, transformation of the divine, Dongshu, fortune transitioning, and Mahayana realms. And the martial arts body refining realm is divided into pulse opening, body hardening, golden body, transcendental, through God, nirvana, life and death, and godly realm. And each major realm is divided into 3 minor realms, the early, middle, and late realms. Yi Qiu was now at the late stage of the body tempering realm, and he was even cultivating the Yi family's Xianyang hegemony body technique. His fleshly body was strong and powerful, and he was able to fight with cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment. He was born to be a prima donna and a warrior, and apart from those of the devilish sects, he had challenged almost all of the pride of the younger generation of the great Xia dynasty. So when he saw that the first place on this list was a guy he had never heard of, the first thing that came to his mind was to have a hand-to-hand competition with him to see just how powerful this guy was. Zhu Xiaotian's strength, which he had learned, was indeed strong, but it was not invincible. That time when he sparred with Xu Xiaotian, he had grown a lot. If Xu Xiaotian hadn't avoided fighting later on, he definitely would have had to spar with him a few more times until he defeated him. As in the case of the Taoist ranking, it allowed him to see a new goal. This person who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon list was someone he had to learn from. Maybe it can bring new inspiration and growth. Come to think of it, it seems to be near Luoha town. Yi Chou excitedly clapped his hands. Just now, upon careful recollection, it was remembered. When I was out traveling last year, I had heard of such an odd name for a sect. Uncle Fu, bring me my mount. Yi Chou grabbed his Tsang long gun with a face full of wariness. While countless people were searching for Liu, who was in the Taoist temple, was completely unaware that his identity had been exposed by the Heavenly Dao list. Moreover, Qingqiu Mountain is located in a remote place, and it is also impossible to see that Taoist list. Just as Liu had just walked into the kitchen, 2 golden lights flew from the sky. But it was just in the way of the door to the room, which he had casually closed. Boom! The door to the room was directly smashed, and Liu was startled. When I fixed my eyes on it, it turned out to be a large, colorful feathered pheasant that was dizzily rising from the ground. Hey, my goodness, this is really a pheasant flying into the vegetable pot. Liu was full of surprise. He was worried that he didn't have anything to eat at night, but this pheasant came to his door by itself. Liu could never have imagined that the large bird in front of him, which seemed like a pheasant, would be the young bird of the Chongming bird. Not to mention noticing that a small porcelain vase flew in with it. At that moment he had eyes only for the big, fat pheasant. Looking at it is like seeing a pot of flavorful chicken stew. Well, it just so happens that there are some delicious mushrooms in the kitchen. Chapter 5, Reverse Robbery. When the sun goes down, a pot of flavorful chicken and mushroom stew comes out of the oven. Liu couldn't wait to take a bite of the chicken and felt his soul sublimate, fragrant, so fragrant. This chicken is definitely not an ordinary chicken, the meat texture is unbeatable, the flavor is superb. It was a pity that his own cheap old dad and senior brother were not blessed with this mouthful. His senior brother, Tang Chi, had gone down the mountain a few days ago to visit his family at home, and Liu had a feeling that this guy was 80% trying to run away as well. And his own old man is out getting money. According to his plan, this year he will complete the renovation and expansion of the Taoist temple, and also recruit 100 disciples. That's why it takes money and even more people. Only his old man was planning year after year and failing to execute year after year. Liu is also used to it. If it wasn't for the fact that the system suddenly released the quest a few days ago, he was also too lazy to develop and expand his sect and recruit any new disciples. Lest there be a lot of people and a lot of right and wrong. Just the 3 of them are so clean now. A big pot of fragrant chicken stewed mushrooms was quickly eaten up by Liu. If he were to say what was his specialty in this current body, it would be that he was a special eater. And it's the kind where you can't eat a meal without eating meat all over your body. Of course, food is the source of his power. Liu, who relied on the system to fight and upgrade, belonged to neither the chi refining system nor the body refining system. It's a particularly magical presence anyway. There was no mana or internal force in his body, but there was a strange energy. He was unable to perform the various spells and aptitudes of cultivators, but the power of a single sword could destroy the heavens and the earth. So he didn't bother with what system he actually belonged to, strong was the end of the story. With a full stomach, Liu sat contentedly under the acacia tree in the courtyard, picking his teeth while opening the system interface. The first thing that after all, in order to establish a truly great sect, one would need to have any kind of town school mastery, town school magic treasures and the like. The sparrow is small, so that it can support the development of the sect. And then to subdue the demons and fight for justice, to enhance the social status and influence of the sect, and so on. On top of that, the quest screen has features like cheats and guides about completing quests. For example, when he didn't know where to collect divine weapons before, he then saw the system prompting him to kill Sherbadian to obtain the red copper hammer. He also followed that guiding hint and easily found where Sherbadian was. Collected the extreme, spiritual treasure, the red copper hammer. It also boosts the sect's prestige value in the process. The current progress of the quest to collect divine soldiers becomes 120. The reputation value became 300. And so on. The potion collection is 1/50th complete? What is this? Liu was a bit surprised and clicked on the details to take a look. Have obtained the celestial elixir. Liu followed the system's guidance and found the small porcelain vase that had fallen by the stove. Celestial elixir? Where did this come from? Li Yu was puzzled in his mind, but he didn't think much about it, thinking that he had picked up a treasure. Right at this moment, the system prompted whether or not to analyze the formula for generating the heavenly spirit pill. There's still this kind of function. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. As long as the pills are collected, the formula can be analyzed and deduced. This function is somewhat powerful. So the collection of the Dan formulas also became easier. Without hesitation, Li Yu clicked confirm. The system quickly analyzed the Dan formula. And the progress of the Dan formula collection shows 150. Not bad. Not bad. Li Yu rejoiced. When Pops comes back, change the name of the clan as well. Li Yu thought like this. To develop and grow your own sect, you first need a decent name. Otherwise, the current name, which was full of Shin's humor, was completely out of line with snatch it, make sure you snatch it back for me. It's best to tie that Li Yu back for me as well. This kid is a money tree. Zhou Dalong's eyes were glowing. Rewarding a heavenly spirit pill once a month was simply too good to be true. Big brother, I'll take care of it. I've heard that the sect only has 3 or 4 disciples. I'll bring 10 brothers and that's enough. Zhou Erlang said with a pat on his chest. Don't be gullible, although this sect is small, but it can cultivate the number 1 Junjia in the subterranean dragon ranking. I'm afraid that it has some skills, so it's better to bring along some more manpower. That's fine, then I'll bring 30 brothers, that should be enough. Good. Then Big Brother will wait here for your good news. Zhou Dalong laughed. Zhou Erlang quickly assembled the 30 strongest bandits in a mountain fortress and rushed straight to Qingqiu Mountain in the night. When they arrived at Mount Qingqiu, it was long after midnight. At this moment, Li Yu was sleeping in his room when he heard a boom, and it seemed that the door of the Taoist temple had been forced open. Followed by a cacophony of voices, the flickering firelight illuminated the outside even more. Li Yu was shocked in his heart and casually put on his Taoist robe and rushed out. Instead, he saw dozens of brawny men, holding torches, rushing into the Taoist temple. Who are you? The surrounding group of brigands were also full of sardonic smiles, staring at Li Yu like hungry wolves. Unceasingly, he swung the weapon in his hand as if he was about to pounce at any moment. Upon hearing this, Li Yu was a bit surprised. How did these bandits know that I had the heavenly elixir, and where did that heavenly elixir come from? And what's up with the reminiscent bird? Could it be that the pheasant I stewed at night was? Li Yu's heart was filled with doubts, feeling that there was something fishy going on. But it was clear that the guys in front of them should know something they didn't. And apparently they're here to rob. Chapter 6, The List of Ranking Changes. Tianshui Pavilion overthrown. Just then, the system interface popped up. New system tasks appear. Eradicating the Black Bear Mountain Gathering Hall bandits will earn you a reward of 1 point of reputation value. Well, there's a bonus, nice. A little bit is also a little bit. Li Yu doesn't pick. And even if there is no system mission reward, he had just planned to make a move on these bandits as well. If it was the old days when well water was not a problem, he wouldn't bother with this group of evil thieves. But now that they've delivered themselves, then they don't mind a wave of reverse robbery. It just so happens that their Taoist temple is short of people and also short of money. Kid, hurry up and hand it over, don't toast wine not to eat the penalty. Zhou Erlang had not even finished his words, a face was smashed by a strong force and twisted and deformed, and the whole person flew directly into the midair. Bang dang clang duong click. In just the blink of an eye, more than 30 robbers were either embedded in the walls, hanging from the trees, sinking deep into the ground, or smashing through the walls and flying into the house. It made this already dilapidated Taoist temple even worse, full of devastation and wailing. Unbeatable, no fun. Li Yu clapped his hands, walked over to Zhou Erlang, and crouched down. At this time, the Zhou Erlang was already scared out of his wits and begged for mercy. Taoist master, spare your life. Taoist master, spare your life. He never expected this Li Yu to be so terrifyingly strong. He originally thought that even if Li Yu was ranked first in the potential dragon ranking, he was just a 17-year-old brat, so how strong could he be? Plus, the heavenly spirit pill and the heavy bright bird were too tempting, so they didn't even think much about it. Moreover, he was at least at the peak of the martial Dao body tempering realm. Together with this group of brothers, beating a Jindan realm cultivator wouldn't result in him being directly killed in seconds. This kid's strength is horrible. Cut the crap and say, how did you know that I have the heavenly spirit pill, and what's with what you said about the heavy bright bird? Li Yu asked sternly. Zhou Erlang didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly told the matter of the Heavenly Dao Ranking. After hearing what Zhou Erlang said, the corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched. That pheasant turned out to really be the god bird, the Chongming bird. He himself had actually eaten the divine bird rewarded by the Heavenly Dao. Good lord, I wonder how many people would be blown away if this got out. But when you think about it, a god bird is a god bird, and the meat does smell good. Li Yu can't help but feel a little reminiscent, his mouth full of. It would be nice to reward a god bird next time. Looks like I can't live with myself completely this time. Li Yu was somewhat helpless. He was doing fine on his own, but he didn't expect to be exposed like this. Now the whole world knew that he was gifted, and that he had obtained the heavenly spirit pill and the heavy bright bird. I'm afraid there are not a few people who want to kill themselves to take the treasure. Li Yu began to think about whether he should run away or not. However, on second thought, with his current strength, it seemed like he didn't need to run away. Moreover, by taking advantage of this Heavenly Dao ranking, it might also be an opportunity to grow one's sect and complete the mission quickly. Thinking about it that way, it seems like this isn't so bad after all. It is estimated that in the next few days, there will be many people coming to our Taoist temple one after another to be our guests. Li Yu cupped his chin in thought. Looking around at the devastated and ruined Taoist temple, Li Yu lifted up Zhou Erlang with one hand and said without a trace of anger, Look at what you guys have done. What have you done to my Taoist temple? The walls are collapsing and the house is broken. And this ground, look at this good ground, you guys smashed out a pit. I'm telling you, you'll have to pay up and fix this Taoist temple of mine. And suddenly disturbed me in the middle of the night, this moral damage has to be paid. Shujiro wailed in his heart. Nima, it was clearly you who broke it, okay? We are also the victims. As for moral damages, it seems like we've suffered more than you have mentally, right? What the Taoist priest said is true, I'll pay for it, if you let me go back, I'll ask someone to send you the money tomorrow. Zhou Erlang said. Good thinking, you won't be able to go back. Li Yu threw Zhou Erlang to the ground with one hand. Another mountain bandit next to him was brought up, legs still intact, right? No, it's not broken, just a couple broken ribs. The leg is not broken on the line, you go back to notify your big master, bring silver over to ransom, a person. Counted by 100 taels, plus my losses here, and my spiritual loss fee, give you a discount, 5,000 taels whole. You are limited to delivering them tomorrow, or I will send all these guys to the government to collect the reward money. Li Yu said in his serious manner. Good. The mountain bandit answered with an excited face, and immediately ran down the mountain in a puff of smoke, running faster than a rabbit. It had become a hell on earth, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing. The strongest sect in the Qingzhou territory, the Skywater Pavilion, was destroyed. How could this happen? Yu Hua Zenith's heart and mind shook as a bone-chilling chill rose from the soles of his feet. This Heavenly Water Pavilion was also considered one of the top sects of the Great Xia dynasty. The strength was not as good as the Jade Clear Taoist sect, but it wasn't too far off. Yet such a powerful sect had been overthrown overnight. This shock was even more intense and impactful than when he saw the Heavenly Dao list appear. The shocking scene in front of him left his heart unsettled for a long time. Who exactly overthrew the Heavenly Water Pavilion? Could it be the underworld demon sect? Those who could overthrow the Heavenly Water Pavilion in a single night were perhaps only the underworld demon sect that had such a possibility. But why would the spectral demon sect do that? Although the righteous and the devil are incompatible and there is constant friction. However, the Great Tao contends, between the righteous and the devil's two paths mostly because of the interests and concepts, clashes occur, but not to the point of extermination. Look at the miserable state of the Tianshui Pavilion, which can only be described as heartless and miserable. Unless it is a blood feud, one really cannot do such a thing. Patriarch, there are survivors. A disciple from below cried out. The crowd quickly flew over and found a few Heavenly Sea Pavilion disciples who were still breathing in the sea of corpses and blood below. When realist Yu Hua inquired, he was able to hear a terrifying name from this surviving disciple's mouth. Demon Child. Chapter 7, The Devil's Own. It was rumored that the Devil Child was born during the ancient times when a certain barbarian tribe used a forbidden method to summon the gods to descend into the world, but instead summoned a terrifying devil baby to descend into the world. After the demon baby was conceived, disaster struck the world. The devil baby was extremely terrifying in strength, bloodthirsty and murderous by nature, taking pleasure in destruction and killing. After he was born, he slaughtered barbarian tribe after barbarian tribe, sucking their flesh and blood to grow into an even more powerful demon child. And then the cataclysm swept through the entire world, and for a time, people were devastated and countless clans were destroyed. Later, it was said that hundreds of cultivation powerhouses sealed it only at the cost of burning their own yuanshan. I didn't expect this terrifying devil child to come out again. Nowadays, this world is already infested with demons, and now that the demon child has come out, it is really adding insult to injury. This world is afraid of experiencing another devastating catastrophe. Looking at what happened to the Heavenly Water Pavilion, it was as if realist Yu Hua saw what happened to his own sect, and his heart really chilled. Through the surviving disciple's description, Yu Hua Jinjin also knew about the Heavenly Water Pavilion sect leader Shan Ruoshui. Surprisingly, he sacrificed his own essence blood in yuanshan to the sword, stimulating the Heavenly Water Sword's tremendous power. However, he still failed to decapitate the demonic child, and even the Heavenly Water Sword was devoured by the demonic child. Hearing this, realist Yu Hua inwardly sighed. This Shan Ruoshui doing this is almost the equivalent of a soul. I'm afraid some men can't do that with that kind of vigor. To think that this one was only 30 years old back then when he became the head of the Heavenly Water Pavilion. Not only is the talent extraordinary, magnificent, the appearance is the world's best good Ruoshui. Just like this, the road to perish, and even the soul flew away, you who are real people cannot help but feel a burst of regret. It's really a case of heavenly jealousy. The next day, two major events in quick succession sensationalized the entire Great Xia dynasty. The first major event was that the great demon that had been causing trouble in the Qingzhou territory, Shibaotian, had been gotten rid of by a mysterious high person. This news spread, really is a great joy, the country is excited, countless people running, bowing down to thank the mysterious high man who made a move. However, soon after, the news about the Heavenly Water Pavilion in the Qingzhou territory, which had been exterminated by the devil child, was like a pot of cold water that instantly doused everyone's joy. For a time the world shook, people were on edge, it was really a wave that had not yet subsided. There were even quite a few male cultivators who felt sad and sorry for the fall of Shan Ruoshui. It even feels like the end of my youth. That Shan Ruoshui was definitely the number one beauty in the cultivation world of the Great Xia dynasty. Over the years, there was no telling how many people in the various sects had crushes on her and were madly pursuing her. However, this frosty beauty was devoted to cultivation. Especially after becoming the head of the sect, he was motivated to grow the sect. In 10 years' time, she had indeed developed the Heavenly Water Pavilion into a first-rate sect of the Great Xia dynasty. However, who would have expected that such a proud daughter of the sky, gorgeous beauty, just like this, the road to perish? It made many of his crushes incredibly sad. Of course, in addition to grief, everyone in the Great Xia dynasty's great sects were also in danger. They had also all heard of this demon child's formidable reputation. It was feared that after destroying the Sky Water Pavilion, their clan might be next. Of course, to say that the person who was most panicked belonged to Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family. Because of these two events, once again, he broke the trajectory of the developments he remembered from his previous life. Everything went completely in a direction he couldn't have predicted. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Shibaotian had been until the appearance of the Divine Armament list, as its red copper hammer had ascended to the 9th position on the Divine Armament list, attracting the attention of various forces. And then he was rounded up by all the major powers, and was finally completely executed by the Yuqing Dao sect. That red copper hammer also fell into the hands of the Jade Clear Taoist sect. At that time, the Heavenly Water Pavilion hadn't been overthrown either, much less any demonic children coming out. The Heavenly Water Sword of the then Heavenly Water Pavilion sect leader, Shan Ruoshui, was ranked 5th. And as a result, he was rewarded handsomely, allowing good Ruoshui to increase his strength by another large margin. But since yesterday, the developments have left him completely baffled. What the hell is going on? Who killed that Shibaotian? And where did this devil child come from? Could this be a chain reaction? Just because I didn't become number 1 on the potential dragon ranking, everything went sideways? Or is there something wrong with my memory? Zhu Xiaotian even began to have self-doubt. No, it must be because of that damn Liu, it was his appearance that broke the original balance. Zhu Xiaotian didn't think that those two big events had anything to do with Liu. But he felt that it all started because Liu stole his first place. If he's gotten rid of, maybe things will turn back to their familiar trajectory. Just then a silhouette suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Zhu Xiaotian. However, his figure seemed to merge with Zhu Xiaotian's shadow, making it impossible to see his figure and appearance. This man is one of the Zhu family's top assassins, 7 steps. Within 7 paces, he will take a man's life. If this Heavenly Dao list had a list of killers, these 7 steps would definitely rank in the top 3. 7 steps, did you find that kid? Zhu Xiaotian's eyes showed joy. Their Zhu family held the largest intelligence network and assassin organization in the Great Xia dynasty. Trying to find a Liu and get rid of him is no problem at all. Back to young lord, I found it. It's said to be in a Taoist temple in the middle of the Qingqiu Mountains. Viper is waiting for young lord's order and is ready to strike at any time. The 7 steps behind him had a low voice. The Viper he spoke of was likewise a top assassin. It's more of a scary existence for many people. A peak-level martial arts golden body realm powerhouse was even stronger than 7 steps of strength. His fleshly body was comparable to a spirit weapon, and his strength and speed far exceeded that of a peak Jindan realm cultivator. Together with his sword drawing technique that was so fast that he would take someone's life if he made a sword strike. In the case of being approached by it, it was a Yuaning realm cultivator who might not be able to survive. The Yuaning realm cultivators who had died in his hands could not be counted on one hand. Good, let him do it, don't forget to bring back the stuff. Zhu Xiaotian said. He was still very relieved to have Viper out there. Yes. Before that 7-step voice fell, the silhouette disappeared into thin air once again. Qingqiu Mountain, that's within the family's great Taoist temple. A group of mountain bandits dragging their 2 broken legs, disabled and strong, supported each other and relied on each other. Utilizing their teamwork to the fullest, they worked hard to repair the broken buildings in the Taoist temple. That image was surprisingly touching. Liu sat on the sidelines, sipping tea and supervising the work at a leisurely pace. Naturally, he would not sympathize with this group of murderous and unrelenting mountain bandits. Liu had heard countless times about their infamy long ago. The hands of these guys are stained with blood, and the number of innocent people in good families that have been brutalized by them is 800, if not 1,000. Breaking their legs was already light. Even if they broke all the bones in their body, it was probably not enough to offset the sins they had committed. Hurry up and do it. After the repairs are done, there are also 2 new huts to be built in the south. All this work is yours. When you're done, when do you rest? Liu said as he sipped his tea. Zhou Erlang really almost cried. Nima, but also to build a house? It really doesn't treat them like human beings. He was really remorseful in his heart now, how he had gotten hot-headed and ran to rob. Not only did you not get the stuff, but you got yourself involved. And this Liu is simply devilish. Not only did they make them repair their houses and serve as hard laborers, but they also broke their legs in meridians. Now they're kind of completely wasted. Even though his heart was indignant, he did not have a trace of power to resist, and could only listen to his mercy and obediently serve as a laborer. Big brother, why aren't you coming yet? I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Erlang looked into the distance with tearful eyes. Just then, a large-sized flying spirit beast flew in from the sky and soon arrived over the Taoist temple. Chapter 8, Yi Qiu's challenge to the door, but it's a fateful man. On the back of that flying spirit beast stood a man, with a posture as straight as a pine, holding a silver lance, valiant, with a face like a knife, and a bit of domineering spirit between his eyebrows. This visitor was no one else but Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Taoist temple. Liu, on the other hand, was on cloud 9 and looked at Yi Qiu with a calm gaze. Is Liu available? Yi Qiu looked down below, his voice resounding. Someone is looking for me so soon. Liu sighed darkly, then stood up. What is it that you are looking for me for? I'm from the Yi family of Nan'an City Yi Qiu, the 4th in the subterranean dragon ranking, and I'm here today to learn your high level of skill. Yi Qiu's gaze was like electricity. The entire person's aura was like a sheathed blade, sharp and warlike. Liu had guessed that there would be a defiant person who would come to him and was not surprised in the least. It's a good solution for this kind of person, just need to teach him how to behave. But just then, an interface unexpectedly popped up in front of Liu's eyes. On it was an introduction of information about Yi Qiu, which was very detailed. Even people's gender, height, weight, hobbies, cultivation level. Using the weapon Sun Long Gun, body refining technique Shen Yang Bastard body technique cultivated to the 6th level, martial arts skill Yu Long Bastard Sky technique 4th level. What shocked Liu even more was, at the bottom of Yi Qiu's informative introduction, there was a row of large red letters hinting at it. Passing this person opens the Prime Ancient Emperor's secret collection quest. I'll go, it can still be like that. That's a bit of a departure. Liu felt more and more that this system of his was somewhat uncomplicated. Since the system prompted that he could open up some Prime Ancient Emperor's secret collection quest through this person. That means this person is valuable to you. He's your destiny. In that case, he would just have to go easy on him later and make sure he didn't kill him. Liu looked at Yi Chou above him and was about to perform the rolling door jutsu on him. Come over here. Suddenly a clamor came from below the mountain, but it was that Zhou Dalong who rushed up with a group of mountain bandits. They came in force, looking like they were going to level this Taoist temple. You wait a moment, I have a little trouble here that needs to be solved first. Liu said to Yi Chou. Do you need my help? Yi Chou could also tell that the crowd rushing below should be a group of vicious mountain bandits, and the light of justice could not help but rise in his heart. It's fine, I can manage alone. Liu took another sip of tea and idly walked towards the door of the Taoist temple. By this time, the shouts of Zhou Dalong and the mountain bandits had already come from outside the door. Liu, come out for me. Knowing that it was his big brother who had brought the men, Zhou Erlang was so happy that he thought he was saved. However, when he saw that Liu had already walked out of the Taoist temple, he exchanged glances with the crowd, quietly put down the work in his hands, and crawled towards the entrance of the Taoist temple. When Liu walked out of the gate, the group of mountain bandits had already surrounded the door of the Taoist temple. The leader of the group, Zhou Dalong, after confirming that the person in front of him was Liu from the subordinate who came back to report the news, snapped, Kid, where are my second brother's people? Hurry up and let them go, I can spare you from death. Did you bring the silver? Liu clasped his hands on his chest and asked, without answering. It's always been me asking others for silver, no one has ever dared to ask me for silver. Zhou Dalong roared. He was furious this morning when he heard that subordinate come back and say that Liu wanted 5,000 taels of silver. You want 5,000 taels of silver? Why don't you go and rob it? Moreover, in his opinion, even if this kid's strength wasn't bad, he was only at the early stage of the Jindan realm at the end of the day. He himself was at the middle stage of the martial Dao golden body realm, so he was definitely more than enough to deal with this kid. That's why he's coming straight here today with hundreds of people to take revenge and tie back this cash cow in the process. Then it means you didn't bring it. In that case, you can go to hell. Liu clenched his fists, stomped his feet, and instantly rushed out. It was so fast that none of them even caught him. When Zhou Dalong reacted, he only felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a meteor. The powerful blow made him feel like his soul had been knocked out of his body. He even saw his own body, flying into the air. And then nothing. At the same time, that Erlang Zhou who had just climbed to the doorway and was about to call out to his big brother. Just in time to witness his big brother being punched into the sky by Liu. Instantly turned around and silently crawled back again, his whole body instantly drenched in cold sweat. Liu did not choose to use his sword to settle these mountain bandits. For one thing, these minions were not worthy of him drawing his sword. Secondly, they didn't want the blood and bodies of these guys to dirty the land in front of their Taoist temple. That's why it's simple and environmentally friendly to use your fists to directly shatter their internal organs. By the way, they could also send their corpses directly out of Mount Qingqiu, simply killing two birds with one stone. Boom 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 boom. One after another, the bandits, as if they were cannonballs, were blasted into the sky by Liu. It finally turned into a black dot and disappeared into the sky. Liu controlled his power with great precision, ensuring that while killing those mountain bandits, he was also able to make their trajectories. Flight trajectories, form a perfect parabola. It just flew out of the range of Qingqiu Mountain and landed precisely at the entrance of Shishui village, 5 miles away. At this time, the villagers were busy in the fields, when they saw one figure after another fall from the sky and fall on the roadside at the entrance of their village. The people of the village rushed to the entrance of the village in surprise, and when they took a closer look at the dress of those corpses, their eyes showed great joy. Yes, it's those bandits from Black Bear Mountain. These mountain bandits have finally been killed. Thank you, Immortal, for eradicating the bandits for us. My son's soul rests in peace. The crowd of villagers fell to their knees in excitement and bowed towards the mid-air. They have all suffered miserably from the persecution of the gathering of the righteous, not to mention being robbed of their possessions. Some of their families died at the hands of these bandits. Some of the daughters were taken by bandits and were never heard from. Today, I saw with my own eyes that these mountain bandits were beaten to death and died a miserable death. The hatred in their hearts was finally vented. On Qingqiu Mountain, he watched those mountain bandits being sent to the west one by Liu's fist. The corners of Yi Chou's eyes seemed to be partially epileptic, twitching incessantly. There was even a chill down his back. Fortunately, I just did not fight with him, or I am afraid that at this time, it is myself who flew to the west sky. Yi Chou had some fear in his heart. He had never known what fear was. His face was as usual, his breathing was calm, and there wasn't even a tiny bead of sweat on his forehead. It was as if all those bandits had just flown up into the sky by themselves. But just as he was about to count the loot from the party, there was a sudden flash of brilliance in his eyes, and his figure disappeared in place once again. When he reappeared, he had already come to the dark place of the dense forest on the side. "Oomph, there's even a leak," Liu said as he looked at the person whose figure was completely fused with the tree's shadow. Although he didn't know if this guy was in league with Zhou Dalang, but looking at his lewd and sneaky appearance, he knew that he was not a good person. This person is dressed as if it can be fused together with the ground invisible clothing, face wearing a mask cannot see the appearance. He was none other than the assassin sent by Zhu Xiaotian, and the one who made countless people scared Viper. This Viper had just gotten his orders and was going to strike at night. But because he saw that large group of mountain bandits going up the mountain aggressively, he also followed to see what was going on. After all, he had to make sure that Liu had to be dead, and that the heavenly spirit pill and the heavy bright bird had to be there. That's why Fong had been hiding in the shadows to observe the situation. As a top assassin, hiding one's breath and figure is basic. And he's the best in the assassin world at it. The various secret concealment techniques he practiced could even turn him into a stone with no breath, no heartbeat, and no body heat. Hide in place and remain motionless for days. Even if a Yuaning realm powerhouse passed through the neighborhood, they would definitely not be able to discover him. But how could he not have expected that the concealment technique he was so proud of would be easily recognized by Liu? This guy, it's horrible. Viper's sweaty hairs stood on end as a bone-chilling chill instantly rose. Out of instinct, he struck almost without hesitation. What he was best at was the art of drawing the sword to take someone's life instantly, as fast as lightning, killing them in one blow. But this time, before he could draw his sword, it was snatched by Liu. Meanwhile, a solid punch was landed to the chest. He was a martial arts body refiner, with a strong physical body comparable to a spiritual weapon. But despite this, under the power of Liu's punch, his sternum was directly shattered and his organs were shaken into mush. The top assassin of the Daxia dynasty, Viper, sudden. "This sword looks great," Liu said as he looked at the short sword in his hand that had a body as thin as a cicada's wing and was about 2 feet long. The sword emitted a faint halo of light, and it felt extraordinary as if it was breathing between sword chi gulps. Ding, successfully collected the cicada wing spirit sword. The system's voice rang out. At the same time, the progress of the Divine Soldier collection quest became 220. Sure enough, Liu was pleasantly surprised in his heart, not expecting to collect another divine weapon so easily. And just now that group of mountain bandits, there really isn't any decent magic treasure on their bodies, but he did search a lot of silver. Moreover, Liu planned to take Zhou Erlang to Black Bear Mountain and scavenge some more after he was busy with the repair of the Taoist temple. After Liu collected all the loot he had scavenged from the mountain bandits. Walking back to the Taoist temple once again, he saw Zhou Erlang and a group of bandits as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. The movements were clean and all more than twice as fast as before. "Everyone, work harder, even if we don't eat, drink or sleep today, we have to build the house, we can't let the Taoist master down," Zhou Erlang shouted impassionedly. Liu nodded with satisfaction. The children can be taught. "You? Yiqiu, right, want to spar with me, right?" Liu looked towards Yiqiu who was frozen in place. That? Yiqiu was a bit flustered, and for a moment he didn't know what he should do. Then, he must not even be able to catch a single move from other people, or maybe he would be directly beaten into a lifelong disability. No more than that, one's words are out, it's too humiliating to admit defeat now. But just at that moment, a loud shouting voice came from outside, senior brother, I'm back." Liu turned his head to look at the doorway of the Taoist temple, and saw Tang Qi rushing in with a gleeful, fluttering brow. This Tang Qi was actually 6 years older than Liu, but after all, he was a late entrant, and in terms of seniority Liu was definitely a senior. Senior brother, just now when I was going up the mountain, I saw so many people flying overhead, I don't know what big deal has happened in the West, that there are so many cultivators flying that way," Tang Qi said with an astonished expression. However, his eyes were drawn to the group of mountain bandits who were physically disabled and working hard. Master is really hiring a group of disabled people to work in order to save money. Alas, it's really a loss for his old man to think of it. Tang Qi shook his head inside. By the way, senior brother, on my way back I also recruited a new junior apprentice brother for our sect. Tang Qi pointed behind him with a smug face, the child who followed him in. This child looks like 7 or 8 years old, but his eyebrows are evil. Especially those eyes, which were completely devoid of childlike innocence and flawlessness, and instead were filled with grimness and cruelty. Li Yu's brows abruptly furrowed. This child is not right. He is definitely not an ordinary child. To be precise, he was not a child at all. Kid, the big sect you mentioned, is this the place? That child looked at this Taoist temple with 3 or 2 houses, and couldn't help but show disappointment in his eyes, saying in an old-fashioned tone. Hearing that child call himself a kid, Tang Chi didn't care. That's what he'd been called along the way, even though Dansha had tried to teach him how to address older people. But the kid obviously had little upbringing, and he didn't change his ways repeatedly, so he didn't bother anymore. After all, it was already a blessing to have someone willing to worship their sect, so where did they care about so much red tape? Right, don't look at our Taoist temple as not big, but hidden dragons and crouching tigers you will cultivate here in the future, guaranteed to have a bright future and a straight path to immortality. Tang Chi said boldly. Li Yu wanted to give this senior brother of his some credit for his thick skin. This eye-opening skill is simply the pinnacle of excellence, and I am truly ashamed of myself. But it was obvious that this senior brother of his had snubbed a guy he shouldn't have messed with today. Li Yu didn't say anything, pulling Tang Chi behind him as he gazed at the child. Sure enough, before Tang Chi's words fell, an extremely creepy sardonic smile surfaced at the corner of the child's mouth, and his eyes suddenly turned a bloodthirsty red. Then I'd like to see what kind of strong person you're hiding here. Tianshui Pavilion is too weak, more than 1,000 people can't even beat one of me, it's no fun, it's not fun at all. The child suddenly let out a creepy laugh, and his figure leapt into mid-air. A monstrous demonic aura surged out, like the dome of heaven pressing down, instantly enveloping the entire Taoist temple. The terrifying pressure caused those bandits in the Taoist temple to directly fall to the ground, unable to move. And Tang Chi also plopped down on his knees, his face full of fear and cold sweat. He never thought that his tongue trembling lotus flower, on the way to fool the little master, but it is a big devil. Chapter 10 He still human? Boom. The spirit beasts under Yi Chou's feet were also under the pressure of this demonic aura, like birds of prey, falling headfirst from mid-air and lying on the ground, unable to move. And although Yi Chou was barely supporting himself to still be able to stand. However, it felt as if it was being pressed by a huge mountain on his chest, unable to catch his breath or even lift his strength. At this time, he was really shocked inside, never expecting that he would run into the devil child who had overthrown the Heavenly Water Pavilion here. On his way here, when he was resting and drinking tea in Xingyang City, he heard the people around him talk about the destruction of the Heavenly Water Pavilion by the demon child. At the time, I was inwardly shocked, but also a little skeptical as to whether that news was true or not. However, at this time, he personally felt the pressure and aura emanating from this demonic child. Yi Chou truly believed that the Heavenly Water Pavilion was overthrown by him alone. He's, so scary. Though only childlike in appearance. But he was like a mountain dome that pressed against resistance. It was like a demon god descending to the world, making people tremble with fear and chills all over their bodies. In front of him he was like an ant, like a lonely boat in a stormy sea. Yi Chou was truly overwhelmed with despair and fear inside. He knew that he was afraid that his life would be in danger today as well. Although he knew that Li Yu was also very strong, this devil child was a monster that had overthrown the entire Heavenly Water Pavilion by himself. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Great Xia dynasty is his opponent, let alone that Li Yu who was only 17 years old. All of them must die today. However, at this moment, Li Yu also had a similar look of surprise on his face. But he wasn't surprised at how terrifying and powerful the demon child was. Instead, the system interface popped up in front of his eyes again. There was information written on it about this demon child. At the bottom, it labeled in big red letters, "Kill the demon child, you will receive 15 points of reputation value." It was only 3 points for him to behead Shi Baodian, and 1 point for him to get rid of the Gathering Hall bandits. And this demon child is surprisingly worth 15 reputation points. Holy, so this is a big boss. Li Yu instantly became serious. Plop. Under this monstrous pressure of demonic aura, Yi Chou was also finally unable to support himself and fell to his knees. He felt as if his body was going to be crushed into collapse, as if the very pressure was enough to crush him to death. And that Tang Chi and the group of mountain bandits could no longer withstand the pressure and directly fainted. In an instant, the only one left in the field was Li Yu, still standing still. The devil child looked at Li Yu in surprise, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Surprisingly, he could stand under his powerful pressure. This kid has some strength. Ha, I didn't expect that there would be a real surprise in this insignificant little Taoist temple. Kid, you're good, and I'm going to kill you. The devil child's smile became even more hideous. He liked to kill, but even more so, he liked to put to death strong people. The thrill of trampling an ant to death was definitely not the same as slaughtering a giant dragon. So seeing that Liu seemed to have some strength, the demon child was really incomparably excited. It felt like he could finally have some fun this time, slowly torturing this kid to death. Eating their flesh and drinking their blood, devouring their souls. The more the devil child thought about it, the more excited he became, and his laughter became more and more sharp and eerie, just like the demons of the 9 ghosts, creepy. Without a word, Liu drew his long sword behind him and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Accompanied by the sound of air exploding, Liu seemed to be carrying the power of the heavens and the earth as he covered and pressed down on the demonic child. The devil child's laughter came to an abrupt end, his face changed greatly, and his figure retreated sharply. A never-before-seen sense of death crisis arose. Although Liu did not release any mana or aura, it still brought him a palpitating sense of oppression. It made him actually fearful. It was something he had never felt before. Since birth, he had not experienced what it was to be afraid, what it was to be scared. It was always him who brought fear, death, destruction to others. However, just now, the moment Liu rushed in, he felt it. A fear that stems from instinct. This man, more powerful and terrifying than him. Boom! Liu swung his sword out, a flat and uninteresting sword, but it caused heaven and earth to tremble. That space was even directly torn out of a black crack, just like a black lightning, instantly swept towards the devil child. The devil child's bloodshot eyes opened roundly, the hairs on his body stood up, and a bone-chilling chill swept through his entire body. The shadow of death was like a giant hand in the sky, covering and pressing down. It made him suddenly realize how those he had brutally murdered felt. No, don't. He cried out in terror and tried to escape, but he was instantly enveloped by the sword's might, and the terrifying destructive power instantly tore apart the realm around him, tore apart his body, and tore apart the entire void. Rumble. That void was like a shattered mirror, collapsing apart, countless cracks spreading as the surrounding space began to collapse inwards, and a terrifying devouring force sucked in the demonic child that had been torn apart by the sword's might. The broken body of the demon child transformed into countless hideous ghostly shadows, screaming miserably and struggling to escape. But just then, a black bead and a small transparent sword were emerging from within the collapsed body of the demon child. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Liu instantly moved over and grabbed the black bead and the small transparent sword. Ding, successfully collected the heaven and earth wonders, demon spirit bead. Successfully collected the divine soldier, the heavenly water sword. The system's voice rang out. At the same time, the progress of collecting heaven and earth wonders became 110. The quest progress of the divine soldier collection became 320. Surprise appeared in Liu's eyes, he didn't expect that this boss had really popped out something good. You've gained 2 treasures at once for yourself. In the sky, that terrifying spatial devouring power sucked the demonic child's broken his body and demonic energy into the collapsed space and disappeared. Soon, the collapsed space quickly recovered, and when the void was restored to its original state, everything returned to calm. When the demon child died, the demonic energy dissipated and the pressure disappeared. That seems to be pressed by a big mountain Ichio done, when such as a relief, and like a drowning person climbed onto the shore, a breath finally gasped up. But his face was still filled with shock and fear. But this time, it was no longer because of that demonic child, but the Liu in front of him. That sword of Liu's just now had actually chopped the sky apart. That one man's demonic child who had overthrown the entire heavenly water pavilion was actually killed by him with a single stroke of his sword. Him. Is he still human? The shock within Yichio at this moment could no longer be described in words. At this moment, when he looked at Liu again, there was nothing but awe and admiration in his heart. Yichio had always been proud, and since he was a child with outstanding natural talent, he was high-minded and self-conscious. Never yet served anyone, much less worshipped them. In his opinion, anyone can surpass and anyone can be defeated if they try hard enough. However, at this moment, in the face of Liu, his pride collapsed and his self-confidence festered. Man's power seemed to be something he couldn't surpass no matter how hard he tried. He also finally understood why the Heavenly Dao Ranking had dropped extra rewards on Liu. Because Liu was not even on the same level as ordinary people like them. He was able to reach the subterranean dragon ranking only because he was similar to them in age. If there was a ranking about strength, he was afraid that he would likewise be number one. Looking at the Daxia dynasty, or even this world, I'm afraid that no one can compete with it. Chapter 11, I want to be your teacher. Ugh, I thought I was a king, but it still didn't last past my sword, no fun. Li Yu put away his long sword and said with some disappointment. Just now, looking at that devil child, I felt that it was simply a great devil who was the only one in heaven and on earth, and no one in the 8 wastelands could match him. The result was just as unbearable as that stone-broken sky. But it's good that 2 treasures popped out, which is a bit of a surprise. Senior brother, wake up. Li Yu patted Tang Chi. Tang Chi sat up in a daze, both eyes confused, followed by a hand pulling Li Yu's hand and said, Senior brother, I just had a horrible nightmare. I dreamt that I brought back a devil from outside and wanted to kill us. It's so scary. Well, you're sleepy and confused, this ground is cool, go back inside and sleep. Li Yu patted Tang Chi's shoulder and said. Apparently this Tang Chi was overly frightened and seemed to have lost some of his wits, so he probably needed to recuperate to recover. Oh, good. That Tang Chi nodded somewhat dully, then walked towards his residence. At this time, Yi Qiu was the one who suddenly walked over and kneeled on the ground with a plop, scaring Li Yu. When he was being surprised, he saw Yi Qiu arching his hand and clasping his fist, and said with a serious face, Please take me as a disciple, Daoist Li. Yi Qiu wanted to worship Li Yu from the bottom of his heart. Although Li Yu was still a year younger than him, the strongest in the martial arts were honored. Li Yu's strength just now was more than enough to be his father's master, not to mention being his master. Moreover, from the battle just now, it was clear that Li Yu was not a cultivator, but more like a martial arts body refiner. It's still the kind of being that ascends to the top. If he could receive guidance from Li Yu, perhaps he could become a strong person like him in the future. Li Yu was a bit confused, although he did have plans to lure this Yi Qiu to his sect earlier. After all, he was at least the 4th-ranked Junjie on the Heavenly Dao Ranking, his natural talent should be considered excellent. The system requires that 1,000 disciples be recruited, with 10 of them having outstanding natural talent. This Yi Qiu should be able to meet the system's requirements. But Li Yu didn't expect that while he wanted him to be his senior, he wanted him to be his master. You and I are of similar age, it's not right to worship me as a teacher. Li Yu laughed, although he wanted Yi Qiu to join their sect, but it was better to forget about worshipping himself as a teacher. The martial way has always honored strength. Age is nothing. Yi Qiu's words were resounding and his gaze was firm. I can understand your feelings, it's just that there's nothing I can teach you. If you want to worship a teacher, worship my father, he taught me all these skills too. Li Yu flirted in a serious manner. He hadn't been lying in the first half of his sentence, he really didn't have much he could teach Yi Qiu. On the contrary, his own old man still had something in his stomach. Though his old man hadn't taught a single decent disciple in the last decade or so. But according to him, it was because this group of disciples were foolishly qualified, and were simply unable to comprehend and cultivate the Gong methods he had imparted. Yi Qiu pondered briefly and thought that it was reasonable. If this Li Yu could be so strong, then his father must be a hermit and a high-ranking person as well. It would be good to worship him and become master and brother with Li Yu. Alright, then please ask master where his old man is, I'll perform the salute of worship. Yi Qiu directly changed his words, and really didn't treat himself as an outsider. My father, he's gone out to travel in the clouds, I guess he'll be back soon, but I have to tell you in advance, senior brother, there's a rule in our sect that you have to pay tuition fees to worship a master. Li Yu said. Seeing that this Yi Qiu had taken such initiative, there was no reason not to slaughter him. Moreover, looking at the way he was dressed and the flying spirit beast mount, it was clear that his family was well off at first glance. I understand, how much is the tuition? Yi Qiu asked. That depends on how much sincerity you have. Anyway, that senior brother Tang just now paid 100 taels of silver at that time, and his cultivation level is now at the late stage of the qi refining realm. Li Yu had a touch of cunning at the corner of his mouth. I understand, please don't worry, senior brother, I promise to satisfy you, to satisfy master. Yi Qiu was also a smart person and naturally knew what Li Yu meant by his words. By the way, if any of your relatives or friends also want to worship our sect, they can be introduced together. If you bring one with you, you both get a 10% discount on tuition. One band, 2, and all 3 receive a 20% discount on tuition. One band of 3, enjoy a 30% discount, one band of 4 enjoy a 60% discount, and so on, up to a maximum of 30% discount. Li Yu added. As the saying goes, everything can be spelled, and recruiting disciples is no exception. The corner of Yi Qiu's mouth twitched. If he hadn't just seen Li Yu's terrifying strength with his own eyes, he would definitely think that this was a sect that cheated money now. Cough cough, senior brother will do his best to publicize our sect, Yi Qiu said with an arch. Li Yu nodded. Right, our sect has changed its name, from now on it will be called. Li Yu slightly pondered. This matter cannot wait for the old man to come back. He first set this matter by himself. His old man's name was Li Qingyun, so why not just call it Qingyun Sect? Qingyun Sect, Li Yu said word for word. Green Cloud Sect, good, this name is good. Yi Qiu nodded. Compared to the previous name of the sect that sounded unimpressive at first glance, Qingyun Sect sounded much more grandiose. At night, in the Zhu family residence, inside the Ask the Immortal Pavilion, Zhu Xiaotian was standing at the topmost stargazing platform, looking at the sky full of stars. Suddenly, a star fell into deep space, and the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. Counting the time, Viper should have made his move by this time. The trouble with his own heart is finally going to be gotten rid of. He turned his head to the east and looked at the even more dazzling Heavenly Dao list in the night, waiting for Li Yu's name to completely disappear from the top of that list. Not long after, a silhouette suddenly surfaced behind him, and it was none other than 7 Steps. Young Lord. Zhu Xiaotian turned around with a face full of anticipation and was about to inquire about the results when he heard 7 Steps say, Young Master. Viper has failed. What? Failure, how is that possible? The smile that had just surfaced at the corner of Zhu Xiaotian's mouth instantly turned into shock and disappointment. When Viper's body was found, it was with the corpses of a group of mountain bandits, and it was said that those corpses had all flown to the entrance of Shishui village from a distance. Viper, like those mountain bandits, was killed by an extremely terrifying force that shook him to death. His sternum, internal organs, and meridians were all shattered, killing him with a single blow. 7 Steps' low voice was like a death knell. Every word struck hard in Zhu Xiaotian's mind, and the buzzing sound kept echoing. 1 strike kills. Zhu Xiaotian's face was filled with shock. The Viper was a top martial arts powerhouse, with a fleshly body comparable to a spiritual weapon, and a single strike shattered all of its meridians and bones. How terrifying the power of the man who killed him would be. And Viper never misses a beat, so how come this time his tracks were compromised? It was also thrown together with the bodies of a group of mountain bandits. Strange, so strange. Could it be that there was a supreme expert hidden in that district's unimpressive little sect? Naturally, Zhu Xiaotian couldn't imagine that the Viper was killed by Li Yu. Chapter 12. 2 great sects come to the door. Does Viper's sword still have it on him? Zhu Xiaotian asked again. That cicada wing sword was a top-grade spirit sword, a divine weapon that ranked 13th on the divine weapon list of the Great Xia dynasty in the previous life. His sword was gone when we found Viper's body. Zhu Xiaotian's face was gloomy to the extreme. This time there were really heavy losses. Viper died and the spirit sword was robbed. Young Lord, do you need me to do it myself? 7 Steps asked in a low voice. Zhu Xiaotian was silent for a little while and shook his head. Wait a moment first, I have another plan. Zhu Xiaotian knew very well that nowadays, the people from the major powers should be close to finding Li Yu's whereabouts as well, and it was estimated that tomorrow the major powers would be boarding the door, and would also send people to keep a secret eye on Li Yu. He had already missed the best time, and since Viper had already alerted the snakes, I was afraid that it would be even harder to kill Li Yu again. It might even expose him. He didn't want to get himself in trouble. As a born-again person, one should be the big man behind the curtain and be more composed. I was too impulsive before. He was definitely not the only one in this world who wanted Li Yu dead. Why not wait for the good news yourself? And it's far safer to kill someone with a borrowed knife than to do it yourself. Hearing Zhu Xiaotian's words, 7 Steps secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although as an assassin he was determined to die, out of instinct, no one would really want to die. Even Viper failed. If Zhu Xiaotian really sent him, I'm afraid that he will also have no return. Nan'an City, inside the East Palace. So it's in Luoshui town in Qingzhou. Morong Xingqiao was overjoyed when he saw the news that his subordinates had sent back. Spinning around, he immediately called for Xiao Bao Wu Chang. Immediately send someone to Tai Fu's residence to tell the others that they have found it, and depart with me at dawn tomorrow. Morong Xingqiao said. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chang arched his hand. Almost at the same time, Morong Taisheng, the 3rd prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and Morong Zhangnan, the 5th prince, as well as the Pingnan King's Yi family, the Jinbei King's Luo family, and other major vassal forces, all of them received news about Li Yu's whereabouts one after another. However, at this time, Li Yu was in the cottage of the Black Bear Mountain Gathering Hall. One man cleared out all the remaining bandits in the cottage. A lot of gold and silver were recovered from the cottage. He also saved the folk girls and young women and laborers who had been taken by the mountain bandits. As for Zhou Erlang and the others, they were similarly punched by Li Yu one by one and sent off to reunite with Zhou Dalong and the others. After all, Tang Qi had already returned. Leaving those bandits in the Taoist temple would inevitably lead to long nights. It's likely to also threaten Tang Qi's life. Now with the money scavenged from the bandits here, he could hire normal craftsmen to expand the Taoist temple. After all, there were specialties in the arts, and the work done by these bandits was just too rough. One night without words. The first rays of the morning sunlight sprinkled the earth on the official road leading to Luoshui town. More than 10 disciples of the Yuqing Dao sect were asking the passers-by about the news of that big sect. "Hello, old man, I want to ask you something." A man with clear eyebrows and a cool color stopped an old man who was picking 2 baskets of vegetables. This man was none other than the 5th in the potential dragon ranking and the first heavenly pride of the Jade Clear Dao sect, Lin Chen. Yesterday, Elder Hu and the others had narrowed down the range of where Li Yu was to the vicinity of Luoshui town after poking around. That's why early this morning, Elder Hu led the group and split up in the villages around Luoshui town to continue inquiring about Li Yu's whereabouts. As for Lin Chen, he had just come over to join Elder Hu and the others this morning. He wanted to see what kind of person this Li Yu was. In fact, as the number 1 heavenly pride of the Jade Clear Dao sect nowadays, he was also the most valued disciple. Lin Chen definitely didn't have any good feelings towards Li Yu inside. And a little jealous, to be precise. Especially since the patriarch intended to take Li Yu under his tutelage. He was very upset inside. If this fellow was recruited into their Jade Clear Daoist sect, then his own status would definitely plummet. The future first genius of the clan is that Li Yu. It was feared that a lot of cultivation resources and attention would be poured into him as well. He himself will only be reduced to a green leaf then. So in his mind, he hated that he could never find Li Yu. "Daoist, please speak," the old man said in a pleasant manner. "Have you ever heard of that being a great family sect?" Lin Chen asked. "Which sect?" The old man looked at Lin Chen with a surprised expression. "That's a big family sect," Lin Chen said. "Yes, which sect?" the old man asked again. "That's a big family clan. Elderly. The name of that sect is That's the Big House." That old man seemed to be looking at a little cutie. Looked at Lin Chen as if he were a little cutie, then shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Lin Chen cursed, "That's a big family sect," in his heart. But right at this moment, a senior brother suddenly flew in from the distance and shouted excitedly, "Elder Hu, I've inquired, it's on Qingqiu Mountain, more than 10 miles west of Luoshui town." "Great!" Elder Hu was overjoyed and immediately led the crowd towards Mount Qingqiu. However, without flying far, Elder Hu saw a group of people flying from another direction. It was the crowd from the Tai Dome Dao sect. And the person at the head was the last person he wanted to see, Jia Qinglin. "Damn it, this old kid is here too." Elder Hu's brows abruptly furrowed. He didn't need to think about it to know that the Tai Vault Daoist sect must have come to find Li Yu as well. And looking at the direction they were flying in, it was obviously Mount Qingqiu as well. Almost simultaneously, that Jia Qinglin also saw the crowd of the Jade Clear Daoist sect. Jia Qinglin didn't say anything, and directly turned on the big mad dash. His body directly transformed into a stream of light, and sped towards the direction of Qingqiu Mountain at the fastest speed, leaving that group of disciples that followed directly behind. "Humph, want to compete with me for speed?" Elder Hu snorted coldly, "Watch my running thunder technique." Elder Hu was not willing to show weakness, and similarly opened wide, his figure directly transforming into a thunderbolt as he chased after him. Only the disciples of the two sects were left behind, staring at each other with a crying and laughing face. In fact, they've seen it all before. This Elder Hu and Elder Jia, the one was an elder of the Jade Clear Dao sect and the other was an elder of the Great Vault Dao sect. But every time we meet, it's like a tit for tat. The two don't have any deep grudges and are said to be from the same hometown. However, the two have enjoyed competing since childhood, fighting over the highs and the lows. It's a handful of years old now, and it's still the same. Every time we run into each other, we can't help but get into arguments and sometimes even fights. "I'm sure I'll get there before you, Jia." That's not necessarily true. The two of them, Elder Hu and Elder Jia, could be said to have taken out their own skills and played with their lives as they ran wildly towards Qingqiu Mountain. Without much effort, the two of them had already flown to Qingqiu Mountain and rushed into the Taoist temple. But at this time, Li Yu was sleeping in his room, and Tang Qi was the only one in the courtyard who was practicing in the morning. In terms of cultivation, Tang Qi was definitely much more diligent than Li Yu. Li Yu, where is Li Yu? Just after rushing into the Taoist temple, Elder Hu shouted and shouted. That Elder Jia followed suit and shouted. The two of them competed for speed all the way, their tired old faces red. Plus they were fighting each other, gritting their teeth, their eyes murderous. It doesn't look like they're here to recruit talent, but rather to seek revenge. It really almost scared the piss out of Tang Qi. I just went through the demon child thing yesterday, and I'm still coming out of the shadows. Chapter 13, Li Yu's Choice Seeking Favorites, Seeking Tickets. I wonder what the two seniors are looking for my senior brother for? Tang Qi asked with a nervous expression. At this time, Li Yu was also awakened by the shouts of these two elders. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out from his room. Who's looking for me? Li Yu asked with a yawn. You are Li Yu, I am Hu Dongshan, an elder of the Yuqing Dao Sect, and I have come here today. Can you have a first come first served? I arrived first, I should be the one to make the introduction first. Elder Jia yelled indignantly as he pulled Elder Hu back. What do you mean you arrived first? It was clearly me who arrived first. Elder Hu said unconvincingly. Are you kidding me? I'm that much faster than you, okay? You old boy is still so unreasonable. Who's being unreasonable? It was clearly our Tai Vault Taoist sect that found Li Yu's location first, and you shamelessly followed me here. Elder Jia roared. You really know how to joke. My Yuqing Dao Sect's crowd came to Luoshui town yesterday, it was clearly you who followed after. Elder Hu was also unconvinced, his voice got louder. Alright, since you're being unreasonable, let's go by the old rules, the match will be divided into high and low, whoever wins will be counted as whoever arrives first. Just compare, I'm afraid of you. Looking at the two old men arguing, Li Yu was dumbfounded and looked at Tang Qi and asked, what are they arguing about here? No idea. Didn't get it. Tang Qi was also confused. Seeing that those two old men with gray hair, who together were estimated to be several hundred years old, were about to have a big fight. Li Yu hurriedly rushed up and shouted, the two grandfathers, it's the two seniors, can you guys calm down? If you really want to fight, can you please go somewhere else? This Taoist temple of mine was just repaired yesterday. These two people's cultivation level was not low at first glance. If this were to really fight here, one move would be able to flatten the entire Taoist temple. Alright, let's go out and compete, don't injure these two little dolls by mistake here. I think you're afraid of losing face in front of others. Cut the crap, it's not certain who will lose face later. Elder Hu and Elder Jia were about to fly out of the Taoist temple and find a deserted place to compete. But right at this moment, all the disciples from the Jade Clear Dao Sect and the Tai Vault Dao Sect also flew over. The disciples of the two sects were almost more than 30 people, all of them were handsome men and beautiful women, with flying swords and flying treasures on their feet, and an untainted Taoist robe dancing gently with the wind, which was quite a bit of the atmosphere of the immortal Taoist sect. Elder! Two disciples from the sect rushed forward and pulled their own elder. Elder, since both of our sects are here, let Li Yu make his own choice. After all, our Yuqing Dao sect is the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty, there's no doubt about that, we're still afraid of losing to the Taichung Dao sect. A knowledgeable female disciple came forward and persuaded. Yes, Elder, don't be so familiar with them. Another older disciple also persuaded. Hu Dongshan snorted coldly, but in his heart, he also calmed down, knowing that the disciples had a point. And over there, Elder Jia also calmed down under the comfort of his disciples. After all, business is important, and in the coming days, he will ironically have to teach this Hu Dongshan a good lesson. Senior brother, they're not here because of that devil child, are they? When Tang Qi saw the crowds of the two great sects coming together, the only possibility that came to mind was that demonic child. Did they come to catch the demon child? No, you stay on the sidelines and don't say anything. However, when he saw the two elders flying back into the Taoist temple again with a group of disciples, Li Yu walked up to them. He knew that these people should have also come because of that subterranean dragon ranking thing. As the crowd settled down in the courtyard, the gazes of the disciples of the two major sects converged on Li Yu. They were also all very curious as to what kind of person this genius at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking was. However, Li Yu's posture was straight, and although his hair was slightly disheveled because he had just woken up from a nap, he still couldn't hide his clear, handsome, and outstanding appearance. Coupled with the fact that he is now only 17 years old, although there is a slight hint of childishness, but it is more to give people a feeling of vigor. A simple and unadorned Taoist robe was worn on him, and it also had a bit of a transcendent and dusty aura. Judging from the looks and temperament alone, it was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. The eyes of some female disciples looking at Li Yu were already glowing. Although there was no shortage of handsome men within their clan, people were subject to aesthetic fatigue, and freshness was always the most moving. How else could life be like that? Seeing that those two old men stopped fighting, they flew back again with a calm heart. Li Yu arched his hand. The visitor was a guest, so he still had to treat him with courtesy. Little friend Li Yu, you have good talent. Are you willing to join my Yuqing Dao sect? Elder who was the first to speak. My Tai Vault Taoist patriarch intends to accept you as a personal disciple. Elder Jia immediately grabbed the opportunity to say. The same goes for our patriarch. Elder who glared at Elder Jia and hurriedly said. Sure enough. Li Yu had just guessed the purpose of their trip as well, and it should be to pull themselves together. At this moment, that Lin Chen had a gloomy face, his gaze coldly staring at Li Yu. Although in his heart, he couldn't wait for Li Yu to refuse to join the Jade Clear Dao sect or choose to join the Tai Vault Dao sect. But he knew it in his heart. Li Yu must be happy in his heart at this moment. The two major sects came to compete for him, and the two major sect masters scrambled to accept him as a personal disciple. What an honor this is! It's something how many people have been begging for. I guess I can wake up laughing in my dreams at this good thing. Moreover, the overall strength and heritage of the Jade Clear Dao sect was slightly better than the Tai Vault Dao sect. So the odds were that he would choose the Jade Clear Daoist sect. Not only him, the crowd of disciples from the two surrounding sects were also quite envious of Li Yu in their hearts. I can't wait to replace Li Yu. This start is the sovereign's own disciple. Where people start is where they can't hope to finish. Alas, it is true that people are more than they are. However, just when the crowd thought that Li Yu would be ecstatic. However, he looked as normal, without any trace of surprise, and arched his hand at the two elders, saying in a bland voice, Thank you for the appreciation of the two seniors, and thank you for the love of your sect master, but I won't be leaving our sect. Li Yu's words caused everyone present to freeze. Elder Hu and Elder Jia also gave each other a rare glance, confirming their eyes to make sure they hadn't heard wrong. Those disciples in the surroundings were even more astonished with their eyes wide open. Didn't you hear right? He refused, surprisingly. He's not sick in the head. And after a brief moment of stupefaction, joy instantly appeared in Lin Chan's eyes. He refused, he actually refused. Little friend Li Yu, you are a heavenly genius, it's a pity to stay in this small sect, join us in the Yuqing Dao sect, you can obtain more cultivation resources and have a broader future in the future. Moreover, now that you have ascended to the top of the list and have been rewarded with the Heaven's Path list, you are in a very dangerous situation. The Devil's sect and people with evil intentions may threaten your safety. Worshipping my Jade Clear Dao sect can protect you before you get your wings full. Elder Hu said in a serious tone. What he said was indeed true and from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't realize that Li Yu didn't need anyone to protect him. That's right, the Devil's sect has been very restless lately, and my righteous disciples have been repeatedly killed and kidnapped. Moreover, nowadays, demons are rampant in this world, and there are even devil children coming out of the world. This world is afraid that it is going to be shaken by the wind and rain again, and the people are going to be devastated. Before this kind of cataclysmic disaster, why don't you join our Tai Vault Daoist sect, to have at least one more point of guarantee for your survival? Elder Jia was also trying his best to persuade. Chapter 14 A new faithful man appears. Thank you seniors for your concern, and the two elders should not be persuaded any further. Although our sect is a bit small, it was founded by my father, and I am determined to carry our sect forward, and this is my ambition that cannot be shaken. Li Yu said with a firm attitude. Elder Hu and Elder Jia were obviously somewhat helpless, sighing and shaking their heads. And the disciples of the two factions were also talking, they actually didn't expect it. This Li Yu had actually rejected the two great sects' gracious invitations so resolutely. You know how many people have been begging for this opportunity. Directly becoming the sovereign's personal disciple, the future is definitely a smooth and straight path to immortality. But he refused, which was a stupid decision in their opinion. Even if you do have outstanding natural talent, resources are always the most important in both martial arts and cultivation. Even if the talent was good, without subsequent strong resource support, I'm afraid it would be difficult to achieve too much in the future. However, Li Yu's words had more or less given rise to a trace of admiration in the hearts of some people. Aspire to grow your sect. The kid does have a lot of ambition, but is too young and naive to experience the beatings of society. Completely unaware that their dreams might just be dreams. Today he gave up such a good opportunity, and he will certainly regret it in the future. And whether he can wait until the future is pretty much that said. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, not to mention the fact that he is now carrying the most precious treasure. As the two elders said, this world is very unpeaceful today. Without the shelter of a large sect, it would be difficult for him to survive. However, when they thought of that demon child, they couldn't help but be scared again in their hearts. This guy disappeared without a trace after destroying the Heavenly Water Pavilion. I wonder if they'll go and attack their clan. Even the Heavenly Water Pavilion was instantly destroyed, so I'm afraid their clan wouldn't last long. They were now even afraid that when they returned to the clan again, whether or not the place had already been overrun by demon children. Although they had asked for help from the Qingshu Holy Land in the Tao state of China. But water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near. Moreover, the strength of the demonic child was unpredictable, and who knew if the people of the Clear Void Holy Land could cope with it. Little friend, don't be in a hurry to refuse. You think about it, my Jade Clear Dao sect welcomes you at any time. The same goes for my Tai Vault Taoist sect. As long as you are willing to come, we will definitely give you the best training. The two elders had not died yet. After all, the benefits of accepting Li Yu were just too many. Li Yu didn't say anything else but arched his hand. His meaning was already very clear. Right at this moment, there was another large group of people in the distance, like a dark cloud pressing down on them, coming in great numbers. There were chariots pulled by flying spirit beasts and flying boats that traveled in the air, and the battle was very large. The crowd looked curiously, but they saw the hunting flags on the carriage and the flying boat. However, he recognized that this visitor was none other than the Morong family, the royal family of the Grand Xia dynasty, as well as the Pingnan King's Yi family, the Jinbei King's Luo family, the Qi King's Wei family, and other major vassal forces. Those of them hadn't even reached Luoshui town before they met on the way. But that was to be expected from the crowd. After all, everyone had been looking for Li Yu for the past 2 days, and the difference in the speed at which this information was acquired couldn't have been too much worse. With the arrival of the crowds from all the great clans, this Taoist temple instantly became crowded. Tang Qi, who was on the side, was completely stunned. What's going on here? What had happened in the last few days since he had come home to visit his family? First, the two major sects wanted to recruit their senior brother under their doors. Even the royal relatives are here now. Had his own senior brother saved the world? At this time, Li Yu was calm. But looking at this group of princes and dignitaries, their hearts were playing as if they were in the right place. Hey, it's going to be a lively day, Li Yusin said. Arriving in the Taoist temple, Morong Xingqiao's curious gaze immediately locked onto Li Yu. But seeing his appearance and temperament, he couldn't help but feel a light in his eyes. This hidden heavenly pride who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking really did not let him down, outstanding and extraordinary in temperament. At the same time, the young sons of all the big families did the same. Luo Yi of the Luo family, who was ranked 16th on the subterranean dragon ranking, Wei He of the Wei family, who was ranked 13th on the former subterranean dragon ranking, Yi Kaidai of the Yi family, and other young children. All of them looked at Li Yu curiously. Being of the same young generation, they were naturally all curious about this Li Yu who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. He wanted to see what kind of god was able to suppress Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family and become the number 1 in the subterranean dragon ranking. This look is indeed remarkable. The first one to step forward was naturally Morong Xingqiao, who was the crown prince. Although the third prince Morong Taisheng, the fifth prince Morong Zhangnan, the heart of the struggle for the throne is clear. It is also well known that they are fighting with each other. However, Taifushan Xiaoming was right behind Morong Xingqiao, and there were also elders and young masters from all the major vassal families. So outsiders couldn't even tell that she was actually a daughter. And at the very bottom of that information introduction, there was the same row of large red letters suggesting that passing this person would open the Xian Bird Palace quest. Looks like another person with a destiny, Li Yusin said. Although his mind was filled with thoughts, the look on Li Yu's face was extremely natural. Morong Xingqiao invited Li Yu to become his protege in a sincere manner and promised Li Yu very favorable treatment. Li Yu, on the other hand, only politely thanked Morong Xingqiao for his favor, but did not give a direct reply. At that moment, the other two emperors also came forward, similarly offering even more called lucrative deals, wanting to compete for Li Yu. And the major vassal families didn't give up either, similarly taking out money and status beyond what they had originally planned and promising it to Li Yu. Trying to enlist Li Yu to join their family or become their family's protege. Hearing the treatment and conditions offered by the various forces of the Great Xiao dynasty, Lin Chen on the side, as well as the disciples of the two major sects, were truly envious in their hearts. Lin Chen, in particular, was on the verge of losing his mind. In the Jade Clear Dao sect he was the absolute heavenly pride, the most dazzling existence. It has instilled in him a pride of being the only one in the world. Yet people are afraid of comparisons, and a comparison with Li Yu. One seems to be worthy of nothing more than being green. How wonderful it would be if one could be fought over by so many princes and dignitaries. Third uncle, you won't be able to compare to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the two imperial princes with this. Seeing her third uncle taking out a moderate treatment like everyone else and recruiting Li Yu to be a disciple of the Pingnan King's residence, Yi Kaidai said with a smile. There's no way, do your best. Yi Katie's third uncle, Yi Wanxiong, said in a deep voice. Seeing that the Crown Prince and the Imperial Prince and the others had also come, Ivanhoe already felt that there was little hope. Hearing Yi Wanxiong's words, Yi Katie's bright eyes flowed, not knowing what she was thinking. After all the forces had made their conditions and sincerity. After a brief pause, Li Yu said, I am grateful for your love, but I, only want to live a life of idleness, so I may have disappointed you all. Li Yu also knew that being a disciple was different from becoming a sect disciple. Becoming someone's protege is equivalent to working for someone in a previous life. You pay my salary and benefits, I create value for you, and it's more like an employment relationship with each other. But living a new life, Li Yu said that working is impossible to work, and he will never work in this life. So decisively declined everyone's invitations. Chapter 15, How Can I Not Slaughter a Wave? Hearing Li Yu's words, everyone was filled with surprise, never expecting Li Yu to reject everyone in the end. But, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Li Mao has the opportunity to be your guest some other day. I don't know if the Crown Prince is welcome. Li Yu said with a smile. Since he was his own karmic person, it was natural that his treatment couldn't be the same as the others. Although she can't be her doorkeeper, being her boyfriend, or a male friend can still be considered. What's more, she had an extraordinary status, so there was no chance that she could take advantage of her light and go around the royal collection. It is said that the royal collection has a lot of good stuff in it. It might be possible to collect some precious Gongfu secrets. Well, all in all, this Morong Xingxiao is useful to himself. Of course you are welcome, the door of my eastern palace is always open for Daoist Li. Morong Xingxiao revealed a hint of surprise. With Li Yu's words, it meant there was still hope. It seems he didn't want to offend the others in public, so he chose to slow down. This Li Yu is quite shrewd. However, Li Yu's words caused a trace of coldness to flash through the eyes of Morong Taisheng and Morong Zhengnan on the side. This son is changing his mind and choosing to stand in the Crown Prince's camp, so he can no longer stay. In a few days, when I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll pay a visit to your highness. Li Yu said with a smile. Little friend Li Yu, I have one more thing to ask. I wonder if you can let us admire that heavy bright bird. Elder who suddenly spoke. It's a shame that this line didn't manage to recruit Li Yu to its ranks. But if you are lucky enough to have a look at that sacred bird, the Chongming bird, it would be a worthwhile trip. Yes, we've never seen this divine bird before. I wonder if we'll have the honor of letting us see it today. That's right, Daoist Li, let us take a look at the legendary divine bird. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Obviously everyone was curious about that legendary god bird, the Chongming bird. Even noble as the Crown Prince Morong Xingxiao, as well as those two emperors were filled with anticipation. After all, none of them had ever seen a divine bird either, they had only learned about this powerful divine bird in some ancient books and legends. That truthfully, that heavy bright bird was eaten by me. Li Yu scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. What? The people present almost stared in unison, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. He actually ate the god bird. I didn't know at the time that it was a divine bird rewarded by the Heavenly Dao Ranking. I thought it was a pheasant, so I stewed it. The reason why Li Yu told the crowd truthfully. It's also a desire to break some people's minds. After all, compared to the heavenly spirit pill, that divine bird was more tempting. It will surely be missed in the future. So let them know that the sacred bird has been eaten. But their feelings are understandable. The Chongming bird is powerful enough to suppress demons. Even if this divine bird didn't fall in Well, it's fine to want it, but I'm not selling it, Li Yu said with a smile. The moment his words left his mouth, it was the crowd that froze. Followed by looking at Li Yu with a face full of displeasure. Are you kid playing us here? However, I heard Li Yu say again, but you can gamble with me, each family can send one person out to compete with me, as long as you can take out something of equal value to place a bet. If I lose, you guys take the Heavenly Spirit Pill, I won't take a penny. If I win, your bets go to me. When these people first arrived, Li Yu had already made up his mind. Can't let them come here for nothing. So many leaks take the initiative to send to the door, there is no reason not to ruthlessly slaughter a wave. He himself was lacking everything right now, pills, spirit stones, techniques, and weapons. Chapter 16, This Yu is a bit arrogant. As soon as Li Yu's words left his mouth, the crowd was in an uproar again. A betting match? Is this kid serious? Although he was ranked number 1 on the Subterranean Dragon ranking, that only meant that he was ranked number 1 in terms of strength among young people under the age of 30. In everyone's opinion, even if Li Yu's talent was even more demonic, at his age, he would only be at the Jindan realm or the early stage of the Golden Body realm. However, many of the people present at this moment were far superior to him in terms of cultivation and strength. If he gambled with all the forces like this, wouldn't it be tantamount to giving away the Heavenly Spirit Pill for nothing? Is little friend Li Yu serious? Elder Hu asked with some surprise. To be honest, he was also very interested in the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Of course, all of you may be willing to give it a try. The Heavenly Spirit Pill is right here, whoever can take it from my hand, it's theirs. Li Yu directly took out the Heavenly Spirit Pill and cupped it in his hand. Looking at the warm, jade-like, crystal-clear Heavenly Spirit Pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance and spiritual power, the gazes of the crowd instantly lit up, and they were truly mesmerized. Can there be a cultivation realm restriction? It's hard to believe that all of us present can. Luo Guxian, the young master of the Luo family, asked. Li Yu pondered briefly. Although he alone was enough to hang everyone present, he decided to keep a low profile so as not to be hated too much. So after thinking for a little while, he said, anyone below the Yuaning realm or the transcendent realm is fine. However, his words, which were hidden and understated, caused the crowd to stir again. Anyone below the Yuaning realm or transcendent realm is allowed. This kid is so crazy. It's true that they came out of a small sect, frogs in the bottom of the well, not seeing any knowledge, thinking that they're invincible just because they've ascended to the number 1 position on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. A flash of contempt also surfaced on Lin Chen's face. He admitted that Li Yu's natural talent was definitely very good, and he was afraid that everyone present was inferior to him. But even so, this was not the capital for his arrogance. Gambling competitions weren't purely about talent or cultivation level. Even if they were to compete with someone of the same cultivation realm, they might not have a 100% chance of winning. There were many factors that determined victory or defeat in a match, other than the cultivation realm. The grade of the avatar martial skill practiced, as well as the degree of personal comprehension and mastery of the avatar martial skill. Combat awareness, combat experience, and even the weapons and magic treasures used and so on. Many factors will determine the level of one's strength and the winner of the bout. Even if Li Yu's cultivation realm had reached the peak of the Golden Body realm, that didn't mean that he was invincible under the Yuaning realm. With so many people present, those older than him with more combat experience abounded. What qualifications does he have to dare to say that about anything below the Yuaning realm? What's more, whether he could reach such a high cultivation realm was still another story. So in his opinion, this Li Yu is just bloated. Otherwise, you're in over your head. That's right, youthfulness is understandable, but arrogance is his fault. It seems that we need to educate him properly, lest he is so self-righteous that when he steps into the Jianghu in the future, he might lose his life. An older Yuqing Dao Sect cultivator next to him said. That's right, even with my cultivation at the peak of the Jindan realm, I wouldn't dare to say anything below the Yuanin realm. This kid is just too arrogant. He's afraid that this Heavenly Spirit Pill will be given away for nothing. Can't figure out what he's doing, directly giving it away and still earning personal favors, engaging in some kind of gambling fight, and in the end, he might lose the Celestial Spirit Pill and also lose his face. I really want to go up and teach him how to behave. The crowd murmured, each one rubbing their fists and leaping to their feet. In their opinion, this Li Yu was only 17 years old. Even if his talent was no matter how demonic it was, there was no way he could have reached the Yuaning realm or the Transcendent realm. So this direct choice of his to call out, under the Yuaning realm was simply arrogant. Third uncle, can you tell what realm this Li Yu is in? Kai-dai stared at Liu with big eyes full of surprise. I can't tell, there's no spiritual power fluctuation on his body, he should be a martial arts body refiner, but even if he's got a demonic talent, he'll only be at the golden body realm at the end of the day. Ivanhoe said. Then if he still dares to do this, wouldn't he be giving away the heavenly spirit pill for nothing? Katie's eyebrows knitted slightly, filled with disbelief. Humph, whatever, this heavenly spirit pill is good for nothing. Pure fan, go and meet him. My family can offer 2,000 spirit stones, plus 2 spirit medicines, the purple phoenix grass and the Dan blood flower, as well as a bottle of Qing Yuan Dan. Wanxiang said. Yes, my lord. A man with a stalwart face arched his hand and said. He was at the late stage of the golden body realm, experienced in battle, and not too old, so sending him on wasn't bullying that Liu. At the same time, the Luo family, Wei family, and other family powers had also arranged for people to prepare to compete with Liu. Basically, they were all in the Jindan realm or in the middle or later stages of the golden body realm. Although they also felt that this Liu was indeed a bit arrogant, getting this betting match and calling out everyone under the Yuaning realm and transcendent realm was completely asking for trouble. But they would not be merciful, the heavenly elixir was a supreme treasure, so it was a waste to not want it. Luo Guxian, offer a 500-year-old spiritual ginseng, plus 2,000 spirit stones and a foundation building pill. Luo Guxian, the young master of the Luo family, was the first to speak. Immediately, he took a step forward, his aura fully opened, and decided to fight in person. Although he was the young master of the Luo family, he was already 48 years old this year, with a mid-stage Jindan realm cultivation. 48 is middle age for the average person. But among cultivators, this age could be considered very young. The average Jindan realm cultivator lived a few hundred years easily. That's why the appearance of this Luo family's young master looked like he was only in his 20s. My Wei family is offering a marrow cleansing pill, a yuan rushing pill, 2,000 spirit stones, plus a flying boat, shouted the Wei family as well. My family will offer 2,000 fast spirit stones, plus the purple phoenix grass and Dan blood flower, Wanxiang shouted along with him. When he heard what the great clans had come up with, Liu was really happy and couldn't keep his mouth shut. These big families are really big, they are generous enough. I'm really going to make a bloody fortune today myself. Subsequently, 3rd Prince Morong Taisheng and 5th Prince Morong Zhengnan also took out spirit stones, spirit herbs, pills, magic treasures, etc., and sent out representatives from their own side to fight. But Morong Xingqiu was not involved. For one, she didn't need the heavenly spirit pill, and secondly, she felt that this Liu had just hinted at being on her side, so he was considered to be on her side. However, Morong Xingqiu was actually unable to understand Liu's approach in his heart. The Jade Clear Dao Sect, am willing to take out 2,000 spirit stones, 5 thunder spirit pills, and an extremely high-grade defensive artifact. Elder Hu opened his mouth and said. Spinning his gaze to the crowd of disciples behind him, many of them had hot gazes and were eager to try. Yu Hong, you go. Elder Hu said. The man named Yu Hong immediately looked excited and said to the master brothers beside him, I'll educate this brat for everyone. Senior brother Zhang won with one move. That's right, let him see the power of the late Jindan realm. Lin Chen echoed with the few people beside him. The Tai Vault Taoist sect, will offer 1,000 spirit stones, 10 Taiji pills, plus this lower grade spirit sword of mine. Elder Jia followed suit and immediately sent out a man named Zhu Feng. As soon as Elder Hu took a look at the disciples Elder Jia had sent out, he was instantly displeased. Elder Jia, your Tai Vault Taoist sect's eating is a bit ugly, isn't it, as everyone has sent out representatives from the mid to late Jindan realm. You even sent out a disciple who took a half step into the Yuaning realm. Look at his age, don't think he's already over 100 years old. Aren't you bullying people? Chapter 17, then I'll take it. Little friendly, you said that anything below the Yuaning realm is fine, it's not like I'm breaking any rules. Elder Jia said unconvincingly. I think you might, well, just go straight up yourself. Elder Hu continued to lash out. However, no one from the surrounding clans cared. After all, after each family had taken out their bets and sent out their representatives, they still needed Liu himself to choose who to bet with. According to their oh, okay. Suddenly being named, Morong Xingqiu was also a bit surprised, but she still nodded her head and agreed. It was the strongest person at the early stage of the Yuaning realm who would be fearful and scornful. However, Liu's face was calm to the core from start to finish. Take my sword. Zheng Yuhan was the fastest and was the first to rush in front of Liu. A sword carrying a thunderous momentum chopped down, and between the sword chi, it seemed as if it could strangle everything. But when his sword cut through Li Yu's body disappeared as an illusory shadow. At the same time, Zhen Yuhong then felt a terrifying aura come over him, and the hairs of sweat on his entire body instantly exploded. But before he could make any reaction, the powerful blow smashed directly into his chest. Boom! Zhen Yuhong flew directly backwards like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that the person who rushed right behind him couldn't dodge. Smashed by his backwards flying body, the two stacked together and flew out together. The speed did not decrease, heading straight for Lin Chen and the others who were spectating. It all happened too fast, too suddenly. Lin Chen and the others hadn't reacted, and as they saw that they were about to be smashed, their faces changed in fear. It was only because Elder who made a timely move that he was able to block those two humanoid projectiles. Meanwhile, boom pop dang clang duong click. Li Yu's figure seemed to be just a few vacillating flashes in place. The crowd that had rushed up then flew in all directions one after another. Some ended up embedded in walls, some hung from trees, some went deep into the ground, and some smashed through walls and flew into houses. Zhou Erlang and the others were physically disabled, and the Taoist temple, which they had worked so hard to restore, had once again become devastated. In an instant, Li Yu was the only one left standing in the field, his breath calm and his face as normal. Then he arched his hand at the several people around him who were in a sorry state, falling to the ground and wailing, and said, "I am obliged to be 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 obliged to." Silence. There was a dead silence in the room as the crowd looked at Li Yu as if he was a monster. Even forgot to breathe. 11 Jin Dan realm, mid to late Jin body realm powerhouses, and even a peak Jin Dan realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, he wasn't even a match in front of Li Yu. They didn't even touch Li Yu's hair before they were sent flying and fell straight to the ground. What a terrifying strength, what a perverted power. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe it even if they were killed. This Li Yu, who was only 17 years old, actually had this kind of strength. It's horrible as hell. It's just horrible as hell. Is this kid still human? Could it be that he ate the flesh of a divine bird and gained the power of a divine bird? But no matter what, he's a bit ridiculously strong. He's already stepped into the martial transcendent realm at least, a 17-year-old transcendent realm, my god, too perverted. No wonder he was so arrogant just now, saying that it's fine under the Yuaning realm and the transcendent realm. The feeling is that he himself is in the transcendent realm, and everyone has been set up by him. Luckily the elder didn't let me on just now. That punch hurt to look at. I wonder how many of Zhang's ribs are broken. The disciples of the two sects looked at Li Yu with a scornful expression. They knew very well that they could easily defeat all 11 of those people without any effort. Li Yu was at least at the early stage of the transcendent mortal realm, and at the same time, he had also cultivated that kind of body refining technique that could be considered terrifying. Practiced extremely perverse strength and speed. The combat power of such a person was probably hard to beat in the same realm. Of these people present, it was estimated that only Elder Hu and Elder Jiao were the only old men who could compete with them. No wonder the Heaven's Path ranking would drop extra rewards for him. With this kind of strength, he completely crushed everyone on the list. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and the shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. He had seen demons before, but he had never seen a demon like Li Yu. He himself was just there judging people and calling them frogs at the bottom of a well. It turned out that the clown was actually himself. The current Lin Chen couldn't even bring up his jealousy. 17 years old in the transcendent realm, who could match this talent? At this moment, Elder Hu, Elder Jia, Shin Kuming, Yi Wanxian, Morong Taishan, Morong Zhangnan and the others were also dumbstruck. But looking back, they suddenly felt as if they had been set up by this Li Yu kid. I've won, I'll just laugh at your bets. Li Yu was happy, without leaving his home. He had earned a lot of money, this wave of blood money. Chapter 18, it's like getting rich overnight. This brat. Elder, who was really feeling the pain in his flesh. It wasn't just because of all the spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures that he had been set to go. The main thing was how this kind of demonic genius refused to join their Jade Clear Dao Sect. Elder who even had the urge to tie him back up. He's so powerful. Much more powerful than Brother Xiaotian. Katie's eyes were flooded with little stars as she looked at Li Yu with a face of adoration. Just now, when Li Yu was alone against 11 people, the young girl's heart was somewhat expecting Li Yu to win and create a miracle. She didn't expect the miracle to actually happen, which surprised and delighted her. The invincible aura and strong strength displayed by Li Yu also made Katie's heart flutter with fear, and her fair cheeks flushed. She used to think that the most powerful and extraordinary person under the sky was Zhu Xiaotian. However, today she had seen a true supreme heavenly pride, a truly transcendent existence. Third uncle, he's so powerful, he should have already reached the transcendent realm. Yi Kai Dai said excitedly. Yeah, ugh, this kid set us all up. Ivanhoe was shocked and hated at the same time. I wanted to get the heavenly spirit pill with empty gloves, but I ended up hitching a ride on so many treasures at once. Yi Kai Dai covered her mouth and let out a light laugh as she looked at Li Yu once again, her wonderful eyes glittering as she murmured in a low voice, "This person is so interesting." On the side, Morong Xingxiao, who had passed through the shock, had a similarly bright light in her eyes, and a color of surprise surfaced at the corner of her mouth. This Li Yu is truly an extraordinary person. Morong Xingxiao's heart was also thumping, and she had yet to come back to her senses from the shock and surprise she had just experienced. She had really sweated for Li Yu just now. Before, though he only said he could be a guest at his place, perhaps they could become friends. To be able, he really regretted his impulsive behavior, which had led him to hitch his spirit sword. He didn't speak, but took the lead in leading his disciples to leave first. The crowds from all the big family forces returned without any success and lost a lot of money, so they all left one after another with resentment. My daughter, Yi Kai Dai, I have met Daoist Li. Yi Kai Dai took the initiative to walk up to Li Yu and said with a slight salute. Her beautiful eyes were flowing, and she smiled coquettishly and brightly. A red dress, with a concave and convex figure, bright and agile eyes, and a vibrant face, her appearance was as beautiful as the morning sun reflecting the snow. It made Li Yu's eyes light up as well. Nice to meet you. Li Yu arched his hand in return. Taoist Li's strength is really amazing. It's true that the name is not true. Let a person good admiration. He may have the opportunity. Welcome Taoist Li to come to my Pingnan King's residence as a guest. Our Taizhou city is the great Xia dynasty famous food city. There are a lot of specialties. At that time, I can take you to taste. Yi Kai Dai said with a sweet smile. She had a delicate mind, and from Li Yu's words earlier, she had judged that he liked food very much, so she directly threw out what Li Yu was most interested in. As expected, once he heard about the food, Li Yu's nature was revealed and his eyes were slightly glowing. It was easier to bring up his interest in food than in beautiful women. Yes, thank you Missy, some other day when I have the chance, Li, will definitely personally go and taste the food of Taizhou City. Li Yu said with a smile. Here, this waste plate is for you, take it, and you can come in and out of our Pingwang mansion as you please to look for me in the future. Yi Kai Dai suddenly took out a waste plate and handed it to Li Yu. This action of hers was what caused Morong Xingxiao to frown slightly. She had heard before that this Pingnan King's youngest daughter appeared to be simple, but in fact, she was quick-witted and ice-smart. Today's sighting is true to its name, this girl is too much of a heartbreaker. Isn't this a change in direction, pulling you into their Pingnan royal family? I appreciate Miss Katie's kindness, I can't accept such a valuable item, but don't worry, I will definitely visit the Pingnan King's residence when I have the chance in the future. Li Yu refused. It's a pretty tantalizing looking belt tag, though. But Li Yu knows very well that taking someone's hand is short, not to mention this kind of waste license, and this little girl is still trying to set me up. Hearing Li Yu's words, Morong Xingxiao couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief, adding to her appreciation of Li Yu. It seems that he is not a profit-oriented person and still has his own principles and pride. Only a man like this is worthy of my Morong Xingxiao's deep friendship. Chapter 19 Zhu Xiaotian's mind exploded. Alright, then you must remember to look for me in Taizhou City. Yi Kai Dai smiled sweetly and withdrew her waste plate. She was smart enough to know that if Li Yu refused, she couldn't force her way in. So after saying goodbye to Li Yu, he followed Ivanhoe and left. Daoist Li, then I'll be waiting for you in Nan'an City. Morong Xingxiao also walked up and bid farewell to Li Yu. Alright, Your Highness the Crown Prince, have a safe journey. Li Yu arched his hand and respectfully escorted Morong Xingxiao away. After everyone had left, only Li Yu and Tang Qi were left in the Taoist temple. There were also various holes and craters that had just been punched out by Li Yu. But none of this mattered, he had already decided to expand the Taoist temple, and tomorrow he would bring in craftsmen to rebuild the sect. Elder brother, you're too good, just now you're really handsome, if I were a woman I'd definitely fall in love with you. Tang Qi rushed over excitedly, reaching out to embrace Li Yu. But he was kicked away by Li Yu, and as a result, the bastard lay down for a while wherever he fell. Elder brother, what exactly is your cultivation level? I really can't understand it more and more. Tang Qi said as he patted his hands under the back of his neck and lay on the ground like that. Although he knew that Li Yu was strong, he didn't have a clear concept or measure of Li Yu's strength in his heart. The last time he heard that Li Yu had decapitated that demonic child, he didn't know what exactly that was. That's why he still felt surprised when he just saw Li Yu dryly overthrow 11 strong people in the middle to late Jindan realm by himself. Li Yu didn't say anything, but instead, he was checking the system's mission interface. The names of the characters who triggered the side quests all appeared in the quest list. Just click on the details and then you can see information about the character and the quests associated with it. At this point, 3 names had appeared in the list: Yi Chou, Morong Xingqiao, and Yi Kai Dai. After the names of the 3 people, there was also the words, mission not yet opened. Li Yu guessed that he estimated that the system should be reminded when the quest related to it opened. Prime Ancient Emperor's Secret Collection, Xian Bird Palace, Linglong's Secret Collection. It seemed that all 3 of them were also great Chiluckers, so it should be possible to obtain quite a few treasures through them. But, senior brother, what exactly happened in the past few days? Why are all these people coming to pull you in? Tang Qi sat up from the ground and looked at Li Yu as he asked. This was the biggest confusion in his mind. Because of the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Li Yu briefly told Tang Qi about the Heavenly Dao Ranking. So it is. Tang Qi excitedly jumped up from the ground. There's even such a miracle. But how come we can't see it here? Alas, really? Tang Qi crossed his toes and looked toward the east, seeing nothing but blinding sunlight. Alright, don't talk nonsense there, quickly come over and help me count today's loot. Li Yu took out all the spirit stones, magic treasures and pills that he had just won from the gambling fight. More than 16,000 spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain, emitting a spiritual aura that was refreshing to the heart. A single puff seems to fill one's body with strength and vitality. It felt like standing next to it, without having to cultivate, the spiritual energy in his body would increase rapidly. Looking at the huge pile of spirit stones in front of him, Tang Qi's eyes could practically shoot lasers. He had never seen so many spirit stones before, and today was truly an eye-opener. On top of that, there were so many cherished spiritual plants, pills, and magic treasures. This marrow cleansing pill is for you to take and eat. It can cut down your hair and cleanse your marrow, improving your physique. There's also this Qing Yuan Dan and Taiji Dan, both of which can also assist you in your cultivation and improve your cultivation speed. With the aid of these pills, it should be able to help you quickly raise your cultivation to the peak of the Qi refining realm. When the time comes, take this Foundation Establishment pill directly and try to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm in one fell swoop. Li Yu shoved bottle after bottle of pills to Tang Qi. For a moment, Tang Qi couldn't help but freeze, looking in surprise at the pill bottles that had been shoved into his hands, looking at Li Yu in some disbelief and asking, Senior brother, are all these pills for me? What else? You're the only senior brother I have, and I can't use these pills. Li Yu said casually. Thank you senior brother, great, I'm hopeful of impacting the Foundation Establishment realm. Tang Qi hugged Li Yu, moved to tears. Don't worry, if you follow senior brother, even if you're a pig, you'll be able to fly up to the sky. Li Yu said with a smile. Yes, thank you master. Why do I feel scolded? These magic weapons are also for you to take and use, as well as this spirit sword. Li Yu gave Elder Jia's spirit sword to Tang Qi as well. Tang Qi had worshipped Li Qingyun as his teacher when he was 10 years old, and he had grown up with Li Yu, and although they were not related by blood to each other, they were also like brothers. For so many years, Tang Qi had never given up on the sect, and even when everyone else had left the sect, he had never thought of leaving. And he did most of the dirty work in the Taoist temple, doing it all. So in Li Yu's mind, apart from Li Qingshan, this Tang Qi was the closest person to him. For him, Li Yu would never be stingy. It was possible that Tang Qi's talent was indeed very ordinary, and could even be said to be somewhat poor. But in Li Yu's opinion, talent is only the starting point, as the saying goes, the power brick flies. As long as he had enough resources to pour in, his end would be absolutely limitless. What's more, he had the system in place. Was he still afraid of not being able to bring this senior brother? Zhu Xiaotian was also inwardly shocked after hearing about what happened at the scene when the Crown Prince, the Imperial Prince, and all the great clans, went to recruit Li Yu at the Zhu family residence. He had thought that this Li Yu's strength might just slightly overpower him. Even if he didn't get rid of him, as long as he accelerated his cultivation speed and improved his strength, it would be possible to just pass him when the list is next refreshed. Become the veritable number one. So these past few days, Zhu Xiaotian relied on all kinds of pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to assist himself and cultivate like crazy. I hope I can surpass Li Yu. However, after hearing this news at this time, his heart was completely cold. Transcendental realm. A 17-year-old transcendent realm, how is this possible? Zhu Xiaotian really couldn't believe this fact. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone reaching the martial transcendent realm at the age of 17. Throughout the history of the entire continent, it seems that only Martial Emperor Primesong has this kind of talent, right? This Li Yu is also too perverted. How does this put itself above and beyond? Zhu Xiaotian's mind was about to explode. This guy really doesn't look like he can stay. But shock was shock, after all, after living 2 lives, his mind was still very calm. So after the shock passed, he also began to analyze the current situation. Since this Li Yu was clearly inclined to choose the crown prince, it was expected that 3rd Prince Morong Taisheng and 5th Prince Morong Zhengnan should not keep him. Especially since he had displayed such a terrifying talent, it had become a thorn in the heart of these 2 emperors. The kind you can't get rid of without getting rid of. So next, even if he didn't do anything, Li Yu was afraid that he wouldn't live to see the next list refresh. Chapter 20, Zhu Xiaotian's Schemes, Divine Soldier List and Future Momentum. Zhu Xiaotian organized his thoughts. He didn't have time to care about that Li Yu right now. The Subterranean Dragon list was just one of the lists. What's more important is how to seek more heavenly rewards through the Divine Soldier list. And how to control the world's power to pave the way for yourself. Before the Divine Soldier ranking is announced, I have to make some good plans before I can do so. Zhu Xiaotian pondered. Today he just got the news. The underworld demon sect colluded with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan and occupied most of the territory of the desert state. The Yi family that guarded Mazhou Yi Kushing was killed in battle. According to the memories of his previous life, there would be a lot of great events that would stir up the world to happen next. And the Daxia dynasty is about to gradually move towards a 100-year war of division. But living a new life, he, Zhu Xiaotian, naturally had to change some things. Keeping everything moving in his favor. At the same time take advantage of the situation to gain more opportunities and lay the foundation for his rise. He still remembered most of the divine weapons on the divine weapons list back then. Especially the divine weapons that ranked in the top 10. The first is the demon-killing sword of the Demon Lin, the head of the underworld demon sect. The second place belonged to the Sanqing sword, which originally belonged to Yuhua. But by the time the list was published, it belonged to Molin. And that's the first big thing that's going to happen next. The Yuhua realist fell, and the demon-slaying sword came out. Calculating the time, right now should coincide with the critical moment when Devil Lin was secretly casting the devil-slaying sword. It was only after 100 years in his previous life that he learned of all this. It was said that this demon-slaying sword was a supreme demonic sword forged by Demon Lin based on a sword-casting method from an ancient mural. It could condense the power of a powerful demon god and was terrifying to the extreme. However, in order to forge this magic sword, it was still necessary to sacrifice the sword with the essence blood of a person with a 5-elemental spirit body. The so-called 5 elements of the spiritual body of the person is 5 respectively have the spiritual body of gold, the spiritual body of wood, the spiritual body of water, the spiritual body of fire, the spiritual body of the earth of the people with a special physique. Currently, that Demon Lin should have already found 4 of them, and was just missing the last spirit body of gold. And this last person was Yuhua realist of the Jade Clear Dao Sect. In order to save his sect's elders and disciples in his previous life, Yuhua Zhenjin went to Mo to attend an appointment to negotiate with Demon Lin. But he didn't know that this so-called negotiation was entirely a plot by Demon Lin. Yuhua Zhenjin was eventually killed in battle, and the Tao died. His 3 Qing sword fell into the hands of Devil Lin, and his essence blood became the material used by Devil Lin to cast the devil-killing sword. The devil-killing sword came out of nowhere. The underworld demon sect completely dominated the Grand Xia dynasty. As a result, the Yuqing Dao sect suffered an unprecedented blow, and everyone in the righteous path was in danger. And this incident was more of a trigger. Once Yu Huazhenjin died, Emperor Morongtsong's close friend, and backer of the Great Xia dynasty was gone. He was also aggravated by the death of Yu Huazhenjin's injuries, and he died shortly afterward. So not long after the Divine Soldier list was announced, the 3rd prince who had been secretly colluding with the people of the underworld demon sect and acting as an umbrella for the demon sect Morong Taisheng. With the help of the power of the underworld demon sect, he joined forces with the Luo family, the family behind his mother's consort, as well as the current lieutenant to rebel and seek to usurp the throne. After that, the major vassals became independent one after another, and the Daxia dynasty began a century-long civil war. It was also because of the chaos in the world that many of the Zhu family's resources were consumed on top of the lord's rivalry. This greatly hindered his growth and even led to the death of his father in battle. It caused him to miss out on many opportunities to gain opportunities. So in this life, he's going to change all that. As long as I stop realist Yu Hua from going to negotiate with Demon Lin and inform him about the demon-slaying sword, I can definitely stop the tragedy of that year and change the trajectory of history. Zhu Xiaotian pondered. As long as realist Yu Hua didn't die, the Jade Clear Taoist sect succeeded in stopping the demon-slaying sword from coming out. A lot of things wouldn't have happened after that. And less magic killing swords. The water-cold sword, which was ranked as the 7th best sword in its own year, managed to rise one place in the rankings. At the same time, weakening the underworld demon sect was equivalent to weakening his Zhu family's enemy, the Luo family. In this way the Zhu family could smoothly support Morong Xingqiao to the throne after Morong Tsong's illness and death. Let the Zhu family's power expand further and completely power over the dynasty, controlling the Daxia dynasty and grasping more wealth and resources. Not only that, but one could also take this opportunity to find an appropriate time to reveal the truth about Morong Xingqiao's daughter body. And find a way to get her to marry herself. Zhu Xiaotian, however, knew that this Morong Xingqiao was the daughter of Heaven's destiny, the reincarnation of the Xian bird, and the person whose fortune was added to her body. In his previous life in that chaotic world, everyone thought Morong Xingqiao had been killed. But I did not expect to get her to soar, and later became a supreme powerhouse, returning to the Daxia dynasty and unifying the mountains and rivers. So in this life, one must firmly hold on to Morong Xingqiao's thighs. Of course, there was also Yi Kai-dai, who was the descendant of the first Linglong Holy Lord and possessed the qualification to open the Linglong secret collection. These two women are both people who are currently of great use to myself. So I must make good use of these two women. It is necessary to use them to rise strongly in this life. It's just a pity that Sure Bodian has been gotten rid of and the red copper hammer is nowhere to be found, or else that red copper hammer would definitely be mine as well. Zhu Xiaotian said in his heart. But it doesn't matter if there's one less red copper hammer. Getting the reverse scale sword, which is number 1 on the Western Liang dynasty's divine armament list, is the key next. Zhu Xiaotian remembered that the reverse scale sword, which was the sword of Ji Qinglan, the 13th prince of the Western Liang dynasty. And this Ji Qinglan was likewise the first heavenly pride of the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking. This fellow was likewise a great fortune maker, and that reverse scale sword was what he had obtained in an immortal mansion ruin, which was said to be an immortal artifact. This kind of immortal artifact level divine weapon, even if it was put into the Grand Xia dynasty, it would definitely rank ahead of the 3 clear swords. So as long as one obtains this reverse scale sword and at the same time stops Demon Lin from forging the demon killing sword, then one would have a chance to become the top of the divine soldier ranking. Remember that sometime later, at the Nanan City Colored Lantern Festival, this Ji Qinglan and a group of celestial pride from the top 10 of the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking will come to Nanan City and set up a ring to pick a fight with the top 10 of the Daxia dynasty's potential dragon ranking. Although I lost to Ji Qinglan back then, my cultivation and strength in this life far exceeds that of my previous life, so I can definitely defeat him, and when the time comes, I'll follow that Liyu's example and gamble with Ji Qinglan to win his reverse scale sword over. If I really can't, I'll find a way to kill and take the sword. A cold aura flashed in Zhu Xiaotian's eyes as his right hand slowly clenched. This reverse scale sword, he was going to get his hands on it no matter what. There's also Morong Tsong's heavenly questioning sword, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's Blood Spirit sword, and the Liqing Si Xuanjiao's Xuanjiao battle halberd, which I must also obtain. The heavenly question sword, Blood Spirit sword, and Xianjiao war halberd were the 3rd, 4th, and 6th ranked divine weapons on the divine warrior ranking in the previous life. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaotian has a big picture in his mind, confident and spirited. Uncle Zhong, follow me to the Jade Clear Taoist sect. Zhu Xiaotian walked out of the room and called for his Tao protector. Prepare to travel to the Jade Clear Taoist sect to meet with the Yuhua realist. Yes. An old man with dry skin but a hale and hearty gaze, sharp as an eagle, bowed and said. Immediately, he sacrificed his flying boat and summoned 20 Zhu family shadow guard experts, together escorting Zhu Xiaotian and flying towards the southeast direction. Chapter 21, Yuhua's Choice. Jade Clear Taoist Sect, inside the Jade Clear Hall. Realist Yuhua's face was also filled with shock after hearing the words of Elder Hu and the others. This son is surprisingly so good. Pity, too bad, although what he cultivates is a martial arts body refining technique, if he can become a disciple of our sect and cultivate him with all his might, I'm afraid that it won't take more than 100 years before he can inherit our sect's Tao lineage, surpassing us and becoming our sect's hope of rising to prominence. Realist Yu Hua sighed repeatedly. Yes, it's just a pity that this son is obstinate. Patriarch, do you want me to tie him back? Elder Hu said. It's the last thing he wants to do right now. No, we are members of the righteous path. How can we practice the despicable acts of that demonic sect? Realist Yu Hua said with a serious attitude. Elder Hu sighed with a resigned expression. Elder Hu, although the son has not joined our sect, no matter how I say it, he is also considered a member of my righteous sect, and we must protect and help him, so that we cannot allow this son to be tragically brutalized by the devil sect and die young. If this son grows up in the future, he can be considered the hope of the righteous sects of my great Xia dynasty. Realist Yu Hua said in a serious tone. Yes. Elder Hu arched his hand. He knew that the patriarch's heart was centered on the world's people, and everything was done with the greater good in mind. Patriarch, it's bad. Right at this moment, an elder ran in with a panicked face, holding a wooden box in his hand. What happened to Elder Ma? Realist Yu, bastard, devil Lin the bastard. Real Yu Hua was furious, his fists clenched and cackling. Muddy spiritual energy exploded from his body, his Dao robes hung. He couldn't bear to see his clan's elders and disciples being killed one by one. Patriarch, you can't go, let me go. I'll lead the men to meet that demon Lin for a while. If there really is a trap, I'll die if I die. Elder Hu said. Elder Hu, don't follow and add to the chaos. At this time we need to calm down even more. We definitely can't fall into Mo Lin's way. Elder Chen shouted. Elder Hu grunted and stopped speaking. A long silence also fell in the hall. The Yu Hua realist was also struggling inside. Going might really be dangerous. If he doesn't go, he can't live with his conscience, and if he watches the people of his own clan being killed, I'm afraid that he will have problems with his heart in the future. He also no longer had the face to face the entire clan's children. He didn't want to be treated as a shrinking violet, and he didn't want to be disliked by the world. But right at this moment, another disciple came to report that Zhu Xiaotian from the Zhu family in Liangzhou had come to seek an audience and had something important to inform truly Taoist Yu Hua. Quickly bring him here. Realist Yu Hua said. Shortly after, Zhu Xiaotian was brought into the main hall. After greeting each other, Zhu Xiaotian went straight to the point. Patriarch Yu Hua, regarding the matter of the underworld demon sect colluding with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan to take over the desert prefecture, you should have already heard about it, right? Humph. Real Yu Hua nodded with a grave expression on his face. My Shu family's intelligence network has also poked around a very shocking piece of news about the underworld demon sect, so I've come here to inform Patriarch. Zhu Xiaotian continued. Please speak, Mr. Zhu. It is rumored that Devil Lin is casting a supreme devil sword. Zhu Xiaotian told Zhu Huazhenwen about Devil Lin casting the devil-slaying sword, one by one. And he is now lacking a person with the spiritual body of gold. Hearing this, realist Yu Hua, Elder Chen, Elder Hu and the others all looked shocked and glanced at each other. Patriarch, I told you that there must be a conspiracy in this negotiation. He kidnapped Elder Su and the others just to lure you over there. Patriarch, you can't go no matter what. Elder Chen persuaded once again. Everyone knew that the Yu Hua realist was the spiritual body of gold, and it was obvious that Demon Lin's true purpose was obvious. Realist Yu Hua was silent. He was also weighing the pros and cons. If he had really fallen into a trap and achieved the Demon Lin, and the demon-slaying sword came out, then this world would really be in trouble, I'm afraid. That's right, Patriarch Yu Hua must keep his composure at this time. A small sacrifice is better than the tragic slaughter of all the world's people. Now that the underworld demon sect has colluded with the Wolf King clan to occupy the desert state, it will surely cause the wrath of the heavens and the people, and all the great and powerful will rise up to attack. Why doesn't Patriarch Yu Hua take this opportunity to unite all the righteous sects of my great Xia dynasty to crusade against the underworld demon sect? Moreover, as far as I know, His Majesty is preparing to send his elite troops out to the desert state. When that time comes, with the iron cavalry of the Grand Xia dynasty to hold back the Wolf King clan's army, then realist Yu Hua can take advantage of the opportunity to lead the righteous sects and go to attack the underworld demon sect. Even if they can't destroy it in one fell swoop, at least they can inflict a heavy blow on the underworld demon sect, and they can also stop the demon slaying sword from coming out. Chapter 22. You know nothing of my son's power. The news that the underworld demon sect had colluded with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan and seized most of the desert state's territory spread throughout the great Xia dynasty. For a time the world shook and hearts were in panic. Especially the disciples of the underworld demon sect, who had almost occupied half of that subterranean dragon ranking. More so, it was a constant reminder to everyone of the terrifying and powerful nature of the underworld demon sect. That heavenly Taoist list now seemed like a terrifying cloud. It loomed over the entire dynasty and the people, making them jittery inside. In addition to the news of the destruction of the Heavenly Water Pavilion by the Devil Child, it was in the hearts of the people of the Daxia dynasty, shrouded in a layer of lingering shadow. Now the underworld demon sect has colluded with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan to encroach on the boundaries of the Grand Xia dynasty, killing the famous general of the Grand Xia dynasty, Yi Gusheng, and his army. To the people, this is simply an omen that the building is about to fall and the world is going to die. Moreover, the Wolf King clan had always been a thorn in the hearts of the people of the Daxia dynasty, as if it were a sword hanging over their heads, causing them to be very jealous. So when they heard that the Wolf King clan had attacked the desert state, one could imagine the panic in their hearts. So really, everyone is in fear and trepidation. The imperial palace of the Grand Xia dynasty, inside the emperor's bedchamber. Cough, cough. Is Yi Guoxiong's injury serious? On the bed couch, the sickly and weak Morong Song asked breathlessly. He had just heard about the matter regarding the desert state, and he had nearly died on the spot from anger. Yi Guoxiong was killed in battle and Yi Guoxiong was seriously injured. Their Daxia dynasty was equivalent to losing two great generals at once. The loss of most of the desert state's territory is a bit of a heavy blow. Currently, he has been sent back to the Yi family, and his life is not in danger anymore, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to go to war in a short period of time. Lieutenant Zhao Qiu said, right now the only one who can lead the army to fight is Yi Luxing of the Yi family, but he is stationed at the Qingzhou border at this time. Then send Lone Star Yi. Morong Tsong said. Your Majesty, that Western Liang dynasty will likely take advantage of this opportunity to strike. Prime Minister Zhu Hongyuan spoke up. The Jade Peak Pass in Qingzhou is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if the Xiliang dynasty wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to strike, they wouldn't be able to attack it in a short period of time. Nowadays, the war in the north is critical. No matter what, we must block the Wolf King clan from continuing southward. Morong Song said with a weak voice, and then there was another bout of violent coughing. The strength of the Xiliang dynasty in the last 100 years far exceeded that of the Daxia dynasty. More than 10 years ago the Xiliang dynasty sent troops to attack the Daxia dynasty and annexed a large area of territory. In the end, the Daxia dynasty had to cede the entire Xinzhou to the Xiliang dynasty and compensated a large amount of gold and silver treasures. A number of princesses were also married off before peace was achieved for more than 10 years. But in recent years the Western Liang dynasty seems to have gotten its act together again. Nowadays, the Daxia dynasty is really suffering from internal and external problems. Nay, Morong Song himself is already dying, already have the heart, cannot care so much. Zhu Hongyuan was silent. The matter of marching and fighting was originally out of his control, and there seems to be no better way at the moment. The north is more urgent than the west. The session in the west was still rewarded with a brief peace. Those guys in the north are going to drink blood and eat meat, burn and loot, and do no harm. And what a wild man who doesn't reason with you at all. Inside the underworld demon sect, in the desert state of the Great Xia dynasty. The underworld demon sect leader Demon Lin took off the mask on his face and walked towards a middle-aged man whose body was imprisoned by a magic treasure and said with a cold smile, Qing Yunzi, it should have been a long time since anyone addressed you like that. The man turned his head at the sound of the voice and looked at him. A slight hint of surprise appeared on his handsome and extraordinary face. It's you. This man was no other than Li Yu's old man Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was originally in Qinghang town, which was more than 30 miles away from Luoshui town, fooling large households into investing in the Taoist temple. As a result, he had just snubbed a large sum of money and was kidnapped back by the people of the underworld demon sect. At first, he was a bit surprised that this underworld demon sect hadn't taken the wrong medicine. What was the point of kidnapping a little man like yourself who was nothing but handsome? But when he saw the true face of the underworld demon sect leader Demon Lin at this moment, it dawned on him. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. What, you can't hang out in the underworld sect anymore and ran to the Grand Xia dynasty to set up another mountain? Li Qingyun said with a smile. Demon Lin snorted coldly and looked at Li Qingyun with a sneer on his face and said, what qualifications do you have to talk about me here, a prestigious holy son of the divine heaven's sacred ground, yet for the sake of a demonic woman, one man killed his way up to the Qingshu sacred ground and decapitated many experts of the righteous path. How does this kind of deed of yours sound like something only someone from our demonic path could do? Li Qingyun, in fact, I think you really should have joined our underworld sect in the first place. Devil Lin looked at Li Qingyun with a playful expression. This time, if it wasn't for the Heavenly Dao list exposing that the number one heavenly pride of the Grand Xia dynasty was Li Yu. When he had sent his men to investigate those great sects, he happened to hear the name Li Qingyun. He really couldn't have imagined that back then, Li Qingyun, who was as dazzling as a star, as powerful as a god or goddess, and who reigned over the world and led an era. Surprisingly, it would be in a small place like the Daxia dynasty. Back then, Li Qingyun's glorious deed of one person fighting against the whole world for the woman he loved had caused quite a stir though. But it was also limited to the circles of the cultivation world, and very few people in the secular world knew about it. There might be some people on the side of the Daxia dynasty who had heard of this matter as well. However, there should be very few people who knew Li Qingyun. However, he, Devil Lin, came from the underworld sect of the Great Luo Sacred Realm, and was the core backbone of the underworld sect, so he had fought with Li Qingyun many times before. We all know each other, too. And as the holy son of the divine heaven sacred land, Li Qingyun had led the crowd back then, and he did not know how many children of the underworld sect had been beheaded. His beloved junior sister had died under Li Qingyun's sword back then. Therefore, he and Li Qingyun were considered to not share the same fate. Nay, the Li Qingyun at that time was too powerful, even 10 of him would not be its opponent. There was even a time when I lived in fear of being dominated by this guy. Unexpectedly, the world is unpredictable, but this proud son of God fell down the altar overnight. Becoming a scum that was spurned by the people of the righteous path, he was infamously driven out of the great Luo sanctuary. It has since disappeared and faded from memory. But he didn't expect the mountains and the waters to meet, which made him meet him here in the great Xia dynasty. Bah, don't put gold on your face, you guys deserve it too. Li Qingyun said in a cold voice. Devil Lin grabbed Li Qingyun's collar and said angrily, Li Qingyun, you're less arrogant here, do you think you're still the same Qin Jianzi from back then? Having your cultivation abolished by the holy lord of the divine heaven sky sacred land, and having your meridians shattered by the people of your righteous sect, what's the difference between you and a waste now? It's that any one of the disciples of my seat can easily pinch you to death. Kill if you want to, where's all the nonsense? Li Qingyun had an impatient look on his face. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, he had long since trivialized life and death. Having fallen into the hands of this demon Lin today, he didn't think of leaving alive. Humph, then you might have to wait a bit. When your father and son are reunited, I will definitely personally send you both on your way together, on the road to the Yellow Springs. You won't be alone with your son Liu by your side. Devil Lin said with a cold smile, his gaze was fierce. You want to use me to lure Liu over? Li Qingyun's face changed, his eyes showing surprise. Haha, what? Scared? Devil Lin laughed, he was satisfied with Li Qingyun's reaction. That's what it takes, to make him feel dominated by fear as well. No, then your underworld demon sect will be finished. Li Qingyun's words caused Demon Lin to be stunned for a moment. What, could that Liu still overthrow my underworld demon sect? Ha, Li Qingyun, if you want to scare me, make up some decent reasons. Liu, a milquetoast brat, could he still turn the sky upside down? Even if he's number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, that's just the ranking of a group of juniors. You think he's really invincible? Moreover, you as an old man rely on using your son to scare people, is it a shame? Li Qingyun, you're really getting worse and worse, you really make me look down on you. Humph, there are many people who look down on me, who are you? You'd better think about what last words you have. Qingyun Li didn't bother to talk nonsense with Demon Lin. He had thought that Demon Lin had kidnapped him to avenge his revenge from back then. But I didn't realize that this guy wanted to involve Liu as well. All he wanted to say now was, foolish people of the devil's way, you know nothing of my son's power. Chapter 23, I'm going to the front to fight. Yi family, general's residence, Nan'an City. Mother, let me out, let me out. The imperial decree has come down, if you keep me locked up, it would be resisting the decree. Yi Qiu, who was locked in the room, kept shouting. Mother is doing this for your own good, no matter what, I can't let you go to the front line, I'll go and beg His Majesty later, if it's not possible, Mother will go instead of you. Yi Qiu's mother, Yang Shangnan, said with a resolute attitude. This Yi Qiu came back from Luoshui town 2 days ago and yelled that he wanted to worship some Chengyan sect. It said that that sect had crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that the sect's eldest senior brother was Liu, who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. He also killed the demon child who overthrew the heavenly water pavilion. It was reasonable to say that she was also aware of this matter of being number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. But that Liu and that unnamed sect, not many people had even heard of or seen them. How did his own son know? And come up to take 1,000 taels of silver as the tuition fee for worshipping the master. With Yi Qiu's qualifications, he could worship any sect in the Great Xia dynasty without spending any money. And it's 1,000 taels of silver all at once. It's like a robbery. What's even more ridiculous is that Yi Qiu said that Liu had killed the demon child with a single sword. Even the entire sect of the Heavenly Water Pavilion was no match for the demon child. He was a little brat who could still kill the demon child with a random sword. A proper charlatan's trick. That's why she felt something was very wrong, and all the signs indicated that Yi Qiu had probably encountered a scammer. It was assumed that the so-called beheading of the demon child was either a lie they had made up or an illusion they had created with their ghostly tricks. In short, there was something fishy about this matter, so Yang Shengnan directly locked Yi Qiu up, lest he go astray. But she didn't realize that something big had happened in the north again. Her brother-in-law, Yi Kosheng, was killed in battle and her husband, Yi Kaosheng, was seriously injured. The Yi family was all of a sudden shrouded in sadness and gloom. Yang Shengnan released Yi Qiu to visit his father. Yi Qiu also stopped mentioning the matter of worshipping the Green Cloud Sect. But I didn't expect that today this kid would say that he wanted to go to the front line to fight and decapitate the Wolf King clan to avenge his third uncle and father. Yang Shengnan naturally didn't want his son to go to his death, so he locked him up again. However, he didn't expect that the emperor had just decreed that Yi Qiu was ordered to follow Lone Star Yi to go and crusade against the Wolf King clan. This, in Yang Xingnan's opinion, was simply letting Yi Qiu go to his death. Although Yi Qiu wasn't too young, he hadn't had any experience in battle yet. Sending it against such a menacing enemy all at once is a total death sentence. And there must be a lieutenant behind this, taking this opportunity to continue to weaken the Yi family. After all, there were more than just a few generals of the Yi family in the Daxia dynasty. The sons and daughters of the Yi family who were loyal to the emperor were basically sent to die 9 deaths in the most treacherous north. And those who climbed up to the lieutenant Zhao Qiu, but each high sleep. So Yang Shengnan felt injustice in his heart, and this time, even at the risk of offending the holy authority, he wanted to save his son. Mother, don't go, the military order is like a mountain, you won't be able to change anything if you go, you'll also offend His Majesty. Yi Qiu cried out. However, Yang Shengnan did not respond again, but resolutely left the mansion and went straight to the palace. Today, she had to save Yi Qiu no matter what. But Yang Shengnan didn't expect that he would end up being driven back without even seeing the emperor's face. She was unwilling to do so, and then successively to seek connections to find people to help plead for mercy, and even went to beg the prime minister, beg the crown prince and other people. But no one agreed to help except Morong Xingxiao. As a result, although Morong Xingxiao went to meet the saint and pleaded on behalf of Yi Qiu, in the end it didn't change anything. After all, there were too many stakes involved behind the scenes, and it would be difficult for Morong Xingxiao alone to change anything. And Yi Qiu's life and death seemed too insignificant in this power struggle. Under despair, Yang Shengnan thought of that Liu that Yi Qiu had spoken of, the guy who was most likely a liar. But a drowning man is willing to struggle a bit even if he is grasping at a straw. Sure, since that Liu you're talking about is so powerful, why don't you go to him and ask him to come out to help? Since he can kill the demon child with a single sword, he can also easily repel the Wolf King clan. Yang Shengnan said. She was now in a full-on dead horse mentality. It was better to try everything than to be a sitting duck and watch Yi Qiu die for nothing. Mother, how can I ask for this kind of thing, and people don't have this obligation or duty to repel the Wolf King clan, not to mention, in the end, I'm not even a member of the Qingyan sect, so what qualifications do I have to ask Taoist Li to help? Yi Qiu said. If he really is as powerful as you say, then let him prove it. If he really repelled the Wolf King clan, Mother will allow you to worship the Qingyan sect, spend as much money as you want, even if you dump all your family's money. Mother is willing to do so. Yang Shengnan said with some impatience. At this moment, her complexion looked extremely haggard. Yi Qiu didn't say anything. Although he felt that Liu definitely had the strength to repel the Wolf King clan. But it's not people's job. People also don't have this obligation to wipe their asses for the Daxia dynasty. Much less need to prove anything to him or the Yi family. However, Yi Qiu also knew that his mother was concerned and had already lost her mind. That's why it's such an unbecoming thing to say. And it just so happened that he also planned to say goodbye to Liu and explain the situation before he left. You can't just walk away from it. Men are all about commitment. Now that his mother was finally able to release him and let him go to Liu, it was already rare. That's why you can't be honest anymore at this point. Well, Mother, I'll go and try. After a little silence, Yi Qiu nodded and said. The next day, before dawn, Yi Qiu harnessed his flying spirit beast and flew towards Qingzhou. When he arrived at Qingqiu Mountain in Luoshui town, it was already mid-afternoon. At this time on Qingqiu Mountain, a group of craftsmen were expanding the Taoist temple. Except for the original main hall, which was retained, the entire enclosing walls and buildings of the Taoist temple were almost completely knocked down and rebuilt. After all, Liu wanted to build the sect on a scale that could accommodate 1,000 people. It is also important to consider further expansion in the future as the sect grows. That's why the overall architectural layout of the sect has been reorganized. Of course, this plan was also designed by professional craftsmen to meet the current functional needs and to facilitate future expansion at any time. According to today's plan, the sect is already basically complete. Mountain Gate Hall, Plaza, Bell Tower, Front Hall, Main Hall, East and West Subhalls. The Master's Courtyard, the Elders Courtyard, the Enlightenment Room, the Martial Arts Stadium, the Alchemy Pavilion, the Technique Pavilion, and so on were all arranged. Even the gate at the foot of the mountain was rebuilt. Liu took it upon himself to change the name of the sect already ahead of time to Qingyun Sect. The entire sect would also expand to more than 10 times its original size. The scale was no less than the level of a medium-sized sect within the Great Xia dynasty. And of course it's costing a fortune. It was good that Liu had scrounged a lot of money from the gathering hall. Together with the 16,000 or so spirit stones that he had won from the gambling fight, it was enough to support him in building a proper grand sect. At this moment, Liu was salting fish under a large tree. The mind pondered the future of the sect and what to have for dinner. Senior brother. Yi Qiu rode his spirit beast directly from above. And then he directly jumped down from mid-air and landed steadily in front of Liu. Seeing Yi Qiu return, Liu was overjoyed and almost shouted out directly, "Did you bring the money?" Chapter 24 Yi Qiu Danger. After Yi Qiu greeted Liu could see that he had a preoccupied face. Why, did something happen at home? If the tuition is not enough, it's okay to owe it first, just make an IOU. Liu said with a smile. Senior brother, no, Taoist Li, I'm sorry, I may not be able to worship the Qingyun sect for the time being. Yi Qiu said with an apologetic face. What's wrong? Liu's heart tightened, secretly saying that this big fish can't be let go just like that. I'm going to the north to join the army and fight. Yi Qiu said after being silent for a little while, and then he immediately told Liu truthfully about the war in the north. However, he was never able to open his mouth and ask for Liu's help. After all, people really didn't have this obligation. After listening to Yi Qiu's words, Liu was also helpless. This Yi Qiu was born after the general's family, and he could not help himself. With a decree from the emperor, he's going to take his father's place in the army. It was a pity that he had managed to lasso a senior disciple with good natural talent, and was about to go to the battlefield to be cannon fodder. Liu felt it was a pity. But people have their own destinies, and he couldn't try to force Yi Qiu, so he had to respect his choice. Since you called me senior brother, then I am your senior brother. I will wait for your triumphant return at the sect. If you still want to worship me at that time, you are always welcome at my Qingyun sect. Liu patted Yi Qiu's shoulder and said. Well, if I can return alive this time, I will definitely come over to pay my respects. Yi Qiu arched his hand. Senior brother, it's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll depart early tomorrow morning and rush to the front line of Mazhou. Good, then I will wish senior brother a victory and a triumphant return. Liu said with an arch. Yi Qiu also arched his hand and said no more. Re-jumping onto the back of the flying spirit beast, he waved goodbye to Liu and flew off in the direction he came from. Liu looked at Yi Qiu's departing back and couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. Alas, it's true that plans don't change as fast as they should. I had thought that Yi Qiu would come over with a large sum of tuition so that I could sell a little less spirit stones. At night, a figure wearing a black robe with a bizarre pattern embroidered on it flew quietly from the distance. But he had just flown to the Taoist temple that had been reduced to a large hall. It was then that he realized that Liu's figure had appeared as if out of thin air, blocking him. Who are you? Liu asked in a cold voice. Looking at the dress of the man in front of him, he didn't look like a righteous person. Underworld Demon Sect Ghostwalker. The man introduced himself. After all, he wasn't here to carry out an assassination. There was no need to hide his identity. The Underworld Demon Sect. Liu's brows abruptly furrowed. The Devil Sect had finally made a move. Are you here to kill me? Liu asked with a bland expression. No, your father is currently a guest in my Underworld Demon Sect. Our patriarch is hospitable and wishes to invite your excellency to come along with him. By the way, before you go, please make sure to bring along the Heavy Brightness Bird Juvenile and the Heavenly Spirit Pill. That ghost line said in a conspiratorial manner. Boom. A terrifying murderous aura immediately erupted from within Liu's body, frightening that Ghostwalker's face. But before Ghostwalk could react, he realized that a palm that seemed to be poking out of the void had a grip on his neck. At the same time, Li Yu's murderous face appeared in his field of vision. "You underworld demon sect are really tired of living, how dare you capture my father?" Murder and fury rarely surfaced in Li Yu's eyes. If the underworld demon sect rushed at him, he was actually not angry in turn. Think of it as fighting monsters and upgrading your equipment. But taking your own father as a hostage threatens the lives of your own family. That would be touching his scales. Being locked by Li Yu's throat, that ghostwalker was scared out of his wits and his back was slick with cold sweat. How could he not expect that this Li Yu would have such terrifying strength? He himself had just not even seen how he came to him. Especially at this moment, when he felt the terrifying aura he was emitting, it made him feel that this Li Yu was even more terrifying than their patriarch. Right now his own little life is grasped in the hands of others. The ghost line can only color and say, "No, that's right, your father is in our hands, don't mess around, or you." Click. Before Ghostwalk could finish his words, his neck had already been broken by Li Yu. "Underworld demon sect, how dare you play dirty, then don't blame me for not being polite," Li Yu said coldly. Since this underworld demon sect had already threatened his father's safety, this sect could not be kept. It was just as well to ease the pressure of the righteous sects of the Great Xia dynasty in the process. Right at this moment, the system mission interface also suddenly popped up. "Killing Demon Lin and eradicating the underworld demon sect will earn you 20 points of reputation value." Came just in time. The corner of Li Yu's mouth curled into a smile. He was planning to eradicate the underworld demon sect. The system then released a quest with rewards to be earned, so it was all the more important for one to not let go of the underworld demon sect. However, just as Li Yu was about to put away the quest panel, his eyes couldn't help but be drawn to Yi Qiu's name. At that moment, his name turned red with a big danger labeled on the back. This Yi Qiu's trip to fight in Mazhou is really dangerous. Looking at this hint from the system, this kid is afraid that he's really going to be cannon fodder. Li Yu recalled Yi Qiu saying that the loss of defense there in Mazhou was because the underworld demon sect colluded with the Wolf King clan. The Wolf King's clan burned and looted their way through the area, doing nothing wrong, and now the place is devastated and in mourning. If the Wolf King's clan continued to move south and the desert state was completely lost, the entire hinterland of the Great Xia dynasty would be completely exposed to the Wolf King clan's Wolf Rider army. It could directly lead to the total loss of the entire Daxia dynasty, or even its destruction. In fact, Li Yu originally didn't intend to care about this matter. After all, it was an official matter. He wasn't a saint and he didn't want to be a big hero. There was no need to dogpile and meddle. But now that the underworld demon sect had involved themselves, they had decided to travel to the desert state to eradicate the underworld demon sect. Then also piggyback on that with the underworld demon sect collusion of the Wolf King clan, also swept away. It's all about one sword anyway. In the end, Li Yu still couldn't let go of Yi Qiu's piece of fat meat that had come to him. After Yi Qiu left today, he had some regrets. If this guy really died, he would lose more than just a talented senior brother, a large sum of tuition. There was also the Prime Ancient Emperor's secret collection quest that sounded tantalizing at first glance. If the war in the north subsides and peace is restored to the Daxia dynasty, Yi Qiu should then not have to go to war to rejoin their Qingyun sect. Thinking of this, Li Yu called for Tang Qi and gave Tang Qi all the matters of the clan's next construction. Yi Mansion in Nan'an City. Just after the ugly hour, Yi Qiu was already fully loaded and set off. After Yi Lixing received the holy decree, he had gone directly north from the border of Qingzhou directly to Mazhou. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, had taken a group of light cavalry that had escorted his father's return, and had set off from Nan'an City, heading north to Mozhou to meet up with Yi Lixing. Yi Qiu lied that Li Yu agreed to help him retreat with the enemy in order to keep his mother from worrying. This time they would surely win a victory and expel the Wolf King clan. Perhaps a sign of maturity in a man is that he begins to learn to tell good lies. After all, there are some things that just need to be guarded and defended with their lives, other than their family and country. And the hearts and minds of parents, wives, and children. Even though Yi Qiu's seamless lie, Yang Shangnan was skeptical. Even in itself, she felt that the Li Yu that Yi Qiu spoke of was a liar and untrustworthy. But there was nothing she could do at the moment. To disobey the decree would be to kill the whole family. So Yang Shangnan could only send off Yi Qiu in tears. In his heart, he held on to that minuscule bit of hope that the Li Yu that Yi Qiu had said was really that capable. Chapter 25, That Reassuring Back Shadow. In a pavilion in the middle of a lake in a mountain village outside of Nan'an City, 3rd Prince Morong Taishang was playing Go with a woman. "Your Highness, is this really worth it?" the woman asked as she put down a white piece. She was the daughter of Captain Zhao Qiu Zhao Shui. Back then, His Majesty ceded land to the Western Liang dynasty in exchange for a brief peace. Do you think it was worth it? Morong Taisheng said as he placed a black stone. I'm only sacrificing a part of the territory of the desert state, so I can completely get rid of the Yi family with the help of the Wolf King clan, and I can also help the Luo family ease the pressure of the Wolf King clan. Do you think it's worth it? I'm worried that the Wolf King clan isn't that obedient. If the desert prefecture really loses its entirety, I'm afraid that our capital prefecture will be in danger as well. Zhao Shui laughed and said. She was also aware of the strength of the Yi family's several generals, as well as their prestige among the military and civilians. However, the Yi family is only loyal to His Majesty today and has a very good relationship with the Crown Prince. That was why Morong Taishan wanted to get rid of the Yi family at all costs. As long as the Yi family was around, it would be almost impossible for him to usurp power. Don't worry, between the Grand Xia dynasty and the Wolf King clan, the Underworld Demon clan will definitely choose the Grand Xia dynasty that can bring more benefits to their clan. The Underworld Demon sect will not let the Wolf King clan take over my Grand Xia dynasty. Morong Taisheng said. Just then, a man quickly ran over, bowed, glancing at Zhao Shui, wanting to speak. No harm done, Shui is not an outsider. Morong Taisheng said. Only then did the man say, Your Highness, the side of the Underworld Demon sect has sent you a letter back. They will help us get rid of Liu. In addition, Yi Qiu has already left the capital state, and will immediately enter the territory of the desert state. The people from the Underworld Demon sect have also rushed to intercept them. Well, very well, Liu, Yi Qiu, two talented youngsters, go on your way without fear. Morong Taisheng landed the black pieces and couldn't help but smile smugly. Shui, you lost. At the junction of Jingzhou and Mazhou, Yi Qiu led a group of light cavalry and hurried forward through the mountain roads. He had to rush to reach the Tiger Forest Pass before nightfall to join his second uncle. But right at this moment, a silver stream of light suddenly flew out from the side woods. With a click, it directly chopped off the front leg of Yi Qiu's horse. The horse lost its front hooves and tumbled directly forward, but Yi Qiu reacted extremely fast and moved swiftly, instantly jumping up. And then with a flip, he landed firmly on the ground. Just then, the silver light swung back and chopped at Yi Qiu once again. It was a crescent-shaped, high-speed rotating spell. Yi Qiu held the Tsan long gun in his hand and swept it out with a clang, blocking the incoming magic weapon. It ended up in the hands of a black-robed man who appeared out of nowhere. The man's long hair was spread out, covering the left half of his face, and the right side of his face was as pale as a zombie. Trailing behind him appeared 4 other people, 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing black robes with bizarre patterns embroidered on them. This pattern Yi Qiu recognized. Underworld Demon Sect. Yi Qiu's brows tightened and a sense of awe ran through his heart. They were just worried about encountering an ambush on the way, and purposely chose an extremely hidden trail that not many people knew about. It was through this trail that the light cavalry squad had safely returned Yi Guoxiong to Nan'an City. Knowing that they would take this trail, absolutely no one else knew about it other than the generals present. Looks like there's an enemy mole among these people. No, I should say that it's an enemy on the side of our great Xia dynasty. Yi Qiu knew very well that he was just an insignificant minor character relative to this war. Despite the fact that he was also surnamed Yi, he basically didn't know how to march and fight, and he hadn't even been on a battlefield. As for the force value, it seems to have done very little to change this battle. It would be reasonable to say that these people were going to intercept their second uncle. The emperor's decree to let him go to the front line was just to say that he wanted to cultivate him and let him study under Lone Star Yi, so that he can succeed his father in the future and become a famous general of the Daxia dynasty. So the only possibility is that someone wants him dead. To be precise, he wanted the person surnamed Yi to die. Yi Qiu knew that these people from the Underworld Demon Sect would appear here, and it must be a premeditated ambush. It couldn't be that he had been unlucky and just happened to run into these guys. It seemed that the Underworld Demon Sect colluding with the Wolf King clan also had someone behind it. This was a premeditated massacre. The target is the people of my Yi family. Yi Qiu instantly figured everything out. Even the person behind this was roughly guessed as well. But even if that was the case, what could be done? It was unknown if he could escape with his life today. Your Excellency, this is not far from Tiger Forest Pass. We will cover your escape in a while. Zhang Zhizhong, Yi Guoxiong's vice general, shielded Yi Qiu behind him and said in a low voice. Aha! Yi Qiu nodded without much nonsense, he didn't want to die here. It wasn't that he was afraid to die, it was just that he wasn't willing to die like that and let the evil one get what he wanted. So even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to fight for it. A few tall people, wait, I'm the third prince's man, I'm the third prince's man. A soldier suddenly rushed out and revealed his identity. He was afraid that these few underworld demon sect would even kill him together in a while. Kongjia is you, why did you do this? General Yi brought you up well, how could you do something so treacherous? Zhang Zhizhong's eyes widened in anger, although he guessed that there might be a mole in his party. But seeing this fact at this time, it still shook inwardly. However, Zhang Zhizhong also knew that this Kongjia should have been turned after arriving in Nanan City. Otherwise, I'm afraid General Yi won't be able to return to Nanan City. I don't want to, but... Pust. Before that Kongjia could finish his sentence, he had already had his head sliced off by that crescent-shaped magic weapon. Do it! The man with the disheveled hair gave a command, and 5 people rushed in unison. Protect the Duke! Zhang Zhizhong shouted, and a group of generals braved death and quickly met the attack. Surrounding Yi Qiu among them and trying to stall those 5 people to buy time for Yi Qiu to escape. But the difference in each other's strength was too great, almost a photo effort. Yi Qiu was instantly cut in half. Other than Zhang Zhizhong, who could still barely fight against the other side, the rest of the soldiers were simply no match for those 5. Seeing this situation, Yi Qiu's heart directly cooled halfway. These 5 people from the underworld demon sect were all no less powerful than the Yuaning realm. This Morong Taishang had also put down some money in order to get rid of himself. These few people were considered top-tier powerhouses in the underworld demon sect. Your Excellency, run! Zhang Zhizhong shouted. Yi Qiu also wanted to leave, but had been stopped by the woman. Her face was cold, but her gaze was full of cruelty. The sharp sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, chopping towards Yi Qiu without mercy. That sword was so fast that Yi Qiu couldn't dodge it at all and could only block it with his gun. But the difference in strength between each other is too great. The power of that sword directly sent the Tsan long gun in Yi Qiu's hand, flying out. Yi Qiu's body also flew backwards uncontrollably. At the same time, the woman was once again bullying her way in, taking Yi Qiu's head with her sword. Gongzi! Zhang Zhizhong exclaimed in shock, putting in his best efforts to get rid of his opponent and rushed towards Yi Qiu. However, his whip was out of reach and he was already too late to save Yi Qiu. Seeing that Yi Qiu was about to become the death of the woman's sword, Zhang Zhizhong's eyes turned red. If Yi Qiu died, he wouldn't have the face to go down and meet the Yi family's martyrs even if he died in battle here. Looking at the sharp sword that cut through the void and beheaded him, Yi Qiu also despaired. He couldn't dodge or block it, only his head would end up in a different place. But just as the long sword was only 0.1 centimeter away from his throat, it stopped instantly. At the same time, there was a muffled sound, and the woman directly disappeared into thin air. In its place, there was a figure wearing a plain green robe with a straight figure. Grasping the woman's long sword in his hand, he stood with his back to Yi Qiu. There was also a sword slung behind him. Seeing the appearance of this back, while Yi Qiu was surprised, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A feeling of reassurance, as if it were the sunshine in spring, instantly enveloping the whole body, warm and soothing. Chapter 26: The Wolf King's Head as a Gift. Li Yu's punch directly exploded the woman's breasts. The whole thing sank deep into the side hill, dead as a doornail. Following only a few flashes of Li Yu's figure, the experts of the underworld demon sect, who were as powerful as gods and demons to the crowd of generals, instantly died 3 times. The remaining man with a cloaked head and a zombie-like face was filled with horror. Knowing that Li Yu was someone he couldn't afford to mess with, he was about to run away immediately. Wants to go. Li Yu's speed was so fast that it could not be captured at all. Following that, a miserable scream was heard, and the fleeing expert of the underworld demon sect was also killed on the spot. This brat, so strong. Zhang Zhizhong's face was filled with shock as he looked at Li Yu, who was walking back again. For a moment, they forgot that they had just half-stepped into the ghost gate. The few remaining generals were also looking at Li Yu with shock on their faces, not having regained their senses for a while. Senior brother, why are you here? Yi Qiu was pleasantly surprised, but more than anything, he was grateful. Just happened to come to run some errands. You say you, with this much skill, you still want to go to the battlefield to fight, aren't you going to send yourself to death? Li Yu said with feigned anger. Haha, let senior brother be ridiculed. Yi Qiu wasn't angry, he knew that Li Yu said this on his lips, but he must have quietly followed him just because he wasn't worried about him. And it was estimated that the purpose of this trip was most likely to eradicate the Wolf King clan. It seems that senior brother is indeed a great hero with a heart of gold. That day I told him about the war in the north and the plight of the people. He came quietly, though he gave no indication at the time. Probably planning to go dark. If I hadn't been ambushed and nearly killed, he certainly wouldn't have shown himself so easily. Sifu wants to do the people a favor, but he doesn't want to be known. When it really is a real chivalrous man, a real hero, it is admirable. Alright, I'll leave if you're alright. Liu waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Senior brother isn't coming with us? Yi Qiu asked hurriedly. What? Want me to be your bodyguard? I've said I'm here to do a job, not specifically to save you. Liu said without any good humor. What senior brother said is true, then senior brother here sends senior brother off. Yi Qiu didn't talk too much and directly bowed to say goodbye. Liu waved his hand, and with the point of his foot, his figure disappeared once again. Gongzi isn't hurt, is he? Zhang Zhizhong rushed forward and asked with concern. No. Luckily, senior brother came to our rescue in time, or else we really would have died here. Yi Qiu said with a palpitating heart. My lord, who is this senior brother of yours, to have such great strength at such an age? Zhang Zhizhong's heart was also filled with curiosity. Well, a high recluse, when I return from this war, I'm going to worship under them. Yi Qiu said with a proud face, but he wasn't going to say anything more about Liu. He felt that Liu must be a person who liked to keep a low profile, or else if he was so strong, he wouldn't have not many people knowing about him so far. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Heavenly Dao list, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about Liu here, much less the fact that he had killed the demon child with a single sword. This time it was the same again, clearly deciding to come to the desert state to deal with the Wolf King clan, but pretending to be indifferent. Since elder brother liked to keep a low profile, one could not do anything that would displease elder brother. So he didn't say too much to Zhang Zhizhong. Zhang Zhizhong was also a smart person, and when he saw that Yi Qiu didn't go into details, he didn't ask more questions. He just said, My lord, let's continue on our way, and hurry to arrive at the Tiger Forest Pass, so that it will be safe for us to meet up with General Yi. Humph. Yi Qiu and the others set off again, and the original squad of 30 people was left with only 6 people. It was dusk when they arrived at Hulin Pass. Luckily, the journey had no danger, and finally it was smooth to meet up with the army that Ji Lixing brought from the border of Qingzhou, and together they set off towards Jade Peak Pass. At this time, Lone Star Yi had long been the first to ride a flying spirit beast and arrived at the frontline Qifeng Pass. Nowadays, the Wolf King clan's army was gathering outside of the Qifeng Pass, and it could launch an attack at any time. There was an urgent need for generals to sit and command the battle there, so Lone Star Yi took the lead and rushed there. And to the north of Qifeng Pass, a city that was originally prosperous has now turned into a hell on earth, full of devastation, corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood. Fires burned the city's buildings, and a thick cloud of smoke hung over the city. Some of the people of the Wolf King clan who were stranded in the city were still scavenging around for the remaining belongings and women, brutally murdering the people who survived, even the children. As for the Wolf King clan's army, it had already traveled south to Qifeng Pass at this time and was temporarily stationed there, ready to break through the newly established defenses of the Daxia dynasty. At the entrance of the barracks, a group of tall and powerful soldiers of the Wolf King clan, escorting dozens of marvelous girls and hundreds of soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty, he walked towards the barracks. The several people at the head of the group were riding a steel-backed wolf with a body as strong as an ox underneath them. You guys send these girls to the Wolf King's tent first. A chief riding a steel-backed wolf at the head said. These were the new women they had captured from several nearby cities, ready to be offered to their Wolf King and the commanders for their enjoyment. Yes. A few soldiers led the order and quickly escorted the young girls, whose faces were filled with terror, towards the Wolf King's tent. The rest of you send this group of prisoners to the wolves. The chieftain added. The group of soldiers led the order and quickly escorted the captured Xia dynasty soldier towards the wolf circle. Inside the wolf circle, a head of steel-backed wolves as strong as a bull hissed with excitement when they saw the soldiers of the Grand Xia dynasty that were being pushed in, and immediately opened their bloody mouths, and then pounced on those soldiers. The miserable cries and the sounds of steel-backed wolves hissing echoed throughout the entire barracks, but they did not cause any discomfort to any of the Wolf King clan's people. Instead, it scared the group of wonderful women to turn a few more shades of white and tremble. The girl I banged today was white, tender, and had big boobs. Yes, the women of this Daxia dynasty are just tender and watery, they can pinch water out of a handful of pinches, and their cries are also good to hear. Ha, it's said that the girls in the south are more watery, so when we capture the capital of the great Xia dynasty, grabbing a few imperial concubines and princesses to play with will definitely be great. The few Wolf King clan soldiers who were escorting the young girl were full of lewd smiles as they discussed. But they had just escorted these women to the entrance of the Wolf King's tent when a figure suddenly appeared behind them. A short sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, instantly cut across their throats, and they directly fell to the ground and died. Seeing that the Wolf King clan soldiers who escorted them were killed, those wonderful girls were also surprised. But none of them screamed out, just looked around in fear and surprise. Aside from the Wolf King clan soldiers and tent guards that fell one after another, there were absolutely no silhouettes to be seen. And at that moment, in the Wolf King's tent, there was singing, dancing, and drinking. A group of captured dancers from the Daxia dynasty were dancing beautifully in the middle of the tent. The Wolf King, Daban, and a group of commanders, on the other hand, were sitting around and were hugging a pearly, fearful, and unclothed wonderful young girl. Happy to drink wine and eat meat. Completely unnoticed, Li Yu's silhouette came through the tent door, strutting in. Back when Li Yu had just entered the Wolf King clan's military camp, the system quest interface popped up again. A new quest appeared on it: decapitating the Wolf King Daban and repelling the Wolf King clan's army would earn 10 points of reputation value. Moreover, this Wolf King Daban and the underworld demon sect are colluding with each other and are in cahoots. So he was going to bring this Wolf King Daban's head with him and go to the underworld demon sect's patriarch as a meet and greet gift. Chapter 27: The Daxia Dynasty is Terrible. What man? A Wolf King clan commander sitting closest to the entrance was the first to spot Li Yu. Immediately, he grabbed the combat knife beside him, pushed away the woman in his arms, and jumped up. His cry of alarm also instantly startled everyone in the tent. The group of commanders jumped up with their swords drawn, looking at Li Yu with surprise and vigilance. And the group of dancers all had the good sense to quickly step aside. Those unclothed women also panicked and hid in the corners of the tent, carefully sizing up Li Yu with what seemed to be a slight hint of anticipation in their eyes. They could all tell that Li Yu was from the Great Xia dynasty, and his appearance was like a ray of light in that endless darkness. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in this group of desperate and fearful women. While playing with the cicada-winged sword in his hand, Li Yu walked to the main center of the tent with a smile on his face. The group of commanders quickly blocked in front of Wolf King Daban and surrounded Li Yu. "Don't move, if you do we'll be impolite." A commander droned. In fact, they had some scruples inside. This kid was able to come to their tent silently, so it was clear that his strength was by no means ordinary. So no one dares to do anything rash. Li Yu stared at that Wolf King Daban, who was sitting in the right seat, without slanting his eyes. Completely not putting the group of commanders around him in his eyes. "Are you the barbarian?" Li Yu asked in a cold voice. "That's right, kid, you have a lot of guts to break into my tent single-handedly, but since you're here, don't." Not a barbarian still wants to cast a wave of mouth. However, Li Yu's figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the two tall and sturdy commanders who were blocking right in front of the barbarian were directly blown away by a strong force. Wolf King Daban's face changed greatly, even though he could not see Li Yu's figure at all. But still, he kicked the table in front of him, forward and flew out, trying to stop Li Yu, while his body rolled to the side. Moves like lightning. To anyone else's eyes, his set of moves had been incredibly fast. Only he was facing Li Yu. So he had just drawn his sword and stood up when a palm pressed him down again. A terrifying aura, like a huge mountain directly pressing down from the top of his head, caused the hairs of sweat on his entire body to instantly stand up. He wanted to struggle, but realized that his body, under that terrifying force, could not resist at all. Wolf King. The crowd of commanders was filled with shock. Everything had just happened too fast, and by the time they reacted, their two companions had already been sent flying out of the tent. And their Wolf King, Daban, had actually been captured by that young kid. It's unbelievable. "Kid, you are very strong, planted in your hands," this king admitted. "Just I want to know, the great summer emperor in the end gave you what benefits, let you?" But with a flash of the cicada-winged sword, Daban's head was separated from his neck. Completely crushed by the force, the Wolf King Daban wanted to utilize the chatting technique to gain a chance for himself. But he didn't expect Li Yu to give him that chance at all. Young people are just too impulsive. "That's a lot of crap," Li Yushin said. He didn't come to nag this Wolf King, he was still in a hurry to go to the underworld demon sect to save his old man. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, successfully collected the Tiger Spirit Battle Blade. At the same time, the progress of the Divine Soldier Collection quest became 620. Liu didn't expect that this Wolf King's battle sword would still be a spiritual weapon. Not bad. Surprisingly, there's a windfall. Seeing that the Wolf King had been killed, the group of Wolf King clan commanders were so frightened that their bodies were chilled and they instinctively took a step back. The rough and rigid sheiks, however, were as terrified as those women they had just abused. One must know that their Wolf King was a strong person of the late transcendent realm, and could hang all of them present by himself. Yet the strongest of their clan, the most revered Wolf King in their hearts. Surprisingly, he was killed by this kid in front of him just like that without any power to fight back. He's, so scary. And at that moment, those wonderful women who were hugging and squatting in the corner instantly showed a look of surprise and relief on their faces. The eyes that looked at Liu were even more filled with admiration and worship. Once again, they believed in miracles. Just then, the sounds of fighting and shouting inside the tent drew the surrounding Wolf King clan crowd over. However, they saw that all the guards around the tent had been killed, and the two commanders who had been beaten out of the tent had died on the spot. Knowing that something was wrong, the people's faces changed drastically, and they quickly gathered people to surround the tent. But not knowing the situation inside the tent, he did not dare to rush in easily for a while. And inside the tent, the dozen or so commanders slowly backed away. They knew that they were no match for Liu, so there was only one thought in their minds. Escape! Noticing that the men on their side had surrounded the tent, they intended to take advantage of the confusion to escape. But would Liu give them a chance? Putting away the cicada wing sword, he drew the long sword behind him, and without any hesitation, swept his sword out horizontally. The terrifying sword might, as if it was a huge and invisible blade, instantly cut off the dozen or so Wolf King clan commanders who were preparing to escape. After decapitating these commanders, that sword's might did not diminish, directly cutting through the tent's enclosing cloth and sweeping across to the Wolf King clan's crowd outside the tent. Brush! The dense wall of people was directly cut out of a huge opening. Uncountable numbers of Wolf King clan soldiers had their bodies directly turned into two. The corpses were even swept backwards by the shockwaves of air brought up by that sword might. Seeing this scene, the other generals of the surrounding Wolf King clan were instantly stunned. What kind of horrible magical power is this? At the same time, Liu's figure walked out of the tent, grasping the Wolf King Dabin's head in his hand. Wolf King! He killed the Wolf King! The Wolf King is dead! The crowd of the Wolf King clan was filled with shock, and their gazes towards Liu were filled with fear. Though there were several thousand of them gathered around. However, in the face of Liu's compelling aura, he was unexpectedly frightened and kept retreating. At this moment, Liu was no longer a young man in their eyes, but a terrifying killing god. Kill him and avenge the Wolf King. I don't know which fellow shouted. Some of the humongous guys actually charged straight up. Liu rippled and rose up in the air with a single point of his foot. And then a sword chopped down in the air. The sword's might was so vast that it broke through the stone, shaking heaven and earth, and sweeping away thousands of troops. This sword was like wrapping the dome of the sky and pressing it down together. The tens of thousands of Wolf King clan people below were directly pressed down to their knees by this terrifying sword might. Chills ran through my body and my heart trembled. And those who were in the exact center of the sword might were directly unable to withstand this terrifying sword might. The body exploded and turned into bloody dregs. And the ground under their feet also crumbled inch by inch under this terrifying sword might. A thick crack spread in all directions. The earth shook as if the sky was about to fall. The ground right in the center of the sword's might directly appeared as a huge gully that stretched all the way for hundreds of meters. Liu's sword directly stunned all the Wolf King clan people in the military camp. Terrified, he looked at Liu in mid-air, and the Wolf King's head that was in his grasp. Inside, he couldn't regenerate a single thought of resistance. That sword just now was like the divine might of the Heavenly Dao, it was too terrifying, too terrifying. This person's power was beyond their knowledge and could only be described as a god. And how can mortals compete with the gods? They didn't have the slightest doubt that as long as this person was willing, they could easily decimate the hundreds of thousands of them, with a raise of their hands and a throw of their feet. Run away. The Wolf King clan's army was completely scared out of their wits by Liu's sword. Immediately routed and fled, as if fleeing from a disaster, without looking back, running wildly toward the north. There was only one thing on their minds right now: going home. This Daxia dynasty is too scary. Chapter 28. Do you two really think you're here as guests? Jade Peak Pass, inside the Citadel, Lone Star Yi looked at the sand table in front of him with a worried frown. Several other generals beside him were also silent, their faces grave. The other side had an army of 500,000 men, and they were valiant and fierce. With the strength of the late stage of the Wolf King, the barbarian transcendent realm, coupled with his innate divine power, he himself was no match for him. Nowadays, there are less than 50,000 defenders in the Jade Peak Pass, even if there is a geographical advantage. However, it was also very difficult to hold back the 500,000 strong army of the Wolf King clan. And the reinforcements he brought in himself, as well as the reinforcements he transferred from other places. It will take at least 2 more days to get them all here. If the Wolf King clan's army launched a general attack, then I'm afraid that Jade Peak Pass would be lost before reinforcements arrived. That's why he had to come up with a way to stall the Wolf King clan's army here in order to do so. Otherwise, if Yufeng Pass is lost, I don't know how many more people will suffer. Report, General, we just received a scouting report from our side. Not long ago a mysterious strong man infiltrated the enemy camp, beheaded Wolf King Dabin, and scared off the Wolf King clan's army. At this time, the Wolf King clan's hundreds of thousands of troops have begun to hastily run towards the north. A soldier ran in and reported. Really? Great. Yi Lixing was overjoyed, and several generals were also looking surprised. But after the surprise, Yi Lixing was also a bit surprised. Mysterious powerhouse? What kind of strong person could scare off 500,000 troops of the Wolf King clan by himself? The Wolf King clan's army was definitely a division of tigers and wolves, ferocious and fierce. To be able to scare this group of guys into running for their lives, just how terrifying was that mysterious powerhouse? It's surprising that my Xia dynasty has such a strong man. Surprise is surprise. Lone Star Yi was more elated, and the big stone that was weighing on his heart disappeared in an instant. Originally, he was still worried about how to fend off the Wolf King clan's army. Even the entire Xia dynasty was at stake. But I didn't expect such a shocking reversal. It was really thanks to the mysterious Highlander who had come to his aid. With the Wolf King decapitated, the Wolf King clan's group was leaderless and was already in a state of collapse. Right now is also a good opportunity for them to fight back. Du Chao at your service. The last general is here. Raid 20,000 cavalry, follow me out of the city to chase after the Wolf King clan. Make sure to drive this group of guys completely out of the desert state and recapture the lost land. Yi Lixing shouted. Yes. Looking at the routed and fleeing Wolf King clan army, Liu happily received the 10 points of reputation value rewarded by the system. Now the reputation value has become 29,100. As long as they were eradicating the underworld demon sect, half of the progress would be completed. Including the Wolf King Dabin's head in the system space, Liu did not linger. With a little bit of foot, he stepped into the air. The underworld demon sect was located in the northwestern part of the desert prefecture, close to the vicinity of the Mingyan mountain, where it was sparsely populated and infested with demonic beasts. Because he had triggered a system quest this time, with the system's guidance, Liu easily found the place. Just after stepping into the boundary of the underworld demon sect, several underworld demon sect disciples stopped Liu's path. What kind of person dares to trespass into my underworld demon sect? Those few people looked at Liu warily. To be able to come here to their underworld demon sect alone, the strength of this person in front of him should not be low. Go report to your patriarch. I, Liu, have come to give him a gift. Liu said. He wasn't going to force his way in. After all, the father was in their hands, so it was better to wait to save him before doing anything. Those few people from the underworld demon sect showed surprise in their eyes. They had naturally all heard of this Liu's name. After all, the top of the subterranean dragon ranking was just too dazzling. A few people didn't say anything, and one of them quickly went to report. The other few were wary of Liu. Not long after, the man flew back again and said, "Follow me." Liu followed the underworld demon sect disciple and arrived directly in the underworld demon sect's main hall, the underworld hall. At this moment, there were quite a few people in that large hall. Besides Patriarch Demon Lin, there were also a few elders of the underworld demon sect, as well as a dozen or so core disciples. And Li Qingyun was also among them, only that his body was imprisoned by the magic treasure and he could not move. But the look on his face was relaxed and cozy, his eyes looking expectantly at the entrance to the great hall. However, when he saw Liu arrive, he immediately said with a joyful smile, I heard that you're the number 1 in the subterranean dragon ranking. It really makes father proud." He had learned about the subterranean dragon ranking from Devil Lin that day, and he also knew that Devil Lin's true intention was to get rid of Liu and obtain the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Heavy Brightness Bird. Hearing his old man's words, Liu was basically sure that his old man was safe and sound and could not help but let go of his heart. Spinning around, he smiled and said, "It's only a ranking within the scope of the Great Xia dynasty, there's nothing to be proud of." "It's you've been down for a long time, did you get any money?" "Let me tell you, I changed the name of the sect on my own initiative, the original name was too ugly. Now that our sect is quite famous, we should have a decent name. I'll use your name and change it to Green Cloud Gate." "That name sounds so much better." "In addition, the bandits of the Gathering Hall came to rob and were destroyed by me, and I seized a lot of gold and silver treasures from their cottage. Also, a few days ago, I gambled with various forces and won quite a few spirit stones. The funds for expanding the sect are now very sufficient, and construction has begun in the past few days, so I guess the Mountain Gate Hall should be almost built when we return." "Ha, my son is just awesome. I didn't expect that you would have done so many things during my absence." Li Qingyun laughed cheerfully, watching Liu and Li Qingyun chattering away here. The corners of Devil Lin's mouth twitched as he sat on the head seat. This father and son are not sick in the head, don't they know it when they're about to die? Still here as if reunited after a long time, chattering away. "You two really think you're guests here?" On the side, those few elders of the underworld demon sect, as well as a dozen or so core disciples, also looked at them as if they were looking at little cuties. Like, looking at Liu and Li Qingyun. "Liu, did you bring the stuff?" Devil Lin opened his mouth and asked, trying to interrupt Liu's conversation with Li Qingyun. But Liu simply ignored him and continued to talk to Li Qingyun. "By the way, father, I did something else on my way here that was earth-shattering." "What's the big deal?" Li Qingyun was filled with curiosity. Slap. Devil Lin was so angry that he crushed the armrests of his chair and stood up prancing. A terrifying aura filled the air, and his gaze was as if he could kill. But Liu just glanced at him casually and continued, "I killed the Wolf King Dabin of the Wolf King clan that invaded the desert state, and even scared off the Wolf King clan's army in the process." "Good son, with the demeanor of your father and I back then." Li Qingyun laughed once again. "You killed De Barbarian?" Devil Lin, who was about to go on a rampage, changed his color and looked at Liu in surprise. The other people in the hall were all stunned as well, but they followed with a snort of laughter. Although De Barbarian's strength wasn't considered heaven-defying, he was at least a late-stage transcendent realm powerhouse. And he had those hundreds of thousands of troops to protect him, so how could it be so easy to kill him? And scare off the Wolf King clan's army in the process? Awesome blowing to this extent is a rarity in the world. This father and son are quite an odd pair. The surrounding group of underworld demon sect disciples looked at Liu with a look of contempt. It felt like if there was a bragging list in the Heavenly Dao Ranking, this Liu would probably be number one. "Right, speaking of which I remembered Sovereign Demon Lin, I've brought you a meeting gift." Liu was finally focusing on Mo Lin. Immediately, he took out Wolf King Dabin's head from the system space and threw it to Demon Lin. Seeing the head of Wolf King Dabin, Mo Lin's eyes instantly widened. Unbelievably, he looked at Liu. When he had just heard Liu's words, he was also half skeptical. At this time, when he saw the barbarian's head, he was really shocked inwardly. This kid had actually decapitated Wolf King Dabin. How is this possible? Chapter 29 True Explosion in Place. He killed the Wolf King, Dabin? The elders of the underworld demon sect didn't believe him and quickly came to Demon Lin's side. Upon careful identification, his eyes showed shock. Surprisingly, it really is Dar Barbarian. The 10 or so disciples of the underworld demon sect also had their faces changed drastically. The previous disdain instantly turned into shock. The gaze that looked at Liu once again was already filled with scorn, as well as consternation. At this moment, beside Liu, there was unexpectedly an extra person, Li Qingyun. Liu had just taken advantage of the fact that Demon Lin and the others, who were attracted to the Dar Barbarian head, were inwardly shocked. Instantly arriving at Li Qingyun's side, he crushed the magic treasure that had imprisoned him, pulling him to retreat directly into the distance. The whole thing happened almost electrically. So fast that by the time Demon Lin and the others reacted, Liu had already retreated several feet away with Li Qingyun. Seeing this scene, Devil Lin's face became even more somber and his heart became even more surprised. This Liu really did have some skills, to have such a bizarre stance and amazing speed. Being able to take Qingyun Li out from under his nose in an instant. It seems that he was able to kill the barbarian because of this bizarre stance and speed. Naturally, Devil Lin could not have imagined that Li Yu had just been operating routinely. After all, in his opinion, a milquetoast brat. Even if the talent was no matter how demonic, how strong could it be? As for him, he was in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm cultivation, and his physical body had also reached the martial Wei Tongshan realm, so even if he encountered a late stage of the spirit transformation realm, or even a peak powerhouse, he wouldn't be afraid. His strength could kill him with a slap even if it was 10 barbarians. So at this moment, when he saw Li Yu save Li Qingyun, Devil Lin did not panic. This was their territory. Even if he saved Li Qingyun, it was simply impossible to leave alive. And let's not even talk about whether he can get past himself. Even if he managed to escape, he would never be able to break out of their clan's mountain protection formation. Father, when did you know my true strength? Li Yu looked at Li Qingyun and asked curiously. From the state of his own old man's look just now, he judged that his old man must already know his true strength. No wonder Pops never asked wherever he used to go. Even he suspected for a moment that his old man didn't care about him at all. Now it seems that it was his own old man who wasn't worried about being in danger at all. I'm your father, watched you grow up. When you pucker your ass, Dad knows what kind of you take. Li Qingyun laughed. Dad, we are cultured people, can we use some elegant adjectives? Li Yu's head was filled with black lines. Dad was mainly afraid you wouldn't understand. Li Yu. I wish I could send him back into Molin's arms without saving him. But Li Yu had actually gotten used to it a long time ago. This is how one interacts with Pops on a daily basis. His own old man was like that, usually no big deal with himself. It's so close to you calling me daddy and me calling you old man. Well, sure enough, it's my dad alright, as it were. Li Yu didn't have to doubt the authenticity of the father in front of him at all. Father, this underworld demon sect can't stay. Li Yu digressed. Yeah, do you have the confidence to exterminate them? Well, pretty much, as long as Dad doesn't hold me back. Qingyun Li. Well, then, Dad's a step ahead. Where would you go without me? Walk in place? Qingyun Li. It's true that he is my son, this mouth is poisonous, and it doesn't lose any of my demeanor back then. You'd better stay here and watch me perform. Li Yu stepped forward and moved his wrists and neck. Magic Lin is really angry that his eyes are going to explode. What are you two doing here, talking about comedy? We don't exist. And even if you don't run away, you are still talking about destroying our underworld demon sect in front of us. Who gave you the courage? You really think you're so powerful just because you killed a barbarian, don't you? Old me, I'm a superpower in the realm of transformation. A slap could turn a barbarian into scum, and a sneeze could scare back the Wolf King clan's army. And you're so arrogant in my territory, don't you know how to write the word death? Li Qingyun, I really don't know where your father and son got the courage. You want to have a mouthful before you die, don't you? Alright, have you guys finished? It's time to hit the road. Devil Lin shouted angrily. A strong aura instantly spread out, and a terrifying pressure directly enveloped the entire hall. It made the faces of those core disciples on the side couldn't help but show a horrified look, and their entire figures seemed to shrivel up. The pressure unleashed by a powerhouse of the God transformation realm was simply too terrifying. However, Li Yu didn't change his face, pulled out his nostrils with his fingers, snapped his nose and flicked the booger onto demonic Lin's clothes, sneering, "This bit of your pressure isn't even 1/10 of a demonic child's, so don't unleash it to humiliate yourself." Li Yu's words were simply like a sharp blade stuck in Mo Lin's heart, so angry that he was about to explode in place. And what makes him even more angry is that your ing awesome blowing is practically never ending. And pulling a magic boy on me. Have you ever fought with a demon child? Devil Lin really couldn't bear it anymore. His chi was in full swing, his body instantly rushed towards Li Yu and slapped out his palm. Demonic chi gathered in the center of his palm and condensed into a huge palm print, as if it was wrapped in the momentum of heaven and earth, smashing towards Li Yu. In fact, he could have slapped Li Yu to death with his mana through the air, but he didn't do that. He wanted to use his palm, he wanted to feel the touch of his palm slapping Li Yu into mush. It was the only way to remove the anger that was in his heart at that moment. Seeing Devil Lin rushing towards him, Li Yu's face instantly became serious as he blocked Li Qingyun behind him and swung out a sword in his hand without avoiding or flashing in place. Rumble! The moment that long sword was swung out, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble violently. Space was extremely distorted, and terrifying sword might poured out. Feeling the power of Li Yu's sword, the demonic Lin who had just rushed in suddenly changed color, and a chill instantly rushed up to his head. The anger on his face was replaced by horror. This sword instantly reminded him of the fear that he had once been dominated by Li Qingyun. The shadow that was rooted in his bones gave him an instant sense of death. And having lived to his age, he had seen many powerful people and experienced countless battles of life and death. He knew all too well just how terrifying this sword of Liu's was. He couldn't wait to wonder why this Liu had such terrifying strength at such a young age. It was also too late to think about whether Liu had really fought with the demon child and how it had ended. All he knew was that the sword was enough to kill him. So immediately, he struck out with a palm strike, meeting it with that palm print condensed by mana. At the same time, his figure retreated sharply, releasing all of his mana to protect his body. He also offered up various life-preserving magic treasures and formed a protection in front of his body. There were huge shield-shaped magic treasures, energy light curtains, and spell barriers formed by talismans. There was also a turtle shell-like Dharma treasure that covered the chest directly. Counting the magic scale armor he was wearing, the black scale armor defense layer formed on the surface of his entire body. It can be armed to the teeth. But so many defensive magic treasures were as fragile as mud bubbles under the might of Liu's sword, and instantly collapsed. Boom, 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 boom. Under the sweep of the sword's might, all of the protective magic treasures that demonic Lin had offered up collapsed. However, the sword's might did not diminish and instantly penetrated through Demon Lin's body. Devil Lin only felt as if there were countless sharp blades that were inserted into his body at the same time, and then turned into a majestic burst of energy. No! He screamed miserably as his body exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. At the same time, with a loud boom, the wall of the great hall behind him was also directly chopped out with a huge gash. Silence! The spectral demon sect's group of elders, as well as the dozen or so core disciples on the side, were as if they had seen a ghost, dumbstruck and chilled all over. Their patriarch, a hallowed old devil of the god transformation realm, with a strong physical body of the Tongshan realm, was actually given a second by a sword. This kind of shock instantly shocked their brains into mush, completely stunned. Chapter 30, You've messed with the wrong person. Inside the great hall, a bizarre black rune suddenly emerged from the puddle of flesh and blood that demonic Lin had transformed into, as if it had been branded on the ground. Liu looked over in surprise, but he heard Li Qingyun behind him say, Demon Lin is still alive. Not dead. Liu was stunned and was about to slash another sword immediately, but was stopped by Li Qingyun. This body is completely dead, but this guy has practiced the blood soul reincarnation technique, and every time he is killed, he will reincarnate and resurrect himself in another body that he has planted with the demon seed. Back then, he used this method to escape from death under my sword twice, but each time after he was reincarnated and resurrected, his strength would be greatly reduced. It might even directly drop a large realm. Li Qingyun said. Then how can we kill him completely? Liu was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect that this demon Lin would have cultivated such a bizarre divine ability. Just find the transmogrified demon Lin and kill him. The blood soul transmogrification technique can't be performed twice in a row, and usually the demon seed he's transmogrified to won't be particularly far away from him. So it must be within this underworld demon sect, within one of the disciples. For this technique to be successful, the person who was planted with the demonic seed must possess a high degree of attunement with his divine soul, and the demonic seed must have been nurtured in the body for at least 50 years, and be highly integrated with the body before it can be used. After transmigration, it will take at least half an hour to fully integrate and control the new body. Li Qingyun said. But we still can't tell which one is the reincarnated demon Lin. Liu's brows furrowed. After transmigration, demon Lin's appearance will not change, and there will be a mark at the center of his brow that is identical to that black rune on the ground, and the mark won't disappear in a short period of time. Li Qingyun said. Back then, in order to deal with those people of the Devil Dao who had practiced the blood-soul transmutation technique, he had also carefully studied this technique. The spell was completely impossible to interrupt with an attack. In order to stop it from reincarnating, unless one first uses a seal-type spell, or a magic treasure, to seal it in, and then kill it. Otherwise it won't stop the transmutation at all. But this kind of transmutation is not something that can be used lightly. Each reincarnation would burn longevity and the cultivation would be greatly reduced. And the higher the cultivation realm, the more longevity is burned. Like Devil Lin's transfiguration realm cultivation, this reincarnation is estimated to directly break his life by 400 or 500 years. Just as Liu and Li Qingyun were talking, the several elders of the underworld demon sect, as well as the dozen or so disciples, came back to their senses from their shock. Without saying a word, he turned around and tried to run. Even their patriarch couldn't defeat them, and they were completely going to die if they rushed up there. But Li Yu's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he made another sword strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The loud noise startled the entire underworld demon sect. That originally towering underworld hall collapsed under the astonished gazes of the crowd of underworld demon sect disciples. Thick smoke rose in all directions, waves of air churned, and two silhouettes flew out of them. It was none other than Li Yu and Li Qingyun. At the same time, the other elders and disciples of the underworld demon sect also sped from all around, surrounding the two in the center. They were not aware of what had just happened in the underworld hall. But when he saw the two strangers flying out from the ruins of that great hall, he immediately drew his sword against them, his eyes showing murderous intent. Beneath the temple of the underworld, in an underground chamber, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on top of a round platform, with bizarre black runes emerging from his eyebrows. At the same time, a black pattern spread all over his body from the rune at his brow. Strange ghostly light lingered on his body surface, and the skin muscles all over his body kept writhing. It was as if there were countless small snakes swimming back and forth underneath that skin and flesh, and it looked a little creepy. In about a tea time, the middle-aged man's appearance turned into that of Demon Lin, and his body stopped twisting and writhing. He opened his eyes, his face expressionless but with a lingering fear in his heart. That fear of death wouldn't dissipate for a while. That sword of Li Yu's just now was so terrifying that he even felt that the demonic child was not killed by Li Yu as well. Where in the world was this kid? How could he have such terrifying strength? Magic Lin couldn't figure it out. To be able to kill him with a single sword strike, Li Yu's cultivation was at least at the martial Nirvana realm level of power. A 17-year-old Nirvana realm powerhouse. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there really was such a demonic person in the world. Of course, this is not the time to ponder these questions. Rumble. The earth shook as if it was an earthquake, and the entire chamber shook. He knew very well that he was afraid that Li Yu was on a killing spree up there. With his terrifying strength, his own clan was afraid that he would be in dire straits. Devil Lin suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Li Qingyun that day. You want to use me to lure Li Yu over here? Then your underworld demon sect will be finished. It turned out that Li Qingyun was not bluffing. Rather, this Li Yu really had the strength to overthrow their underworld demon sect. He's really gutted right now. His own clan was afraid that he would really be destroyed by this kid. He didn't even know if he would be able to escape the underworld demon sect alive after his reincarnation. Although he had now successfully transmigrated, his soul and physical body still needed some time to merge before he could master this body. Moreover, even after complete fusion, his cultivation level had fallen directly to the Yuaning realm. In front of Li Yu, it was completely weak as a mole cricket. Just then, the door to the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and two silhouettes walked in. At the head of the group was a ghost-like figure. No feet could be seen under the black robe, and under the hood-shrouded face, two clusters of ghost-like flames flickered. Following him was a young man with hard features, and he was Gu Sangming, who was ranked third on the potential dragon ranking. Demon Lin Patriarch, you're really here, it looks like that kid killed you. A hollow voice came out from that black robe. Mr. Wu Chang, how is the situation outside? Devil Lin asked worriedly. No one is his opponent, hundreds of people have been killed or injured, and now a group of elders, leading the disciples to protect the Grand Formation, have temporarily trapped him in it. However, he was at least at the Nirvana realm strength, and I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the Mountain Protection Formation to trap him. Right now, I'm afraid I can only hope that the demon-slaying sword will come out. Perhaps relying on the power of the demon-slaying sword would be able to stop that kid. If you and I merge and harness the power of the demon-slaying sword, even if we can't kill him, we can at least force him back. That Mr. Irregular said. Master, disciple is willing to sacrifice my essence blood to the sword. Gu Sangming stepped forward, his eyes showing determination. He knew that today's sect catastrophe, he also must die, why not die for a good cause? As long as the demon-slaying sword came out, it might still be able to gain a chance of survival for the clan. Hearing Gu Sanghai's words, Mo Lin was silent for a little while. In fact, the demon-slaying sword had already been forged long ago, and only needed to be sacrificed to the demon-slaying sword with the 5 elements blood-spirit formation to condense the power of the demon god in the demon-slaying sword. Become a true Jedi Devil's sword. As for the 5 elemental spirit bodies required for the 5 elemental blood-spirit formation, he had also gathered them long ago. Only that spirit body of gold was this most valued disciple of his Gu Sangming. So Devil Lin didn't have the patience to use his essence blood to sacrifice his sword, so he thought of realist Yuhua. So he colluded with Xuanjiao, a great demon of the Lekkai Sea, and set a trap to capture all the elders and disciples of the Yuqing Taoist sect. It was hoped that this would lure that Yuhua Jinran, who also possessed the spiritual body of gold, over to use his essence blood to sacrifice the sword. Originally, everything was under control, but it's a pity that he made a wrong step and messed with the guy he shouldn't have messed with. It led to today's havoc. Looking at Gu Sanhai, Mo Lin hesitated again and again, although he was somewhat reluctant to part with this disciple. But he didn't want to die just like that, and even more so, he didn't want the underworld demon sect to be destroyed just like that. So immediately, his heart was in the right place and he nodded. Gu Sangming arched his hand, his gaze firm, and without speaking more, he directly followed that Mr. Irregular and left the secret room. Chapter 31, A Sword Reunion. Seek Collections. Inside the underground dungeon of the underworld demon sect, the captured people of the Yuqing Dao sect were imprisoned here. The dungeon was filled with powerful prohibitions, and it was almost impossible to break it with mana. What's more, at this time, all of them were heavily injured, and even more so, they were suppressed by the prohibition, and felt that it was a bit difficult to breathe. They were disheveled and shriveled, their eyes desperate and empty. Especially that Elder Su and Elder Chu, who were as paralyzed as mud on the ground. There was not even a shine to be seen in his eyes. The two of them had all had their cultivation destroyed by Demon Lin and their meridians broken, so they had already become invalids. Though the person is still alive, the heart is dead, and there is pain and despair within. Rumble. There was a loud noise that shook the ground in this dungeon. A few of the young disciples raised their heads slightly, and a faint trace of surprise surfaced in their eyes. Followed by another roar, the earth trembled, and the disciples seemed to have thought of something, glancing at each other with joyful eyes. Could it be that the patriarch has come to save us? A disciple spoke up. They are still young and their hearts are filled with a strong desire to live. Even that faint glimmer of hope is enough to bring them back to life. Listening to this movement should be, great, the sovereign really hasn't given up on us. Elder Chu, Elder Su, the patriarch has come to save us, we are saved. A crowd of disciples shouted excitedly. However, Elder Chu's eyes remained lifeless and he didn't say a word. There was a feeling that there was no greater sorrow than death. Even if he got out alive, what could he do? He had already become an invalid. Kill them, make sure to kill all of these bastards. Elder Su, on the other hand, shouted through gritted teeth. His eyes were red with hatred. The cultivation he had cultivated for hundreds of years was destroyed just like that, which was even more painful than killing him. Therefore, in his heart, he simply hated the people of the underworld demon sect to the bone, and the only way to kill them was to kill them. Halfway through the spectral demon sect, the spherical purple light curtain continuously compressed inward. Dawns of purple thunder coalesced and slashed down towards Liu below, only to be easily crushed by his sword. Outside the light curtain, a group of elders of the underworld demon sect and hundreds of disciples were arranged in some sort of peculiar formation, simultaneously pinching their hands together. Strange runes surfaced in front of them, echoing and connecting with each other. Purple light coalesced around them, slowly merging with the curtain of light of that grand formation. According to what Li Qingyun had said, they were using a human formation to augment the mountain protecting formation to achieve the unity of the human formation. It's as if the human sword is one. This was completely different from simply relying on mana to energize a grand formation. The unification of human formations required one to let one's essence, all of it, be integrated into the formation and become part of it. And all of them communicated with each other through special formations, allowing all of them to form a whole. Allowing everyone's power to be focused and maximized. It's like 10 people pushing a box, and each one of them might be able to push the box forward as well. But if 10 people can be completely focused and unified in their strength, then they can push the box faster and farther. If you add wheels to the bottom of the box, and then use the principle of leverage in it to amplify the strength of the crowd, then maybe 10 people can easily push 10 boxes. This was the effect of the unity of human formations. All people through the formation, will unity, power unity, form and spirit unity. Then, through the subtlety of the formation, the power of all the people gathered was amplified. Produces the power of 1 + 1 / 2. Of course, this would also make everyone part of the big formation. When the big formation was attacked, it would be equivalent to them taking a certain amount of damage as well. If the great formation was directly crushed, they would also suffer the backlash of that power and be heavily injured or even killed. Therefore, upon hearing Li Qingyun's words, Liu thought of a way to annihilate this underworld demon sect with a single sword regiment. So he began to hide his power, controlling it and just applying pressure to the big formation. Or they could turn offense into defense, resisting the attack of the formation without breaking it completely. This brat won't be able to hold out much longer, will gather the strength of the crowd and kill him with a formation. A spectral demon sect elder shouted loudly. Yes. Hundreds of disciples responded in unison. At the same time, more disciples of the underworld demon sect flew in, similarly strangling their hands and integrating into that formation. The purple aura of the grand formation became more and more dazzling, and the energy became more and more powerful. Rumble. That big formation was like brilliant heavenly power, and thunder rolled. Purple energy converged towards one place, and a thunderbolt that looked like a dragon coalesced. Followed by a booming chop, heading straight for Liu. Liu frowned and met the attack with his sword. Boom! Amidst the loud explosions, Liu brought Li Qingyun's body to retreat sharply. Both of their faces were a bit grave. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the people of the underworld demon sect were overjoyed. It seemed that the terrifying power they exerted by fusing with the grand formation really had a chance to kill him. All the disciples of the underworld demon sect, listen to the order, quickly come and join us to energize the grand formation and kill the enemy together, do not be slow. The Grand Elder of the Underworld Demon Sect augmented his voice with magical power like thunder, resounding over the entire Underworld Demon Sect. Moments later, more figures flew in from all directions. Some of them were patrolling the outer perimeter, while others were in seclusion within their various cave dwellings. Though the earlier commotion had caught their attention. But they don't know what's going on, so they don't dare go AWOL without orders. Some were watching, after all, they could not even imagine how powerful the enemy they were facing was. Thought it would be enough to have elders and others. However, at this moment, when they heard the Grand Elder's order, they naturally didn't dare to be slow, and flew in one after another. In an instant, the number of people outside that light screen instantly increased by another 200 to 300, and there were already 1,000 people. Everyone listened to the order, merge all of your essence with the grand formation, pour all of your mana into the formation, and we will kill these two, in one blow. The Grand Elder continued to shout. He knew very well that that strike just now had made Liu somewhat unable to hold back. Now that more disciples had joined, everyone was working together, and the blow that they had poured out all their cohesion could definitely kill him. Even if he couldn't be killed, he could still hit him hard. The people should almost be here now. Li Yusen said. It's true that life is all about acting. He had successfully tricked all the people of the underworld demon sect into merging into the grand formation. At this time that great array light curtain had become more solid and the light was even more blinding. The powerful pressure was like a huge mountain pressing down on his head. Even the pressure of some of the buildings below are clicking, as if to withstand, on the verge of collapse. The heavens and earth trembled, and dazzling purple aura condensed in the sky above, like a round of dazzling sun, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. The terrifying energy slowly condensed into a purple electric auger dragon, roaring as it rushed towards Liu below. Liu blocked in front of Li Qingyun, not avoiding or dodging, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his brow slightly furrowed. Snort! The long sword chopped out, tearing through the void. That purple electricity auger dragon instantly exploded, turning into a dazzlingly strong light that spread out in all directions. Space trembled and ripples of energy rippled out. The crowd of the underworld demon sect looked towards the center of the explosion expectantly. This strongest strike that had gathered the power of all of them and poured out all of their mana should be enough to cut him down. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would definitely be seriously injured and spitting blood, his body in a sorry state, right? However, when the light dispersed, Liu stood in the same place as before, his face as normal. The strongest strike that had just been performed by that had gathered the strength of more than 1,000 people from their entire clan, as well as the strength of the mountain protecting formation. The strongest strike that was enough to level a mountain peak and enough to decimate a cave void realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, it struck a lonesome. How is this possible? Surprisingly unharmed. Is he a monster? Everyone's hearts were filled with horror and shock. However, at this time, Liu looked at the crowd above, and the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked a intriguing smile. And then a sword cut out. The sword seemed to cut through time. All was silent, and space seemed to stand still for a moment. Yet the next second. Boom! The light curtain of that grand formation directly exploded. Chapter 32 Another change in the potential dragon ranking. Outside the Jade Peak Pass, in the Wolf King clan's camp. A group of Daxia dynasty generals were searching for the weapons and belongings left behind by the Wolf King clan's army. It also rescued the trapped prisoners and women of the people in the process. Yi Qiu was also here at this time. He had learned last night that the Wolf King had been killed by a mysterious higher power and that the Wolf King clan's army had fled. Directly with Zhang Zhizhong and the others, they arrived here at a fast pace, ahead of the army. What a terrifying divine ability this is, to have torn open such a huge gully in this earth. No wonder it could directly scare off the Wolf King clan's 500,000 strong army. This is simply a god coming down to earth. As the crowd looked at the crumbling ground within the camp, their faces all showed shock. Especially when they walked next to the huge gully that was almost 7 or 8 meters wide and stretched for hundreds of meters. The visual impact simply made them feel so small and vulnerable. They could completely understand how large the psychological shadow area of those people from the Wolf King clan who were present at that time was. Anyone else would have been scared out of their wits and run for their lives. Yi Qiu didn't say anything, but inwardly, he was very excited and proud. He was even more certain that this was Li Yu's doing. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, he was the only one capable of such terrifying strength. Looking at the gully in front of him, he then had a mental picture of what it was like. Li Yu was alone in the enemy camp and killed the Wolf King. And then the power of the sword chopped and crumbled the earth, directly scaring back the 500,000 troops of the Wolf King clan. The last thing to do was to whisk away and hide deep. When he thought of this, Yi Qiu couldn't help but want to clap for Li Yu and scream for him. That's the real powerhouse, the real warrior. This is a great achievement for the ages. Such heroic feats should be honored by all generations. A great man should be like a senior brother. When will I become as strong as elder brother? Yi Qiu's inner admiration for Li Yu was simply like a torrent of continuous water. But just then, the soldiers not far away suddenly stirred a little, and the crowd looked curiously. However, they saw that the soldiers were looking at the Heavenly Dao list in the southeast direction in surprise. At this moment, the names of all the people from the underworld demon sect on that golden light shining submerged dragon list began to disappear one by one. The name of the underworld demon sect has disappeared. What happened? Could it be that the underworld demon sect has also been eradicated? The soldiers murmured, and a look of excitement could not help but appear on their faces. This time, the culprit for the Wolf King clan's invasion was the underworld demon sect, so the soldiers hated the underworld demon sect in their hearts as well. And of course there are scruples. As long as the underworld demon sect is not removed, the Great Xia dynasty will never have peace. Especially since many of these soldiers were themselves from the desert state, and hadn't endured much bullying from the disciples of the underworld demon sect over the past few decades. Could it be that senior brother has eradicated the underworld demon sect as well? Yi Qiu was also shaken inwardly. If the Wolf King clan was like a sword in the back for the Grand Xia dynasty, then the underworld demon sect was the sword hanging over their heads. Although the underworld demon sect didn't want the Great Xia dynasty to be completely destroyed either, he would act as a stirrer for his own benefit. It's the civilian population that suffers when they start wars and go around making things happen. Of course, these lives may be worthless in their eyes. Yet they are all lives, and all have parents and families, like his own Uncle Sam who died in battle. So if the underworld demon sect could be completely eradicated, it would simply be a great joy. Uncle Sam's spirit rests in peace. It's possible that I told my senior brother that day that it was the underworld demon clan that colluded with the Wolf King clan to invade the desert state. Elder brother will then eradicate the underworld demon sect as well, eliminating any future problems. Elder brother, you're amazing. Yi Qiu really didn't know what adjectives to use to express his feelings at this moment, to express his admiration for Li Yu. Jade Clear Taoist sect, inside the main hall. Realist Yu Hua had invited people from the Tai Dome Dao sect, the Five Elements sect, the Star Dipper sect, and other righteous sects of the Great Xia dynasty to gather here. Together, they discussed the matter of crusading against the underworld demon sect. After hearing the news that the underworld demon sect was refining the absolute demon sword, the demon-slaying sword, the crowd was also shocked, vocalizing, and cursing. But when realist Yu Hua proposed to gather the forces of all the sects to crusade against the underworld demon sect and destroy its casting of the demon-slaying sword, the various sects, however, were dumbfounded. You looked at me and I looked at you, full of hesitation. Although they also knew that the underworld demon sect was becoming more and more prosperous, if they allowed it to continue to develop, they were afraid that sooner or later, the righteous sects would be completely suppressed by the underworld demon sect, stepping on their feet and letting them fish and meat. However, the battle of the sects was not a battle between two children who fought and said they would fight. There was a lot at stake. Moreover, at that moment, the devil child came out of the world, and the great demons were terrorizing the party, and the world was in turmoil. Everyone did not wish to start another war, especially a war with the underworld demon sect that was in full bloom. At that time, the other demonic sects will certainly take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble, and will eventually evolve into a bloody fight between the righteous and the demonic sects, not to mention how the final victory or defeat. This battle will surely cause each other a great deal of damage, and may even lead to the destruction of living beings. The great demons from all sides would also take advantage of the opportunity to cause havoc and chaos in the world, and then the world was afraid that it would really have to go through an unprecedented catastrophe. Therefore, they felt that this matter was still debatable, and they even felt that they should initiate a request for help from the Qingshu sacred ground and the Wuji Dao sect, the topmost sacred ground sects in the Chinese Dao state. After all, the underworld demon sect was of the same origin as the underworld sect. The clear void Holy Land and the Wuji Dao sect shouldn't have let a supreme demonic sword like the demon-slaying sword come out. However, realist Yu Hua knew very well that nowadays, the entire world was like this, and the Qingshu sacred ground and the Wuji Dao sect were too busy with their own matters, so how could they have the time to care about the affairs of the Daxia dynasty? It's not as if all the righteous sects of the Daxia dynasty have been wiped out, or if there has been a real catastrophe that has jeopardized the entire world. This kind of thing should have been handled by these clans of their great Xia dynasty themselves. And Yu Hua real person was anxious in his heart. His own elders and disciples were in the hands of the underworld demon sect, he couldn't afford to wait. So at the end of the chat, all the people in the great hall fell into silence, and the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. But right at this moment, an inner disciple of the Jade Clear Dao sect suddenly ran in, reporting to the patriarch, the Heavenly Dao Ranking list has shown another movement, and the names of the people from the underworld demon sect have begun to disappear. What? When these words came out, the crowd immediately showed surprise in their eyes. One after another, they rushed out of the great hall, their gazes looking towards the sky, the golden scrolls that were spread out with the sky. As expected, the names of all the disciples of the underworld demon sect on that subterranean dragon list had all disappeared. In the end, even Gu Sangming, who was in the third place, had disappeared. There was not a single underworld demon sect disciple to be seen on the entire list anymore. What's going on here? Could it be that someone has overthrown the underworld demon sect? When this kind of mutation happened before, the Heavenly Water Pavilion was overthrown by the demonic child. Now that they saw the names of the people from the underworld demon sect disappear, everyone associated them with this. But who has this kind of strength to be able to overthrow the underworld demon sect? It's also possible that the desert state was lost and fell into the Wolf King clan's territory, so that subterranean dragon ranking automatically removed the underworld demon sect's disciples from the Great Xia Dynasty's list. Chapter 33 Who repelled the Wolf King's army? Do you guys think it could be that demon child? Maybe he's the only one with that kind of strength. Well, it's a possibility. I don't think so. The devil child has been sealed for countless years, his strength has been greatly reduced, he has just come out of the world. It is impossible to have enemies on all sides, although he is called the devil child, but his mind is not really just a child, it is not easy to regain his freedom, he won't be able to dig his own grave in this way. Otherwise, what has happened to this underworld demon sect? It won't be that Demon Lin is heartless enough to use his disciples to sacrifice their swords. The crowd had all kinds of guesses in their heads. After all, they didn't quite dare to believe that the underworld demon sect, which had been in full bloom, had really been overthrown. Even though it was what they all had in mind. Why don't we go and take a look together? Perhaps the underworld demon sect was really destroyed by the demon child, or a certain high-ranking person, and we may be able to eradicate the remnants once and for all if we lead a crowd over there. The Tai Vault Taoist sect patriarch said. This statement may not seem like much on the surface, but it actually connotes quite a bit of information. Although it is said to be eradicating the remnants, but everyone knows that the meaning behind it is to divide the property of the underworld demon sect. Although the other party was a devilish sect, such as spirit stones, spirit plants, pills, certain magic treasures, and even techniques, there was actually no absolute distinction between good and evil. Such a powerful clan, how terrifying the wealth he was sitting on was well known to all. After the previous destruction of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, the people of the Jade Clear Taoist sect who were the first to arrive received the most benefits. People die for money and birds die for food, and although everything was still unknown, the crowd was instantly energized and on the ball. They went back to gather their forces and prepared to travel together to the desert state. In the eastern palace of the Grand Xia dynasty, Morong Xingqiao also saw the changes in the subterranean dragon ranking and was quite surprised in his heart. The people from the underworld demon sect have disappeared. Morong Xingqiao's heart suddenly beat a little faster. Associated with the Tianshui Pavilion matter, a bold idea instantly surfaced in his mind. This underworld demon sect is not overthrown. If the underworld demon sect was truly overthrown, it would definitely be a joyous event for the great Xia dynasty. Over the years, the devil sect has been rampant, wreaking havoc on one side, and the people have suffered terribly, but they, the Daxia dynasty, could not do anything about it. Now the underworld demon sect is even colluding with the Wolf King clan, violating the boundaries of the Grand Xia dynasty and killing the people. Threatening the peace of the Daxia dynasty, it is even more terrifying to the people of the world. Of course, on a personal level, the underworld demon sect was also a major threat to her. Morong Xingqiao also knew that the underworld demon sect and his third brother Morong Taisheng, as well as the Luo family, colluded with each other. It was also his own third brother and the Luo family who acted as a protective umbrella for the underworld demon sect, transferring benefits. Only then did the underworld demon sect become more and more prosperous and emboldened over the years. This time, the Wolf King clan's invasion of the desert state should also have nothing to do with his third brother. He should just want to use the knife to kill people and use this opportunity to remove the Yi family forces. In the future, the underworld demon sect would also surely become a killer weapon for his own third brother. So if the underworld demon sect was really eradicated, it would also be eliminating one of their own heartaches. However, when he thought of the power of Demon Lin and the underworld demon sect, Morong Xingqiao felt that it seemed unlikely. Looking at the great Xia dynasty, no one could have this kind of strength. At most, realist Yu Hua would be able to fight Demon Lin to a draw. If he wanted to destroy the underworld demon sect, he was afraid that he might not be able to have an absolute chance of winning even if he poured out the power of all the righteous sects of the great Xia dynasty. But even though she knew it was impossible, she always had some expectation in her heart. After all, there was definitely something going on behind the changes in the subterranean dragon ranking. Right at this moment, Major Wuching suddenly ran over, saluted and then said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. I just received news. A good news came from the side of Mao Zhou. Wolf King Dabin was killed by a mysterious high person, and the Wolf King clan's army was even scared off directly by that high person." What, really? Morong Xingqiao's eyes widened in excitement, truly overjoyed. It's true, General Yi has already led his army to hunt down the remnants of the Wolf King clan and recover the lost ground. Great, really great, God bless my great Xia dynasty. Morong Xingqiao was thrilled. And what made him even more excited was that behind that subterranean dragon ranking mutation, there might actually be a possibility that it would be as he had expected. Could it be that this mysterious higher power had struck out against the underworld demon sect as well? If that was the case, then the strength of this senior was too terrifying. Overthrow the underworld demon sect. Those top powerhouses known to the Grand Xia dynasty couldn't do it even if they joined forces. I didn't expect my great Xia dynasty to hide such a supreme master. I wonder who this person is. Morong Xingqiao's heart was filled with curiosity. Shangyi Palace, third Prince Morong Taisheng looked at the changes in the subterranean dragon ranking, and his face was a bit ugly. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, bowed and said, "Your Highness, it's not good. We just received news that Wolf King Dabin was beheaded by a mysterious expert, and the Wolf King clan's army was scared and fled in a hurry, routing the army." What? How could this happen? Morong Taisheng's face changed drastically, and he only felt a buzzing in his head. Only a short while ago, he had learned that the underworld demon sect had failed to intercept Yi Qiu and had been decapitated by the mysterious man instead, and his heart was both surprised and depressed. Just now, he saw another change in the Heavenly Dao list and the sudden disappearance of the people from the underworld demon sect, and he was secretly worrying inside. At this moment, he heard the news that the Wolf King clan's army had been repelled by the mysterious expert again. When he was hit by lightning, he was even more panicked inside. He didn't want to link all of these things together either. But it's all too much of a coincidence. Of course, what made him most afraid was still the underworld demon sect, whether it had also been overthrown by that mysterious high person. If that happens, everything you've worked so hard for all these years will go down the drain. In order to be able to utilize the power of the underworld demon sect, he hadn't spared any time over the years in channeling wealth to the underworld demon sect and acting as their protective umbrella. When the Wolf King clan was repelled, the chance for him to take the opportunity to completely eradicate the Yi clan's power was gone. Instead, it became an opportunity to give the Yi family another increase in military success and prestige. If the underworld demon sect, the backer, were to be overthrown again, then one's grand plan would really be a complete fiasco. Damn it, where on earth did this guy come out of nowhere to sabotage my plans? Ink Shadow, are there any clues about this mysterious expert? Not yet, but according to my investigation, it shouldn't be the work of those top powerhouses of my great Xia dynasty. For some reason, they all currently went to the Jade Clear Dao Sect. Immediately send someone to the Underworld Demon Sect to investigate the cause of the list's mutation. Morong Taisheng said, still holding the last shred of hope in his heart. Chapter 34 The Demon Slaying Sword comes out. Yi Mansion, Yang Shengnan almost cried tears of joy when he saw the shortcut report that came back from Mazhou. Yi Guoxiong and Yi Qiu's grandfather Yi Tianming and the two of them were also overjoyed. Great, God bless, Lone Star is considered to have survived the danger this time. Yi Tianming was naturally worried about Yi Lone Star inwardly. After all, the situation in Imozhou was critical. Not to mention the severe shortage of troops, the Wolf King clan had the Underworld Demon Sect behind them, and there might even be people from the dynasty colluding with them. He was really worried that Lone Star Yi had also sacrificed himself in Mazhou. Yes, it's really God's blessing on my great Xia dynasty. At this time there is even a high-ranking person who has come to help. Now second brother and Xiao are safe. Yi Guoxiong's heart was also relieved. He knew all too well how deep and murky the waters were there in Mozhou. He himself has escaped from death this time, but it is hard to disobey the king's order when the country is in trouble. Yi family men could only rush to the front and lead the way. I'm afraid that Captain Zhao will be disappointed this time. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with coldness. It seems like Qiu'er didn't lie to me, that Li Yu really does have extraordinary strength. This is unbelievable. Yang Shengnan said from the sidelines, his face filled with excitement. In her despair that day, she chose to beat a dead horse, not realizing that Li Yu had really agreed to help Yi Qiu. And what she didn't expect even more was that this Li Yu had actually repelled the Wolf King clan's army, which was enough to prove that Yi Qiu was right. This Li Yu was an extremely extraordinary person with unfathomable strength. Li Yu, what does this have to do with Li Yu? Yi Guoxiong and Yi Tianming both looked at Yang Shengnan in surprise. They naturally all knew Li Yu's name, they just didn't understand what this matter had to do with Li Yu. This Wolf King clan army should be the one that Li Yu repelled. Yang Shengnan said. What? Both Yi Guoxiong and Yi Tianming's eyes widened. However, at this moment, within the Underworld Demon Sect, Li Yu directly annihilated the crowd of the Underworld Demon Sect after he smashed the mountain protection formation with a single sword strike. Everyone couldn't figure out why this Li Yu was so strong until they died. After the group destroyed the crowd of the Underworld Demon Sect, Li Yu did not leave, he had to find the reincarnated Demon Lin. After all, if you don't get rid of the root of the grass, you will have a lot of trouble. He wasn't afraid of Demon Lin threatening his own safety, but was worried about him threatening his father's safety. What's more, the system quest also required him to kill Demon Lin. But just then, the sky suddenly clouded over. Purple-black dark clouds churned and swirled around a central point, forming a vortex shape. Roads of thick thunder scurried through them, thunder roared, and the earth and sky shook. A strong pressure filled the sky from the heavens, as if the gods were about to descend. Looking at the vision in the sky, Li Qingyun's eyes showed surprise. This is a robbery cloud, a thunderbolt descending, someone is going to cross the tribulation, or... At the same time, deep underground in the Underworld Demon Sect. A long sword that was black in color but covered in red veins hovered above the altar. 5 dry corpses were lined up around the perimeter in a 5-element orientation. A bizarre blood-colored totem flew up from the altar and slowly became smaller. It finally turned into a stream of light and merged into that long sword. Buzz. The sword trembled violently, like a demon awakening. A monstrous demonic aura filled the air. The space around them shook with it. A strange red aura illuminated the entire chamber. The sound of the sword was like the roar of a demon, causing people to tremble with fear. It worked, the demon-killing sword has finally come out. Mr. Irregular said excitedly. The 2 clusters of ghostly light under the black robe flickered violently. Right at this moment, that demon-slaying sword suddenly shot up into the sky, and with a loud boom, it directly shattered the dome. It was like a giant dragon that had broken free from its bonds and roared into the 9 heavens. At the same time, a thick thunderbolt struck down from within the swirling robbery cloud. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as thunder bombarded the demon-slaying sword. The lightning exploded, sending up circles of ripples. It's a magic treasure in transit. This Underworld Demon Sect even has an immortal artifact-grade magic treasure out there. Li Qingyun was somewhat surprised as he looked at the demon-slaying sword in mid-air, which was being baptized by the lightning tribulation. From low to high, magic treasures are categorized into magic weapons, spirit weapons, and immortal weapons, and each level is also divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. In the Daxia dynasty, spiritual weapons were already considered absolute supreme treasures, and immortal weapons were a complete rarity. I didn't expect that this underworld demon sect would produce an immortal artifact-grade demon sword. Boom 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 boom. One thunderbolt after another bombarded the demon-slaying sword one after another, 4 whole thunderbolts. For lightning tribulations, this is actually still an extreme immortal artifact. Li Qingyun was even more surprised. Looking at the entire world, an extreme immortal weapon was also definitely considered a rare treasure. An extreme immortal weapon was enough to allow a person to fight across a large realm. For example, if this demon Lin was previously at the transformation god realm, then if he fought using this extreme immortal artifact, it would even allow him to have the battle power of the cave void realm. Of course, in Li Qingyun's opinion, there wasn't any single magic treasure, any single sword in this world. It can compare to Li Yu's mediocre-looking sword. Moreover, Li Qingyun, who had seen all sorts of top-grade magical treasures, was not surprised by the sight of an extremely high-grade immortal weapon. He was surprised that it was only at this time that the underworld demon sect suddenly had an extreme immortal weapon come out. That was a surprise to him. Well, it's also a windfall. Just as the thunder tribulation washed over that demon-slaying sword, Demon Lin, who was in the middle of the secret room, had finally completely fused his body. But at this time, he didn't know that his sex crowd had been reunited. Looking expectantly at Mr. Irregular, who had walked in. Patriarch, the devil-slaying sword has been forged, and you and I fusing it now should allow you to regain your previous strength. With the might of the devil-slaying sword and the power of the Sex Mountain Protection Formation, you should be able to repel that Li Yu. Mr. Irregular said. He had been casting swords and was unaware of what was happening outside, mistakenly believing that the clan's people had stalled Li Yu with a large formation. Great! Devil Lin's eyes showed joy, the devil-slaying sword was finally out of the world. But when he thought of that Li Yu, he was actually still a bit timid in his heart, and had yet to come out from the shadows of not too long ago. The power of Li Yu's sword was truly somewhat terrifying. But think about your own clan, think about the foundation you've built over hundreds of years. Think of Gu Songhai's willingness to sacrifice his sword for the sake of the clan. He then could not back down. If he didn't let go, his clan was afraid that he would really have to be completely destroyed. Moreover, he had only stepped into the realm of transformation of God after more than 200 years of painstaking cultivation, and he had been knocked back to his original form by Li Yu in one fell swoop. Even more so, he transmigrated and lost 500 years of his lifespan, and lost that fleshly body of the Tongshan realm. So today, he had to make Li Yu and Li Qingyun's father and son pay the price. Otherwise, this incident will completely shake the heart of the Tao, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to return to the peak in my lifetime. Mr. Wu Chang, let's begin. Devil Lin clenched his hand with a spell, and demonic chi surged around him. At the same time, a ghostly light flew out from within Mr. Wu Chang's black robe and instantly merged into Demon Lin's body, while that black robe was scattered on the ground. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within demonic Lin's body. The surface of his body instantly lit up with light blue flames, and the pupils of his eyes completely turned black, without a trace of eye white. Combined with the bizarre symbol on his brow, it made him look a bit eerie. Li Yu, Li Qingyun, you father and son, suffer death. After fusing with Mr. Irregular, Devil Lin's entire aura changed. He roared angrily, and his figure rose up into the sky. Penetrating the roof of the chamber's shed, penetrating the floorboards of the floor above, and breaking right through the ground. In the end, he gripped the demon-slaying sword that had just finished being baptized by the lightning tribulation. Chapter 35, The Talkative Old Man Extra. Buzz. The devil-slaying sword let out a sword roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, and the void seemed to tremble. A devil god shadow emerged from behind Demon Lin, drawing the power of heaven and earth to converge around him, forming a fierce and domineering pressure that spread out. No need to look for it, it came out by itself. Seeing the demonic Lin that rushed out, Li Qingyun spoke. Well, that's a relief. A smile also surfaced at the corner of Li Yu's mouth, his gaze bemused. Didn't care in the slightest about the change in this Demon Lin, even though the Demon Lin at this moment looked completely different from earlier, and even a bit bizarre. This Devil Lin, he does have some cards, he even has this kind of heaven and earth wonder. Li Qingyun looked at the flames on the surface of Devil Lin's body and said with a smile. Heaven and earth wonders, what heaven and earth wonders? Li Yu instantly became interested, he also needed to collect heaven and earth wonders. As soon as I hear the word, my eyes light up. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a turtle spirit earthly heart amazing, and it's also a turtle spirit earthly heart amazing that has cultivated the Tao. Li Qingyun said. The turtle spirit earth heart amazing is a mysterious fire nurtured by heaven and earth, belonging to a very precious heaven and earth oddity. It was definitely considered a supreme treasure even for the various holy lands. At first birth there is usually not much spirituality. This kind of arcane fire could be refined and fused by cultivators as their own great magical power to enhance their own mana. It is also one of the best flames for alchemy and weaponry. So seeing this turtle spirit earth heart amazing, Li Qingyun was not surprised as to why that sword was able to reach the extreme immortal weapon level. Worthy of being the holy son of the divine heaven's sacred land back then, he really does have some insight. Devil Lin opened his mouth and said. But his voice sounded as if two people were talking at the same time, one thick and one thin, making it sound even more eerie. Extreme immortal artifact demon slaying sword, heaven and earth wonders turtle spirit earth heart amazing, there are even such two unexpected rewards today, the needle doesn't poke. The corner of Li Yu's mouth hooked into a greedy smile. That's quite the surprise streak. Turtle spirit earth heart amazing, why don't you follow my son Li Yu, it's more promising than you following Demon Lin. Li Qingyun spoke. Li Qingyun, don't be delusional, today is the day you. Where are the people of my sect? When Devil Lin retook over his body, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings were unusually quiet, and after taking a closer look at the bottom, he suddenly changed color. All dead. Devil Lin's pupils trembled, and the light blue flames around his body wavered violently. He had thought that the demon-slaying sword had come out, and that he and the crowd had joined forces with the Great Formation, and could save the day. However, he didn't expect that this Li Yu would have already overthrown his entire clan. Looking at the deaths of the crowd, Demon Lin instantly guessed the reason. This Li Yu broke through the mountain protection formation, and the power backfired, causing the crowd to die from internal injuries. He actually broke down the big formation. Once again, Devil Lin was shaken inwardly. The fear that was dominated by that sword struck again. He was well aware of how terrifyingly lethal they could explode if they poured the entire clan's strength into adding the grand formation. It was that he might not be able to carry it off unharmed even if he was holding the demon-slaying sword in his hand right now. However, none of this could hurt Li Yu, and he even crushed the grand formation. How strong is this guy? Devil Lin felt that this Li Yu's strength seemed to have exceeded the scope of his perception. This guy isn't even human. It might be the reincarnation of a certain demon emperor, immortal emperor, or martial emperor. Thinking of this, demonic Lin's aura immediately withered, and in his heart, he even began to beat a retreat. He felt that even if he had this demon-slaying sword, he might not be Li Yu's opponent. If not for the fact that he was already unable to retreat at this point, he definitely did not want to face Li Yu's terrifying sword again. It's just that at this point in time, there was no way back for him to either decapitate Li Yu or be decapitated by Li Yu. Turtle Spirit Earth Heart amazing, as you can see, the underworld demon sect has already been overthrown, and this Demon Lin is only at the end of his strength now, and he's actually wimped out in his own heart. He doesn't stand a chance of winning. You should know that better than I do. If you don't give up the ghost, then you'll have to follow him to the grave. You're afraid that you've been practicing this Taoism for at least 1,000 years, so it's not worth it to sacrifice for someone who's bound to die. If you can follow my son can later help you obtain the Earth Extreme True Flame from the Desolate Ancient Abyss or the Golden Sun True Flame from the Golden Feather Clan. You should know what that means. You should have seen my son's strength, it's enough to push across the world, and although I, Li Qingyun, am no longer the saint son of the divine heavens, what I have seen and known is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. So whether you choose to be destroyed with this Demon Lin or to pursue the Tao of immortality with me, weigh it yourself. Li Qingyun's words were loud and clear. It made the flames around Demon Lin seem illusory. In fact, Li Qingyun could tell that Demon Lin was timid inside from that look and state he was in just now. The demon god's shadow behind him had become dark and shriveled, so it was evident that he had already lost inwardly. And since the Turtle Spirit Earth Heart Amazing was fused with Devil Lin and his mind was connected, he was surely able to feel this as well. So take advantage of the opportunity to turn the tables and maybe give up without a fight. Otherwise, if Li Yu had gone over with his sword, he would probably have really directly knocked the Turtle Spirit Earth Heart Amazing back to its original form, or even directly lost it. Shut up, Li Qingyun, today, I, Devil Lin, will avenge the hatred of all the disciples of the clan. Sensing that the Turtle Spirit Earthly Heart Amazing seemed to be hesitating a bit, Devil Lin secretly said that it was not good, and shouted in a colorful voice. Immediately, he was about to swing his sword to launch an attack. But just then, his figure suddenly choked. The flames around his body instantly disappeared, and an illusory flaming silhouette flew to the side as it snatched the demon-slaying sword from Demon Lin's hand. Mr. Wushang Yu. Devil Lin's face changed drastically, and his entire aura instantly withered. I'm sorry, Demon Lin Patriarch, your heart has already lost. Even with me helping you, you're bound to lose. You should know this more clearly in your own heart than I do. That turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing said. He didn't have much of a deep bond with Demon Lin, they just needed each other for mutual benefit. Moreover, as Li Qingyun had said, he could sense demonic Lin's thoughts. Knowing that he was timid inside, he also knew that they had no chance of winning. So there was no need for him to bury the underworld demon sect and Demon Lin with him. Weighing the pros and cons, he made a wise choice. Hearing the words of the turtle spirit Earthly Heart Amazing, Devil Lin let out a miserable laugh, his eyes incomparably desperate. He knew he was completely defeated today. He didn't speak again, but directly rushed towards Li Yu. The desire to die is clear. Li Yu didn't nag, and with a light sword, he sent Demon Lin off to reunite with his clan disciples. By getting rid of Demon Lin, Li Yu's mission was also finally accomplished. The progressive reputation value becomes 49,100. In addition to the reputation value, his experience bar data also changed once again. At this stage, he had gained a lot of experience from beheading Demon Child, Wolf King Dabin, and Demon Lin one after another. Now that experience bar display data has become 10.011. Short of invincibility. Looking at this data makes it even more reassuring. Father, this mouth hiding technique of yours is awesome. With his eyes once again looking towards the turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing that had voluntarily succumbed, Li Yu said with a smile. Li Qingyun smiled non-committally before looking at the turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing and said, You chose wisely. This is the demon-slaying sword, presented to your excellency as a sign of loyalty. The turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing presented the demon-slaying sword with both hands. Li Yu smiled faintly as he took over the demon-slaying sword, and the system's voice rang out with it. Ding! Successfully collected the magic killing sword. At the same time, the progress of the Divine Soldier Collection quest became 720. Your name is Changeless, right? Li Qingyun asked. Yes. That turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing said respectfully. I still can't confirm whether or not you are truly submissive to my son, so I have to plant a deed seal within your sea of consciousness. Li Qingyun added. Ha? You didn't say that just now. That turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing's illusory cheeks revealed a stunned expression. He felt trapped. The so-called covenant seal is a special kind of prohibition, as long as it is planted. He would be equivalent to becoming this Li Qingyun's puppet slave, with life and death all in his hands. Even as long as Li Qingyun was willing, he could even directly manipulate him with his divine thoughts. It definitely counts as a shame. Li Qingyun revealed an elegant and easygoing smile and said, Don't worry, this is just a test for you. If you don't even dare to accept this, it means that you are really harboring dissenting thoughts, so why not let my son beat you back to your original form right now, and then wouldn't it be simpler to refine and absorb it? The turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing was silent. Granny, this Li Qingyun was really a devil. But he didn't seem to have a choice now. His own strength was similar to that of the previous demonic Lin, being at the same transformation god realm. Even Demon Lin was no match for this Li Yu, and struggling on his own would be suicidal. Don't worry, if you prove your loyalty in the future, I will definitely remove the deed seal for you. Li Qingyun added. The turtle spirit Earth Heart Amazing was silent for a little while and said helplessly, Alright, as a sign of loyalty, I am willing to accept the deed seal. Chapter 36 The Devil's Gate is in a panic. Li Yu didn't say anything, although this was the first time he had heard of the deed seal, he had basically guessed what it was. The heart cannot help but secretly marvel that their old man is worthy of the old man, so there will be no need to worry about this turtle spirit called impermanent Earth Heart Amazement, stock of different hearts. Otherwise this guy is a ticking time bomb around. But if Pops had planted the deed seal on him, he could have submitted to them obediently. So that in the future he could be allowed to follow Pops around and keep him safe. With a strong bodyguard of the goddess of transformation realm, one wouldn't have to worry about Pops being kidnapped again. Li Qingyun clenched his hand and a peculiar golden totem appeared on his fingertips. Uncanny. He looked to Uncanny, signaling him to accept the deed seal. Changeless closed his eyes and opened his sea of consciousness, allowing that Li Qingyun to send the deed seal into his sea of consciousness. With the integration of that golden totem into the sea of consciousness of the turtle spirit earth heart amazing, the seal of covenant was considered to have been successfully planted. Alright, Wushang, you will be a member of my Qingyan sect from now on, I will be your master from now on, and Li Yu is your young master. You have to be loyal to my father and son, of course my father and son will not treat you poorly, and the promises made to you will certainly be honored. Li Qingyun said in a deep voice. Although his cultivation had been abolished and the damage to his meridians hadn't fully recovered, his actual cultivation today was only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. But still speaking with the demeanor of a high-ranking person. Uncommon will definitely look up to Master and Young Lord. Uncanny said with an arch of his hand. After subjugating the turtle spirit earth heart amazing, the duo of Li Yu and Li Qingyun began to collect the property of the underworld demon sect. It had to be said that as the most powerful sect in the Great Xia dynasty, the wealth that the underworld demon sect was sitting on was indeed very astonishing. All kinds of spirit stones, spirit crystals, exotic treasures, all kinds of techniques, pills, weapons, and magic treasures. And with that impermanence as a guide, father and son had hardly left any corner, any treasure behind. Directly, this underworld demon sect was carried empty, filled with more than 50 storage magic treasures. This underworld demon sect is cleaner than it was after being ransacked by bandits. And more than half of Li Yu's collection task was completed straight away. Progress in collecting sacred weapons, 1220. Alchemy collection progress, 1520. Progress of collecting pills and formulae, 3950. Progress in collecting feats, 3550. Progress in collecting spiritual plants, 4250. Wonders of heaven and earth, 210. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, this was the elimination of the big families, and he had become a big family himself. Surely looting is the fastest way to get rich. Just about 2 hours after Li Yu and Li Qingyun left the underworld demon sect. The crowds of the Jade Clear Dao sect, the Tai Vault Dao sect, the Five Elements sect, the Star Dipper sect, and other major sects came to the underworld demon sect in great numbers. Seeing the scene within the underworld demon sect, shock appeared on everyone's faces. The underworld demon sect has truly been exterminated. They had already guessed it when they entered the boundary of the underworld demon sect just now. Because there were no formations or patrolling disciples there to stop them. It was evident that something had really happened to the underworld demon sect. But seeing it with my own eyes at this time, I still can't avoid being shocked in my heart. And, of course, there's a joy of relief. The underworld demon sect, which had been in full bloom and had caused the righteous sects to be fearful, had actually been destroyed. If they were not at the scene at this time and saw it with their own eyes, they were afraid that they would not be able to believe this fact. Looking at that huge sword mark on the ground, I think it must really be the same high-ranking person who beheaded the Wolf King. Realist Yuhua said in a deep voice. Judging from the scene, the one who had overthrown the underworld demon sect was clearly not a demon child. And the huge gully-like sword marks that appeared on the ground in mountain peaks were exactly the same as the scene in the Wolf King clan's camp. That's why real Yuhua could conclude that it should be the work of the same person. On their way here, they had also heard about the mysterious tall man repelling the Wolf King's army, so they made a point of visiting the Wolf King clan's camp. At that time, Elder Hu recognized that the mysterious tall man should also be the one who had beheaded Shi Baodian. I wonder what kind of god this tall person is. Yuhua Realist's heart was filled with curiosity. To be able to overthrow the underworld demon sect, this person's strength far exceeded his, and he was afraid that he was at least at the cavernous void realm. The Great Xia dynasty had actually hidden a cave void realm powerhouse, which was really surprising. The more I feel now, the more I feel that the demonic child wasn't also beheaded by this mysterious senior. Elder Hu spoke. It's quite possible. The crowd also nodded. I wonder if Elder Su, Elder Chu, and the others are still alive. Elder Hu, you immediately lead everyone to split up and look for them. Returning from his shock, Realist Yuhua hurriedly said. Yes. Elder Hu quickly led a group of disciples to start searching for Elder Su and Elder Chu and the others. And the people of the great clans couldn't wait to start searching for the legacy of the underworld demon sect. However, what everyone didn't expect was that this underworld demon sect was simply cleaner than if it had been ransacked by bandits. This is not someone who was one step ahead of us. Can't be, it'll take some time to move out of this underworld demon sect. Maybe it's that mysterious high person who took the things away. This high person, really? The crowd cried and laughed. Looks like this high roller is greedy. Ugh, the crowd shook their heads helplessly, a look of disappointment on their faces. However, there was still some joy in their hearts when they thought that their heartache, the underworld demon sect, had been gotten rid of. At the same time, Elder Hu also found Elder Chu and Elder Su and the others from the dungeon. Regaining a new life, a group of Yuqing Dao sect disciples cried out in joy. Soon, people from various family forces of the Great Xia dynasty also arrived at the underworld demon sect. Even the crowds of the 10,000 evil sect, the Easy sect, the Inu sect, and several other major devil sects had gathered over. That devil Lin in the netherworld, I'm afraid, also can't imagine their own clan's destruction, but also contributed to the Great Summer dynasty of the various forces of the giants, extremely rare gathering. Seeing the destruction of the underworld demon sect, the crowd of the 10,000 evil sect, the Easy sect, and the Inu sect could be said to be panicking inside. Even when the scene was faced with the verbal provocations of the people from the sects such as the Jade Clear Dao sect and the Tai Vault Dao sect, they didn't dare to say anything, and instantly fled in disgrace. How could they know if the mysterious Highlander who had overthrown the underworld demon sect was among these people? They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the underworld demon sect. Haha, it's really too good to be true. The devil sect has been rampant and arrogant all these years. This time we finally destroyed their prestige. Seeing them fleeing with their tails between their legs, it really puts old me in a good mood. Elder Hu said happily. These people from the devil sect should tighten their grip. An elder from the Five Elements sect said. Just as everyone expected, the heads of the 10,000 evil sect, the Easy sect, and the Inu sect went back. Immediately, he ordered all the disciples to restrain their behavior and not to do anything that would harm heaven and earth. Ask each elder hall master to strictly control their own disciples. Do not cause any trouble, especially do not clash with people from the righteous sects, and in all things, peace is the most important thing. Even the sects have introduced new disciplinary precepts. It's simply stricter than the righteous sects. It's close to having disciples go out and accumulate good deeds and justice. This made the crowd of devil sect disciples a little skeptical. Especially some of the disciples who had just worshipped under the sect felt that they had worshipped a false devil sect. Chapter 37, Western Liang Dynasty, number 1 on the potential dragon list seeking favorites. Xinghe Palace. After Murong Taisheng received the news, his entire body disheveled and collapsed in his chair, his face ugly to the extreme. What he feared the most had really happened. The underworld demon sect had really been destroyed. It was tantamount to breaking his arm, and his unicorn arm at that. He is afraid that his grand plan to seek power will fall through. He couldn't figure out where the hell the terrifying fellow came out from that could overthrow the entire underworld demon sect on his own. Of course, the one who also couldn't figure it out was Zhu Xiaotian. Learning that the underworld demon sect had been destroyed, Zhu Xiaotian once again panicked inside. While this was the result he expected in his mind, it was not a result that came about because of his manipulation. He himself had been busy earlier, busy and lonely. The Jade Clear Daoist sect had done nothing at all, and the underworld demon sect had been overthrown by the mysterious person. And where did that mysterious tall man come from? There was no such person in his previous life. Zhu Xiaotian felt more and more that, in the underworld, there seemed to be a mysterious power playing with him, constantly letting events unfold and deviating from the trajectory he knew so well. Since that's the case, then I'll take advantage of the situation, first take down Murong Xingxiao, then find a way to get the reverse scale immortal sword. Zhu Xiaotian said in his heart. Soon, the news about the Wolf King being decapitated by a mysterious high-ranking person, the army fleeing, and the destruction of the underworld demon sect spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty. There was an instant sensation, the people ran for cover and the country celebrated. This good news gave the people of the Daxia dynasty a kind of joy from a long drought. And it coincided with the good news that the colorful Lantern Festival, the grand annual festival of Nanhan City, was approaching. When it does, it multiplies the sense of happiness and joy. And this incident has been made into a legend-filled story by storytellers. That mysterious tall man was also depicted as a god who descended from the 9 heavens, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth, and moving mountains and filling up seas. More than that, it has become a great hero and idol worshipped by many teenagers. However, the great hero that countless people had been talking about was at the moment roasting a whole lamb inside a Taoist temple. Wu Chang, the fire is too big. I asked you to barbecue, not to cremate the sheep, you fire player. You can't even achieve this level of fire control? Li Yu's roar resounded through the Taoist temple. Impermanence was crumbling inside. Lao Tang's metaphysical fire nurtured by heaven and earth turtle spirit earth heart amazing. A powerful person of the realm of the transfigured god who had cultivated for 1,000 years. The flames could incinerate spiritual weapons and make cultivators below the realm of transformation instantly vaporize from the earth. Lao Zi's fire can refine the best divine weapons and the best pills in this world. As a result, you damn well roasted the lamb with my flames. This asshole kid. When I become immortal, I'll roast you in a fire. What are you thinking? It's going to be mush. Ha? No, didn't think of anything, young lord. I'll lighten the fire. Wu Chang wimped out in seconds. At this time, several hundred craftsmen were still busy building the temple and pavilion, while Tang Chi was in charge of supervising the labor. Senior brother, this is the purchase list, so take a look at it. Tang Chi walked over and handed the purchase list to Li Yu for a glance. Li Yu just casually looked around. Nowadays there were a lot of timber, stone and other materials that needed to be bought for the construction of this Taoist temple. Well, just make sure you're okay with it. Li Yu was still very relieved about Tang Chi's character. Good, then I'll go to Qingyang City to make purchases this afternoon. Tang Chi said. As he was about to leave, Li Yu suddenly called out to him, by the way, senior brother, this heavenly spirit pill is for you as well. Li Yu took out the heavenly spirit pill and slipped it to Tang Chi. He had originally planned to leave the heavenly spirit pill to his father, but his father said that the heavenly spirit pill had no effect on his injuries. It just so happened that this time, he had obtained the extremely precious Xian Sheng fruit from the underworld demon sect, which had a very good healing effect on his father's injuries. At this time, Li Qingyun had already taken that Xian Sheng fruit and was in seclusion to heal his injuries. Give me this too. Tang Chi froze once again. Heavenly spirit pill. This was a superb elixir that made the eyes of all the major sect forces red. Elder brother actually gave it to himself. That's right, senior brother, see the top 10 of the subterranean dragon ranking, charge me. Li Yu said with a smile. Since the system required the sect to have at least 10 disciples with outstanding natural talent. Then let's train your own division brother to be a genius first. And in the future, that top 10 of the submerged dragon list, He Qingyun sect are going to take up. Thank you senior brother, thank you senior brother. Tang Chi was so excited that he almost cried out, reaching out to embrace Li Yu. Get lost. Li Yu pushed Tang Chi away with one hand. He really couldn't stand this guy who liked to hug him whenever he got excited. All right. Tang Chi answered, holding that heavenly spirit pill, practically blossoming with joy. With this heavenly spirit pill, one could cut down the hair and wash the marrow, remodel the roots and bones, and turn a wastrel into a genius. Think about it all excited and with the various pills given by the senior brother, the top 10 of the submerged dragon list, just around the corner. At the border of Qingzhou, there was an endless stream of merchants traveling between the Daxia dynasty and the Xiliang dynasty. And because the colorful lantern festival of the Daxia dynasty was about to come, the number of people coming to the Daxia dynasty from the Xiliang dynasty had obviously increased a lot in recent days. Suddenly, a huge flying boat flew in from the distance and couldn't help but attract the eyes of the pedestrians traveling on the official road. This flying boat had the royal flag of the Xiliang dynasty planted on it, hunting in the wind. A young man with brocade clothes, a gold belt around his waist, a jade hairpin on his head, and a face like a crown of jade, with an extraordinary demeanor, stood at the bow of the boat with his arms folded. He carried a long sword behind his back, and his gaze was sharp as he looked at the city in the distance. Finally, the man said softly. He was the number 1 in the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking, Ji Qinglan. It was also the 13th prince of the Western Liang dynasty. Born with an innate sword body, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Plus, he was blessed with good fortune, and had received a succession of opportunities, as well as the remnants of the sword immortal soul, which had imparted him with top-notch cultivation techniques and sword Dao aptitudes. So now at the age of only 18, he was already in the middle stage of the Jin Dan realm. A sword Dao technique that was superb and out of this world, coupled with that reverse scale immortal sword. He was confident that not many people under the Yuaning realm were his opponent. Even if he looked at the entire young generation of the Chinese Dao state, he was definitely considered a leader. Ever since the Heavenly Dao Ranking appeared, he had already defeated the geniuses who were at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in several other major countries in the Chinese Dao state one after another. However, those so-called geniuses couldn't even catch 3 moves from him, so it was really a vain name. Now it's just a matter of this frail and shaky Daxia dynasty. In fact, he originally didn't even place Li Yu, the number 1 in the Great Xia dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking, in his eyes. After all, the Great Xia dynasty had been barren of talent for nearly 100 years, and few extraordinary young talents had been born, something that was public knowledge in all the major countries. Therefore, in his opinion, this great Xiao dynasty potential dragon ranking had no gold content to speak of. It was not until he heard that Li Yu, who was ranked number 1 in the Grand Xiao dynasty, even had an additional reward. That made him a little upset. He couldn't figure it out. The first place winners of the subterranean dragon ranking in each of these countries were all similarly rewarded with heavenly spirit pills. What is this Li Yu of the Daxiao dynasty who will be rewarded with additional prizes? Could it be that this heavenly Dao list is helping the poor? And I heard that Li Yu seems to be a nobody. It can be seen how much water is in this Daxiao dynasty's list. So this time, taking the opportunity of the Colored Lantern Festival, he brought with him a few geniuses of the Western Liang dynasty's various family forces that ranked in the top 10. Together, they came to the Daxia dynasty, ready to let the Daxia dynasty see what the true number 1 of the subterranean dragon ranking was. Meet the extraordinary heroes of the powerful nation's geniuses. Let them know how watered down their country's list really is. Chapter 38 Changes in the Potential Dragon Ranking. Inside the Qingyan sect, Li Yu had just distributed the roasted mutton to the artisans. 2 large flying spirit beasts flew in from the sky. Li Yu looked curiously and went to see that it was Yi Qiu with 2 other people. The spirit beast landed in the courtyard, and 3 figures jumped down from their backs, an old man, a young man, and a middle-aged man only. Senior brother, goodbye. Yi Qiu ran over with gusto. Spinning around, he introduced that the old man was none other than his grandfather, Yi Tianming, while the middle-aged man was Yi Qiu's father Yi Guoxiong. Daoist Li is truly extraordinary, it's a pleasure to meet you. Well, young Daoist Li is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. The father and son of Yi Guoxiong and Yi Tianming came up and kissed rainbow farts, directly confusing Li Yu. Daoist Li, I want to thank you on behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in the Daxia dynasty. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. It's really a blessing for the country that my Daxia dynasty can have you as a young and promising great hero. Li Yu finally understood. It seemed that Yi Qiu had told his family about his deeds. That's too much to say, the rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility, I'm just lifting my hand. Li Yu said modestly. Hearing Li Yu's words, Yi Tianming and Yi Guoxiong looked at Li Yu with a face of admiration and appreciation. This awareness, hi. By the way, is the head of your sect available? Yi Guoxiong asked. In seclusion. Li Yu said. Grandpa, father, I've arrived safely, you guys just hurry back. Yi Qiu hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Alright, little Taoist Li, I'll see you later then. See you later. Li Yu arched his hand and sent Yi Tianming and Yi Guoxiong away. Seeing his grandfather and father leave, Yi Qiu hurriedly explained, Elder brother, don't worry, I know that you like to keep a low profile and don't want people to know that it was you who decapitated the Wolf King and eradicated the underworld demon sect, so I've already instructed my father and my mother to never tell anyone about your identity, and they'll surely keep it a secret. Eh? The corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched. How did you figure out that I like to keep a low profile? However, Li Yu didn't care, he didn't feel much for all sorts of false names. And he didn't want to be a hero or the center of attention. It's too tiring to live that way. How hard it was for his own old man to live carrying the name of the Holy Son of the Divine Heavenly Sacred Land back then. Not even to choose your own love. One doesn't want to live that way. And because of a subterranean dragon ranking, one was already in trouble at this stage. So obscene development is still important. When will Master come out of the gate? Yi Qiu asked. It'll be out tonight. Oh yeah, senior brother, I'll give you the tuition fee first. Yi Qiu had brought 1,000 taels of silver and 200 spirit stones. Although Li Yu was now sitting on the huge wealth of the underworld demon sect. But after all, this was a piece of someone's heart, so he accepted it with great relief. At night, Li Qingyun came out of the gate. The Xiansheng fruit had restored most of his meridians. And Yi Qiu also completed the rite of worship, officially becoming the 3rd disciple of the Qingyan sect. That night, the Great Xia dynasty's potential dragon ranking. That Yi Qiu, who had already replaced Gu Sangming in the 3rd place of the potential dragon ranking, had his origin information changed. The 3rd place in the list of potential dragons, Yi Qiu. Origin, that's a big family. The change drew a lot of attention and instantly alarmed a lot of people. Yi Qiu was also considered a little-known genius youth in the Grand Xia dynasty, which, along with the subterranean dragon ranking, made him almost a household name. Inside a restaurant in West Luan City, a group of Jianghu people looked at the list in the night sky outside the window in surprise and disgust. Yi family's Yi Qiu actually worshipped that but family's great sect. My goodness, when the Jade-clear Taoist sect's Tai Wuzhenjin wanted to break the rules to accept him as a personal disciple, he didn't even go. How did he suddenly worship that little Taoist temple? Yeah, that's a bit of a revealing choice on his part. I can't say that that's a big family sect that really has power. After all, that Liu is the #1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. Well, maybe, but it always seemed like a somewhat less than wise choice on his part. The Jade-clear Taoist sect's law enforcement hall elder Tai Wuzhenran looked at the submerged dragon list with a disappointed face. Somewhat despondently, he said, "This Yiqiu, how come he has worshipped in that but family's big sect? I'm still waiting for the sect recruitment conference to think of a way to take him under my door." Inside the Eastern Palace, Morong Xingqiao also saw the changes in the Heavenly Dao Ranking and couldn't help but smile. This Yiqiu, he's a bit interesting. At the same time, Yi Kai-dai, who was far away in Taizhou, was lying on the window of her boudoir, her jade hand resting on her fragrant cheeks, her wonderful eyes glowing with curiosity. I wonder what interesting things have happened between Yiqiu and Liu. This Yiqiu can't really think that is a Family Gate faction is really a Family Gate faction. Third Prince Morong Taisheng had a sneer on his face, but this is good, just find a chance to kill these two boys in one go. Equally surprised were the people of the major vassal families, who were all a bit puzzled by Yiqiu's choice. Although Yiqiu was overly talented, the path of cultivation, in addition to talent and hard work, resources were also very important. That's a big family sect but a small Taoist temple. Looking at the dilapidated appearance, as well as Liu's greed for money, one could tell how poor this Taoist temple was. For Liu to become #1 on the potential dragon ranking, he was afraid that he had already emptied that little Taoist temple. Yiqiu went again, where there were resources to supply him with cultivation. His choice of any of the sects of the Great Xia dynasty was better than choosing that tiny Taoist temple. This Yiqiu, what was he thinking? Xu Shaotian looked at the golden scroll list in the night sky and was also unable to understand it. Even if Liu was #1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, that didn't mean that was a major sect was also #1. That Liu was a complete anomaly, and his achievements could not be duplicated. Can it be that Yiqiu thought he could become Liu by worshipping that little Taoist temple? It's really ridiculous. Xu Shaotian had a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, why am I thinking for him? Xu Shaotian shook his head, turned around and walked back inside the questioning immortal pavilion and began to cultivate in seclusion. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. Xu Shaotian then moved to Nan'an City and went to the East Palace to pay a visit to the Crown Prince Morong Xingqiao. Is His Majesty's body feeling better? Xu Shaotian asked. Alas, one day is not as good as the next. Earlier, when I heard the news that the Wolf King had been killed and the underworld demon sect had been eradicated, I looked much better and was even able to get out of bed and walk around, but today I'm bedridden again. Morong Xingqiao said with a sigh. She actually hoped that her father would recover and be able to live for a few more decades. After all, she didn't have a bone in her body for the throne. If it wasn't for her mother's sake, she wouldn't have been willing to disguise herself as this male body and be the much talked about crown prince. Your Majesty's good fortune will have its own destiny. By the way, Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the heavenly vein flower that my master found in the underworld demon sect after overthrowing the underworld demon sect. It is said to have a very good suppression effect on Your Majesty's spell poison, so I hope it can help Your Majesty's injuries somewhat. Xu Shaotian took out a spirit plant from his storage magic treasure and handed it to Morong Xingqiao. That mysterious tall man is your master? Morong Xingqiao looked at Xu Shaotian with a surprised expression. Chapter 39 Yiqiu's rise in ranking shocked everyone. Yes, my family master is a hermit and a tall man, and it is thanks to his guidance that I can have the cultivation I have today. But his old man has always kept a low profile and doesn't often stay in our Daxia dynasty, and this time I didn't expect his old man to make a secret move. I just casually told him about the current situation of the Grand Xia dynasty that day, and I didn't expect him to really help us. Xu Shaotian made up the story without blushing. After clearing up the whole thing that day, he made up his mind to take the credit for this mysterious tall man on himself and the Xu family. No one knew exactly who that mysterious tall man was anyway, and seeing as how he struck in secret and disappeared afterwards. Shouldn't want to be known for who he really is either. So even if one told this lie, I'm afraid no one would know. In this way he himself could make use of his merits to make the Morong family grateful to him. Let father and the Xu family gain more power and status in the dynasty and grow the Xu family's power. More than that, it can serve as a deterrent to hostile forces. Of course, it could also bring his relationship with the crown prince closer. After all, Morong Xingqiao must be very eager to get the support of this mysterious high person. So that's how it is. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Zhu's master. I don't know if you can take me to thank Senior in person. Morong Xingqiao was surprised on the surface, but in her heart, she was skeptical. After all, she wouldn't listen to one side of someone's story and conclude the truth of the matter. Of course, she wouldn't easily dismiss it in case Zhu Xiaotian wasn't lying. My master likes to be quiet and is not willing to be disturbed, and his old man is now in seclusion. Overthrowing the underworld demon sect has caused him to suffer some injuries as well. This matter also hopes that the crown prince will keep it a secret for me. It's best not to let too many people know. Zhu Xiaotian said with a serious face. Well, that's natural. Then please ask Mr. Zhu to be sure to thank my family master for my father, as well as the people of the Grand Xia dynasty, and in the future, if there's anything that his old man needs help from my Grand Xia dynasty, he will certainly do nothing to stop him. Morong Xingqiao said. Soon, Zhu Xiaotian's carefully woven lies were spread with his intent. It spread amongst the dynastic circles of the Great Xia dynasty, and even the vassal families far away had heard of the news. There may have been some skepticism at first, but it became true as the story spread. Everyone would rather believe it than not, and they are even more jealous of the Zhu family, especially some of the people who stand on the side of the lieutenant and are hostile to the prime minister. The Zhu family is already powerful, and now there is such a high person behind the scene, so no one can really shake it. The ones who knew what to do had begun to regroup and visit the prime minister's residence and the Zhu family's residence. For a while, the Zhu family's door was bustling with activity. Of course, this matter also spread to the Yi family. I really didn't expect that Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu clan has worshipped Li Yu as his master. That's interesting. In that case, my son has even become the Zhu Xiaotian's master uncle. Yi Guoxian laughed out loud. Yes, even Zhu Xiaotian has worshipped in the Qingyan sect, so it looks like Zhou didn't choose wrongly. Yang Shangnan didn't think much about it either. After all, they are pure-hearted people, which thought of Zhu Xiaotian's heart to play as intended. Yet by no coincidence, there is another version circulating in folklore. That mysterious tall man was an old ancestor of the Five Elements sect who had disappeared for many years and had returned from the secret realm of a certain immortal mansion, out to kill the Wolf King and eradicate the underworld demon sect. Surprisingly, it's the Five Elements sect ancestor. Really? In the past, I did hear that a supreme genius had once appeared in the history of the Five Elements sect, allowing the Five Elements sect to once be brilliant, even surpassing the Jade Clear Taoist sect. But not long after becoming the sect leader, he mysteriously disappeared, but this is estimated to be at least 500 or 600 years in the past, and surprisingly, he's still alive. It's estimated that the cultivation breakthrough in the secret realm increased his lifespan. In fact, there were quite a few people who suspected it at the beginning, and even the Jade Clear Dao sect and the Tai Vault Dao sect both felt that there was something fishy about it. However, the Five Elements sect had taken out the head of the Wolf King, the Barbarian, which was the real deal, and even that General Yi Guoxiong, who had had many contact encounters with the Barbarian, had confirmed it. And it's rumored that the Five Elements sect even took out the underworld demon sect's town schoolmastery and a few pieces of magic treasures to prove it. So it's really the work of the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect. That should be it, otherwise who has that ability to be able to overthrow the underworld demon sect? But I heard someone say that this was done by Zhu family's master Zhu Xiaotian. Could it be that this Zhu Xiaotian's master is the Five Elements sect ancestor? When did Zhu Xiaotian worship his master? That's unknown. I guess it's only recently that I've been worshipped. No wonder the Zhu family has been frequenting the Five Elements sect these past few days. Now the Five Elements sect is going to rise. Taking advantage of this incident, the Five Elements sect's status and influence in the Grand Xia dynasty will grow by leaps and bounds. Yes, it's rumored that His Majesty has also rewarded the Five Elements sect with 10,000 gold. Recently, the disciples of the Five Elements sect are respected everywhere they go, and officials from all over the world treat them as honored guests with all sorts of privileges to take care of them. It seems that at the 100th Sect Recruitment Conference in a while, this Five Elements sect will surely shine as well. In the restaurant in Nan'an City, a crowd of Jianghu people were talking. Just as these people had said, the Five Elements sect had exchanged its lies for countless accolades and had risen to fame. The Shu family, which also weaves lies, has also reached some sort of consensus with the Five Elements sect, tacitly cooperating. Acting out for their own benefit makes the lie more and more true. Therefore, this matter had spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty, and the reputation of the Zhu family and the Five Elements sect had reached unprecedented heights. Now it coincides with the upcoming opening of the 5-yearly 100-clan recruitment. A lot of young people, especially teenagers who had immense admiration for that mysterious big hero, had already changed their initial thoughts and decided to worship the Five Elements sect. And far away within the Qingyan sect in the Qingqiu Mountains, an excited cheer resounded. Success, success, master, senior brother, I've succeeded. I stepped into the golden body realm. Yi Qiu shouted as he rushed into the main hall, his entire voice trembling a bit with excitement. After worshipping the master that day, Li Qingyun gave Yi Qiu some guidance based on his cultivation. It benefited Yi Qiu a lot, and he even discovered some of the misconceptions in his own cultivation. Moreover, Li Qingyun had also taught him a body refining technique that was said to be at the level of immortal technique, called the Brahma Saint True Demon technique. Although it was only the first half, it still allowed Yi Qiu's cultivation to grow by leaps and bounds. Although Li Qingyun's cultivation had been abolished, his memories about the Divine Heaven's Sacred Grounds town school mastery had also been erased. But back then, he walked the world, broke into all kinds of secret immortal mansions, gained a lot of great chances, and obtained a lot of top-notch feats and masterpieces. This Brahma Sacred True Demon technique was only one of them, although it was a demonic technique. However, the Devil's Way was originally good at body refining techniques, and this Brahma Saint True Devil technique was the best body refining technique. He knew that Yi Qiu was a good seedling for body refining, and he had even heard that the people of the Yi family were upright and righteous, with a heart for the world. This Yi Qiu was also a good boy with a good character and a righteous heart. So he taught Yi Qiu this Brahma Sacred True Demon technique, which was enough to make countless body refiners in this world go crazy for it. Not only that, Liu also gave Yi Qiu some precious auxiliary body refining pills and spirit fruits that he had obtained in his underworld demon sect to aid in his cultivation. I didn't expect Yi Qiu's natural talent to be truly demonic, just less than 5 days. Surprisingly, he had directly stepped into the golden body realm from the late body tempering realm. If this were to be rumored, it would really be a shock to many people's jaws. However, Liu and Yi Qiu didn't know. At this point in time, there were already many people in this great Xia dynasty who had their jaws dropped in shock. Subterranean Dragon Ranking Number 2, Yi Qiu. Origin, that's a big family. At the same time that Yi Qiu's cultivation broke through, he also surpassed Zhu Xiaotian on the Subterranean Dragon Ranking and became second. For a time, in the great Xia dynasty, countless people were shocked and clamored. Chapter 40 Zhu Xiaotian cracks up again. Yi Qiu actually surpassed Zhu Xiaotian. My goodness! He has just worshipped that as a great sect of the family not long ago. He has even surpassed Zhu Xiaotian. It seems that this little Taoist temple is not simple. Maybe it's just a coincidence. There aren't that many coincidences. I've heard that the Zhu family's Zhu Xiao genius has already broken through and stepped into the Jindan realm not long ago. Jindan realm, then this Yi Qiu is ranked second, he has at least stepped into the golden body realm. TSK, this is interesting. The top 2 of the potential dragon ranking have been wrapped up by those great sects. This is very intriguing. Countless Jianghu practitioners looked at the potential dragon ranking and talked about it. Yet equally shocked were the people of the great clans. They were all aware of the cultivation gap between Yi Qiu and Zhu Xiaotian. Moreover, they had also heard that Zhu Xiaotian had just broken through and stepped into the Jindan realm not long ago. And Yi Qiu seemed to be only at the late stage of the body tempering realm before. However, he didn't expect that he would surpass Zhu Xiaotian after worshipping that but the great sect of the family. That means his cultivation level has at least stepped into the golden body realm. To call it a coincidence is simply self-deception. It's only been 5 days, right? That Yi Qiu actually broke through directly from the late stage of the body tempering realm to the golden body realm? How is this possible? Unbelievable. That's some real stuff for a big family sect. Before, I thought that this Yi Qiu had taken the wrong medication and worshipped such a small sect, but now it seems that I'm afraid we've once again looked away. This little Taoist temple, it's not simple. While the people of the various clans were shocked inwardly, their curiosity towards that small Taoist temple also rose once again. This story is really interesting. It seems like a lot of people are going to be surprised. Liu and his sect really do always bring surprises. Katie's crystal beauty eyes were flooded with laughter. She knew very well that she was able to cultivate a supreme demonic genius like Liu, and now she had allowed Yi Qiu to surpass Zhu Xiaotian. This Taoist temple is definitely not as simple as it seems. Impossible, how is this possible? Zhu Xiaotian looked at the potential dragon ranking and saw that his name was surpassed by Yi Qiu. The whole thing was cracking up. It had even begun to be skeptical. Did you live your life over again and live to be a dog? Not only did he not even retain his former number 1 position. Now I can't believe I can't even keep second. Zhu Xiaotian was well aware of the cultivation gap between Yi Qiu and himself. Although he had great natural talent, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the body tempering realm. Even if he worked hard, he wouldn't be able to reach the golden body realm at all without 3 or 5 years. Unless one gets some great chance against all odds. Is it really because he worshipped that is a big family sect? Zhu Xiaotian didn't want to believe this fact. After all, he had mocked Yi Qiu's stupid choice earlier. As a result, Yi Qiu's cultivation really skyrocketed and instantly surpassed him. It was a slap in the face that made his face burn. But the facts were right there on the Heavenly Dao list, so he couldn't believe it even if he didn't want to. At this moment, the entire Zhu family residence was also completely blown up. The Xu family's crowd couldn't believe this fact either. After all, Zhu Xiaotian had stepped into the Jindan realm, so how could Yi Qiu have surpassed Zhu Xiaotian at once? This is outrageous. Noticing the gazes of the people below looking at him, Zhu Xiaotian quickly retreated back into the immortal questioning pavilion. He felt really disgraced. Especially those people from the various clans who came to visit the Zhu family, the joke watching was practically written on their faces. It was estimated that after today, he was afraid that he was going to become the laughingstock of countless people after tea. It was such a failure to live a joke in one's own real life. No, I have to regain the second place position. Zhu Xiaotian gritted his teeth. If he can't get back to second place, he's afraid he won't even have the face to go out and meet people. However, just as everyone was focusing on Yi Qiu's name. However, no one noticed that another name that also came from that was a big family sect appeared in the 45th position. He was none other than Tang Qi. Senior brother, you're fantastic. In order to celebrate you stepping into the golden body realm, tonight I've decided to roast him a few sheep to celebrate. As soon as Li Yu's words left his mouth, the unconventionals on the side nearly fell head over heels. Thank you, senior brother. Although I know that there is still a world of difference between myself and senior brother, I will definitely follow senior brother's example and continue to work hard. Yi Qiu said excitedly. The huge progress this time made him see the feeling of his dream shining into reality. He himself seemed to possess the possibility of following in his senior brother's footsteps. By the way, father, can you write out all the techniques you know, to be used as our Qingyan Sect's town school mastery in the future? Li Yu proposed. In the past, he was completely clueless about the gongfu aptitude that his old man had imparted to him. So I don't know if it's true or not, and I even once suspected that my old man's bragging about his big, amazing deeds was made up. However, he had previously established in the underworld demon sect that his old man was, indeed, the holy son of the divine heaven's sacred land, and now he had helped Yi Qiu break through his cultivation level. This made Li Yu certain that his old man really did have a treasure in his stomach. In this way the task of collecting one's own feats would soon be completed. Well, when I have the time. Li Qingyun said noncommittally. During dinner, Yi Qiu suddenly brought up the matter of the Nan'an City Colored Lantern Festival 3 days later. By the way, senior brother, doesn't our sect want to recruit disciples? It just so happens that this time, on the second day of the Nan'an City Colored Lantern Festival, there will be 100 sect recruitment held at the east of the city's Ask Square. This is a large-scale recruitment event that is only held once every 5 years. Our great Xia dynasty is big and small, almost all the sects will go to recruit new disciples. There will also be young talents from all over the country gathering there, seeking the opportunity to worship in various sects. Thousands of people will be there every session. It's extremely lively, and it's also a great opportunity for our sect to recruit disciples. Yi Qiu said gushingly. Well, this is good. Li Yu raised his eyebrows. There is such an opportunity that naturally cannot be missed. The system mission is to recruit 1,000 disciples. There are only 3 sects now, and it's still a long way from the goal of 1,000. It just so happened that there was such an opportunity, so naturally I couldn't pass it up. And since he had promised to pay a visit to the Crown Prince, he would go over and brush up on his presence this time. As he was talking, a figure stepped on a flying magic treasure and flew in from the distance. The crowd looked curiously, but they saw a man with a bossy, condescending expression. Is Li Yu available? The man came to the sky above the Taoist temple, with a snub-nosed look, looking down on Li Yu and the others, and his voice was filled with arrogance. Li Yu frowned, secretly saying, where did the pretender come from? Posing with me and having me look up to you. Immediately, he gave a wink to the changeless man on the side. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying invisible force directly slapped the chirpy guy down from above. There was a bang and a fall. Looking for me for what? Li Yu asked in a cold voice. Chapter 41, 3000 Physique List presented request for catch-up reading. The man climbed up in some distress and looked at Li Yu with a displeased face, but didn't dare to get angry. Spinning around, he casually threw over a letter of war and said coldly, "I, the first in the Western Liang Dynasty's potential dragon ranking, His Royal Highness Ji Qinglan, the 13th Imperial Son, want to challenge the top 10 ranked people in your Xia Dynasty's potential dragon ranking. The war letter has been delivered, Your Excellency, don't dare to go." After saying that, the man let out a cold smile, and then he once again harnessed his flying magic treasure and flew away towards the distance. Nuts! Liu casually threw that war letter into the bonfire without even looking at it. It's true that when you're famous, all kinds of bull come to you. Seeing that Liu directly burned that war letter, Yiqiu didn't say much. Although when he heard the name of the first in the Western Liang Dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking, his heart immediately rose with wariness. But he knew that elder brother liked to keep a low profile. Moreover, in his opinion, let alone being the first in the Western Liang Dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking, even if the strongest man from their country came, he wouldn't be a match for Liu. However, Yiqiu's heart was eager to have a fight with that Ji Qinglan. Let's see what level this number 1 guy in the Western Liang Dynasty is really at. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared into the sky. The night shrouded the land, making the heavens path list in the sky above Nan'an City even more dazzling. Suddenly, the golden scroll of the Heavenly Dao that was spread out above the firmament shook, followed by a wave of invisible fluctuations that came from the sky. Instantly startling everyone, the crowd looked at the Heavenly Dao ranking in surprise. Just next to that subterranean dragon list, where the gold scroll was blank, a new list name slowly surfaced. 3000 Physique List. Look, the Heavenly Dao ranking is going to announce a new list. 3000 Physique List, what does this mean? It's the possession of a special physique that surpasses normal people, and such people often possess amazing cultivation talents, and some even possess powerful aptitudes brought about by their special physique. This list should be ranked for these special physiques. That's right, for example, the Jade Clear Dao Sect's Yu Wamakoto is the spiritual body of gold, which is very powerful, and there's also the Zhu family's Zhu Xiaotian, who is rumored to be the Star Dao body, which can absorb the power of the stars in the heavens, and in the future, he can even wield the power of the stars. Interesting, there's even this kind of list. Let's see what kind of heavenly pride will make it onto this 3000 physique list this time. Alas, this time it's the genius's game again, and mere mortals like me can only be spectators. It shouldn't just be the younger generation on the list this time, surely all age groups can be on the list. That's right, after all, people with special physiques are already rare. Accompanied by the crowd's murmurs, a few rows of clear text appeared below the words 3000 physique list. This list is the 3000 physique list of the Great Xia Dynasty. All those who are in the territory of the Daxia Dynasty have the opportunity to be on the list. Physical strength from low to high, totaling 20 people, can be rewarded by the Heavenly Dao. The list is refreshed in real time and rewards are only given out once. In the Zhu family residence, Zhu Xiaotian was pondering within his study on how to get Ji Qinglan's reverse scale immortal sword into his hands. This way, he himself would be able to secure the top spot in the Divine Soldier ranking. That first place reward is very tempting. He already knew that Ji Qinglan and a group of young talents from the Western Liang Dynasty had come to the Grand Xia Dynasty together. Prepare to challenge the top 10 of the Great Xia Dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking. He had also just received his battle cry not too long ago. Just then, an underling ran in. "Gongzi, look outside, a new list has appeared." "What?" Zhu Xiaotian jumped up with an ugly expression, as if he wanted to eat someone. His reaction startled the underling. "How does a new list appear as if you've heard bad news?" Zhu Xiaotian was alarmed in his heart and turned 3 steps into 2 and rushed out of the study. He clearly remembered that the Divine Soldier ranking appeared 3 months after the Subterranean Dragon ranking, so how did it appear so quickly? One's plans haven't even begun to materialize yet. Rushing out of the study, Zhu Xiaotian's trembling gaze immediately looked into the sky. 3000 physique rankings. The look of surprise on his face intensified, but in his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's not the Divine Soldier ranking, but how come this Heaven's Path Earth ranking has also appeared as a physique ranking? Zhu Xiaotian was surprised in his heart. In the memory of his previous life, there was no such list in the Daxia Dynasty. It wasn't until later when the heavenly rankings were announced that there were lists about physique and bloodline and such. Although he was surprised in his heart, Zhu Xiaotian didn't bother to ponder over the cause. There are too many things happening at this stage that deviate from the trajectory of his previous life and are beyond his expectations. He was on the verge of adapting. And seeing this physique list, a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. This time, I might be able to have a chance to compete for that first place. Zhu Xiaotian's gaze suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. According to the ranking of the various types of physical qualities he knew in his previous life. Putting aside those extremely demonic and perverted special physiques, if you roughly divide all physiques into the lower, middle and upper 3 levels, then this astral Dao body of his could definitely be considered a superior physique. And there weren't many people in the Grand Xia dynasty who possessed a special physique, which was why there were only 20 spots on that physique list. So based on his analysis and speculation, I'm afraid there's really no one who can rank ahead of him. I wonder what kind of reward the first place will have this time. Anticipation began to rise in Zhu Xiaotian's heart. This might be a chance that heaven has given itself. To make up for the fact that he didn't win first place in the subterranean dragon ranking, so he purposely supplemented the special physique ranking. In an instant, it was as if Zhu Xiaotian had instantly regained his long-lost confidence. It's been a while since I've taken one blow after another myself. Now it's finally the end of the line. Born again, I am indeed still this chosen one. Zhu Xiaotian's mood was suddenly great, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Compared to just hearing the news was that cannibalistic look, the corner of the mouth of the subordinate on the side twitched. Gongzi he has no problem with it. Inside the eastern palace of the Grand Xia dynasty, Crown Prince Morong Xingqiao was similarly looking at the list in the sky with a face full of amazement. 3,000 physique list, there's even this kind of list? Your Highness, the Crown Prince, might be able to get on this physique list. Crown Prince Xin Xiuming said. Me? No way, it's not like I have any special physique. Morong Xingqiao shook her head, although her gaze was filled with anticipation. I have always felt that your Highness' root and bone qualifications are absolutely extraordinary, seemingly possessing some kind of special physique, but unfortunately, I am too shallow to see it, nor do I know what kind of physique this will be. Perhaps this time, the Heavenly Dao list will be able to give me an answer. Taifu Xin Xiuming looked at the submerged dragon list in the sky. In his heart, he was also looking forward to it. He had an intuition that Morong Xingqiao was absolutely extraordinary. Does Elder Shen really feel that way? Morong Xingqiao's heart thumped. She naturally expected that she would be able to possess a special physique. Well, let's wait and see. Xin Xiuming was equally expectant in his heart. In a certain royal imperial inn in Nan'an City, Ji Qinglan, along with the 4 Xiliang dynasty's celestial pride who ranked in the top 10 of the potential dragon ranking, gathered in the courtyard, similarly looking at the Heavenly Dao ranking list with a face full of amazement. Surprisingly, a new list has appeared, the 3,000 physique list. I think this list will also appear in my Western Liang dynasty. According to what Elder Nye said, my innate sword body is a very powerful physique, so I guess I can at least rank in the top 3. Ji Qinglan belabored. Surprisingly, there are 20 slots. Are there really so many people with special physiques in this great Xia dynasty? A man with a cold and arrogant face next to him said. That's right, our Western Liang dynasty is estimated to have only about 20 people who can possess a special physique. Another person said. But I guess this list of theirs is the same as the subterranean dragon list. It doesn't have much gold. I'm afraid that they're all weak bodies. Yes. His Highness the 13th Prince's innate sword body would be the proper number 1 if placed in the Great Xia dynasty. That's natural, even in our Western Liang dynasty it must be number 1. That's right, the innate sword body, it's a supreme physique, it's definitely first place. Between the several heavenly prides talking, they didn't forget to pat Ji Qinglan on the back. Chapter 42 Resentment from an Ordinary Person. Within the Jade-Clear Taoist sect, countless disciples were also in an uproar, looking at the newly appeared list and discussing. Surprisingly, there are only 20 rankings, the competition is fierce this time. It might be just the opposite, people with special physique are originally 1 in 10,000, absolutely a rare existence. I'm afraid that these 20 slots would be enough to include all of the people with special physiques in the Great Xia dynasty. That's right, it's estimated that there are only about 20 people in the Grand Xia dynasty who can possess a special physique at best. Looking at it this way, our Patriarch's spiritual body of gold, eldest brother's vast chi body, Elder Taiwa's heavenly dipper body, Elder Reverse Cold's ice pillar body, and senior brother Lin's pure yang body can all be on the list. This time, our clan will be able to occupy at least a quarter of the seats. Sovereign's spiritual body of gold can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Maybe it's number 1. Do you guys think that Liu could also possess some special physique? Yeah, maybe he has a special physique as well, otherwise how could he be so strong at that age? But I just don't know where I can come in, it can't be number 1 again. I don't think we can, we have to give someone else a chance to live. I think Xu Xiaotian of the Xu family is very likely to come first this time. I've heard the patriarch say before that he is a star Dao body, an extremely extraordinary physique, much stronger than the 5 elements spiritual body. Alas, we have no chance of making it to the top of this physique list. This Heavenly Dao Ranking is the stage for geniuses, we ordinary people can only look up. Yes, that's why those geniuses are the favorites of heaven and earth, and we ordinary people are born to play supporting roles for them. Ugh, suddenly I don't want to work hard anymore. It feels like I'll never be able to catch up with those geniuses even if I cultivate more. Negative feelings began to arise in the hearts of some disciples. In front of the door of the Jade Clearance Hall, realist Yuhua and a group of elders were also looking at the newly appeared list with amazement on their faces. I wonder what kind of surprises the list will have this time. Realist Yuhua laughed. Well, I'm looking forward to what kind of reward there will be this time. An old man with a chile aura and an ice-covered face said. A white mist kept coming out of his mouth as he spoke. Reverse cold sun, can you stay away from us? Old man is afraid of the cold. A crane-haired, short but very muscular old man shouted. He was the Jade Clear Dao Sect's martial arts and body refining expert Tai Wu Xinjin. Humph, a martial arts body refiner is even afraid of the cold? Disgraceful, I say, old man Tai Wu. You always say that your Heavenly Dipper's body is more powerful than my Ice Pillar's body. Today there is this Heavenly Dao Ranking list, I'd like to see who is ranked in the front in the end. Humph, that goes without saying, naturally it's my Big Dipper body. Then we'll see. The appearance of the 3000 physique list once again stirred up the great Xiao dynasty, the various forces and clans, and countless people of the dawn. All of them gazed at the list, curious about who would be on the top 20 of the list and what kind of rewards would be given. And this time, the golden scrolls of the Heavenly Dao list covered an even more vast territory. Even the Qingqiu Mountain in Luoshui town, as well as the borderlands of the great Xiao dynasty, could see the rankings of that list now. We can see the Heavenly Dao list here too? The gazes of Liu and the others were attracted by the golden scrolls floating in the sky. It's true, senior brother, look, I'm actually in second place, I'm second. The first thing Yiqiu saw was his ranking. Hearing Yiqiu say that, Liu also noticed it. Good lord, this Yiqiu's cultivation breakthrough had risen in the rankings. But how come our sect name hasn't changed over yet? Liu looked at the sect names on the Subterranean Dragon ranking with some brain pain. It seems like a new list has appeared, the 3000 physique list. Li Qingyun said. As soon as his words left his mouth, the gazes of Liu, Yiqiu, Tang Qi, and Wu Chang all converged on the newly appeared list. 3000 physique list, there's even this kind of list, interesting, but unfortunately, I'm afraid that this time, I have no chance with me. Senior brother surely can still get on this list. Yiqiu said. Me? I'm just a normal human physique, I don't stand a chance on this list. Liu waved his hand. That's a bit of self-awareness he still has. If on the strength of their own have the system as a plug-in, absolutely invincible contemporary. But this special physique, he really didn't have it himself. He himself was just a mediocre, ordinary physique. But Liu's mind was still good. Although the new list doesn't have much to do with myself anymore. Eating melon heart but very high, he would like to see what special physique will be on the list this time. Can't be, senior brother is so strong, how could he not have a special physique? Master, what do you think? Yiqiu looked at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun spread his hands, your senior brother is right, he does not have a special physique. Yeah? Yiqiu was a bit disappointed. But if Liu didn't have a special physique and his strength was still this demonic, that would be incredible. It's just right to see if we can uncover some geniuses this time, and find a way to recruit them into our sect at that time. Liu said with a smile. Spinning around, he half reclined in his chair and crossed his legs, with a look of sitting back and waiting for the show to begin. Well, in that case, this physique ranking should uncover some hidden geniuses. Yiqiu also nodded. Look, it's starting. Liu gleefully looked at the first ranking that appeared on that list. Physique ranking 20, Jade Body. Physique owner, Yao Meiyu. Origin, Stardust Sect. Reward, 1 Elixir of Resilience. Physique ranking 19th, Body of Iron Bones. Physique owner, Wu Gang. Origin, 5 Elements Sect. Reward, a bottle of Spirit of Gold liquid. Physique ranking 18th, Poisonous Body. Physique owner, Duji Zhu. Origin, 10,000 Evil Doors. Reward, a bottle of antidote to poison. Ha 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 ha, When they saw the reward for the 18th place, countless people burst into laughter. A body of intense poison, rewarded with a bottle of antidote pill. Is this Tendo list afraid that this dude will poison himself to death? Holy, I'm laughing my ass off. 1 bottle of antidote pill, I wonder if 1 bottle is enough. Tendo list, are you serious about this reward? Good man, the reward antidote pill is not bad. I'm so curious to know what this kind man is feeling at this moment. Maybe it's even fun. Physique ranking 17th, body of the royal spirit. Body owner, Song Qingju. As each list was announced, a golden light wrapped in heavenly rewards flew into the distance. People from various major sects also alternated on the list. 12th place, the body of vast energy. Physique owner, Chu Chongqing. Origin, Yu Qing Dao Sect. Reward, celestial rank technique, vast true elemental technique. My goodness, the 12th place starts rewarding heavenly rank techniques. Is it going to reward immortal techniques later on? And at a glance, it's a customized technique for the vast chi body. This heavenly Dao list is really thoughtful. Heavenly ranked techniques, even the Jade Clear Dao sect doesn't have a few heavenly ranked techniques. Yes, this heavenly Dao ranking reward is really too tempting. The heavenly Dao is really unfair. These geniuses and demons are born with a physique that surpasses normal people, and this gives them direct access to all sorts of feats and elixirs, so how can we ordinary people still live? That's right, their cultivation speed was already fast, and now that they have a technique that perfectly matches their physique, it's really strengthening on strengthening. We ordinary people don't deserve to live in this world. Never again will I believe in the nonsense that hard work makes up for clumsiness. No matter how hard an ordinary person tries, they won't be able to reach this heavenly Dao ranking. Countless cultivators looked at the rewards on that heavenly Dao list and became more and more unbalanced in their hearts. When really, it's a case of envy and jealousy. That's a lot of people to deal with. People are already dragons among men when they are born with extraordinary physical qualities. Now it was able to obtain the reward of the Heaven's Path list. This made the cultivators, who were ordinary people, really feel a bit unbalanced in their hearts. Chapter 43, what a surprise, please don't raise it. If you do, this book will be gone. 11. The Big Dipper's body. Physique owner, Tai Wujin. Origin, Yu Qing Dao Sect. Reward, celestial rank technique, Xuanwu Baotian secrets. Ha, old man Taiwu, it seems that your physique isn't as good as mine. Seeing that old man Taiwu's physique was the first on the list, that reverse cold realist burst out laughing. He knew very well that his physique hadn't been announced yet, so he was definitely ahead of Tai Wuzhenren. What's the point of being complacent? Maybe your physique didn't even make the list. Tai Wuzhen said unconvincingly. But seeing that heavenly Dao list reward was quite a joy in his heart. This was a heavenly rank gongfu. With this gongfu, one's cultivation and strength could definitely go to another level. Of course, the same happy person was Yu Huazhenjin. These 5 special physique possessors of his own sect should all be able to make the list. These 5 rewards alone would create 5 future supreme powerhouses. This is truly a great opportunity that has come down from heaven. Che, how is that possible? Look, isn't this coming? While Reverse Cold Realist was speaking, the 10th place had already been announced on the list. 10th place, Ice Body. Physique owner, Reverse Cold Realist. Origin, Yu Qing Dao Sect. Reward, celestial ranked avatar, the art of the Great Rin. 9th, the body of pure Yang. Physique owner, Lin Chen. Origin, Yu Qing Dao Sect. Reward, celestial ranked divine power Jiu Yang Tai Shang Gong. Senior brother Lin's physique is actually ranked 9th. Wow, awesome. Congratulations, senior brother Lin. Congratulations, senior brother Lin. The crowd of disciples congratulated Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also overjoyed at this time. This physique of his was even stronger than the 2 elders. But it would have been nice if he had been ranked a bit higher, and perhaps the rewards would have been better. Maybe there really is a fairy law. Right at this moment, a golden light flew from the heavenly Dao list, and then directly merged into Lin Chen's brow. It instantly transformed into information that merged into Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, becoming a memory that seemed to have originally existed in his mind. 8th, the body of Xin Lei. Physique owner, Dome Front Real. Origin, Tai Dome Taoist Sect. Reward, heavenly grade technique, Thunder Immortal Transformation. 7th, Spirit Body of Gold. Physique owner, Yu Wamakoto. Origin, Yu Qing Dao Sect. Reward, heavenly grade technique, Tai Xian Golden Light Sutra. Wow. There was an uproar from the group of disciples of the Jade Clear Taoist sect. Sovereign's spiritual body of gold is actually only ranked 7th? There are 6 more in front of us. Apart from Zhu Xiaotian, there are also 5 other people ranked ahead of the patriarch. Who would these 5 people be? Countless disciples were talking, although they knew that there was definitely no way for realist Yu Hua's spiritual body of gold to be ranked first. But I didn't expect to be ranked only 7th. And some of the big names known to possess special physiques in the Great Xia dynasty were basically on the list. Could there be 5 more who have not been discovered? Look, 6th place is out. 6th place, body of bastard blood unawakened. Physique owner, Yi Qiu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, celestial rank technique, divine dragon battling heavenly skill, 1 bottle of extreme spiritual elixir dragon power elixir. The 6th place is actually Yi Qiu of the Yi clan. Temporarily unawakened doesn't it mean that this physique hasn't been awakened yet, it's really an undiscovered physique. No wonder this Yi Qiu can be ranked 2nd on the potential dragon ranking, he really isn't an ordinary person. Am I the only one who realized that there are 2 rewards for this Yi Qiu? Yeah, I can't believe there are 2 rewards. On what grounds? And it's still an extremely high-grade spirit elixir, this Heavenly Dao ranking is a bit biased. A crowd of disciples from the Jade Clear Dao sect discussed. And the Taiwu realist, who was in front of the door of the Jade Clearance Hall, was practically crying. Yi Qiu, why did you refuse to worship me in the first place? Back then, he had sensed that this Yi Qiu was by no means a pool of things, and sure enough, this kid was also a person with a special physique. It was a pity that Yi Qiu at that time was high-minded and still a bit rebellious. Unwilling to be bound by the rules of the sect, he did not worship him. Otherwise, he would have an additional supremely talented disciple by now. In the Yi family of Nan'an City, seeing Yi Qiu on the Heavenly Dao ranking, Yi Guoxian, Yi Tianming, Yang Shangnan, and the other members of the Yi family were also pleasantly surprised. My son even made the list again, the body of hegemonic blood, my son is truly extraordinary. Yi Guoxian said with a proud face. This good grandson of mine really gives face to my Yi family. Yi Tianming also laughed openly. However, Yi Qiu, who was inside the Qingyan sect at this time, was a bit confused. Me, on the list. Yi Qiu really didn't expect that he possessed the body of hegemonic blood, and he was a bit confused for a while. I'll go, senior brother, you really made the list. Rank 6th, that's fine. Li Yu jumped up from his chair in surprise. I didn't think there would be a surprise in tonight's list. This hegemonic blood body is completely unnoticeable before it is awakened, it is in existence between the power of the bloodline and a special physique. When you awaken the hegemonic blood, your body will change along with it, and your strength, at that time, will be greatly increased. Xing Yunli explained from the side. Oh, master, then how can I awaken? Yi Qiu asked with an expectant face. Just then, 2 golden lights flew from the Heavenly Dao list, one of which merged into Yi Qiu's mind, while the other transformed into a jade bottle and fell into Yi Qiu's hand. The techniques and pills that this Heavenly Dao list rewards you with are to help you awaken. Li Qingyun laughed. Just then, a new ranking appeared on that list once again, and a familiar name appeared with it. 5th place, Astral Dao Body. Physique owner, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Zhu family. Reward, celestial rank divine ability 7-star sword technique, a bottle of star spirit liquid. 5th. Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled. It's unbelievable. His own astral Dao body was surprisingly only ranked 5th. Though as far as the rewards go, they are all matching rewards based on fitness. But this ranking was really a bit out of his expectation. Who are the 4 other guys up front? Even if he felt that Morong Xingxiao should possess a very powerful special physique, it's likely to be ahead of him. But what about the other 3? Even if that Li Yu might also have a powerful special physique, there were still 2 others. It wasn't just Zhu Xiaotian who was surprised. In fact, many people in the Daxia dynasty were surprised. Even the astral Dao body could only be ranked 5th. The 3000 physique ranking has really gotten a bit exciting this time around, huh? I wonder who the top 4 will be. This list is getting more and more interesting. I didn't realize that my great Xia dynasty was hiding crouching tigers. Even the star Dao body can only be ranked 5th. I guess there's definitely going to be a hidden heavenly pride being exposed. Everyone's curiosity was mobilized at this point. Who exactly will be in the top 4? Inside the Royal Imperial Inn, Ji Qinglan's face slowly became serious. Although he didn't know much about those special physiques either. But that sword immortal remnant soul elder Nye said that there was indeed something about this great Xia dynasty's 3000 physique list. Especially when he had just seen that the astral Dao body was only ranked 5th, Elder Nye was also surprised. According to Elder Nye, the astral Dao body wasn't as good as the innate sword body, but it wasn't too far off. This kind of physique could only be ranked 5th in a small place like the Great Xia dynasty, which was really unexpected. Chapter 44, We Must Find This Son. It seems that the top few guys on the Great Xia dynasty's potential dragon list all relied on a special physique to get on the list. That's right, if there's no special physique, it's estimated that they have even more water in this subterranean dragon ranking. So what if you have a special physique, your strength is just as inferior to ours? Those few young celestial pride of the Western Liang dynasty said with a face full of disdain. But there was actually some jealousy in his heart. After all, everyone wants to be the most unique one. The few of them were all in the top 10 of the Western Liang dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking though. But other than Ji Qinglan, they were basically all ordinary physiques. But a special physique is not what determines whether a cultivation talent is good or bad. A person's root and bone qualifications were equally important, so even though they didn't have a special physique, they were still dragons and phoenixes among men. Look, 4th place is out. Murong Xingqiao? Crown Prince of the Grand Xia dynasty. Seeing the rankings on the list, Ji Qinglan's brows furrowed slightly. 4th place, Xian Yuan spiritual body unawakened. Physique owner, Murong Xingqiao. Origin, royal family of the Daxia dynasty. Reward, celestial rank technique Taishan mixing method, 1 holy spirit pill. I'm really on the list. Murong Xingqiao looked at the list incredulously, her eyes filled with excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your Highness is truly extraordinary. Xin Xiuming bowed and clasped his fists with an excited face. He was actually surprised, even though he knew there was a possibility that Murong Xingqiao would be on the list. But honestly, he didn't expect to come in 4th. Surprisingly, it was even more powerful than Zhu Xiaotian's astral Dao body. I'm a Xian Yuan spiritual body. Murong Xingqiao was shocked and delighted. Although she had some expectations in her heart after hearing Tai Fushen's words earlier. But she really didn't think she actually had a special physique. And it was still the Xian Yuan spiritual body that ranked 4th. That's enough to show how extraordinary this physique is. Of course, what made her even happier was that heavenly reward. With this heaven rank technique and that elixir, one's strength would be able to rise faster. In this world where the strong are honored, strength far outweighs everything. In the face of absolute power, all of the deceitfulness, intrigue, and competition for power will become meaningless. In the Qi Qingwei family, a group of elders looked at the Heavenly Dao list, and their faces were also filled with astonishment. His Highness the Crown Prince is actually in 4th place. Xian Yuan spiritual body, I didn't expect this prince to have such an extraordinary physique. It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince is really the son of heaven's destiny, the Emperor's choice. Yes, it seems that the reason why His Majesty forcefully rejected the wishes of the people back then and had to establish the son of a concubine with little background as the Crown Prince. Your Majesty really has a good eye. If Murong Xingqiao really rises, he will also surely lead the Great Xia dynasty to take off once again, and the country will prosper. Sang'er, go and take out the purple diamond wood from my collection. Tomorrow you will personally deliver it to the Crown Prince to congratulate him. My child obeys. Inside Shanghe Palace, Murong Taixing's face was gloomy to the extreme. He never expected Murong Xingqiao to be on the list again. And ranked so high. Once this Xian Yuan spiritual body was awakened, along with the assistance of the heavenly ranking technique and Holy Spirit pill, he was afraid that his cultivation realm would skyrocket. Most notably, he was 6th on the subterranean dragon ranking and 4th on the 3000 physique ranking. These two lists will give him endless prestige and influence. The various vassal families and forces are all people who see the wind at their backs. Murong Xingqiao had made it to the Heavenly Dao ranking twice and received Heavenly Dao rewards one after the other, and the forces supporting him were afraid that there would be more and more of them. Damn, the situation is really getting worse. Murong Taixing's heart was really cold. Just as countless people were surprised by Murong Xingqiao's ascension to the list, a new name appeared on the Heavenly Dao list. 3rd place, Great Diffractive Dao Body. Physique owner, Suki. Origin, the Su family of Bonxiong, Mazhou. Reward, lower grade immortal technique 9 clear immortal light sutra, 1 Daluk Dan. Wow. As the 3rd place in the physique ranking was announced, the entire Jade Clear Taoist sect was in an uproar. Lower grade immortal technique. My god, this third place reward is actually an inferior immortal method. On what grounds? The previous ones are still all heavenly rank techniques, how to him this direct immortal law? This reward is too much, immortal laws, our Jade Clear Dao sect only has one crippled immortal law. Who is this Su Mu? How come I've never heard of him? Fengcheng Su family? Never heard of this family. I guess it's a very small family, it's normal that I haven't heard of it. I'm afraid that another hidden heavenly pride has come out. My Daxia dynasty is really hiding crouching tigers. A Liu came out from the potential dragon ranking, and a Sumu came out from the physique ranking. This reward is too tantalizing. A crowd of Jade Clear Taoist sect disciples discussed. And the crowd of elders, including realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu, were also filled with shock. There's actually a real immortal law reward. Great diffusion Dao body, this heavenly Dao ranking really does have surprises. My great Xia dynasty is actually hiding this kind of powerful physique. There's no name for him on the subterranean dragon ranking, either he's already over 30 years old, or he's so young that he hasn't even begun cultivation yet. The possibility of the latter is very high. If it's an older person with this kind of overwhelming physique, it's impossible for us not to know about it. Elder Hu, you quickly bring someone to Bong City in Maozhou to investigate this person, and if he is truly a young heavenly pride, find a way to recruit him into our Jade Clear Dao sect. Realist Yuhua said with an excited face. He knew very well that the future growth of a heavenly pride that possessed such a peerless physique was absolutely limitless. And look at the heavenly Dao list rewards. Lower grade immortal laws. It's too tempting. If he could take the son under his tutelage, he might also be able to obtain this lower grade immortal law through him as the clan's Jintong Jieshue. The overall strength of the Jade Clear Taoist sect will definitely be further advanced by virtue of this immortal law. Advancing into the first queue of the Chinese Daozhou sect. Moreover, the name of the 9 clear immortal light scripture was a good match for their clan. Of course, at this time, countless sects of the Daxia dynasty all have the same idea with the Yuhua real person. Each sect has also once again opened the race against time to grab people war. However, at this time, Sumu was in a small village on the border between the capital state and the desert state. Lying on a haystack, he wolfed down the fruit he'd just stolen from someone's garden. He was a 15-year-old teenager, pudgy, skinny and bony, with his whole body clothed in rags, like a beggar. Suki originally had a happy and fulfilling family and lived a full and happy life every day. The parents ran a restaurant in Fengcheng, and the family was quite well off. There are 2 sisters in the family, both of whom love him very much, and the family is very happy and cozy. However, all of this was completely destroyed because the underworld demon sect colluded with the Wolf King clan. All of his parents and family died under the blade of the Wolf King's clan. His friends and associates all died horribly. His familiar home was also in ruins under the trampling of the Wolf King clan's Iron Horsemen. His wonderful life, his wonderful family, everything he cherished and loved, all destroyed. And the one who survived could only hide in the ruins and live in fear. At any moment, he could be discovered and killed by those of the Wolf King clan who were constantly scouring the city. He hated and feared. Painful and desperate. Originally, he thought that he would end up either dying equally under the sword of the Wolf King clan or starving to death in the ruins sooner or later. However, he didn't expect the mysterious Highlander to appear, decapitate the Wolf King, drive away the Wolf King clan's army, and eradicate the underworld demon sect, saving the desert state from the fire and his life. He survived and finally made it out of that ruin. And this mysterious tall man became a gaijin in his heart and was regarded as a benefactor by him. Later, he heard that this tall man was the old ancestor of the 5 Elements sect, and he also heard about the 100 clans recruitment. So he traveled all the way south from Mashu, begging as he made his way towards Nan'an City. I hope to worship the 5 Elements sect at the 100 clans recruitment. Even if it was just as an odd job disciple, it would be considered him repaying his benefactor. And that's what he lives for, the only hope that sustains him. Chapter 45, It's a Shame. However, Sumu never expected that he would ascend to the 3rd place of this 3000 physique list. The moment she saw her name, Sumu still couldn't believe it was all true. Until golden lights flew from the heavenly Dao list, one merging into his brow and one falling into his hand. It took him a moment to believe that there really were miracles in this world. When he had thoroughly fused that 9 clear immortal light scripture, his gaze became incomparably bright, like the stars in the sky. A look of confidence also appeared on his face. With such a powerful physique himself, there was definitely no problem in worshipping the 5 Elements sect. But before that, one must hide one's identity. Let's first find an unoccupied place and take this Dao luck pill to boost our strength. Sumu was very clear that the piker was not guilty of harboring a sin, and he had definitely become the fat meat in the eyes of countless people now. Therefore, before he had worshipped the Five Elements sect and obtained the shelter of the Great Sect, he absolutely could not easily reveal his identity. He looked around, and it was good to see that it was very silent in this small mountain village at this late hour of the night. Aside from barking dogs, no one could be seen at all, so no one noticed that he had been rewarded with the Heavenly Dao Ranking. But there's no lingering here. He quickly put away the elixir and ran towards the distance. He's going to find a safe place in and hide first. There are still 2 last people left. I guess the Heavenly Dao rewards must all be immortal laws as well. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Heavenly Dao list, I'm afraid that my great Xia dynasty wouldn't even have so many immortal laws appearing all at once. Yeah, it feels like there are still undiscovered heavenly pride to be unearthed. I wonder if there will be that Liu among these 2. This son is number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, and he's still so young. It's really possible that he also possesses some sort of powerful physique. Look, second place is out. Right in the midst of countless people's anticipation and discussion, the second ranked information appeared on the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Second place, innate sword body. Physique owner, Ji Qinglun. Origin, royal family of the Western Liang dynasty. Reward, lower grade immortal technique, heart sword technique, 1 sword heart fruit. Wow. The moment Ji Qinglan's term appeared. Jade Clear Taoist sect, Tai Dong Taoist sect, 5 Elements sect, all major sects of power, all major royal families. As well as countless people who were paying attention to the list, they were instantly in an uproar. Full of shock. Ji Qinglun, why is the guy from the Western Liang dynasty running on our Great Xia dynasty's list? That's right, what's going on here? And he's in second place, what the hell? Is this Heavenly Dao list a mistake? Yeah, how come someone from the Western Liang dynasty is running on our Xia dynasty list? What gives him the right to be ranked second? What gives him the right to appear on our list? Isn't it because he's in our Great Xia dynasty right now? Don't you see that the Heavenly Dao list has written that all those who are in the territory of the Great Xia dynasty have the opportunity to be on the list? In other words, it doesn't differentiate between the countries they belong to. Then wouldn't that make it possible for him to receive 2 rewards? I don't think so. If he's currently in our Xia dynasty, then he must not be on the list of the Western Liang dynasty. Well, it should be. It's ironic that the second place finisher is a Westerner. Just as countless people were shocked and puzzled, a note appeared on the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Because Ji Qinglun is currently in the territory of the Daxia dynasty, she is on this list. Rewards are only awarded once and cannot be repeated on the list. Seeing the notes on the Heavenly Dao list, the crowd then understood. But it was still extremely upsetting. The second place, which they were full of expectations, turned out to be the Shillong people. That's just humiliating. Moreover, if this Ji Qinglun had made it onto the list, it would be the same as robbing a Grand Xia dynasty quota. That's a change of direction aggression. Damn, what's this guy doing in my Daxia dynasty if he doesn't stay properly in the Shiliang dynasty? I heard that he's here to challenge the top 10 of my Great Xia dynasty's subterranean dragon ranking, and it's rumored that Lin Chen, Zhu Xiaotian, and the rest of them have all received battle letters. I've also heard about it. This Ji Qinglun's strength is very impressive. It's said that he's already defeated the number 1 of the subterranean dragon rankings of many countries one after the other without tasting a single defeat. This Ji Qinglun is actually so strong. Yes, innate sword body this is the strongest physique of sword cultivators, the body of killing and destroying the same sword magic aptitude. He casts it out to be several times more powerful than other people. You say it's awesome or not? Look at this Heavenly Dao list, it says it all. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, I heard that this Ji Qinglun's strength is indeed terrifying. In the Royal Imperial Inn of Nanan City, a group of celestial pride of the Shillong dynasty laughed out loud. This is interesting, Our Highness has actually made it onto their list. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness is really powerful. To be ranked second, this will make those people from the Great Xia dynasty look completely foolish. Ha, the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia dynasty must be very disgraced. He's only in 4th place, and the reward is still only a heavenly ranked technique, while Our Highness is in 2nd place, and the reward is an immortal technique. The difference is self-evident. That Morong Xingqiao is also worthy of being compared to Our Highness. Our Highness is the number 1 in my Shiliang dynasty's potential dragon ranking. If he went to our Shiliang dynasty, he probably wouldn't even make it into the top 10. That's right, this time, the Heavenly Dao list will make this fact public, so that the people of the Grand Xia dynasty can clearly see the gap between them and us. I really want to see what kind of expression that group of people from the Grand Xiao dynasty has at this moment. Keep your voices down, don't forget that we're still in someone else's territory, don't say those useless words. Ji Qinglan opened her mouth. There was no joy on his face, but instead he was a bit gloomy. Although he was also surprised that he had made it onto the Great Xiao dynasty's list. But that second place actually left him unsatisfied. There's actually someone in the Daxia dynasty with a physique stronger than mine? I'd like to see who this guy is. I really didn't expect that something so dramatic would happen to this list, that Ji Qinglan would appear on this list. Yes, originally it was just a ranking of special systems, but when it involves people from two countries, then the nature of this list changes completely. Realist Yuhua and the group of elders said with a grave expression. And my Dixia crown prince is also on the list, the royal sons of two countries appearing on this list at the same time, this will surely make many people use it for comparison. Fortunately, he was only ranked second. If he really took first place, my Great Xiao dynasty would simply lose face. I'm worried now that this first one is also someone from the Western Liang dynasty. I can't. The crowd spoke with a weakened air, and inwardly they tensed. After all, they all knew that Ji Qinglan hadn't come alone. In addition to the Xiliang dynasty's pride, there were also several top Xiliang dynasty powerhouses. God knows if there will be a stronger physique among these guys. If that's true, that's bad, it's a national disgrace. Who would have expected that this Heavenly Dao Ranking would have such rules? No way, there's also Liu, that Liu is a monster, he might also possess some unknown special physique. Aha, right now it seems that the most desirable and promising one is only Liu. Chapter 46, The Popularity of the House. The third shift, requesting catch-up readings. Inside the Eastern Palace. Elder Shen, among the experts coming from Western Liang this time, there won't be any more special body types. Morong Xing Xiao said with a worried expression. It should be. Shen Xiuming wasn't sure. That Ji Qinglan's protector was an extremely young woman, but her cultivation realm was even higher than his and her aura was extremely extraordinary. Who knows if she also possesses some kind of heaven-defying special physique. So at this time Shen Xiuming's heart is also very nervous. If this first, and then the Western Liang people, that countless people of the Great Summer Dynasty's heart is afraid to be cold. Liu isn't on the list yet, he might become this number one. Morong Xing Xiao thought of Liu. If he was that strong, he definitely couldn't be an ordinary physique, he might have some sort of special physique. I hope so. Shen Xiuming inwardly prayed, never let the Western Liang people become that first place. Ji Qinglan is actually on the list, and surprisingly, she's still second. Yi Qiu stood upright, his whole body muscles tensed, a look of gravity on his face. Coming from a general's family, he regarded the honor and disgrace of his country as extremely important. He knew that Ji Qinglan's appearance in second place, overpowering Morong Xing Xiao, was already a humiliation in the eyes of many. And also being a heavenly pride, he was also unconvinced of that Ji Qinglan in his heart. When he had heard Ji Qinglan lay down a war order to Liu earlier, his battle spirit had also risen. At this moment, seeing Ji Qinglan unexpectedly ascend to that second place, the goodwill to win and battle spirit within his heart was simply unprecedentedly high. It's over, the nature of the list has changed now. Li Qingyun said blandly. Yes, now we'll see if the first place is someone from the Great Xiao dynasty. Li Yu nodded. Naturally, in the back of his mind, he didn't want to see the worst possible scenario come to pass. After all, he was also a person of the Daxia dynasty, and although he was not as patriotic as Yi Qiu, in the end, he still did not want his country to be reduced to a laughingstock of foreign countries. I didn't expect this Ji Qinglan's innate sword body to be ranked second. Zhu Xiaotian was also frowning, although he knew that Ji Qinglan's physique was extraordinary. But I didn't expect to be ranked second in their country. How could this happen? Katie's eyebrows furrowed, and worry arose in her heart. Damn it, how did this Ji Qinglan make it onto my Grand Xiao's list, and it's even second place? Morong Taisheng said angrily. Although seeing Morong Xing Xiao on the list made him very upset. But seeing a Western Liang prince become second on the list, powering over a group of Great Xiao dynasty's heavenly prides, made him even more upset. It even made him start to worry that if he followed this list mechanism, then the first place wasn't guaranteed to be someone from the Great Xiao dynasty. If this first place was also occupied by the Western Liang people, it would really be a great shame. Those who were equally worried were the countless people of the Great Xiao dynasty. Ji Qinglan's appearance had completely changed the nature of this list ranking. It will be a matter of the honor and disgrace of a nation, the honor of a people. Who would like to see their own country's geniuses being stepped on by another country's heavenly pride? That's an absolute disgrace and something that will undermine the nation's self-confidence. So at this moment, the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in the Grand Xia dynasty were hanging in the air. They were nervous and expectant, waiting for the last name on that list to appear. Praying for the last spot, it had to be someone from the Great Summer dynasty. The honor and disgrace of my Great Xia dynasty depends on this first place. This first must never be a Shilian again. Liu, it's possible for Liu to become number 1, isn't it? That's right, Liu, there's still Liu, the number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, who isn't on the list. Yes, he's the only one most likely, it must be Liu. Liu, you must be on the list. Morong Xing Qiao prayed inwardly. It will definitely be Liu. Yi Kai Dai also prayed. It should be Liu. Otherwise who else could overpower this Ji Qinglan? Zhu Xiaotian said in his heart. Although he didn't want Liu to be number 1 again, he even less wanted it to be a Shilong. Perhaps it's only Liu who has the possibility. Realist Yu Hua's heart was also a bit tense. At this moment, the hearts of countless people of the Daxia dynasty were all calling out the same name, Liu. First place is going to be announced. It's coming, it must be Liu, it must be Liu. Don't ever let us down. Silence. Tension. As the golden light on the Heavenly Dao list surfaced once again with a dazzling golden aura. Everyone held their breath and watched intently as the golden light slowly coalesced to reveal the first place information. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy and depressing. 3000 Physique List Number 1, Human Body. Physique Owner, Liu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Medium Grade Immortal Law Great Dao Yuan Qi Tong Tian Fa, Nirvana Holy Pill. Bonus, Chongming Bird Juvenile. Liu, it's really Liu. Great, it's really Liu. God bless my Daxia, the first place is ours. Great, the first place is really our Daxia's. Good job Liu, he really didn't let us down. At this moment, countless people boiled over. That repressed mood was instantly released. It felt as if they had just defeated a powerful enemy and overcame the Shilong dynasty. And that hero who led them to victory was Liu. But after the surprise, everyone looked at the name of Liu's physique. The eyes couldn't help but become odd. What does Liu mean by this physique? The human body? Countless people were filled with confusion. They recognize both words. Combined together they also recognize. But appearing on this 3000 physique list, they couldn't understand it at all. Human body? Is it also considered a special kind of body? The path is simple, the simpler the name the more powerful it may be. This human body is not another human body. This is definitely a powerful physique that has never been seen before. Maybe it's short for human emperor's body, sage's body. It's possible. It must mean something else. Since it's ranked number 1, this is definitely not as simple as it looks literally. Yes, to be at the top of the list, powering over the innate sword body, this human body is definitely some kind of unknown powerful physique. Definitely, you guys take a look, Liu's reward is a mid-grade immortal technique, which is 1 grade higher than that Ji Qinglan, so it's evident that this physique completes that innate sword body. And look guys, this Liu even has an extra reward. Yeah, that extra bonus is another heavy bird hatchling. Good lord, the Heavenly Dao list has a nest of heavy bright bird hatchlings waiting to be given away. Inside the Jade Clear Dao sect, the crowd was also excited for a while. But in retrospect, he was also confused by Liu's physique. Patriarch, this Liu, this human body, do you know what kind of physique it is? Elder Tai Mo asked with a curious expression. I'm not very clear either, but not many of the 3000 physiques are known by the world, and what I know is only a drop in the bucket, this Liu's physique, I've never heard of it before either. Realist Yu Hua shook his head slightly. Immediately, he added, but looking at the rewards of this Heavenly Dao ranking, this Liu's physique is bound to be extraordinary. It's much stronger than the second place's innate sword body. Well, this son is indeed the son of heaven's destiny, number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. This physique ranking is surprisingly number 1 as well, and once again, the Heavenly Dao ranking has dropped extra rewards for him. It's really unbelievable. Tai Wu Zhenran said. Speaking of which, this Heavenly Dao ranking reward is also persistent enough to give away another heavy bright bird juvenile. Reverse Cold Reality said as he stroked his beard that was full of ice. Aya, this time Liu wouldn't have eaten that heavy bright bird hatchling again. It can't be. Didn't he eat it by mistake last time because he didn't know it was a reward from the Heavenly Dao Ranking? Who? That Elder Kong. Take someone to the Qingqiu Mountain Taoist temple and instruct Liu to never eat that heavy bright bird hatchling again. If he doesn't want to raise it, our clan is willing to buy it for a heavy price. Alright, I'll go now. Elder Kong hurriedly responded. He also knew that this Chongming bird had a great deal at stake. This was a divine beast, a guardian divine beast of the righteous path. Chapter 47, Our cultivators should follow Liyu's example. I really want to see the expressions of those Shilong people at this moment. Yes, aren't they coming to challenge our great Xia dynasty's heavenly pride? Hasn't he not tasted a single defeat? I see that his victories are about to stop at our great Xia dynasty. That's right, Liu is definitely more powerful than Ji Qinglan. This Heavenly Dao Ranking says it all. Although I very much hope that Liu will be able to defeat Ji Qinglan, we have to admit that the Xiliang dynasty has been very strong over the past few hundred years, with a collection of celestial pride, and for this Ji Qinglan to be able to ascend to the number 1 spot on the Xiliang Potential Dragon Ranking, his strength is not to be underestimated. Don't grow on others and destroy yourself. That's right, no matter how strong he is, he's definitely not a match for Liu. By the way, do you guys know where Ji Qinglan plans to compete with our great Xia dynasty celestials? Let's go and take a look at him then and see how this Ji Qinglan loses. Yes, I'm going to see it too. I heard that he plans to set up a ring to compete with the others at the 100 Clans recruitment meeting on the second day of the Colorful Lantern Festival. Yo, he's very good at choosing his time. Is this his intention to disgrace himself in front of the entire young generation of the great Xia dynasty? Yeah, looking forward to Liu beating this kid to a pulp. Because of these 3000 physique rankings, the matter of Ji Qinglan coming to the Grand Xia dynasty to challenge the top 10 celestial pride of the subterranean dragon rankings had also spread instantly. And now that Liu had ascended to the top of the list, it also made this match between the two heavenly prides even more intriguing and anticipated. However, at this time in the Taoist temple on Qingqiu Mountain, looking at the 3000 physique list, the corners of Liu's mouth twitched. How could he not expect that he would be number 1 again in this 3000 physique list? What's more, I didn't realize that my body type was human. Wasn't this just something he had filled out randomly in the system's personal information form? Nima, it can still be like that. I should have known that this Heavenly Dao list would be exposed. I'd have named it something wildly cool and cool. It's not too late to change. Liu pulled up the system interface, only to find. Can't change it. Crap. Senior brother, you're too good, you're really number 1. I knew senior brother would be number 1 for sure. Who else would be qualified to be number 1? The duo of Yi Qiu and Tang Qi shouted in excitement. But what exactly is this human body's physique? Yi Qiu asked in puzzlement. Liu didn't say anything. He also wanted to know how his human body was able to reach the top of the list. And this time there's an added bonus. It's the young Chongming bird again. This Tendo list is so persistent. The Tendo list wouldn't have a nest of heavy bright bird hatchlings waiting to be sent out the door. Surprisingly, it's this Liu. Ji Qinglan looked at the Heavenly Dao Ranking and his face grew more and more grave. Although he had previously guessed that perhaps the number 1 on this physique ranking was likely to be Liu as well. But at this time, seeing this fact, the heart is still extremely upset. Especially when he saw that the Heavenly Dao Ranking reward was actually a mid-grade immortal technique. And once again, extra rewards drop. His mind was going off balance. On what grounds? Ji Qinglan's heart was unconvinced, very unconvinced. It was the same Heaven's Pride. Why did Liu get extra rewards both times? And what kind of body is this human body of his? Surprisingly, even Sword Immortal Nia Lao had never heard of this physique. And in front of them are all spirit bodies, Dao bodies, sword bodies and whatnot. This human body seems so out of place. It's also completely unreadable. Liu, I want to see what's so special about you this time. Flames burned in Ji Qinglan's eyes as his body rose with battle intent. He must defeat Liu, he must prove that he is the strongest. Looking at Ji Qinglan's robes that were windless, his powerful aura gulping around his body, the crowd of Xiliang dynasty's prides were all silenced. They also knew that it was useless to say anything at this point. The Tendo list is there, and the high judgment stands. That's why Ji Qinglan's heart must be holding anger. Whoever opens his mouth at this point is looking for death. But then again, what kind of body is this human body? Just as countless people were speculating about Liu's human body, what kind of powerful special physique it was. On the Heavenly Dao list, a row of text appeared again under the word human body. Physique interpretation, with ordinary physique, practicing transcendent power, with mortal body, comparable to the gods and goddesses of the heavens. Seeing the row of words, everyone froze once again. What the Heavenly Dao list means is that human body is the physique of all of us ordinary people, not some special physique. With an ordinary physique, he practiced transcendent strength, and with a mortal body, he was comparable to the gods of the heavens. This means that Liu doesn't have a special physique at all, but through cultivation, he has given himself a powerful body that far surpasses all special physiques, and has a powerful physical body that is comparable to that of a god. This should be it. This Liu is surprisingly really just an ordinary physique, the same as ours, yet he became number 1 on that list, surpassing the innate sword body. This is too unbelievable. Who would have thought that the first place in the 3000 physique list would be the most ordinary human body? But isn't this only a special physique that can be on the list? The Heavenly Dao list doesn't say it's a special physique, it's the way we think of it. The human body is also a physique. Only those special physiques would be stronger than the human body. Instead, Liu took the most ordinary human body and practiced it into the strongest physique. Ascend to the top of the list. Awesome, this Liu is really awesome. Thinking about this, countless people suddenly had a feeling of respect within their hearts. They had thought that this list would only be for those with special physiques. Only those born extraordinary deserve it. Yet Liu had ascended this 3000 physique list with the most ordinary physique. It was even more powerful than the crowd to directly ascend to the top of the list. It is nothing short of a miracle, one that takes one's breath away and uplifts countless ordinary people. At this very moment, countless people who are equally ordinary, equally without special physical qualities. Inwardly, he was filled with respect and admiration for Liu. Like them, Liu was of the most ordinary physique, but relied on his own grueling cultivation and tireless efforts. Hardwiring the mortal flesh, he practiced it into a physique that was comparable to a god-like physique. So when they saw the interpretation of the Heavenly Dao list, many ordinary people who were originally unbalanced inside because of the Heavenly Dao list, once again, hope, fighting spirit, and fervor were kindled. Liu had shown them the hope of ordinary people surpassing the heavens' pride. Saw the miracle of a mortal body comparable to that of a god. Countless of the most ordinary people, from now on, can proudly say, 3000 physique list, the human body is the strongest. From today, Liu is my goal in life, and although I know I will never catch up with him, he will always inspire me to keep moving forward and never give up. That's right, our generation of cultivators should follow Liu's example. We have to work hard, there are still miracles in this world. Work hard, today's miracle makes us believe that if we work hard, we too can become immortal and ask for help, and compare to those heavenly prides. That's right. I'm going to work on it too. Well, when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll start working on it. Chapter 48 Departure to Nanan City. Inside the Jade Clear Dao sect, Yu Huazhenjin looked at the explanation of the human body in the Heavenly Dao list, and the color of surprise in his eyes became even more intense. What a surprise, this human body, it really is a human body. They were just now wondering what kind of powerful physique this human body was. I didn't realize it was just the most common human physique. This result was really surprising. But it also made them even more shocked in their hearts. If Liu really did have some powerful special physique, it's understandable that he could have that kind of strength at his age. But on the contrary, he was the most ordinary physique. That would be incredible for him to have that kind of strength. This Liu really isn't simple. Realizer Taiwu said with a sullen look on his face. The same martial arts body refiner, he knew all too well how unbelievable it was to be able to step into the transcendent realm at the age of 17 if he didn't have a special physique. The fact that the Heavenly Dao has sent down extra rewards for him twice surely speaks for itself. This sun will surely be the dawn of my righteous path, his future is limitless. Realist Yu Hua said. This kid is a miracle. To use an ordinary person's physique to forcefully suppress those powerful physiques, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have imagined that such a thing would happen even if you were killed. I wonder who exactly his master is. Realist Yu Hua was curious in his heart, being able to cultivate Liu into such a powerful being. His master was also definitely extraordinary, and it was enough to prove it through Yi Qiu's progress at this stage. It seems like we need to find some time to pay a visit to this high person. Realist Yu Hua belabored. Inside the Qingyan sect, Yi Qiu looked at Liu with a gaze filled with admiration. It turned out that Liu was really just the most ordinary physique, but could be so powerful. How much effort and sweat had to be put in, and how much inhumanly hard cultivation had to be carried out in order to turn an ordinary physique into the strongest physique. Senior brother, you must have suffered a lot. From today onwards, I will also learn like my senior brother and cultivate hard. Master, the two senior brothers, I will go back to cultivate. Yi Chio's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He immediately arched his hand, and then walked to the side to start cultivating. Liu couldn't help but cry and laugh, and could only give a silent nod to the Heavenly Dao list. At that moment, 3 golden lights flew from the Heavenly Dao list. One merged into Liu's mind and one was grasped in his hand. The other one transformed into that colorful feathered heavy bright bird hatchling and flapped its wings and landed on the side. The technique of the Great Dao Yuan Chi Tong Tian method was quickly integrated into the memory, and the progress of the system's quest changed. Merit Collection, 3650. Elixir and Formula Collection, 4050. Father, this Nirvana Holy Pill is for you. This pill should be useful for your injuries. Li Yu handed the elixir in his hand to Li Qingyun. This kind of elixir was meaningless to him. At best it could be used as a small dessert after a meal. Then Dad won't be polite with you. Li Qingyun wasn't polite either, and as soon as he took the Nirvana sacred pill handed over by Li Yu, his eyes were filled with joy. He naturally knew the preciousness of this elixir, and with this elixir, his body would not only be reborn in Nirvana and completely recovered. Cultivation should also be able to return to about 80% of what it once was. Handing the elixir to his old man, Li Yu's gaze went to the young heavy bright bird. I can't help but recall the deliciousness of the last chicken and mushroom stew that filled my mouth. Seeing Li Yu's gaze towards him, the heavy bright bird had a jolt and immediately fluttered its wings and flew to Li Qingyun's side. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary, and the appearance of the 3,000 physique list brought shock to countless people and caused many to lose sleep. The top of the list, Li Yu, also inspired countless ordinary people to start cultivating desperately and start fighting for their dreams. Yet Li Yu himself slept soundly. Early the next morning, the hunters from down the mountain delivered fresh game. Ever since he had money, Li Yu started purchasing ingredients from the farmers and hunters down the mountain. It's kind of a disguised way of benefiting the people and driving the local economy. Not to mention the fact that there are so many artisans in the Taoist temple who also need food. But the artisans had special cooks to make them. Li Yu's meals, on the other hand, are used to taking care of themselves. For Li Yu, a day's work is a day's work, and if he doesn't eat meat in the morning, it's hard to get through the day. So he picked a huge pheasant from the prey sent by the hunters, handled it cleanly, set it on the charcoal fire and started grilling it. At this time, Yi Chio and Tang Qi were all cultivating. Xing Yunli also took the Nirvana Holy Pill and then closed the door once again. This time he might have to close the door for a few days, so Uncanny was escorting him. Under the roasting of the charcoal fire, the pheasant seethed with fragrant grease, and Li Yu couldn't help but gulp, his stomach grumbling. But this roasted chicken had just reached the halfway point, when a silhouette flew from the distance and finally landed in the Taoist temple. It was an old man wearing the Taoist robes of the Yuqing Dao sect, looking about the same age as Elder Hu. When he appeared, he first glanced at Li Yu, followed by the pheasant on the grill, and his face changed drastically. With one strong step, he rushed to the grill and grabbed the pheasant that was already about to be cooked. His eyes were red and he almost cried. It's over, a step too late, or a step too late, you child, what a waste, what a waste. The old man shouted with a face full of heartache, as if Li Yu had roasted his baby. Li Yu looked at the old man with a dumbfounded look on his face, secretly saying how this Yuqing Dao sect was all a bunch of weirdos. But immediately, he also guessed why the old man reacted like this. Wait, this isn't a Chongming bird, this is just an ordinary pheasant. The Chongming bird is over there, here, see, on the tree. Li Yu pointed to the acacia tree not far away. At this moment, there was a heavy bright bird with colorful feathers perched on that tree, which was extremely extraordinary at a glance. Seeing the direction of Li Yu's finger, Elder Kong's old face stiffened and he was suddenly forced into embarrassment. Ahem, misunderstanding. Haha, I thought you roasted the heavy bright bird. Ha ha ha. Elder Kong smiled sarcastically. That was a bit humiliating just now. Li Yu would like to roast it and eat it. After all, this pheasant really couldn't compare to the meat quality of that heavy bright bird. However, he also knew that this divine bird was extraordinary and could be used as the clan's guardian divine beast in the future. So it resisted the craving in its stomach and let it live. Elder came here this time for that heavy bright bird? Li Yu asked again. He knew that the Jade Clear Taoist sect had been thinking about the heavy bright bird. Yes, our patriarch wants to purchase this heavy bright bird for a heavy sum of money. I wonder if Taoist Li would be willing to sell this heavy bright bird. Sorry, this Chongming bird is not for sale. Li Yu immediately refused. Ahem, then Daoist Li must take good care of this Chongming bird, and if there are any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to my Jade Clear Daoist sect, and we will certainly do our best to help. Alright, thank you, senior. Li Yu arched his hand and did not say anything more. He naturally knew what the Jade Clear Daoist sect was worried about. However, he also knew that the Jade Clear Daoist sect had no malicious intent, but only hoped that the heavy bright bird could become a true divine bird, subduing demons and eliminating devils. Everything was also considered to be for the sake of the world and the people. As a righteous sect, the Jade Clear Daoist sect was definitely very dutiful. It was far stronger than the other sects of the Great Xia dynasty. As time passed, the Colored Lantern Festival arrived as scheduled, and Li Yu and Yiqiu also harnessed their flying spirit beasts and headed to Nanan City together. Chapter 49: The Much-Anticipated Battle. When Li Yu and Yiqiu arrived at Nanan City, it was already evening. The streets and lanes of Nanan City were all decorated with beautiful colored lights, and the streets were full of traffic and people, filled with a strong festive atmosphere. In addition to the official uniformly decorated lanterns, each store also hangs unique colored lanterns at the entrance, as if 100 flowers are competing. According to Yiqiu, there would be a lot of interesting activities at the Colored Lantern Festival, such as guessing lantern riddles, releasing river lanterns, and even a wonderful colored lantern tour. But Li Yu, who had experienced being bombarded with various festivals and cultural events in his previous life, naturally couldn't muster much interest in this Colored Lantern Festival. So after arriving at Nanan City, Li Yu temporarily parted ways with Yiqiu. Yiqiu went back to the Yi Mansion, while Li Yu went directly to the Eastern Palace to pay his respects to the Crown Prince. Seeing Li Yu's arrival, Morong Xingqiao was naturally very surprised and immediately ordered a banquet to receive Li Yu. Li Yu naturally didn't refuse. In his opinion, the cooks in this palace were definitely better than the ones outside, and that was indeed the case. At the dinner party, Li Yu talked to the Crown Prince about the 100 Zones recruitment tomorrow and hoped that the Crown Prince could help apply for a position. The 100 Sect recruitment was jointly organized by the Grand Xia dynasty and several large sects. All sects that wanted to participate in the recruitment meeting needed to apply in advance, and then the sect recruitment sites were uniformly assigned. That's no problem. I will definitely arrange a good location for your sect. In addition, can your sect prepare the sect flags? Morong Xingqiao asked. Well, it's prepared. Li Yu nodded. Before he came, he purposely had the town's cloth shop make flags. He even made banners. After all, this was equivalent to the sect's facade and advertisement, and he was well aware that recruiting disciples tomorrow would also be a battle for talent. Since he wanted to develop the Qingyan sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty, it naturally wouldn't work without outstanding disciples. By the way, Daoist Li, I'm counting on you for tomorrow's battle with Ji Qinglan, but I have great confidence in Daoist Li. Ji Qinglan is definitely not your opponent. Morong Xingqiao said with a smile. He had seen how strong Li Yu was, fighting 11 times and winning easily. This kind of strength was inferior even to Ji Qinglan. So he was looking forward to Ji Qinglan challenging Li Yu tomorrow. This was the best chance to strike back hard at the Shilong people and raise the prestige of Xia. Of course, she had also received a letter of war from Lu Chunxing, who was ranked 6th in the Western Liang dynasty. And as the 6th-ranked heavenly pride of the Great Xia dynasty now, she definitely had to go and answer the battle, definitely not letting the Western Liang people look down on her. But all of their matches were just side dishes, while Li Yu and Ji Qinglan were the ones that everyone was waiting for. Previously, because of the appearance of the 3000 physique list, the news that Ji Qinglan was coming to challenge Li Yu had already spread throughout the country. Countless people have come here today, waiting to watch this competition between the two heavenly prides tomorrow. My battle with Ji Qinglan? Li Yu was a bit surprised. He had no intention of accepting Ji Qinglan's challenge. How come, listening to the Crown Prince's words, this battle had become an officially arranged program? Seeing Li Yu's reaction, Morong Xingqiao hurriedly said, I'm sorry, it's me being abrupt, perhaps Daoist Li still doesn't know what's going on. She guessed that perhaps Li Yu hadn't received the war letter and didn't know about it at all, so she explained in detail. The location will be at the site of the 100 Sect recruitment meeting tomorrow, and I think this is a great opportunity for your sect to make a name for itself. Li Yu's eyes rolled as he felt that Morong Xingqiao had a point. The battle between himself and Ji Qinglan was in the limelight, and it was definitely the best advertisement for attracting traffic. And isn't this Ji Qinglan also a supreme celestial pride? One could completely consider recruiting this kid into the Green Cloud Sect as well. This solves another quota task. Li Yu suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. The last time to set the various large sect families set so cool, this time naturally cannot let go of this Ji Qinglan. One night without words. The next day, at dawn, Li Yu met Yi Qiu outside the palace gates. Morong Xingqiao also arranged an entourage for Li Yu to follow him over to help. Senior brother, let me tell you something very infuriating. As soon as he saw Li Yu, Yi Qiu said with a face of righteous indignation. What's wrong, did something happen? Li Yu asked. The Shu family and the Five Elements sect are really without morals, they even imposed senior brother's credit. Yi Qiu told Li Yu about the Zhu family and the Five Elements sect's lies. He also only heard from his father last night when he went back. In fact, Yi Guoxiong didn't suspect it at first, but only later noticed that something was wrong. Senior brother, I know you like to keep a low profile, but I'm still upset to hear this news. Why should senior brother's credit be taken by them? Now the people of the world really thought that the Five Elements sect's old ancestor was that great hero, and were grateful to the Five Elements sect. Nowadays, the reputation of the Five Elements sect has also risen, and I'm afraid that this time, many people are going to worship their sect. Yi Qiu was furious. Senior brother, we'll go find the Five Elements sect's people to confront them in a moment. How does this kind of immoral sect deserve to enjoy the treatment of a hero on behalf of senior brother? Li Yu frowned slightly, not realizing that the head of the barbarian that he had thrown in the underworld hall had been turned out by this Five Elements sect. Though he had little interest in being a hero, and never wanted the world to be grateful and hail him as one. However, hearing Yi Qiu's words, he did feel a bit upset. The Five Elements sect and the Zhu family grabbing the credit like this was truly disgraceful. It is indeed infuriating to deceive the world for one's own benefit. Don't worry, a fake can't be real, let's prepare for the recruitment meeting first, leave this matter to me. Li Yu said. It wasn't hard for him to expose the lies of those people. When Li Yu and the others arrived at the questioning square in the eastern part of the city, the recruitment points of the major sects had already been basically set up. A pole of flags fluttered in the wind, and on them were embroidered the names of all the major sects, attracting people's attention. The entire square was surrounded by a fence, and city guards stood guard around to maintain order. Temporarily control outsiders to wait outside and wait until the recruitment meeting officially starts before releasing them. And in the center of the square, surprisingly, the ring had already been built, and the ring was surrounded by array flags, so it seemed that the array had already been set up. I didn't realize that the Grand Xia dynasty really took this competition between the two heavenly prides seriously. Li Yu belabored. Then he and Yi Qiu came to their sect's location and instructed the entourage sent by Morong Xingqiao to start building the recruitment platform. Soon, a large number of people had begun to gather around the square, shoulder to shoulder, with a booming crowd. These were all but a portion of the young men who had come to the recruiting meeting. The rest were basically those who had come in admiration to watch today's match between Xiliang and Dasha's heavenly pride. However, they didn't really want to watch the match so much, they simply wanted to see how Ji Qinglan lost to Li Yu. Of course, this competition was just an episode after all, and today's main topic is the 100 Clans recruitment. It was the perfect opportunity for countless young people from the Great Xia dynasty to join the major sects. So young people from all over the country gathered here, waiting with nervousness and anticipation for the recruitment session to begin. Friend, which sect do you plan to join? It must be the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect's old ancestor killed the Wolf King and eradicated the underworld demon sect, and is a great hero of my Great Xia dynasty. Moreover, the Five Elements sect's ancestor is so powerful, the Five Elements sect will definitely be even more powerful in the future. Worshipping the Five Elements sect is the wisest choice. That's right, I also intend to worship the Five Elements sect. Now that the Five Elements sect is so famous, worshipping the Five Elements sect will also have a face. My parents and family want me to worship the Five Elements sect. I also intend to join the Five Elements sect. Nowadays the disciples of the Five Elements sect are respected and loved wherever they go, and they also enjoy many privileges. Moreover, the Five Elements sect's old ancestor is so strong, so I'm sure I'll have a great future if I join the Five Elements sect. I estimate that more than half of the people present today are here for the Five Elements sect. Hearing the crowd's conversation, a ragged teenager in the crowd's gaze brightened and secretly nodded. He was Suki, who had traveled all the way here. Today, his only goal was to worship the Five Elements sect. Chapter 50, Let the Western Liang people see your power. Do you guys think the Green Cloud Sect will come to recruit disciples? Someone suddenly asked. You wouldn't want to worship the Green Cloud Sect, would you? Well, I was afraid that none of the other sects would accept me, so I left a guarantee. After all, the Qingyan sect cultivated Li Yu, and Yi Qiu also worshipped in that sect, so I feel that even though this sect is small, it still has some substance. Moreover, their sect is small, so perhaps they don't have such stringent requirements for entry qualifications. It's also a good choice for those of us with mediocre qualifications. I also have this thought, that you can cultivate an ordinary physique to become number 1 on the physique list. The Qingyan sect must have a unique set of cultivation techniques. But I think this matter is still to be considered. After all, this is a matter of a lifetime. It's more prudent to choose a large sect. But you can try it if you want to go off the beaten path. Countless young people gathered together and discussed. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in the back of the crowd, and when they looked curiously, they saw that it was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince arriving. Following the Crown Prince over was the crowd from the Western Liang dynasty. Under the protection of the royal close guards, they passed through the crowd and directly entered the interior of the questioning square. After that, Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family, Yi Kaidai of the Yi family, and other celestial pride currently ranked in the top 10 of the subterranean dragon ranking, surrounded by people from their respective families, also walked into the questioning square one after another. After the crowd arrived at the questioning square, they went straight to the ring at the center and gathered around. And the crowd of the Xiliang dynasty even came directly to that ring, ready to challenge the top 10 celestial pride of the Great Xia dynasty's potential dragon ranking. This time, the top 10 of the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking came with a total of 5 people. The top ranked Ji Qinglan. Second ranked Gu Tianlong. Fifth ranked Du Yun. Sixth ranked Lu Chunqing. Seventh ranked Ma Tianho. And basically all of the top 10 currently ranked on the subterranean dragon ranking of the Grand Xia dynasty were present. Of course, this top 10 was the updated ranking after the destruction of the underworld demon sect. Soon after, the people outside the square were also let in, and the entire questioning square was suddenly crowded with people. The crowd had gathered around the ring, waiting for the foreplay of today's recruiting session to begin. Senior brother, should we go over and take a look as well? Yi Qiu looked at the ring that was surrounded by the crowd and said with eyes full of anticipation. You go first. If you want to go up and compete, go ahead, let the people of Shillong see how good you are, and in the meantime, advertise our sect, and I'll go over there after I finish these 10 roasted chickens. Li Yu said vaguely as he nibbled on the roasted chicken. Good, then I'll go first. Yi Qiu rushed towards the ring in high spirits. In the ring, the match between the two heavenly prides of the two countries was about to begin, and the formation opened up, wrapping the ring in it. The Western Liang dynasty took the lead with the 7th-ranked Ma Tianho, while the Daxia dynasty took the lead with the 10th-ranked Wang Chengheng. After the two introduced themselves to each other, the bout began. Wang Chengheng took the lead while Ma Tianho stayed put, a cold smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. A fist blasted out, and majestic spiritual energy surged out like a shocking wave. Boom! It directly sent Wang Chengheng flying out of the ring. Next. That Ma Tianho looked down at the crowd below triumphantly. What's there to be proud of in defeating our 10th-ranked one? That's right, the Shillong people are just arrogant. The crowd said in dissatisfaction. The 5 Elements sect Sunjan has come to learn. A young man, after the formation closed, jumped onto the ring. This Sunjan is currently ranked 8th on the Great Xia dynasty's potential dragon ranking. Ma Tianho continued to sneer with an unimpressed look on his face, causing Sun Jian to be extremely irritated, and after slightly arching his hand, he similarly took the lead. But unsurprisingly, he didn't manage to get a single move under Ma Tianho either. After that, Yi Kaidai came onto the stage, but again, she only managed to block 2 of Ma Tianho's moves before losing. At this moment, Ma Tianho's face became even more smug as he looked downwards and said, "None of them can fight. Your Great Xia dynasty's submerged dragon list is indeed very watery." As soon as he said this, the crowd of the Daxia dynasty was instantly dissatisfied and booed. In fact, they also knew that Yi Kaidai and the others were all originally ranked outside the top 10 of the subterranean dragon ranking. It was because of the destruction of the underworld demon sect that it had risen to the top 10. So if one were to talk about cultivation and strength alone, it would be normal to not be able to beat the 7th on the cultivation subterranean dragon ranking. However, looking at the complacent look of the Shillong people, the crowd was still very unhappy in their hearts. Your Highness, it's your turn. That Ma Tianho looked at Morong Xingxia below with a playful expression. That smugness in his eyes made the Great Xia dynasty's side of the celestial pride already rubbing their fists in anger, especially Yi Qiu. I really wanted to immediately go on stage and over all the people of the Western Liang dynasty. Morong Xingxia leapt to the top of the ring, and enthusiastic shouts and cheers erupted from below. Although Ma Tianho still had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, his gaze was serious. He knew that Morong Xingxia was the crown prince of the Grand Xia dynasty, ranked 6th, and even possessed that 4th-ranked Xian Yuan spiritual body. If one were to defeat him, it would definitely be a hard slap in the face of the people of the Grand Xia dynasty. When he returns to Xiliang, he will surely be rewarded by His Majesty. However, this time, his wishful thinking fell flat, and the moment Morong Xingqiao struck the big moment, his face instantly changed. Boom! It was the same move, and this time it was that Ma Tianho who landed in the ring. In an instant, the entire square instantly erupted into a mountainous roar of cheers. It made Li Yu, who was still immersed in his food, look curiously at the other side of the ring. Looks like Morong Xingqiao won. Soon after, another cheer rang out, but it was that Lu Chunqing, who was ranked 6th in the Western Liang dynasty, who also lost the battle. Morong Xingqiao had fully awakened the Xian Yuan spiritual body by taking advantage of the Heavenly Dao Ranking reward, Tai Xian Mixed Yuan Technique, and the Holy Spirit Pill. The strength had risen greatly, so although that Lu Chunqing was very strong, he was no longer a match for Morong Xingqiao. This time, it was again the Xilang dynasty's crowd that had a grave expression on their faces. He has awakened the Xian Yuan spiritual body and is very strong. Elder Nye's voice resounded in Ji Qinglan's mind. Ji Qinglan nodded. The sudden appearance of the 3000 physique rankings this time had indeed posed a great difficulty to their challenge. Almost all of the top 6 people in this subterranean dragon list of the Great Xia dynasty had made it onto that physique list. With that Heavenly Dao reward, the strength was already a world away from a few days ago. Otherwise, this Morong Xingqiao would definitely not be a match for Lu Chunqing. Du Yun, the 5th in the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking, has come to learn. A short-haired man with a stalwart face jumped on top of the ring. The atmosphere of the crowd of onlookers below was enthusiastic, constantly cheering and shouting, cheering for Morong Xingqiao. At the beginning of the match, Morong Xingqiao was surprisingly on par with Du Yun, and the match was once in a scorching state. But Morong Xingqiao, who had the home field advantage, became more and more courageous, and his cultivation level even broke through during the battle. The aura gradually suppressed that Du Yun, and finally took advantage of the time when Du Yun revealed a crack, and won with a sword. Yes! The crowd once again erupted in excited cheers. Morong Xingqiao also didn't expect that he would have a breakthrough in strength in the nick of time, defeating this Du Yun, who was ranked 5th in the Western Liang dynasty. At the same time, the submerged dragon list in the sky suddenly changed. Morong Xingqiao's ranking had unexpectedly directly surpassed Zhao Ziming of the Taidong Dao Sect, who was originally ranked 5th. Became the new 5th place. The Crown Prince's ranking has risen. Is this a breakthrough in cultivation? Awesome, awesome, the Crown Prince is really awesome. Give him some more time. I'm afraid he can enter the top 3 of the subterranean dragon ranking. That's right, after all, the Crown Prince is the 4th on the physique ranking. By this point in the competition, the Great Summer Dynasty side was already raging, and the crowd was shouting and cheering excitedly. On the other hand, the crowd of the Xiliang dynasty was grey, and no longer had any semblance of arrogance. After defeating Du Yun, Morong Xingqiao looked towards Gu Tianlong, who was ranked 2nd in the Xilang dynasty, with battle intent in his eyes. Gu Tianlong came to the ring, arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is already very powerful, but you and I have a huge difference in strength. Competing with me will inevitably lead to people saying that I am bullying you. Your Highness, the Crown Prince had better go down. Can Yi Chou be there? Can he dare to come up and compete with me?" That Gu Tianlong said as he looked at the crowd below the stage. Chapter 51. We're familiar with this routine request for follow-up reading. When Yi Chou, who was off stage, heard these words, his blood immediately surged. Holding the Tsong long gun in his hand, he jumped directly on top of the ring. "Qing Insect, Yi Chou is here. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you fought 3 rounds in a row. Take a rest first and leave this person to me," Yi Chou said with an arch. Morong Xingqiao nodded. She wasn't one to show off, she had already proven herself. It's only wise to take what you can get now. So the ring was handed over to Yi Chou. Way to go, Yi Chou. Come on, beat him. The crowd shouted with excitement. Zhu Xiaotian glanced at Ji Qinglan beside the ring and the sword slung behind him. There was a faint, unfathomable glint in his eyes. In his heart, he was secretly calculating how to challenge Ji Qinglan in a while. Then winnowed him over to that reverse scale sword. Above the ring, Yi Chou and Gu Tianlong arched their hands at each other. And then without any nagging, their auras were all over the place as they rushed towards each other. At the same time, they're at the Green Cloud Sect's recruiting platform. Li Yu finished nibbling the last roasted chicken, burped, and contentedly wiped his hands and mouth. Then he put on his own piece of sword on his back and walked idly towards the ring. A burst of fierce fighting sounds, and cheering and marveling sounds, like a wave, came in one wave after another. There were no waves in Li Yu's heart, and he wasn't the least bit worried that Yi Qiu would lose the battle. Nowadays, Yi Qiu had awakened the body of hegemonic blood, and he had even taken that dragon power pill, so his strength was very perverted. Most of all, this guy is full of gasoline, and a little goes a long way. At this time, the atmosphere below was so enthusiastic that this Yi Qiu was afraid that he was on the verge of spontaneous combustion. It transforms into turtle spirit earth heart amazing in minutes and burns all the opponents to death. Sure enough, when Liu squeezed into the crowd and approached the ring, that Gu Tianlong had already been kicked off the ring by Yi Qiu. Yes! The crowd cheered excitedly, their voices drowning out the entire questioning square like a mountainous tsunami. This Yi Qiu is so strong, no wonder he was able to kill his way to the second place on the subterranean dragon ranking. When it's really a few days apart when you're impressed. Ha, now the Shillong people are dumbfounded, saying that our list is water, now it seems that their subterranean dragon list is the real water. Ha ha, that's right. The crowd murmured excitedly. Those harsh words made the faces of the people of the Shillong dynasty grow more and more gloomy. Understood. Yi Qiu arched his hand at that Gu Tianlong on the stage. Spinning around, he looked at the surrounding crowd and said aloud, "My friends, my Green Cloud Sect's recruitment platform is located in the southeast corner of the place, and I welcome everyone to join our Green Cloud Sect. Although our sect is small, but hidden dragons and crouching tigers, my senior brother, needless to say, the first of the two lists of the Heavenly Dao list, my master is from the Dala sacred realm of a great master, I am in the master's guidance and help, cultivation is an instantaneous breakthrough from the third of the submerged dragon list rush to the second, in addition to my senior brother that is." "Where is your senior brother?" Ji Qinglan's words interrupted Yi Qiu, and at the same time, he flew straight up from the stage. "If you want to challenge my senior brother, then pass me first." Yi Qiu looked towards Ji Qinglan, his eyes once again lit up with battle intent. He was looking forward to the battle with Ji Qinglan. Number 1 on the Western Liang Dynasty's potential dragon list, a supreme talent with an innate sword body. He wanted to see just how strong this Ji Qinglan was. Ji Qinglan didn't say anything, but instead assumed a posture of letting his horse come over. Not even drawing the long sword behind him. Although he only wanted to fight against Liu, his own side had already finished losing one after another. Now he was needed to regain face for the Western Liang Dynasty. Also just the right amount of warming up. Humph. Arrogant. Yi Qiu shouted angrily and shot out his spear like a dragon. The long spear swept towards the Ji Qinglan with a huge force of 10,000 pounds. However, this shot was grabbed by Ji Qinglan with her bare hands, and at the same time, with a sweep of her palm blade, a sword she on a stern occasion tore through the air and chopped at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu couldn't dodge and could only block with his gun. Boom! The power created by the sword she even directly shook Yi Qiu to withdraw a long distance, nearly falling directly from the ring. The onlookers couldn't help but sweat. While Liu's gaze at that moment completely converged on that Ji Qinglan, a slight look of surprise appearing on his face. This guy, surprisingly, is another one with a destiny. Liu had just walked near the ring when he saw Ji Qinglan. The system interface then popped up, which introduced Ji Qinglan's detailed information. This included his possession of that reversed scale sword, as well as the remnant soul of the sword immortal hidden in the reversed scale sword. Moreover, the system showed that through this person one could open the Pan Emperor's immortal mansion quest. So it's a celestial pride that comes with an old grandpa, no wonder his strength is not bad. Liu secretly sighed. Since it is a karmic person, it is even more important to fool this guy. It is a recruitment of the Door faction. Just as Liu was thinking about it, Yi Qiu was directly knocked down from the ring by Ji Qinglan's palm. Liu's figure shifted, but he grabbed the falling Yi Qiu and stabilized him as he landed on the ground. At the same time, Ji Qinglan on the stage also looked at Liu and immediately guessed his identity. "You are Liu?" Ji Qinglan's words caused the gazes of the surrounding crowd to instantly converge. Many people here had only heard of Liu, but had never seen him before, so they all looked at him curiously. However, when he saw Liu's appearance and temperament, he couldn't help but light up. Worthy of being a subterranean dragon list and physical list, double first of the absolute pride, appearance temperament is really extraordinary. This Liu is so handsome. So handsome and strong, love. Some of the young maidens present couldn't help but have little stars in their eyes. And at this moment, Zhu Xiaotian, looking at Ji Qinglan on the stage, his face was ugly to the extreme. Just now, he was fortunate that he didn't act on impulse and jump ahead of Yi Qiu and challenge Ji Qinglan to a betting match. Instead, he first watched Yi Qiu and Ji Qinglan compete to feel out the bottom. But after reading it, his heart was completely cold. This Ji Qinglan was far stronger than he remembered from his previous life, and even Yi Qiu had brought him a great shock. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yi Qiu's strength did exceed his. And that Ji Qinglan was even far above him. He had no chance of winning at all, and if he really gambled with Ji Qinglan, he was afraid that he would lose both his wife and his army. Damn, what's wrong with this world? Zhu Xiaotian was depressed inside. Nowadays the world seems to be long gone from the one he knew. He had expected to be the protagonist of the day, but he didn't realize that he could only be reduced to a spectator. He was resigned, but there was nothing he could do. Today's protagonist is sure to be Li Yu again. Aha! That's right, Li Yu said as he looked at Ji Qinglan with a bland expression. Yi Qiu has already lost, it's your turn. Ji Qinglan's gaze was stern, and she threw her words to the ground. You want to challenge me? Li Yu asked. That's right. Ji Qinglan nodded. It's fine if you want to challenge me, but it's just boring to simply compete and spar. Why don't we play something exciting? A wry smile surfaced at the corner of Li Yu's mouth once again. What do you mean? Ji Qinglan was a bit puzzled. Why don't we bet on the fight? When they heard Li Yu's words, the corners of the mouths of the people from the various large sects and great clans who had gathered to watch suddenly surfaced with smiles. They're familiar with Li Yu's routine. Last time they were the ones who were set up, this time they became bystanders, so this eating heart is very high. Each one of them looked at Ji Qinglan on the stage with a face full of sitting and waiting for a good show. Chapter 52 Doubting Life. What do you want to bet? Ji Qinglan's brows furrowed. Well, let's see, today is our 100 clans recruitment. My Qingyun sect is lacking disciples right now. How about this? If you lose, you will worship our Qingyun sect. If I lose, I will be at your mercy, even if it means taking my life. Li Yu said with a smile. Your Highness must not. That cold woman who had previously followed Ji Qinglan one by one changed her color and immediately chimed in. Although she was confident that Ji Qinglan was strong enough to defeat Li Yu. And with the help of that sword immortal's remnant soul, even a Yuaning realm cultivator would not necessarily be Ji Qinglan's opponent. But she had just observed Li Yu and the looks of those around her and felt that their smiles were weird. That's why there's always an inexplicable uneasiness in my heart. Hearing Li Yu's words, the crowd of onlookers also stirred. The excitement on his face intensified. Li Yu's program effects are pretty full on. Turning a bout into a betting contest, and that bet is a real riot. If Li Yu won, it would be a slip of the tongue if this Ji Qinglan didn't worship the Qingyun sect, and he would surely be laughed at by the world. And the Western Liang dynasty he represented would be disgraced. If he worshipped the Green Cloud Sect, it would be equally a disgrace to the Western Liang dynasty. Think about that Western Liang prince, the absolute pride of the first in the subterranean dragon list, who eventually worshipped the Qingyun sect of the Great Xia dynasty. When this matter was spread out, it would definitely be a blow and a disgrace to the face of the Western Liang dynasty. And that's what everyone is happy about. Moreover, by becoming a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect, Ji Qinglan would be equivalent to bidding farewell to the earthly world completely from then on. It was even equivalent to becoming a person of the Daxia dynasty, and the throne of the Xiliang dynasty would have absolutely nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look up at the 3,000 physique rankings that had upset them. If this Ji Qinglan's origin had been changed to the Qingyun sect, it would have looked much more comfortable. Li Yu's words made Ji Qinglan hesitate. If he lost, it was hard to believe that he would really have to worship their sect. This was simply humiliating. No, he's trying to shake me up with this strange bet. Getting me to give up on fighting him for fear of failure is a takedown tactic, and I can't fall for it. Ji Qinglan thought so. Yo, don't dare, with this much skill you still come to challenge our great Xia dynasty. Li Yu said in a provocative manner. I think he just doesn't dare. This number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking of the Western Liang dynasty is nothing more than that. Yeah, why don't we just admit defeat? Hurry up and come down, don't embarrass yourself here. People dare to bet their lives with you. What are you still hesitating for, coward? Based on the principle of watching the fun, a crowd of onlookers began to raise a ruckus. Although Ji Qinglan was in a good state of mind, he was naturally not happy in his heart after being mocked by so many people in cold words. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose. Instead, he felt that this Li Yu was playing the empty city game with him. Why wouldn't I dare? But I'm not interested in your life. Ji Qinglan said in a cold voice. Then what did you say you wanted? Li Yu asked rhetorically. Heavy bright bird. Ji Qinglan said. The thing he was most upset about was the extra reward that the Heavenly Dao list had dropped for Li Yu. That's why today he's going to take that heavy bright bird from Li Yu. Can. Deal. Li Yu agreed readily and immediately jumped into the ring. Come on, let's begin. Your Highness. The cold woman still wanted to persuade. However, Ji Qinglan waved his hand and said sternly, Fei Feng, there's no need to say anymore, I won't lose. Everyone present can hear this. If Ji Qinglan loses, he must worship my Qingyan sect, and if I lose, the heavy bright bird rewarded by the Heavenly Dao Ranking will go to Ji Qinglan. Li Yu repeated the bet and said aloud. That's right, we heard it all. The crowd responded. Ji Qinglan, you don't have an opinion, do you? Li Yu looked at Ji Qinglan again. No comment. Ji Qinglan said in a cold voice. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please act as a notary for us once more. Li Yu looked at Morong Xingqiao on the stage again. Good. Morong Xingqiao smiled and nodded. She was also in a very high melon-eating mood right now. She knew very well that Li Yu was bound to win, and in a moment we would have to see how this Ji Qinglan would end up after she lost. To think that the most powerful prince of this hallowed Western Liang dynasty and the best candidate for the future crown prince Ji Qinglan would be really interesting if he really worshipped the sects of the great Xia dynasty. Of course, she also knew that this matter wasn't that simple, but today's competition would all become an indelible stain on Ji Qinglan, and even the Western Liang dynasty. This is going to be fun. Katie's beautiful eyes were glowing with laughter, her heart filled with anticipation. Okay, let's begin. Li Yu hooked his finger at Ji Qinglan. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Ji Qinglan asked in a deep voice, holding the reverse scale sword in his hand. There's no need for a sword to deal with you. Li Yu smiled blandly, but this smile was filled with mockery in Ji Qinglan's eyes. Anyone can say big words, let's see if you have that ability. Ji Qinglan shouted angrily and took the lead. A sword was swung out, and the sword chi streaked across, transforming into countless sword shadows that spread across the entire ring space. It seemed like it was going to tear this void apart, making it impossible to avoid. His gaze was sharper than a sword, and his aura was more compelling than a sword blade. His aura was completely locked onto Li Yu, not giving him a single chance to dodge. But just then, the Li Yu in front of him was still in place, but his voice was like a ghost, sounding behind him. You lose. Brush. Ji Qinglan's sweaty hairs instantly exploded, but before he could react, the reverse scale sword in his hand was snatched by Li Yu. At the same time, the entire body was then sent flying by an extremely terrifying force. With a loud boom, it smashed heavily on top of the formation's light screen. It ended up falling under the ring with a bang. The whole process was like a white horse. So fast that the audience under the stage didn't even see what was happening, that Ji Qinglan was already lying under the ring. Wow. After a short silence, the entire square instantly boiled. Ji Qinglan was lying on the ground with a dazed expression and empty eyes. It's like a salted fish. Your Highness, are you all right? Feather Phoenix instantly rushed over and helped Ji Qinglan up with one hand. But it was as if Ji Qinglan's soul had been knocked out of his body and hadn't returned. Eyes dull and wooden, his mouth kept muttering, impossible, impossible. My God, this Li Yu is so strong. It's unbelievable that Ji Qinglan lost just like that. This Li Yu's strength is a bit outrageous. Countless people who had seen Li Yu's strength with their own eyes for the first time sighed and marveled. But after the shock, a sultry voice resounded. This is the fastest duel ever, isn't it? I blinked my eyes and Ji Qinglan lost. Hey, did anyone see what just happened? That's it. I didn't see a damn thing. Just this, Nima, this Ji Qinglan is too useless, right? Old me came all the way here and you're done in a second. That's right, it's even more useless than my signing brother. Complaining voices echoed through the square like a mountain of voices. As for those people from the major sects and big clans who had known about Li Yu's strength, they saw Li Yu defeat Ji Qinglan with a single move. Still can't help the excitement inside. Especially seeing Ji Qinglan's skeptical expression at this moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. It was evident how much Li Yu had struck and shocked Ji Qinglan. This spirited, confident and proud prince of Western Liang. This absolute heavenly pride who had challenged the heavenly prides of all the kingdoms without losing a single battle. However, he was knocked out of the ring without even catching a single move from Li Yu. This shadow area is afraid to be bigger than the Chinese Daozhou. Chapter 53. How strong is he? No, I must have been careless just now. I was careless, Liu, let's compete again. Ji Qinglan's soul had finally returned to its place, but he shouted with an unwilling face. Still want to compete with me, right? No problem, when you join our Green Cloud Sect, in the future, senior brother will drill with you every day, and definitely train you until you're convinced. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter as soon as Liu's words left his mouth. The image of Ji Qinglan living in fear of being dominated by Liu every day in the future could not help but float in his mind. Ji Qinglan wanted to say something else. But he was interrupted again by Liu's words, willing to gamble, you, the 13th prince of the Xiliang dynasty, wouldn't even have that much integrity. Humph, I knew the Xiliang people were shameless and dishonest. That's right, when you lose, you act like you're resisting. Is this the character of the Xiliang people? All of us but heard it, you promised yourself, now that you've lost you want to renege on your debt. The words of the crowd were like a thunderbolt that struck at Ji Qinglan's heart. Your Highness, don't mind them, let's go. Feather Phoenix was about to fly away directly as soon as she pulled Ji Qinglan. Naturally, she couldn't let Ji Qinglan actually worship the sect of the Grand Xia dynasty. Liu's face turned cold and he was about to strike when he saw two old men instantly fly in front of Fei Feng, blocking her and Ji Qinglan's path. The powerful aura transformed into a majestic pressure, locking onto that Feather Phoenix and Ji Qinglan. Your Excellency, how can you just leave? You are the one who initiated this challenge, and you are the one who set up the ring, and you want to walk away after losing. You are not taking our great Xia dynasty too seriously. Elder Song Shan of the Jade Clear Dao Sect said in a cold voice. That's right, I hate those who are dishonest in my life. Elder Qing Xian of the Great Vault Taoist Sect was also filled with coldness. They won't spoil these Western coolies. This time, Ji Qinglan's ascension to the physique ranking had already made them very upset. This was simply aggression in disguise, hard squeezing out a place in the Grand Xia dynasty. How can they not get this debt back? Moreover, this Ji Qinglan had promised to bet with Liu in public, and now he wanted to renege on his debt after losing. If they really let them go, where would those of them lose face? Feather Phoenix reasoned not a word, and with all his aura, he wanted to come hard. But she was stopped by Ji Qinglan's drink. Feather Phoenix, it's me who lost, I can't go back on my word, you take the others and leave. Your Highness. Feather Phoenix's face was unsightly. If Ji Qinglan really worshipped the Green Cloud Sect, then how could she have the face to go back and see His Majesty? Ji Qinglan didn't pay any more attention to Fei Feng, but instead looked at Liu. Liu, do you dare promise me that if I defeat you in the future, you'll allow me to quit the Qingyan sect? Whatever. Liu laughed. Defeat me? I'm afraid you have no hope in this life. From now on, be a good little brother to me and contribute more to our sect. The crowd below was filled with joyful expressions, not realizing that this Ji Qinglan was actually going to become a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Boy, this Heavenly Dao Ranking is really far-sighted. Could it be that it predicted in advance that Ji Qinglan would become a person of the Grand Xia dynasty? That's why he was allowed to ascend the Great Xia dynasty's physique list. Yes, it seems that there is a providence in the underworld. Gambling on a fight and hitching himself up, this Ji Qinglan is also considered the first person in 1,000 years. Although Liu and Ji Qinglan's match ended too quickly for the crowd to enjoy it. But today, this two countries' pride competition is to satisfy their melon-eating heart. However, seeing that things had developed to this point, Zhu Xiaotian's face became more and more ugly. If this Ji Qinglan were to become a member of the Grand Xia dynasty, wouldn't the potential dragon ranking itself take another step back? Moreover, after the Divine Soldier ranking came out, the ranking of one's own family's spirit sword would also fall back one place once again. On the contrary, this Qingyan sect, this is all of a sudden to wrap up the top 3 of the subterranean dragon ranking, and may even wrap up the first place of the Divine Soldier ranking. It's over, how could this happen? Zhu Xiaotian's head buzzed. Your Highness, it's impossible for His Majesty to let you worship the Green Cloud Sect. Feather Phoenix said with a grave expression. Immediately, he looked at the people of the Grand Xia dynasty and droned, you ignorant grasshoppers, do you know what the consequences will be if our Highness truly worships the Qingyan sect? And you, Liu, this foolish bet of yours today will bring about the downfall of the Grand Xia dynasty, prepare to suffer the wrath of the Emperor of my Xiliang dynasty. Ha! Liu was amused. Such a middle-two speech from this cold woman's mouth is really some. Funny. Fei Feng doesn't have to say anymore, don't you think I'm not humiliated enough? You go back and tell my father that this is a decision I made on my own, and I will bear all the consequences myself. Ji Qinglan said with a determined attitude. He is competitive, but he takes honor equally seriously. I don't want to be the laughing stock of the world and be disliked by the world. Feather Phoenix let out a helpless sigh, then he arched his hand at Ji Qinglan without saying anything else. Instead, he left with the remaining crowd of the Shilong dynasty unhappy. Alright, today's competition is over, the 100 Clans recruitment meeting will begin soon. The old man in charge of hosting today's competition came to the ring and shouted loudly. The crowd dispersed with intent. The major sects also returned to their respective recruiting tables to prepare for the next recruiting session. Senior Brother G, let's go to our sect's recruiting desk to go through the initiation procedures. After completing the procedures you'll be considered as an inner disciple of our Qingyun sect. As for whether you can become the sect leader's personal disciple in the future, it'll depend on your performance. Liu patted Ji Qinglan's shoulder and said. Senior Brother Ji, welcome to our Qingyun sect family. Yi Chou also patted Ji Qinglan's shoulder with a warm smile. Although not long ago they were still rivals, this Ji Qinglan was still the prince of their enemy country. But as long as the worship of the Green Cloud Sect, that is a brother, the past grudges are written off. However, at this moment, Ji Qinglan didn't want to speak, and only squeezed out a smile that was harder than a cry in a raw manner. The heart is full of worries about his unknown life. Elder Nya, what exactly is this Liyu's cultivation level? Ji Qinglan's mind communicated with that sword immortal's residual soul. I can't tell, it feels as if he doesn't have any cultivation, yet it seems as if he is unfathomable. He gives me a particularly strange feeling. Just like his physique, it's clearly an ordinary physique, but it just makes me feel as if it's the most powerful physique in this world. In short, it's very special, very strange. Very unusual. Elder Nye's words caused Ji Qinglan's heart to become even more surprised. To be able to make even sword immortal Elder Nye feel special and strange, then this Liu is really quite unusual. But you didn't lose unfairly, Qinglan, this kid is indeed much stronger than you. After you pay your respects to the Qingyun sect, I'll have to take a good look at this Liu later on to see what's going on with him. At this moment, that sword immortal Nia Lao was also curious about Liu. He had seen all sorts of strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen a freak like Liu. Listening to Elder Nye's words, Ji Qinglan couldn't help but cry and laugh. No wonder Elder Nye didn't react at all when he lost the competition. The feeling was that his curiosity had been aroused by Liu, and he was looking forward to worshipping in the Qingyun sect. But no matter what, no matter how strong Liu was, he himself would have to cultivate harder in the future. One day he would defeat Liu and then leave from the Qingyun sect with honor. By the way, Senior Ji, what's the name of your old sword immortal grandfather? Liu suddenly turned his head to look at Ji Qinglan and asked. Ji Qinglan's face changed drastically, his heart once again horrified as he stared at Liu in disbelief. This guy even knows about sword immortal Nia Lao. You, how did you know that? Ji Qinglan felt that Liu's harmless gaze at this moment, but it was as if he could see through the heavens and insight into the ages. The fact that all his thoughts and ideas were invisible in his eyes sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 54: A conversation with the Crown Prince. Request for catch-up reading. Liu and the others had just walked back to the recruiting platform when Crown Prince Murong Xingqiao came over. Daoistly, may I have a moment to speak? No problem, Yi Chou, you first give Master Ji the entry formalities, then you take Master Ji with you to hand out flyers to attract more people. Liu said. Qi Qinglan. Your own imperial prince of the Shilong dynasty, and you're asking me to hand out flyers. Crown Prince, let's go. After arranging the matter at hand, Liu quickly followed Murong Xingqiao, walking to the edge of the square and boarding her carriage. Does the Crown Prince have anything important to say? Liu asked as he opened the door. It's about Ji Qinglan. Murong Xingqiao pondered for a little while and said meaningfully. You are worried that the Emperor of Western Liang is unhappy and will turn on our Xia dynasty. Your Highness can rest assured that this matter was started by me and I will personally resolve it and will not involve the Xia dynasty. Liu said with a strong attitude. He knew that this Ji Qinglan had a special status, and that today's matter was not as simple as winning or losing a bet between ordinary people. This is a matter of a battle between nations, and the stakes are so high that the fate of two nations and the lives of countless people are at stake. So Murong Xingqiao, who was the crown prince, was definitely worried that this matter would spark a war between the two countries. No, I don't mean that. What I want to tell you is that the great Xia dynasty will always stand behind you and support you, and if the Shilong people want to make trouble, they will have their own country to back you up. Nearly 100 years, my Xia is weak, repeatedly bullied by other countries, especially the Shiliang dynasty, ceded land and reparations. We have repeatedly concessions, they have repeatedly inches into the foot. The Daxia dynasty seemed to have forgotten how powerful and proud it once was, and had become increasingly humble and cowardly. Our people also seem to have lost their pride, confidence, and morale. But not from now on. Today's you have won supreme glory for my Daxia dynasty, and when this news is spread out, it will surely uplift the people of my Daxia, allowing us to rediscover that national pride that belongs to my Daxia. And I've also figured out one thing in the past few days: our great Xia dynasty must never bow down to anyone, any country, again. Even if you fight to the last soldier, you can't lose your national spirit. So don't worry, if the Xiliang dynasty threatens you and forces you, there are all the people of the Daxia dynasty to support you, and if the Xiliang dynasty sends out their troops to make trouble, there are still millions of my Daxia generals. Morong Xingxiao spoke impassioned words, but with a firm gaze that could not be shaken. Her words also stunned Li Yu. He really didn't expect Morong Xingxiao to say something like this. But that's the way to have a backbone. Of course, Morong Xingxiao wasn't just saying pretty words, but thought so from the bottom of his heart. Today, the great Xia dynasty's pride finished off the Western Liang dynasty, and she saw a long-lost pride and confidence on people's faces. Moreover, now that she had obtained a powerful physique, and the great Xia dynasty had such powerful young prides like Li Yu and Yi Qiu, there was unlimited potential in the future. Now that the Wolf King clan was no longer a threat and the underworld demon sect had been eradicated, the great Xia dynasty had resolved most of its internal crises. Even more so, there is that mysterious senior person sitting in the town. What are they afraid of, and why should they continue to bow down to the Shilong people? If you can't live with a backbone, then the Daxia dynasty will completely exist in name only. Will this country last if the pride of the nation is gone? Even if the Western Liang dynasty was really powerful, it wasn't invincible. What's more, Ji Qinglan's life was clutched in their hands, and they were still afraid that the Western Liang dynasty would turn over. That's why Morong Xingxiao wants Li Yu not to be afraid and to give him enough confidence and support. We can't let these young celestial pride become fearful anymore. Of course, the reason why Morong Xingxiao would say this to Li Yu was also because she mistakenly thought that Li Yu didn't say anything when that feathered phoenix scared him just now. She thought that Li Yu was really worried that the Western Liang dynasty would lash out. With these words from the Crown Prince, I'm relieved, but don't worry, with me around, the Xiliang dynasty won't be able to make waves. Li Yu smiled confidently. When this came out of his mouth, it didn't seem to have a hint of bragging, but on the contrary, it was very convincing to the heart. Morong Xingxiao looked at Li Yu, always feeling that this guy was so calm and collected no matter what, as if there was nothing under the sky that he was afraid of. Just now, as Li Yu and Morong Xingxiao walked into the carriage, there was a sudden commotion from the crowd near the Five Elements Sect's recruitment platform. Yet someone recognized that Suki. The man was still a loud voice, plus his voice was a bit high-pitched due to his excitement, which instantly drew the attention of the people around him. Nowadays, Sumu's name was definitely a household name and a thunderous existence. The great Xia dynasty's third ranked in the 3000 physique rankings, a hidden heavenly pride that had been rewarded with an immortal technique. Everyone was curious about him. Brother Sun, you're here too. Sumu also didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. But having come here, he was no longer afraid of being recognized. Yes, that's great. I thought all of us in Feng City were dead at that time. If I hadn't seen that 3000 physique list, I wouldn't have known that you were still alive. The man surnamed Sun was also excited. The conversation between the two also instantly attracted the attention of the people around them, and countless people instantly gathered around curiously. He's Suki. This person is Sumu, the third in the physique ranking? The crowd looked at Sumu with faces of surprise and curiosity. Although at this moment, Sumu was dressed in rags and looked like a beggar, not a single person dared to underestimate him. He was an absolute heavenly pride. It was that great diffusion Dao body possessor that could compete with Ji Qinglan. Moreover, people are now in possession of immortal laws, so who dares to underestimate them? This commotion also instantly attracted people from all the major sects. The first one to rush over was naturally the closest Grand Elder of the Five Elements sect, Jin Yangzhenren. Little doll, you are Sumu. Jin Yangzhenran looked at that Sumu with a face full of excitement. I am Jin Yangzhenran, an elder of the Five Elements sect. Are you willing to worship in my Five Elements sect? Real Jin Yang didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door. Senior has met Senior Jin Yang. Senior has come this time to worship the Five Elements sect. Sumu arched his hand and said, his expression was also a bit excited. He had traveled a long distance just to join the Five Elements sect, and now he was finally going to get what he wanted. Hearing Sumu's words, realist Jin Yang was both surprised and delighted, and his old face was practically bursting with joy. He really didn't expect that this Sumu would so clearly state that he wanted to join their sect. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. The crowd of onlookers were in an uproar, not expecting this Sumu to directly choose the Five Elements sect. This Five Elements sect is really unstoppable nowadays. The old ancestor returned, killed the Wolf King, eradicated the underworld demon sect, and gained fame, fortune, and strength. Now with the addition of this heavenly pride Sumu, it allowed their sect to also possess a supreme genius who would compete with the heavenly prides of the major sects in the future. More so, he was able to obtain his 9 clear immortal light sutra. It was important to realize that even the Jade Clear Taoist sect did not have a complete immortal law. With this immortal law, the overall strength of the Five Elements sect was estimated to surpass the Jade Clear Taoist sect in less than a few years. Together with their current reputation, becoming the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty was just around the corner. In this recruitment meeting today, the Five Elements sect will definitely be the main character. Aha, I also want to join the Five Elements sect. Yeah, most of the people here should want to join the Five Elements sect, especially seeing this Sumu joining the Five Elements sect at this moment. It's probably going to influence more people's choices. The crowd murmured. Right at this moment, Elder Tsongshan of the Jade Clear Dao sect, Elder Qingshan of the Tai Vault Dao sect, and the elders and heads of all the major sects had also rushed over on hearing the news. Yi Zhou and Ji Qinglan also curiously gathered around. Chapter 55. My senior is the mysterious master. Elders, you're one step too late. Jin Yang Zhenren had a springy expression on his face as he looked at the elders of the various sects. This Sumu had just made his will known, and it was clearly none their Five Elements sect. So he wasn't worried in the slightest about other sects coming to snatch people. Instead, it would allow them, the Five Elements sect, to make a big splash in front of all the major sects. The addition of this Sumu destined that today's Five Elements sect would be the most dazzling existence of this recruitment meeting. Moreover, with Sumu joining the team, it also meant that the Five Elements sect would be harvesting a supreme heavenly pride as well as a lower grade immortal law at the same time. After today, the Five Elements sect will also surely rise strongly. Elder Tsongshan, Elder Qingshan, and the others ignored realist Jin Yang's words. Coming directly to Sumu, he expressed his wish for him to worship his sect. Each of them also gave very attractive conditions, hoping to compete for this heavenly pride. However, Sumu arched his hand and said, "Thank you for your senior's kindness, but I only want to worship the Five Elements sect." Sumu's resolute attitude caused Elder Tsongshan and Elder Qingshan and the others to be a bit surprised. "Little friend Sumu, aren't you thinking about it? My Yuqing Dao sect is one of the best in the Great Xia dynasty in terms of both heritage and strength. Worshipping our sect is the best choice for you." Elder Tsongshan was unwilling. After all, this was a supreme heavenly pride, and even a heavenly pride that came with an immortal method. For the major sects, that was an absolute great opportunity, a strategic target that had to be fought for. That's right, choosing a sect is not a small matter. You can't do it on impulse. You should consider the situation of each sect in a comprehensive manner. Yeah, none of our sects are any worse than the Five Elements sect either. People from other sects also persuaded. Seniors, my mind is made up. The old ancestor of the Five Elements sect killed the Wolf King, eradicated the underworld demon sect, saved our desert prefecture, and is a hero in the hearts of everyone in my desert prefecture, and I've traveled all the way on a long journey for the purpose of worshipping the Five Elements sect. Sumu said with a firm gaze. His words caused the faces of the sect elders to sink, and even more so, caused a commotion among the people around him, so it turned out that he had chosen the Five Elements sect because of this. At this time, the number of people watching the spectacle was already increasing. After all, people from all the major sects had converged over. The crowd was also curious to find out what was going on. Little friend Sumu, the authenticity of this matter has yet to be proven, and it's still unknown whether or not the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect is the great hero who saved your desert state. Elder Tsongshan, what do you mean by that? That Wolf King's head, all of you have seen it before. It's hard to believe that it's still fake. What does a Wolf King's head alone tell us? Who knows if you picked it up from somewhere? Elder Tsongshan snorted coldly. That's right, if it's really your old ancestor, why don't you let him come out and let us see the demeanor of this high person? And why did he hide his identity in the beginning, but later on he wanted to make it known to the world? That's right, who knows if you guys are lying? The elders of the major sects questioned. In fact, all the major sects and factions also have doubts. After all, this Five Elements sect had suddenly sprung up with an old ancestor, and no one had seen this person until now. It's really a bit suspicious. However, they couldn't produce evidence to prove that it wasn't the Five Elements sect ancestor before. Plus, this matter did not directly threaten their interests, so no one was willing to go deeper. But not anymore. This sumo is rushing towards that mysterious high man, then this threatens their interests, naturally they have to discern what is going on. One couldn't just stand by and see such a supreme heavenly pride, and that immortal law, being obtained so easily by the Five Elements sect. This is really disheartening. That's right, it's that Five Elements sect that's lying. Just at this moment, a voice was interrupting the words of the sect elders. The crowd looked over strangely. However, he saw that it was Yi Chio who walked out from the crowd with a face of righteous indignation, his gaze despisingly glancing at the Five Elements sect's Jin Yang realist. Then he looked at Sumu again and said, Sumu, if you really want to be grateful to that great hero who saved your desert prefecture, then you should join our Qingyan sect because, the one who beheaded the Wolf King, repelled the Wolf King clan's army, and eradicated the underworld demon sect was my senior brother Liu. What? Yi Chio's words were like a huge stone entering the sea, instantly setting off monstrous waves, causing the crowd present to burst into an uproar. That mysterious tall man is Liu. Countless onlookers were filled with astonishment and looked at each other. Are you kidding me, Yi Chio? Don't be a believer here, that Liu is only how old, even if his strength is not bad. It's impossible for one person to decapitate the Wolf King and repel the Wolf King clan's army, much less one person to overthrow the entire underworld demon sect. You make up a decent lie, even if you say it's your master, it's more convincing than saying it's Liu. Jin Yangjinjin was filled with snickers. Elder Tsangshan and Elder Qingxian and the others also looked odd, and they didn't expect this Yi Chio to suddenly come out to make a scene. Of course, in their hearts, they also didn't believe what Yi Chio said at all, which sounded even more ridiculous than what the Five Elements sect said. Who lied in the heart should be clear again, my senior brother's powerful as not you can imagine, and the underworld demon sect's Wu Chang is in our sect, do not believe that you can go to ask him, naturally the water falls out, and… who's Wu Shang, we've never heard of such a person from the underworld demon sect. You just made up a random person and tried to fool everyone, don't treat us like little cuties. Right. Realist Jin Yan laughed coldly. A touch of mockery also surfaced slightly on the faces of the surrounding people. Yi Chio, did you see it with your own eyes? Elder Tsangshan opened his mouth and asked. That's not true, but I once witnessed elder brother kill the demon child with a single sword. Yi Chio said with a serious face. Demon child. The crowd was in an uproar again, followed by but couldn't help but laugh. It's really getting more and more outrageous, Yi Chio. I respect your father as a hero, your Yi family members are all loyal and good people with one word, you come from the Yi family, how could you say such absurd and nonsensical remarks, it's really detrimental to your Yi family's reputation. That Jin Yang Real person said in a conspiratorial manner. I, Yi Chio, am a man of the heavens and the earth, and never say half a word of falsehood, unlike you, the Five Elements sect, who, as a righteous sect, are devoid of any virtues, and even fabricate lies to deceive the people of the world, and impostor my senior brother's merits, shamelessly. Yi Chio's words had really baffled the people from all the major sects. Even if they suspected that this was not necessarily the work of the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect, they even doubted if this old ancestor really existed. But it was also hard to believe that all of this was Liu's doing. It was simply too outrageous. They admitted that Liu was very strong and no one in the younger generation was his opponent. But the underworld demon sect was a behemoth, they would never have thought that Liu would be able to overthrow the underworld demon sect no matter what. And that demon child, what a terrifying existence that was. Yi Chio even said that the devil child was killed by Liu with a single sword. Just as Yi Chio still wanted to continue to argue, there was a sudden rumble in the sky, followed by a heavenly might that filled the air from mid-air. Everyone looked up in horror. However, he saw that the Heavenly Dao list was once again filled with golden light. Where the blank space next to the 3000 physique list was, several large words with bright golden light coalesced once again. Divine Warrior List. Chapter 56. The Divine Warrior List appears. Request for follow-up reading. The 5 spirit peaks in the capital state, and the 5 Elements sect was located on these 5 spirit peaks. The 5 towering peaks are staggered with many immortal platforms and pavilions, surrounded by clouds and mist, with a vast amount of green smoke, which is quite like the style of an immortal. But right at this moment, a scaly dragon flew in from the sky, and on top of that huge dragon's head stood a domineering figure. He was as upright as a pine, with a purple-black robe, his face was cold and majestic, and a faint purple light lingered around him. Roar! The dragon roared with a roar that shook the heavens and earth, and also startled the crowd within the 5 Elements sect. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw a huge purple palm print, like a party of the dome, smashing down from the sky. It directly slapped on top of the 5 Elements sect's mountain protection formation. Boom! The earth and sky trembled, the ground shook, and the mountain protection array flickered violently, but also cracked open, nearly collapsing. The terrifying pressure poured down, causing the Five Elements Sect's disciples' faces to change drastically, filled with shock and horror. Old ancestor of the Five Elements Sect come out to die. The purple-robed silhouette with feet on a dragon shouted. He was one of the 9 Dharma Kings of the underworld sect of the Great Luo Sacred Realm Violet Dragon Dharma King. Devil Lin was his senior brother and his best friend within the sect. After he had come out of seclusion 2 days ago, he was pained to learn that the underworld demon sect had been destroyed and that Demon Lin had been killed. Later, he heard that it was the Five Elements Sect's old ancestor who did it, so he killed his way straight to this Five-Spirit Peak to settle the score with the Five Elements Sect's old ancestor. Who is this guy? He's scary. He nearly directly broke our mountain protection formation with one palm. This person feels even more powerful than our sect leader. He's here to find our old ancestor. Could he be the old ancestor's enemy? It's fine, everyone don't panic, we have our old ancestor here, we can definitely repel this person. Isn't the old ancestor still in seclusion? Countless Five Elements Sect disciples sighed and exclaimed. At the same time, the head of the Five Elements Sect Yenji Jinran flew out with a group of elders from the Five Elements Sect and quickly arrived over the Five-Spirit Peak. Your Excellency, I don't know what I'm looking for our old ancestor for. The Yenji realist was full of smiles, but in his heart, he was panicked as hell. Looking at the person in front of him, he vaguely guessed in his heart of hearts. Why, your Five Elements Sect's old ancestor killed my senior brother, Demon Lin, so today, I will use the lives of all of you from the Five Elements Sect to honor the fallen soul of my senior brother, Demon Lin. The Violet Dragon Dharma King said in a cold voice. Before the words fell, he clenched his hand and slapped out another palm. The huge palm print wrapped in the momentum of heaven and earth, powerful and unrivaled, and with a loud boom, it slapped on the mountain protection formation once again. Rumble. The entire mountain protector formation trembled violently, followed by a direct collapse. The terrifying mana shockwave directly vibrated Yenji Jinran and a group of Five Elements Sect elders, flying out. Below the disciples are like a gale in the leaves, was impacted in pieces, individual cultivation is low directly was shocked to the corner of the mouth bleeding. This strike was truly terrifying. If there was no mountain protector formation, I'm afraid that this strike would have shaken countless people to death. Yenji realist's face was unsightly to the extreme, and his heart was incomparably panicked. He knew very well that the person in front of him was not a strong person they could mess with at all, and his cultivation realm was afraid that he had already reached the cave void realm. Cave realm old monster, who can cover this? How could he have ever imagined that this Demon Lin had such a terrifying backer? What's more, he didn't expect that he had ghosted in life for a moment, but had incurred such a terrifying killing god. Although Yenji Realist also knew that Demon Lin had some relationship with the Underworld sect. But there were too many people related to the Underworld Demon sect. How could he have thought that the strongest members of the Underworld sect would come to seek revenge on them because of the destruction of an Underworld Demon sect? If he had known this, he wouldn't have spread this panic to death. If your old ancestor doesn't come out, I'll completely destroy your Five Elements sect. The Violet Dragon Dharma King said in a cold voice, his powerful aura was like a huge mountain that pressed on the hearts of everyone in the Five Elements sect. It sent chills down their spines and made their hearts tremble. Misunderstanding. Senior is mistaken. The Yenji realist cried out in fear. This senior, Demon Lin, wasn't killed by our old ancestor. To be precise, our Five Elements sect doesn't have any old ancestor at all. This is all a lie that I made up in a moment of confusion, hoping to use it to boost our sect's influence and prestige. But the one who overthrew the Underworld Demon sect was actually someone else. What? Violet Dragon Dharma King's brows abruptly furrowed. Looking at the person in front of him, it really doesn't look like he's telling lies again. Moreover, he had only demonstrated slightly, and the leader of this sect was scared into such a wimpy state, so it could be seen that this sect wasn't that strong either. If the Underworld Demon sect was overthrown by someone from such a sect, it would be a real shame. Upon hearing the words of Yenji Realist, the countless Five Elements sect disciples below changed their colors drastically and looked at each other with eyes full of surprise. But they had never doubted their sect leader's words, convinced that it was the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect who had disappeared for many years who had beheaded Demon Lin. He was even proud of it, and was full of expectations that the Five Elements sect would go on to glory under the leadership of the old ancestor. Yet the palmist said at this point that it was a lie he made up. Did the sect leader deliberately say he lied because he was afraid of this powerful man, or did he really lie? Countless Five Elements sect disciples were also confused inside. Right at this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the sky, followed by a heavenly might that filled the air from mid-air. Everyone looked up in horror. Violet Dragon Dharma King also looked over in surprise. However, he saw that the Heavenly Dao list was once again filled with golden light. Where the blank space next to the 3000 physique list was, several large words with bright golden light coalesced once again. Divine Warrior List. This list is the Great Xia Dynasty Divine Warrior List, and all divine warriors can be entered into the list. A total of 20 places, from lowest to highest according to strength, will be rewarded by the Heavenly Dao. The list is refreshed in real time and rewards are given out once a month. An introduction about the Divine Warrior list appeared on the Heavenly Dao list. I can't believe a new list has appeared. Divine Warrior list, I wonder what divine weapons will be on this list. This time it's another revelry for all the major powers and clans. This kind of divine weapons and treasures are not something that ordinary people can have. Yeah. The crowds in Nanan City's questioning square were in an uproar. The physique list had just appeared a few days ago, and I didn't expect a new list to appear so soon. However, at this time, the Zhu Xiaotian, who had just left the questioning square and hadn't traveled far, shook inwardly once again. The last thing he wanted to see happened, the Divine Warrior list came out early. But perhaps it was too many blows in quick succession. Or the blow was so great that it froze his whole body for a moment. The brain went blank. Divine Soldier list, huh, good, fantastic. Yi Chou shouted with great joy. Back then, he had witnessed Liu obtaining a spirit sword that had been devoured inside the demon child when he had beheaded the demon child. Although he didn't recognize what kind of sword it was extremely extraordinary at first glance. It is estimated that it is likely to be on this Divine Soldier list. Moreover, he had also heard that Liu and the others had obtained an extremely high-grade immortal weapon, the demon-slaying sword, from the underworld demon sect. Immortal weapons were absolutely supreme treasures in the Great Xia Dynasty, and extremely high-grade immortal weapons were even more so. This first position was feared to be the non-magic killing sword. So the appearance of this Divine Soldier list might be able to directly prove what he had just said. It proved that Liu was the mysterious master who had killed the Wolf King, Demon Lin, and the Demon Child. Seniors of all the major sects, all the friends present, this Divine Soldier list appeared just in time. Whether it was me, Yi Chou, who was lying, or whether the Five Elements sect was making up lies, this Divine Soldier list will definitely give us the answer. Yi Chou looked at the surrounding crowd and said aloud. His words, however, caused the crowd to clamor again, but their appetites were also whetted. Yi Chou said that the Divine Soldier list would give the answer, so they would have to wait and see. Chapter 57 The Mysterious Man is Liu? Requests for follow-up reading. The appearance of the Divine Soldier list once again startled the entire Grand Xia dynasty, with countless people stopping to watch and countless people talking. All the major sects and big clans were also full of anticipation, hoping that their sect's Jinxi divine weapons would make it onto the list. Of course, they also roughly had a ranking in their hearts regarding these well-known divine weapons. For example, the Jade Clear Dao sect's immortal sword, the Three Clear Sword, was the most famous divine weapon of the Great Xia dynasty today. This was also recognized in the hearts of all the major sects, so everyone knew that this time, the Three Clear Swords had a very good chance of competing for the top spot. Of course, in addition to the Three Qing Swords, there was also the Heavenly Question Sword, the divine weapon of the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. There was once the Heavenly Water Sword of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, the Lingshu Sword of the Taidong Dao sect, the Water Cold Sword of the Zhu clan, the Giant K Heavy Sword of the Five Elements sect, and so on. These divine weapons were all divine weapons that were already well known, and it was estimated that they could all make it onto the list. Of course, everyone also knew that this time, the divine armament list would definitely expose some unknown divine armaments as well. This is what is most expected. If some masterless divine weapons could be exposed out, it would be an absolute great opportunity for the major powers. I didn't expect a new list to appear so soon. Realist Yu Hua was also quite surprised. Divine Soldier ranking, this time it's finally our clan's turn to be among the top 3. Yes, Patriarch's Three Clear Sword has a good chance of becoming the top of the list. Elder Taiwu and Elder Gu Ming said. Don't be too happy yet, perhaps there are still unseen divine weapons as well. Realist Yu Hua said, but he naturally had expectations in his heart. After all, this time was really the closest he'd come to the top spot, and the most likely. But at least the top 3 will definitely have us. After all, the Patriarch's is an immortal sword. Well, let's hope so. The first divine soldier has appeared. Just as Realist Yu Hua, Elder Taiwu, and the others were speaking, the first name appeared on the Divine Warrior list. Ranked 20th in the list of divine weapons, Golden Lin Sword. Current holder, Wei Tsangho. Origin, Wei family of Qizhou. Reward, 1 red sun fruit, an elixir of heaven and earth. This divine soldier rankings rewards are pretty good. Yes, it's amazing that the last place is rewarded with a heaven and earth elixir, so I'm afraid that the reward for the first place is a direct immortal medicine. It's possible, the top 3 in the physique ranking are all immortal techniques. This divine soldier ranking surely can't be any worse. The red sun fruit was an absolute heaven and earth spirit medicine, a treasure that could be encountered but not sought. Not only can it increase one's longevity, but it can also improve one's physique and enhance one's cultivation, with many benefits. It was even a precious medicinal material for refining top-grade spirit pills. Any one of the heaven and earth spiritual pills was worth a lot of money, that is, in the hands of a big sect like the Jade Clear Taoist sect. The heaven and earth spiritual pills in their possession could be counted on one hand. It was evident that the preciousness of this heaven and earth elixir. Divine Armor ranking 19th, Meteorite Starhammer. Current holder, Tugwong. Origin, Stardust Sect. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Star Tier Fruit. Divine Warrior ranking 18th, Galax. Current holder, Kuei Shan Demon Monkey. Origin, Kuei Shan Demon Valley. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Living Spirit Seed. My god, a great demon's weapon can even be on the list. This divine warrior ranking isn't just a divine warrior ranking for my human race. Heavens, this isn't good news. Won't these great demons be able to use the Heavenly Dao ranking rewards to further their strength? That's not necessarily true. I guess they're not far from death. Yes, in the past, the major powers were too lazy to labor to completely eradicate these great demons. But with this Heavenly Dao list, it's a different story. Getting this divine weapon means that you can collect the Heavenly Dao rewards every month, and all the major forces will go and grab the scale axe, and the wheel will be able to wheel this guy to death. That's right, I guess this great demon is shivering right now. It's not likely to be ready to run away soon. The crowd was talking. However, the information that appeared immediately afterward on the Heavenly Dao list caused countless people to instantly freeze. Sacred Soldier ranking number 17, Tiger Sword. Former holder, Wolf King Dabin. Current holder, Li Yu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Xian Shang Fruit. Almost at the very moment that this 17th place appeared. The entire Ask Square, the entire Nanan City. The entire capital state, even the entire Great Xia dynasty. Countless people who were watching the Divine Soldier ranking at this moment all froze. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Tiger Blade. Original holder Wolf King Dabin. Now held by Li Yu. Wolf King Dabin's sword is in Li Yu's hand. What does that mean? Wow. Countless people were shocked and clamored. How did Wolf King Dabin's sword end up in Li Yu's hands? Could it be that the Five Elements sect ancestor gave it to Li Yu? What's the relationship between the Five Elements sect's old ancestor and Li Yu? Could it be that old ancestor of the Five Elements sect is Li Yu? What kind of brain circuits are you all in? Why must you relate Li Yu to the Five Elements sect ancestor? Then it's hard to believe that it could still be Li Yu who killed the Wolf King, and that mysterious tall man is Li Yu? How is this possible? It can't be. Li Yu is only how old? Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to kill the Wolf King and repel his hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, the underworld demon sect was also eradicated by mysterious senior people, so how could this Li Yu possibly have this kind of strength? Yeah, that's impossible. It must be that Li Yu has some relationship with the Five Elements sect ancestor. Maybe Li Yu's master is also the Five Elements sect ancestor. Countless people were inwardly shocked, but they were unable to believe that it was Li Yu who had decapitated Wolf King Dabin. After all, insight limits imagination, plus the Five Elements sect lie preconceptions. It left a lot of people's brains speculating about the possibilities. And yet, they can't believe that the real situation is as simple as they see it. Inside the Jade Clear Dao sect, realist Yuhua, Elder Taiwu, and the others were also filled with astonishment when they saw this information about the 17th place. Wolf King Dabin's battle sword is in Li Yu's hands. Is this Li Yu that mysterious high man? This is a bit outrageous. Although they had never believed that the beheading of the Wolf King and the eradication of the underworld demon sect was the work of the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect. But compared to the lies of the Five Elements sect, what he saw in front of him seemed even more unbelievable. Even more unbelievable. There's another possibility. Could it be Li Yu's master? We've never met this person, but he was able to teach a demonic genius like Li Yu. Perhaps his strength is extraordinary, maybe he's the mysterious higher being. Yes, it's really possible, he gave this Wolf King's sword to Liu to use, so that explains it. Looks like we really need to go to the Green Cloud Sect to meet their sect master. Meanwhile, that Zhu Xiaotian who was also watching the list, his face was really as ugly as it could be. If anything, the early appearance of the Divine Soldier list had already caused his heart to sink to the bottom. Then this 17th place message that just came up. It simply threw his heart into the air before slamming it hard into the ground, and then being galloped over by a million horses. Liu, how could it be Liu? Zhu Xiaotian never thought to death that the mysterious tall man would be Liu. He himself had thought that the mysterious tall man was some kind of hidden powerhouse, even if the Divine Soldier list could possibly bring to light his eradication of the underworld demon sect. But no one knew who he was either, and his own lies could not be detected. But he hadn't counted on this mysterious man being Liu. What's more, he didn't expect that Wolf King Dabin's battle sword could even make it onto this Divine Soldier list. In that case, I'm afraid that my own lies are going to be uncovered. Chapter 58, Liu again, or Liu again? On the square of asking, countless people were shocked and clamored, especially those who had just watched Yi Qiu confront the elders of the Five Elements sect. The shock in their hearts was simply beyond words. At this moment, realist Jin Yang's old face was also as ugly as it could be. Elder Xingshan and Elder Qingshan and the others were also filled with astonishment as they looked at the Heavenly Dao Ranking in disbelief. And equally surprised was that Su Mu, who couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wolf King Dabin's battle sword was in Liu's hands. Could it be that what this Yi Qiu in front of him said was true? Su Mu looked at Yi Qiu in shock. See, Wolf King the Barbarian was beheaded by my senior brother. What else do you have to say, Senior Jin Yang? It's obvious who is lying, right? Don't you tell everyone that your sect's elder ancestor is my senior brother. Yi Qiu's gaze was stern as he looked at Elder Jin Yang and said. What he hated most was the despicable behavior of those who took credit for other people's work under false pretenses. And just now was questioned by the crowd again. The heart really holds a belly full of anger cannot be vented. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao list had made the truth public, which really gave him a feeling of great joy. This might have been picked up by Liu, or by someone from your Yi family when they were cleaning up the battlefield. Who knows if it was you who gave this battle sword to Liu? I heard that you went to the battlefield at that time. Jin Yang Zhenzhen continued his sophistry. Anyway, things have come to this point, he can't easily admit it no matter what, or else the Five Elements sect is afraid to directly lose face. Good, shameless to the extent that you are, the late generation is also really admired. Let's continue to look down, I'll see how long you can still argue. Yi Qiu said coldly. He also didn't want to be arguing with this elder Jin Yang. After all, with the Heavenly Dao list, everything would definitely be revealed. Yi Qiu looked at the Heavenly Dao list again, but he saw a familiar name. 16th in the list of divine weapons, Sun Long Lance. Current holder, Yi Qiu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Dragon's Blood Herb. Might Sun Long Gun even made the list. Yi Qiu was overjoyed. He really didn't expect that his Sun Long Gun could also make it onto the list, and it was even ranked 16th. Just then, a golden light shot from the Heavenly Dao list and fell into Yi Qiu's hands. It was certainly a dragon's blood herb. Yi Qiu had also heard of the dragon's blood grass, which was said to be made from the blood of a true dragon. Containing a hint of dragon's essence blood, it can give you a hint of the power of a divine dragon after taking it. It was absolutely a supreme treasure for body refiners. With this dragon's blood grass, one's strength and cultivation would definitely be able to rise to another level. Outside the Ask Square, inside the carriage. Morong Xingqiao and Liu, who were originally talking, were interrupted by the commotion and exclamations outside. The two of them stepped out of the carriage and looked up, only to be surprised to find that the Heavenly Dao Ranking had even announced a new list. And Morong Xingqiao also caught a glimpse of that 17th place information, and his eyes immediately widened. With a surprised face, he looked at Liu. Why is the Wolf King's knife in your hand? Could it be that you beheaded the Wolf King? Yes. Liu smiled bashfully and nodded. Liu also didn't expect that the Heavenly Dao list even had a divine soldier list. So it looks like the big things you've done are going to be completely hidden. But he didn't care, it was good anyway, both to get certain lies exposed. It would also increase the prestige and reputation of the Green Cloud Sect, which would also help with the next disciple recruitment. So seeing the appearance of this divine soldier list, he was more than pleased in his heart. Then the Underworld Demon Clan. Well, it's me too. Liu still had a bland face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. Shocker. Morong Xing Xiao's jaw dropped as she looked at Li Yu. Even forgetting to breathe, all that was left in his mind was shock. How could she not expect that the one who helped the Great Xia dynasty eradicate the underworld demon sect and repel the Wolf King clan's army? The mysterious Highlander who saved countless people of Mazhou and eased the crisis of the Daxia dynasty, the great hero of the Daxia dynasty. Surprisingly, it was Li Yu. This is unbelievable. She knew that Li Yu was strong though. However, it had never occurred to him that Li Yu would be the mysterious superior who had killed the Wolf King and eradicated the underworld demon sect. After all, who would have thought that a 17-year-old young man could have such terrifying strength? It's totally upside down and beyond perception. Right at this moment, the Divine Soldier ranking unexpectedly appeared once again with Li Yu's name. Divine Armor ranking number 15, Cicada Wing Sword. Original holder, Viper. Current holder, Li Yu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Gold Spirit Leaf. It's Li Yu again. Li Yu is on the list again. Countless people were once again in an uproar. Viper's sword is even in Li Yu's hands? Who's Viper? The top assassin of my Daxia dynasty. No one has ever seen him because those who have seen him are all dead, but the name of Viper is a ferocious one, an existence that has caused many people to lose their nerve. This Viper's sword is actually in Li Yu's hands. Could it be that Viper was killed by Li Yu? It's really possible. Are the top killers of the Great Xia dynasty this week? Weak my ass, that's an existence that makes even Yuaning realm cultivators tremble with fear. Li Yu can kill a Yuaning realm powerhouse. It's too perverted. This cicada wing sword wouldn't be another one given to Li Yu by the Five Elements sect's old ancestor, would it? Li Yu wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the Five Elements sect ancestor, would he? Divine Armor ranking number 13, Huge K Heavy Sword. Current holder, Yanji Jinjin. Origin, Five Elements sect. The giant K Heavy Sword is actually only ranked 13th. Realist Yu Hua was a bit surprised. It seems like quite a few hidden divine weapons are going to appear on this list. Elder Tai Mo was also quite surprised. In fact, in their hearts, this giant K Heavy Sword should have been able to be ranked in the top 10, but they didn't expect it to be ranked only 13th. After all, they actually had a rough speculation in their minds about the top 10 divine weapons of the Great Xia dynasty. However, at this moment, it seemed that this time, the Divine Soldier ranking was not that simple. It seems like it's still uncertain whether my 3 clear swords will be ranked first. Realist Yu Hua secretly said in his heart. Divine Armor ranking 12, Red Copper Hammer. Formerly known as Great Demon Shibuatan. Current holder, Li Yu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Earth Sacred Fruit. Wow. When this 12th place list was announced, countless people were once again shocked and clamored. It's Li Yu again. My god, Li Yu has appeared on the list for the 3rd time. Great Demon Sherbautian, that's a great demon that once plagued Xingzhou for many years. The strength is so strong that even the great sects have extreme headaches. Later it was rumored to have been beheaded by a mysterious person. This matter was also a sensation at the time, but no one has ever known who beheaded it. I didn't expect it to be Li Yu. This is too unbelievable. In that case, could it be that the Wolf King was also beheaded by Li Yu? This is unbelievable. I feel like my head's a little short. This is just about the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard. Could it be that the mysterious tall man that has been rumored to be Li Yu? In that case, could it be that the Five Elements sect is lying? Countless people's hearts began to change. Even though their perceptions made them a little incredulous for a moment. However, Wolf King Dabin's battle sword, Top Killer Viper's cicada wing sword, and Great Demon Sherbation's red copper hammer were all in Li Yu's hands. That's more than enough to say. They can't believe it if they don't. Chapter 59 Lies Exposed. The expressions on the faces of the crowd in the questioning square grew more and more brilliant as they saw Li Yu once again ascend the Divine Soldier ranking. Seeing that Great Demon Stonebreaker's red copper hammer in Li Yu's hands, they were shaken beyond words in their hearts. Especially when it was associated with Yi Chio's words just now. It made them feel as if a possibility beyond imagination was about to become a reality. Sherbautian was beheaded by Li Yu? Elder Songshan and Elder Qingxian looked at each other with shocked expressions. Spinning around, he looked at Yi Chio, who had a confident smile on his face. Could it be that what Yi Chio said was true? But they had all seen the terrifying crack there on Stone Demon Mountain. It was a terrifying crack that had been cleaved out by someone's sword. The cracks in the camp with the Wolf King's clan were clearly the work of the same person. If it was some sort of coincidence that the tiger blade was in Liu's hands, that the red copper hammer was also in Liu's hand seemed to have said it all. The gazes of the crowd all converged on Elder Jinyang, and Sumu also frowned and looked at Elder Jinyang, hoping that he would give a statement. But at this moment, where was Elder Jinyang still good enough to open his mouth? The whole person seemed to have eaten a fly. His expression was as ugly as it could be. The old face was red, and the heart was even more weak. He really couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, couldn't wait to just explode in place and go up in smoke, and didn't want to face this aggressive gaze from the crowd. Now he really hated the bad idea his sect master had come up with, making up lies about what old ancestor was a mysterious higher power. This time the lie is afraid to really be punctured. The 5 elements of the door this time is considered to be a stolen chicken, completely to be discredited by the world of people disdain. How could it be Liu? Elder Jin Yang's heart was simply screaming. How could they have thought that the mysterious tall man would be Liu? If it was really some hidden mysterious master, even if it was exposed, no one would recognize it, and it would be good for them to try to tell a lie. But this is kind of a total cooler. Realist Jin Yang, give an explanation. Elder Sanshan asked as he looked at realist Jin Yang with a contemptuous gaze. For this kind of shameless impostor of other people's merits and honors for the benefit of his own sect, naturally, he despised it. This kind of behavior is to be scorned by the whole world. He really didn't expect this 5 elements sect to really be this bad. Yes, we should all know that the person who beheaded the great demon Shirbaudian is the same person as the one who beheaded the Wolf King, and both this Wolf King and Shirbushan's magic treasures are in Liu's hands. What's going on here? Could it be that your old ancestor gave it to Liu? Elder Qing Xian asked with a cold smile. Previously, it was rumored that the old ancestor of the 5 elements sect was the mysterious Highlander who made the 5 elements sect famous and prosperous, and the scenery was unrivaled. Today it is even more important to be the protagonist of this recruitment meeting. But I didn't expect that this 5 elements sect was really lying. This time he wanted to see how the 5 elements sect would end up. Yes, your old ancestor wouldn't be Liu's master, would he? Could it be that the Green Cloud Sect is a newly created sect by your old ancestor? Could it be that your old ancestor didn't just accept only Zhu Xiaotian as a disciple, but also a Liu? But this is a bit biased of him. How come all the magic treasures were given to Liu? That's right, isn't it true that even the entire belongings of the underworld demon sect have been given to Liu? People from other sects also snapped. All the lines they could think of that Jin Yangjinren might want to weasel out of, they said them for him, leaving him speechless for a moment. After all, this kind of unethical behavior of the 5 elements sect was indeed infuriating and disgraceful. Seniors, my Qinyun sect leader is a supreme master from the divine heaven sacred land, not the 5 elements sect ancestor. Yi Qiu said with an arch. Divine sky holy land? The crowd raised their eyebrows, their eyes showing surprise. This divine heaven sacred land was one of the 7 great sacred lands, an absolute behemoth, the topmost sect power of the human race, and a place where the top geniuses and powerhouses of this world were gathered. Even if all the clans of their great Xia dynasty were added together, it would not be as good as 1/10 of the other person's holy land. I didn't realize that the sect leader of the Qingyan sect came from the divine heaven sacred ground, so it was no wonder that he was able to teach a demonic genius like Liu. More so, Yi Qiu made a breakthrough in strength in a short period of time. But even so, this Liu was inevitably a bit too strong. Senior Golden Yang, was the Wolf King really not beheaded by your sect's ancestor? Sumu frowned and looked at Senior Golden Yang. He felt as if he had been cheated of his feelings and was upset. Little doll, isn't it obvious that the 5 elements sect is lying? It's better for you to stay away from this kind of unethical sect. That's right, such behavior is disgraceful to the world. Yeah, why don't we reconsider? Our Taivault Taoist sect is also a good choice. Gentlemen, don't put words in our mouths, we've been tricked as well. That guy claiming to be our 5 elements sect's oldest ancestor might be a fraud. Elder Jin Yang stammered. He was really getting close to rounding up the fact that it was so obvious. What can be done now is to hurry up and dump the pot, or else his sect is afraid of being completely discredited. Even your own sect's ancestor can't recognize the truth. Your 5 elements sect is confused as hell. I'm afraid I've been swept away by profit. Or is it just that there's no real attempt to recognize the real from the fake? I think it's you guys doing it on purpose. You can't tell the difference between a liar and an old ancestor. Your sect is really making people laugh. When my old ancestor disappeared back then, the sect leader was still just a teenager. Where can he remember so clearly? It's normal to recognize the wrong person. At that time, the sect leader was probably also too happy and didn't think much about it. Who knew that we were also deceived by that guy who impersonated our old ancestor? Jin Yangjinjin was still trying his best to defend himself. So you guys are still victims? Yes, he claimed that he was severely injured from overthrowing the underworld demon sect, and our clan has taken out quite a few heaven and earth spirit medicines to heal the old ancestors' injuries. The Jin Yang realist continued to fabricate lies. It had come to this, he could only try to salvage the sect's reputation, or else the Five Elements sect would really be spurned by the world, I'm afraid. Alright, stop making excuses. If your Five Elements sect's strength was half as strong as its lying ability, I'm afraid it would have long since become the #1 sect in my great Xia dynasty. That's right, if it wasn't for this Heavenly Dao list exposing the truth today, I'm afraid that the people of the world would still have to be deceived by you all the time, treating your substandard old ancestor as a hero. Yes, in such a comparison Liu is the real great hero, silently killing Sherbatian, killing Wolf King Daban, eradicating the scourge from my Daxia dynasty, whisking his clothes away after the incident, never telling or showing off to anyone, never wanting the world to be thankful to him. On the contrary, it is your Five Elements sect, all do not go to investigate that the so-called old ancestor is true or false, on the publicity, afraid that the world does not know as if. Really a comparison of high judgment immediately. Compared to Liu, your Five Elements sect is really unworthy of bearing the name of this hero. That's right, in vain, those of us who believe that your Five Elements sect was a righteous sect really didn't expect that your Five Elements sect was really so bottomless. The surrounding people were also filled with righteous indignation, and they were verbally attacking and venting their dissatisfaction. Many of them had come here today because of the Five Elements sect, and they all regarded the Five Elements sect as the heroes of the great Xia dynasty. But they didn't expect that this Five Elements sect would really let them down too much, even using lies to deceive their feelings. How could they not be angry? Chapter 60. How can someone like you be worthy of being the head of a sect? So the mysterious tall man is Liu. Sumu shook inwardly with a complex expression. The great hero that he had always worshipped and been grateful for was actually that Liu who was #1 in the subterranean dragon ranking and physique ranking. That Liu who had just defeated Ji Qinglan of the Western Liang dynasty not long ago. The great benefactor of their desert state was just in front of him and he didn't realize it, he really shouldn't have. But then again, this Liu is the real hero. Doing so much for the state of desert and not leaving a name for it. At this time, Sumu was truly moved beyond measure, and Liu's image instantly became incomparably great and tall in his mind. Senior Jin Yang, since the Wolf King was not killed by your Five Elements sect's old ancestor, then I will not consider your sect. Sumu said in a deep voice. Spinning around, he walked towards Yi Qiu. Brother Yi, is your sect willing to accept me? Of course, Senior Brother Su, welcome to our Chingyun sect. Yi Qiu laughed cheerfully and patted Sumu's shoulder. Seeing that Sumu had chosen the Qingyun sect, the elders of the various major sects were really all kinds of envious and jealous. Today, this Qingyun sect, I'm afraid that it's going to be the real protagonist of the recruitment meeting. First, Liu won Ji Qinglan in a betting match, allowing Ji Qinglan to worship the Green Cloud Sect. Now that this Sumu has joined the Qingyun sect again, today the Qingyun sect has gained two supreme geniuses at once. Count Yi Qiu and Liu again. This Qingyun sect now had 4 supreme geniuses, and they were still the best of the geniuses. Let's not talk about the demonic to the point of having surpassed imagination, Liu. The 3 of them alone, Yi Qiu, Ji Qinglan, and Sumu, even if they were put into the various Holy Lands, they could still rank as heavenly prides. Their major sects would be happy to have even one of them. Moreover, Liu himself had been rewarded with various immortal magic elixirs from the Heavenly Dao list. Now that this Sumu had brought his own immortal technique to join the sect, Ji Qinglan had similarly brought her own immortal technique to join the Qingyun sect. This Qingyun sect possessed 3 immortal laws at once, directly bagging the top 3 rewards on the physique ranking. This simply made all the major sects envious to the point of redness. Moreover, this time, the Divine Warrior ranking has exposed Liu as the mysterious mastermind, and he will surely be famous once again. The reputation of the Green Cloud Sect would also instantly overwhelm the major sects. These younger generations present today were afraid that they would all run away to the Green Cloud Sect. Just as the major sects thought, countless teenagers at the scene who had originally planned to worship the Five Elements sect had changed their attention and were ready to join the Qingyun sect. Even some of the teenagers who had planned to try their luck in other sects were somewhat moved. It seems that although the Qingyun sect is small, it has unlimited potential. If I can worship in the Qingyun sect, I might even be able to rub off on the immortal laws to cultivate Yes, now that the Green Cloud Sect has just developed, if we worship under the sect now, that would be the first echelon of the sect, and in the future, we will surely become the core backbone of the sect, and will surely be given the sect's key training. Aha, I'm also planning on worshipping the Green Cloud Sect. In the future, the Green Cloud Sect will definitely rise strongly. Liu is the great hero who saved my desert prefecture. It is only natural for my desert prefecture men to join the Qingyan sect to repay their benefactor. That's right, I'll do it even if I go to the Green Cloud Sect to sweep the floor. Me too, I must join the Green Cloud Sect. Countless teenagers said with an excited expression. Many of them, who had originally worshipped that mysterious tall man immensely, now knew that this mysterious tall man was Liu, and naturally chose to follow him. In the sky above 5 Spirit Peak, seeing what was announced on the Divine Soldier list, Yanji Realist was overjoyed while shocked inside. He himself had just been unsure how to incriminate himself and prove that he had really lied. I didn't expect the Heavenly Dao list to directly expose the truly mysterious powerhouse. Although he wasn't sure if that Liu was a true mysterious powerhouse, he definitely had nothing to do with the Qingyan sect. So he hastily said, Elder Senior, as you can see, Wolf King Dabin's tiger spirit sword is in the hands of Qingyan sect's Liu, and that red copper hammer is also in his hands. All of us in the Great Xia dynasty know that the one who beheaded Sherbautian, killed Wolf King the Barbarian, and overthrew the underworld demon sect were all the work of the same person. This matter really has nothing to do with our sect, it's because I was confused and made up a lie. If you want to take revenge, go find the Green Cloud Sect. This matter is definitely the work of the Green Cloud Sect. Hearing the words of the Yanji Realist, Violet Dragon Dharma King frowned. He also looked at the other two lists, Liu, the number 1 in the potential dragon list, and Liu, the number 1 in the physique list. This Liu is just a 17-year-old brat, so obviously he couldn't be the real murderer. But as that 5 Elements sect leader had said, even if it wasn't this Liu, it certainly had nothing to do with the Qingyan sect. Where is the Green Cloud Sect? Violet Dragon Dharma King asked in a cold voice. In Qingzhou, near Luoshui town, on Qingzhou mountain. Yanji Jinren hurriedly replied back, he really couldn't wait to send this killing god away immediately. Humph, for someone like you to deserve to be the head of a sect, it's really a laughing stock. The Violet Dragon Dharma King looked at that Yanji Realist with a contemptuous gaze. As a person of the devil's way, he was extremely displeased with everything this extreme Dao Realist said and did. Not to mention this Purple Dragon Dharma King. At this moment, those 5 Elements sect disciples below heard their sect leader's words. In their hearts, they all looked down on Yanji Realist and felt ashamed. They never thought their palm was so bad. It's okay to fabricate lies to impersonate Liu and deceive the world's feelings. Now that they see their enemies coming to their door, they rush to dump the pot on that real hero, Liu. He even hated to directly lead the way for that person of the devil's path. This kind of behavior is simply no different from that of a traitor, shameless, and really devoid of any sense of propriety, morality, temperament, and bottom line. Even quite a few disciples could no longer hold back their spitting. They felt that as a righteous sect, even if they died in battle, they shouldn't be so devoid of temperament. Greedy for life, afraid of death, and meticulously living, what face will there be in the future to call oneself a person of the righteous path? Humph, self-appointed as a righteous sect, how dare you some things that are shameless and without any bottom line? People like you don't deserve to live. Before the Violet Dragon Dharma King's words fell, he suddenly slapped his palm out. The terrifying mana converged into a huge palm print, like a side of the dome of the sky, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth. It instantly enveloped the Yanji Realist and the group of elders beside him. The people's faces changed greatly and they wanted to dodge, but they were locked by that Purple Dragon Dharma King's aura, and the space around them seemed to be frozen, making them unable to move. One could only offer up defensive magic treasures and block the attacks of the Violet Dragon Dharma King with his mana. But this Purple Dragon Dharma King was too powerful, and this palm was even more of his complete strike. Therefore, the power of this palm directly slapped that Yanji Realist and several elders to death on the spot. After killing the Yanji Realist and the others, the Violet Dragon Dharma King rode that auger dragon up into the air and flew towards Qingzhou. However, at this time, several more rankings had already been announced on the Divine Warrior ranking one after another. Divine Soldier ranking number 10, Water Cold Sword. Current holder, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Zhu family. Reward, Heaven and Earth Elixir Dao Luck Fruit. 9th place, Xuanjiu War Halberd. Current holder, Lakai Xuanjiu. Origin, Lakai Demon House. Reward, Heavenly Rank Divine Power Heavenly Scale Halberd Technique, Heaven and Earth Elixir Kirin Flower. Divine Soldier ranking number 8, Lingshu Sword. Current holder, Vaulting Front. Origin, Tai Dome Taoist Sect. Reward, Celestial Rank Divine Ability 2E Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Elixir Dao Luck Fruit. Chapter 61 Liu, the True Hero. Sovereign's Lingshu sword is surprisingly only ranked 8th. Surprisingly, it's not in the top 5. Countless disciples of the Great Vault Taoist sect burst into an uproar. Their patriarch's sword is a famous sword of the Great Xia dynasty. Surprisingly, it only came in 8th. The vaulting front realist was also frowning. How could he not have expected that his Lingshu sword would only be ranked in 8th place? The gold content of the Divine Warrior list is a bit high this time. Another great demon's divine weapon has made the list, it's even in the top 10. Hey, you guys look at that 13th place, the 5 Elements Sect Master is dead. On the Divine Soldier ranking, as the 9th place information was announced. The name of that 13th ranked holder of the giant K heavy sword Yinjizhenwen turned gray. The word deceased even appears after his name. Seeing this change, countless people who were watching the list showed surprise in their eyes. Especially those people from the 5 Elements sect who were in the questioning square. Palm, how did the Palm sect die? What happened? Jin Yangzhen's face changed drastically. With a horrified face, he looked at the 2 big words on the Heavenly Dao list that were like a bolt from the blue: deceased. What happened? Elder Sangshan, Elder Qingxian, and other people from various major sects were also filled with astonishment as they glanced at each other. This 5 Elements sect's Yenji real person Goodend how suddenly died. 5 Elements sect, this is what happened. Are you being punished for lying? The crowd was inwardly surprised and curious. Shenlok, you take the crowd and continue to stay here to recruit disciples. I'll go back to the sect. Realizer Jin Yang felt that something big must have happened. Why else would the master suddenly die? My water-cold sword is only ranked 10th? Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled, a heart like an ice cave. From memory, his own water-cold sword was ranked 7th. Not only did the rankings not improve in this life, it was even directly ranked 10th, a full 3 places back. Though the blows he'd suffered today had left him on the verge of numbness. However, Zhu Xiaotian was still very unwilling inwardly. If he was ranked in the top 10, he would be able to obtain an additional heaven-ranked divine ability. Unfortunately, the situation in this life is getting worse and worse, and all of his plans and expectations have all come to naught. What's worse is that the mysterious tall man turned out to be Liu. Now that this Heavenly Dao list had brought everything to light, both his own and his family's reputation were going to suffer a huge blow. This time it really is a case of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. At this moment, looking at the contemptuous gazes of the people around him looking over, he knew that he had really become a joke to countless people this time. Zhu Xiaotian pulled the curtains on the car, not wanting to look at that divine soldier list, not to mention not wanting to see the gazes of those people. Go back to the Prime Minister's residence, Zhu Xiaotian said in a low voice. He bowed his head as if he had lost his soul. Driving. The driver quickly drove the wagon and continued on his way. The Divine Warrior list continues to be updated with new rankings. Divine Soldier ranking number 7, Heavenly Water Sword. Formerly held by Shan Ruoshui. Current holder, Liu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, Celestial Rank Technique, the Art of Goodness and Water, Heaven and Earth Elixir Sea Soul Grass. It's Liu again, my god, Liu is even on the list again and again and again. Isn't this Heavenly Water Sword the Heavenly Water Pavilion sect sacrifice? How did it get into Liu's hands? Yes, wasn't the Sky Water Pavilion overthrown by the demon child? I heard rumors that Shan Ruoshui sacrificed his own essence blood in Yuanshan to the sword, and inspired the Tianshui sword's tremendous power to try to kill the demon child, but it didn't work, and the Tianshui sword was devoured by the demon child. In that case, the demon child was killed by Liu, and that's why the Heavenly Water Sword fell into Liu's hands. It's possible, the devil child suddenly disappeared after overthrowing the Heavenly Water Pavilion. It seems that he has already been killed by Liu. My goodness, this Liu is simply the guardian god of my Grand Xia dynasty. When Sherbatian was messing up the party, he beheaded Sherbatian. When the devil child came out to overthrow the Heavenly Water Pavilion, he beheaded the devil child. When the underworld devil clan colluded with the Wolf King clan to mess up the desert state, he beheaded the Wolf King and eradicated the underworld devil clan. Without him, I really don't dare to imagine what the current Grand Xia dynasty would have become. This is a true hero, he has done so much for our great Xia dynasty and surprisingly no one knew about it before this. Yes, if it wasn't for this Heavenly Dao list being exposed, it's estimated that to this day we wouldn't know that it's Liu who's been silently guarding our great Xia dynasty and guarding the people of this world. That's right, it feels like Liu is burdening the entire world, just him alone. A young man of only 17 years old. His young shoulders are carrying a burden that shouldn't be borne at this age. And what are those so-called righteous sects doing who enjoy the heavy offerings of the Daxia dynasty and the respect and sustenance of the people of the world? Each and every one of them is full of benevolence and morality, but they are full of worldly interests, hooking up, competing for resources, and looking toward how to benefit their own sex, and how to usurpingly use merits. Suddenly in tears, this Liu is so powerful yet he never shows off. He has done so much for the hundreds of millions of people in our Daxia dynasty yet he has never left his name behind, silently giving without asking for rewards. Instead some hypocritical sects and villains impersonate his credits. It really makes people feel angry on his behalf. At this moment, countless people's hearts were moved, and their eyes were even moist. At this point, the Divine Warrior ranking no longer seemed to be a ranking of divine warriors. Instead, it's a list of heroic deeds. Every single one of those lists seemed to speak of Liu's achievements for the Daxia dynasty and for the people of this world. Chivalry is for the country and the people, and Liu perfectly illustrates this saying. He is a hero, a well-deserved hero, a great hero who should be honored by all the world. At this moment, everyone looked at Liu's name and stood in awe. Humph, how did the Five Elements sect have the nerve to say that it was their old ancestor who beheaded the Wolf King and eradicated the underworld demon sect? How shameless. A righteous sect, but to do such a dirty thing, it's really disgusting. I think that Yenji real person will be punished by heaven sooner or later. Look guys, the Five Elements sect leader is dead. Really good death, this kind of shameless person doesn't deserve to be the head of a sect, damn it. Humph, it seems that retribution is come. It can't be that the Heavenly Dao list is also angry and directly bestowed him to death. It's possible. Outside the questioning square, inside the carriage, Morong Xingxiao looked at the latest list that had appeared, his heart shaking once again. You got rid of the demon child too. Morong Xingxiao felt goosebumps rising all over her body. This list of lists appeared, and a once sensational event was presented to her. It turned out that the one who had been guarding the Daxia dynasty was actually Liu. The one who pulled the Daxia dynasty back from the brink of crisis time and time again was the man in front of him. Yeah. Liu guffawed, still looking like he was on cloud 9. It was as if the incident was completely worthless. Just how much have you done for my Daxia dynasty? Morong Xingxiao's heart was truly touched. If it weren't for Liu, I'm afraid that today's Daxia dynasty would have long been in a state of turmoil and mourning. It may not even exist anymore. The Great Demon, the Demon Child, the Wolf King clan, and the Underworld Demon Sect, these guys that threatened the safety and security of the Great Xia dynasty. They were all gotten rid of by Liu, and it was Liu who achieved the stability and peace that the Daxia dynasty now enjoys. He's the one who deserves to be the great hero of the Daxia dynasty. Yet until then, no one knew it was he who did it all. Even she herself even regarded the Five Elements sect and the Zhu family as heroes for a time. Morong Xingxiao was initially skeptical of Zhu Xiaotian's words though. But then there were rumors about the Five Elements sect, plus they took out the Wolf King de Barbarian's head as proof. Made her believe it too. If it wasn't for this Heavenly Dao list, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that the real hero was Liu. It was the absolute heavenly pride that constantly brought her surprises and shocked people over and over again. However, Liu has done so much for the Daxia dynasty and for the people of the world. But never flaunted it, never even mentioned it to himself. What kind of chivalry, what kind of broad-mindedness? That's what makes a man of honor, that's what makes a deserving hero. Thinking of this, Morong Xingxiao's gaze became even hotter, and there seemed to be a hint of admiration and tenderness in that gaze. Looking at him, Liu was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he knew that Morong Xingxiao was a daughter's body, or else he estimated that he was afraid that he would not be able to sit down at this moment. Chapter 62, Master Li, please accept our respect. Within the Jade Clear Dao sect, after realist Yuhua saw that the Heavenly Dao list showed that realist Yenji had died, he quickly sent someone to the Five Elements sect to check out the situation. This Yenji realist couldn't be realizing that his lies have been uncovered, feeling that his face has been lost, and that he's ashamed to kill himself. Elder Taiwu snorted. Don't say it, it's really possible. If I were to tell such a big lie and be recognized, I would have no words to live in this world. Another elder said. If you ask me, he deserved it, so profit-driven that he was able to do something so immoral. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be the head of a sect, much less to call himself a righteous sect. What a disgrace to our righteous sect. A few elders were talking. As they were talking, they also saw the newly appeared seventh divine soldier. The Heavenly Water Sword is actually in Liu's hands as well. A look of surprise once again appeared in the eyes of realist Yuhua. Even though this Liu had been on the list several times in a row, realist Yuhua did not expect that the heavenly water sword would be in Liu's hands as well. In that case, the devil child was also decimated by the Green Cloud Sect. No wonder he suddenly disappeared. This Qingyan sect has really done a lot for our great Xia dynasty. After today, the Green Cloud Sect will certainly become famous and unstoppable, and with the strong heritage accumulated by the underworld demon sect, it is estimated that it won't take long for their sect to follow up and become the first echelon of my Grand Xia. Well, this is also a fortunate thing for my Daxia dynasty. To have such a powerful sect rise, my Daxia righteous sect will prosper more and more, the evil demons will surely retreat, my Daxia dynasty will be clear again. Yes, if we didn't have the Qingyan sect to help our great Xia dynasty eradicate the underworld demon sect and get rid of the demon child, I'm afraid that all of us from the righteous sects would have suffered. Tai Wu, later on, when the divine soldier ranking is over. Go with me to pay a visit to the Qingyan sect. Realist Yu Hua said. He knew very well that the Qingyan sect was a true righteous sect with a heart for the world, and shared the same aspirations as their Jade Clear Taoist sect. They naturally want to make good relations with them, help each other in the future, hand in hand to jointly guard the peace of the Daxia dynasty. On the questioning square, the shock within the hearts of Elder Tsongshan and Elder Qingxian was beyond words. The devil child was really beheaded by Liu as well. What this Yiqiu said is true. Liu is the well-deserved hero of my Daxia dynasty. We all owe Liu our lives. All the major sects knew in their hearts that if Liu hadn't made a timely move to decapitate the demonic child, then I'm afraid that all the major sects will be massacred by the demon children. The tragedy of the Tianshui Pavilion was still fresh in their minds. The fear that the demon child brought to them sends chills down their spines even now when they think about it. Now that they were sure that the demon child had really been beheaded, their hearts were completely solid. Yiqiu, where is Taoist Liu? Elder Tsongshan asked. Yes, why haven't we seen Taoist Li? We must thank him in person. Elder Qingxian also said. That's right, we all owe Taoist Li a thank you. The elders of the other sects also responded. They were grateful to Liu from the bottom of their hearts, and even felt a little guilty. It could be said that without Liu, right now their major sects were still being pressured by the devil sect and the major demons. However, they had previously questioned that Yiqiu was lying and were unwilling to believe that Liu was that mysterious higher power. Yet it is they who have a smaller pattern and a shorter view. On the contrary, Liu had silently done so much for the Daxia dynasty, but had never claimed credit from anyone. Compared to Liu, they were truly ashamed of themselves. Senior brother just went to talk with the crown prince, he should be by the questioning square. Yiqiu said. Alright, we'll go and thank Taoist Li in person. Elder Tsongshan proposed. The crowd seconded the motion, and then a large group of people walked towards the outside of the square, where the crown prince was located. At the same time, new names appeared on the Divine Soldier ranking. Divine Soldier ranking number 6, Heavenly Sword. Current holder, Morong Tsong. Origin, Emperor of the Daxia dynasty. Reward, Heavenly Rank Divine Power, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Elixir 3 Souls Grass. 3 Soul Grass, great, Father is saved. Seeing the reward from the Heavenly Dao ranking, Morong Xingxiao was thrilled. Morong Sung 10 years ago got a strange disease, the body is getting weaker and weaker, the spirit of depression, searching for the world's famous doctors also no one can diagnose in the end what is the disease. One must know that Morong Song was also a Yuaning realm cultivator, and with his cultivation and strength, it was almost impossible to get sick. It was not until last year, when I was fortunate enough to invite an elder from the Qingshu Holy Land who specializes in medicine, that I was able to determine that Morong Song had been poisoned by an extremely bizarre ghost spell. This poison is hard to detect and will slowly corrode the soul until the poisoner's spirit is broken. If Morong Song wasn't also a Yuaning realm powerhouse, coupled with a powerful soul and strong will, otherwise I'm afraid that he would have already died. But unfortunately, although Morong Song was diagnosed with the poison of the ghost curse, the master had no way to get rid of the poison for Morong Song. However, he said that the 3 Souls Grass had a very good effect on suppressing and removing the poison of this ghost spell. It is not certain that it can be cured, but it can certainly provide good treatment and relief. Nay, the 3 Souls Grass is extremely rare, and it is a treasure that can be encountered but not sought. For the past year, the Great Summer Dynasty had searched everywhere and had not obtained these 3 Soul Grasses. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Dao list had rewarded his father with a 3 Souls Grass. If every month in the future the Heavenly Dao ranking would reward a 3 Souls Grass, then even if the father's poison couldn't be completely removed, he should be able to live for many more years. Li Yu looked at Morong Xingqiao with some surprise, the emperor prince or whatever in the drama. Not all of them are looking forward to their old man's early death. I want to be able to take the throne and become the emperor this morning. It seems that this Morong Xingqiao is fundamentally uninterested in power in his bones. Since she doesn't want to be an emperor, why don't we just lure her into the Green Cloud Sect as a disciple? Now that they had Yi Qiu and Ji Qinglan, if they recruited Morong Xingqiao into the Qingyan sect as well. That's 3 out of 10 spots completed on their own. Just as Li Yu was ruminating, there was a commotion there in the square. Following that, I only heard the close guards not far away shouting, "Stop, what are you doing? We would like to pay our respects to Taoist Li Yu, is he here?" Someone asked. Li Yu and Morong Xingqiao heard the sound outside and curiously stepped out of the car. However, he saw a large group of people in great numbers, coming from within the square. A glance at the fear is full of 10,000 people, really like a tide of people. The visual impact alone will let people shocked. Standing at the front of the crowd were the elders of the major sects, as well as Yi Qiu and Su Mu. Seeing Li Yu step out of the carriage, the pairs of hot gazes of the crowd converged on Li Yu in unison. Following that, we only saw Elder Sangshan step forward, clasped his hands and cried out in a loud voice, "Taoist Li, please accept our obeisance." After one word, he bowed and made a bow, and the 10,000 people behind him responded in unison, likewise bowing and making a bow, and crying out in unison, "Taoist Master Li, please accept our obeisance." 10,000 people spoke with one voice, the cry that came from the bottom of their hearts and their true feelings. As if gathered into an incomparably solemn sound force, echoing between this heaven and earth, so that those who heard it were all moved and shocked. Even that Morong Xingqiao, who had long been used to being bowed to by the crowd, was shocked by the scene before him. As for Li Yu, he even had goosebumps. Whether in his previous life or in this life, he had never seen such a scene. Chapter 63 Blood Spirit Demon Emperor. Morong Xingqiao looked at Li Yu and inwardly felt proud and honored for him. Li Yu was worthy of a bow from the crowd, as well as the bowing of everyone in the world. So she bowed to Li Yu as well. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding close guards even directly kneeled down on one knee and bowed to Li Yu in unison. "Elder Nya, do I still have a chance to defeat this Li Yu?" On the square in the distance, Ji Qinglan was also quite shaken inwardly as she listened to the sound that echoed between heaven and earth and watched the scene of 10,000 people bowing down. Although he was born in an imperial family, it was common for him to be worshipped by 10,000 people. But those people were just saluting out of status, as if they were meeting someone to say hello. Instead, it was as if these people were devout believers bowing together to the gods of their hearts. The words that condensed the sincere emotions in his heart, that abject voice, seemed to be able to induce the momentum of this heaven and earth, condensing a crowd of feelings that made people stand in awe. When he thought about Yi Qiu's conversation with the crowd just now, he was shocked beyond words. He originally thought that Li Yu was just strong, but he didn't realize that he had done so many earth-shattering things. Compared to him, he himself was simply unworthy of being number 1 on the Western Liang dynasty's potential dragon ranking. Well, there's still a chance. Your natural talent isn't worse than he had to be, but you have to cultivate harder before you can do that. Elder Nya said in a serious tone. But though he said that with his mouth, he was thinking something else entirely. This Li Yu, not to mention Ji Qinglan, even his own self back then couldn't compare to him. He had heard of that demon child's name back in the day. Although he guessed that the demon child had been sealed for countless years and his strength was greatly reduced. But this Li Yu, a 17-year-old kid, was able to decapitate a demon child and overthrow a clan. This kind of strength is definitely a pervert among demons. He has lived for thousands of years and is a lifer. It could be said that the difference between Ji Qinglan and Li Yu is not a billion points. But in order not to unduly undermine Ji Qinglan's confidence, he could only lie. Well, sort of a good lie. Really? Elder Nye's words made Ji Qinglan feel slightly better inside. A hot blood slowly surged to his heart as he looked at Li Yu in the distance, who was being bowed to by the crowd, and his heart ignited with fighting spirit. I must work hard, and in the future, I will make defeating him my only goal in life. Ji Qinglan's heart said. At the same time, the information about the 5th place in the Divine Warrior ranking was released on the Heavenly Dao list. Divine Soldier ranking number 5, Blood Spirit Sword. Current holder, Blood Spirit Demon Emperor. Origin, Blood Devil's Cave. Reward, lower grade Immortal Arc Blood Shadow Demon Technique, Heaven and Earth Elixir Blood Bodhi. Blood Spirit Demon Emperor? Another great demon, it's even ranked 5th. My god, this 5th place actually rewards an immortal rank spell. The name of this great demon sounds powerful at first glance. But it seems that I haven't heard of this blood spirit demon emperor before. Yeah, I've never heard of the blood demon cave either. It's possible that it's a great demon that was sealed in the ancient times, which has just come out of the world. In a time when demons are rampant, it's not surprising that a new great demon has come out. The crowd murmured, although they were surprised in their hearts when they saw this blood spirit demon emperor. But there was no panic. Because they already have a backbone in their hearts to rely on. That would be Li Yu. As for Li Yu at this moment, the corner of his mouth also hooked up a smile when he looked at that blood spirit demon emperor's name. Well, here comes another experience ATM. Li Yusen said. Within the Jade Clear Taoist sect, realist Yuhua was also filled with confusion when he saw that blood spirit demon emperor's name. That on the list of the Liqing Si Xuanjiao they know, that is now the strongest great demon of the Great Xia dynasty. Inhabiting the largest lake in Yunzhou, the Leech Sea, it is very difficult to deal with. It was even stronger than Shirbushin's strength, hidden in the Liqing Sea, and it was not easy to eradicate it. A few days ago, Yuhua personally went to the real person, were not able to get rid of it, but also angered it to set off a monstrous wave, almost let the people suffer again. However, the Qingshu sacred ground in the Dao state of Huaxia had already promised to send someone forward to subdue that great demon in the near future. But I didn't expect the Liqing Si Xuanjiao hadn't been eliminated yet, and then a blood spirit demon emperor of the blood demon cave appeared, and they hadn't heard of it at all, so it felt like another huge hidden danger. It's probably a great demon that just came out. Elder Tai Mo said. Looking at the direction that the Heavenly Dao reward flew off, and it seems to be within Qingzhou again. This Qingzhou is really full of demons. We'll pay a visit to the Green Cloud Sect later, and in the meantime, we'll investigate this blood spirit demon emperor within the borders of Qingzhou. However, at this moment, in the land bordering Qingzhou and Yunzhou, in a hidden underground abyssal cave. The plasma tumbled within the huge pool of blood, and hideous ghostly figures struggled in the plasma, letting out ghostly cries and wolf-like sounds. Scarlet blood awnings and the smell of blood filled the entire cavern, making this place look like the 9 hells of purgatory. On top of that blood pool, a man with a demonic face was suspended in the void, his figure sometimes illusory, sometimes solid, extremely bizarre. He was that blood spirit demon emperor, who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. If he hadn't gotten help from that male, he would still be floating in that chaos, not knowing the passing of the years. Just then, 2 golden lights flew in through the stone wall. One directly merged into his brow and one fell into his palm. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, and a smile appeared on his face, except that it looked a bit sinister on his face. Divine Soldier List, very good, the Immortal Art Blood Shadow Demon Technique, and the Heaven and Earth Spirit Medicine Blood Linden, it's really heaven helping me. The blood spirit demon emperor was overjoyed. Although he hadn't known about the Divine Soldier List coming out earlier, he did know about the Heavenly Dao List. Moreover, when he had just fused that blood shadow demon technique, he was instantly informed that it was a reward from the Heavenly Dao Ranking Divine Warrior Ranking. He had just stepped into the cave void realm, and his cultivation was still unstable, so with this blood bodhi he would be able to completely stabilize his cultivation. More so, it was able to lay a very good foundation for the future refinement of cultivation. Moreover, with this blood bodhi one could also allow one's mana to undergo a metamorphosis and go to another level. Not only that, that immortal technique blood shadow demon technique was as if it had been customized for him. It simply gave him wings and multiplied his strength. Now that everything is ready, all that's missing is a powerful enough cauldron. The blood spirit demon emperor secretly said. And a name came to his mind: the human body. Just then, a hunched figure walked in and bowed. Congratulations to His Majesty, the Blood Spirit, for receiving the Heavenly Dao reward. Can you inquire about the location of the Green Cloud Sect? The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor asked with an indifferent voice. Found it. It's in the territory of Qingzhou, on Qingzhou Mountain next to Luoshui town. The hunched figure said. Very well. A sardonic smile surfaced at the corner of the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's mouth. His current physical body was a cohesive illusion of blood plasma, not a true physical body. Although this state did not affect his great strength. However, he knew deep down that with his blood spirit state, he would not be able to step into the transition realm. That's why he needed a cauldron to take over his body and make a true resurrection. Of course, it's never easy to find the right cauldron. Those special physiques such as Dao body, spirit body, sword body, etc., had suppressive and revolting effects on his blood spirit, and were not suitable for him to take over. Instead, that most common human body was his best bet. But too common a human body for him to look at. Luckily, the 3000 physique list that appeared not too long ago allowed him to uncover an excellent cauldron Li Yu. That surpassed the innate sword body and the great diffusion Dao body, coming in first place. It was even rewarded with additional rewards by the Heavenly Dao, and was evaluated by the Heavenly Dao as a powerful human body that was comparable to a god. For him, it was a heavenly cauldron. If one's own blood spirit were to fuse with this Li Yu's fleshly body, it could definitely be combined to become the strongest living being in this world. Go, follow me on a trip to the Green Cloud Sect. The blood spirit demon emperor stood up, his blood chi surging and surging. Chapter 64, Now I'm Comfortable. Within the Jade Clear Taoist sect, just as realist Yuhua was talking about that blood spirit demon emperor with the elders, the fourth place in the Divine Soldier ranking was also announced. Divine Soldier ranking number 4, Sanqing Sword. Current holder, Yuhua Xinjin. Origin, Yuqing Dao Sect. Reward, the lower grade immortal art 7 styles of heaven slaughtering, and the fruit of enlightenment, an elixir of heaven and earth. Fourth. Realist Yuhua was a bit surprised. Although he knew that his 3 clear swords might not be ranked first, he didn't expect to even make it into the top 3. Surprisingly, it only came in 4th place. And who would be the top 3? The Yuhua realist was curious in his heart. But although the ranking was slightly disappointing to him, the rewards of the Heavenly Dao ranking made him really happy. Immortal arts, they finally have immortal arts in the Jade Clear Dao sect. And that fruit of enlightenment could also increase one's comprehension of the Dao, as well as one's cultivation level. With the rewards of this Heavenly Dao ranking, one's cultivation and strength would be able to go further again. Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations, Sovereign! The crowd clasped their fists in congratulations. Although they were also quite surprised by this 4th place, it was obvious that after experiencing the physique ranking in front of them, the crowd's minds were sharpened. Without the Heavenly Dao list, they would never know how many incredible things there were in this world. 3rd place is out. The crowd's gazes converged on the Heavenly Dao ranking once again. 3rd in the list of divine weapons, reverse scale sword. Current holder, Ji Chang Lun. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, the lower grade immortal art skyjacking sword technique, the spiritual medicine of heaven and earth silver dragon lotus. Ji Qinglan is on the list again. Wait a minute, how? Is his origin? Yu Huazhenren's eyes showed surprise. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Ji Qinglan's origin, the Qingyun sect. How did this Ji Qinglan become a member of the Green Cloud sect? You guys look at that physique ranking, Ji Qinglan's origin has changed as well. The elders were also filled with surprise. At this point in time, Ji Qinglan's origin on that physique list had also changed to the Qingyun sect. This Ji Qinglan has worshipped the Green Cloud sect? The crowd looked at each other with astonishment. They didn't know about Ji Qinglan and Li Yu's betting match, which was why they were so surprised at this moment. However, Yuhua Real soon figured it out. I am afraid that this Li Yu has repeated the same trick again. This kid. Hearing realist Yuhua's words, the elders also drifted off and laughed. They had all heard about what happened last time when Li Yu set up the major sects. So all of them also guessed that Ji Qinglan had challenged Li Yu and was set up by him. This Li Yu has truly brought shame to our great Xia dynasty. Yeah, Ji Qinglan has become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. This physique list looks much more comfortable. This divine soldier ranking is really getting more and more interesting today. At this moment, countless people from the Grand Xia dynasty who had also not seen Li Yu and Ji Qinglan dueling were also incredibly surprised when they saw the list. However, the matter of Ji Qinglan coming to challenge the great Xia dynasty was a household name and known to all because of his ascension to the physique ranking. So at this moment, seeing that Ji Qinglan's origin had turned out to be the Qingyun sect, the crowd was also filled with confusion at first, but soon figured it out. Li Yu was victorious. And it was likely to be a complete victory, even causing Ji Qinglan to suffer an unprecedented blow to her body and mind. It made him ashamed of himself, made his confidence collapse, made him bow down to Li Yu, and he might even worship him on the spot. This Qingyun sect is awesome, it's even taken the Ji Qinglan under its wing. This time the 3000 physique list looks much smoother. Worthy of being on the Heavenly Dao list, hidden in the heavens, this Ji Qinglan was able to make it onto the physique list. It seems that the Heavenly Dao knew that he would become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. This is interesting. The royal son of the Shiliang dynasty, the number 1 heavenly pride on the subterranean dragon ranking, has become a disciple of my great Xia dynasty clan. Interesting. Countless Jianghu people were excitedly discussing. They felt that the amount of information in the divine soldier list this time was just too explosive. This exposure is enough for them to talk about for a year and a half after tea. Divine Armor Ranking Number 2, Demon Killing Sword. Original holder, Molan. Current holder, Liu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, lower grade immortal technique, heavenly demon killing immortal technique, heaven and earth spiritual medicine spirit blood Ganoderma. The moment the second place in this divine warrior ranking was announced, the Jade Clear Dao Sect, the Tai Vault Dao Sect, the Star Dipper Sect, and the other major righteous sect leaders couldn't help but be shocked. Demon killing sword? This Demon Lin has actually forged the demon slaying sword. Realist Yu Hua was surprised in his heart. If it was according to what Yu Xiaotian had said, Demon Lin lacked the spiritual body of gold and would not be able to forge this demon slaying sword. It seems that the information Yu Xiaotian gave was not accurate. I didn't expect that Demon Lin had still forged the demon killing sword. It's fortunate that this underworld demon sect has been overthrown, or else it really would have been a lot of trouble in the future. But, in that case, when the underworld demon sect was overthrown, Demon Lin had already forged the demon slaying sword, and despite that it was still overthrown, how strong is this Qingyan sect leader in the end? Yeah, with demonic Lin's cultivation, if he really forged the demon slaying sword, I guess it's impossible to chop him up without a cave void realm cultivation. Elder Taiwu, follow me and set off now. Realist Yuhua said. He couldn't wait to pay his respects to the sect leader of the Qingyan sect and see what kind of a god he was. It was at this moment that the information of being ranked number 1 finally appeared on the Heavenly Dao Ranking. The first place in the list of divine weapons, a mediocre sword. Current holder, Liu. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, top grade immortal art heart sword art, heaven and earth elixir pan dragon flower. Bonus, confidentiality. Sure enough, Liu is number 1 again. Everyone was no longer at all surprised by the result. After all, Liu had already taken up almost a third of the seats on this divine soldier ranking. This first one would only be strange to them if it wasn't Liu. But once again, this top-ranked divine weapon confused the crowd. The number 1 ranking on the divine warrior list was surprisingly a mediocre sword. In that case, what are those divine weapons at the back of the line? A piece of junk? Ha, worthy of being Liu's sword, the name is always so personalized. Once again, the Heavenly Dao list tells us that the stranger the name, the stronger the strength. It seems that Liu didn't just train his ordinary physique into the strongest physique, he also trained a mediocre sword into a supreme divine weapon. Awesome. The Heavenly Dao list has once again dropped an extra reward for Liu, eh? What is this secrecy? The extra reward this time is actually kept secret? This is too appetizing. That's right, what exactly was the reward? Why the secrecy? Since it's kept secret, it must be a very heaven-defying treasure. It's probably the kind that's enough to start a war with that kind of overwhelming treasure. Well, it's possible, but what kind of treasure is it? I'm so curious to know. Seeing that word secrecy on the Heavenly Dao list, countless people were simply curious inside. However, in this world, apart from Liu, there was no second person who knew what that extra reward actually was. On the questioning square, Murong Xingxiao, Yi Qiu, Elder Sangshan, and a group of people who had just come over to pay their respects to Liu. The eyes retracted from the Heavenly Dao list and converged on Liu once again. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity, and some people even held their faces red, so close to asking outright what that extra reward actually was. But everyone was very sensible, since the Heavenly Dao hadn't even made that extra reward public, they naturally couldn't ask more questions. 3 golden lights flew from that Heavenly Dao list, 2 of which did not enter Liu's body, while the other one landed in Liu's hand and turned into a pan-dragon flower, which was put into the system space by Liu. Chapter 65 Li Qingyun's Name. Inside the Green Cloud Gate, hundreds of craftsmen were sweating under the hot sun, busy building the Taoist temple. Just then, a dragon roar came from the sky, frightening the artisans and causing their faces to change drastically as they looked to the sky. A scaly dragon was seen already appearing in the sky above, and on top of the dragon head stood a person, none other than the purple dragon Dharma King of the underworld sect. Liu, get out and die. The violet dragon Dharma King's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky, and the sound waves even contained fluctuations of mana. Directly frightened, the mortal artisans were paralyzed and unable to move. Who is making trouble here? Accompanied by a stern shout, Unconstant was the one who flew out. However, upon seeing the visitor, Uncanny's face also changed slightly as he said in surprise, Violet Dragon Dharma King. Impermanence, why are you here? The venerable purple dragon was also filled with surprise. I followed sect leader Chang Yun now. Impermanence said. Violet Dragon Dharma King's face turned cold as he angrily rebuked, Wallflower, you should have accompanied my senior brother to the funeral. Violet Dragon Dharma King, the Green Cloud Sect isn't that simple, I advise you to go back, or else you might have to follow in the footsteps of Demon Lin. Impermanence said in a cold voice. Humph, then I'd like to see which immortals are hiding in this little Taoist temple? The Violet Dragon Dharma King let out a cold laugh, and the auger dragon under his feet let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Venerable Purple Dragon, long time no see. A cloudy laughter rang out, but it was Li Qingyun who stepped out from within the Taoist temple's main hall, and with a single step, he had arrived in mid-air. The moment he saw Li Qingyun, the Violet Dragon Dharma King's face changed and his brows abruptly furrowed. It's you. The auger dragon under his feet was even more frightened, its voice ended abruptly, and its figure withered. Haven't seen you for many years, Violet Dragon Dharma King has already stepped into the cave void realm. Yo, this little loach has grown quite a bit as well. Li Qingyun said with a smile as he looked at the scaly dragon. However, his smile fell in the eyes of that purple electricity Jiao Long, but it was like a carnal smile. Violet Dragon Dharma King was secretly shocked in his heart, he didn't expect that this Qingyun sect was really not simple. It was no wonder that Devil Lin was killed, and it turned out to be Li Qingyun's doing. However, back then, Li Qingyun's cultivation was abolished, and he was also shocked by his enemies to break the meridians of his entire body, becoming an invalid. I didn't expect that I would be able to retrain and come back. It's true that a genius is a genius, even if he is knocked into the abyss he can still get back to the top. But the Violet Dragon Dharma King wasn't afraid either, although the Li Qingyun of that year was very strong and even slightly better than him. But after 100 years, he wasted 100 years retraining. While his own cultivation level had managed to step into the cave void realm through 100 years, killing him was easy. Humph, cut the crap, you killed my senior brother, let's settle the old grudge and the new one together today. You can. But you wait first. Li Qingyun said with a bashful face, then he looked to the south and beckoned, sword come. In the southern part of the Chinese Dao state, within the Qingshu Holy Land, tens of thousands of disciples gazed at the divine armament list in the sky together, anticipating the moment when the void god sword of their Holy Land's Holy Lord, the true Lord of Tai Ching, would ascend to the top of the divine armament list. The Clear Void Sacred Land was located within the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty, one of the three great immortal imperial dynasties in the Dao state of Huaxia. The entire Huaxia Daozhou was vast, but it was divided into the northern and southern regions with the Black Mist Mountain Range as the boundary. The Daxia dynasty and Xiliang dynasty were located in the northern region, while the Tianyun dynasty was located in the southern region. The southern region was prosperous in Taoist fortune, rich in resources, and rich in spiritual qi, and it was the birthplace of cultivation in the Taoist state of China. As the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty, which was one of the three top imperial dynasties in the southern domain, its strength was not comparable to any other country in the northern domain. Its land area, almost equivalent to the entire northern region, but also has a lot of inheritance, tens of thousands of years of family and great clans. So the Heavenly Fortune Dynasty's Divine Soldier list has a very high gold content. The total ranking will be enough to have 100, of which the top 23 on the list are immortal weapons. However, it was well known that the strongest divine weapon in the entire Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty, and even in the entire Chinese Dao state, was their Holy Lord's Void God Sword. Although he didn't know exactly what grade this sword was, it was at least a divine weapon at the level of a Dao weapon, not something those immortal weapons could compare to. There was absolutely no sword in the entire Huaxia Dao state that could be compared to its Clank Peak. It's time to announce the second place winner, soon to be the first. Countless disciples were inwardly expectant, staring at the Divine Soldier ranking with unblinking eyes. Divine Soldier ranking number 2, Void God Sword. Current holder, Tai Ching Jinren. Origin, Clear Void Sanctuary. Wow! The entire Qingshu Sacred Land, the various mountain peaks were in an uproar as countless disciples looked at the second place of that Divine Soldier ranking in disbelief. The Holy Lord's Void God Sword is actually only ranked second. How is this possible? It should be number 1. The disciples of the Clear Void Holy Land had faces of unwillingness and incomparable disappointment. Of course, the equally unwilling ones were True Man Tai Ching and a group of elders from the Clear Void Holy Land. At this moment, the Tai Ching Jinren stood with his arms folded in front of the door of the Great Hall of Clear Void, his brows locked in silence. This result surprised him as well, but he wanted to see what kind of divine weapon this first place was and who its owner was. Soon, the golden light on the Divine Warrior ranking flourished, and the information of the first place slowly coalesced. The people of the Clear Void Holy Land frowned as they looked. Divine Soldier ranking number 1, Dragon Sword. Current holder, Li Qingyun. Reward, top grade immortal art 9 seals of destruction, heaven and earth elixir vermilion bird grass. Wow. The moment this first place was announced, the entire Qingshu Holy Land directly exploded, and the cries of astonishment were like shocking waves that echoed over the Qingshu Holy Land. The first place is actually the Dragon Chopper Sword. How could it be that sword even made the list? Damn it, what is this? What makes that sword in first place? Countless disciples of the Qingshu sacred ground roared with dissatisfaction, and their angry gazes converged on the huge stone engraved with the 4 golden words Qingshu sacred ground on the hill behind the main peak. That boulder was rumored to be an immortal stone that had fallen from the 9 heavens, and was so hard that even an immortal weapon would have a hard time carving a mark on it. The 4 big words Qingshu sacred ground on the top were carved by Nyayangan, the sword immortal, a good friend of the founding ancestor of Qingshu sacred ground, for Qingshu sacred ground. Even after tens of thousands of years, there was still not a single mottled trace left on that huge stone, and its hardness could be imagined. Yet now there was a sword sticking out of that boulder. That was the Dragon Chopper Sword, which was number 1 on the Divine Warrior list. This sword was a disgrace and a threat to the Clear Void Holy Land. Back then, that man, for the sake of that demoness, 1 man and 1 sword killed into the Qingshu Holy Land, and 1 man fought a fierce battle against the entire crowd of the Qingshu Holy Land. He killed more than a dozen harmonized God Realm elders from the Qingshu Holy Land, and he even heavily injured true man Tai Ching. If it wasn't for the divine heavenly host arriving in time, he was afraid that the Qingshu sacred land would have been overthrown by him alone. But before he left, he inserted the dragon sword into the immortal stone, above the word Qing in the Qingshu Holy Land. And he put down the bold words that when he drew this sword, it would be the day when the Qingshu Holy Land would be destroyed. These words were like the shadow of death back then, and they had always loomed over the hearts of the people of the Clear Void Holy Land. That sword was even more like a thorn in their hearts. Although they later learned that Li Qingyun had become an invalid and his life and death were uncertain, it put their minds at ease. However, that sword had been like a pillar of shame, and every time they were shown it, they felt a burning pain in their faces. Nay, in the past 100 years, the Qingshu Holy Land had tried all sorts of ways to pull out that dragon-slaying sword, but all of them had failed. However, who would have thought that the Heavenly Dao Divine Armament list would descend, and that this dragon-slashing sword would even make it onto the Divine Armament list, and that it would be number 1. This is simply ripping open their wounds again and publicly executing them. Chapter 66 Danger in the Qing Dynasty Sect. This Li Qingyun is still alive. Seeing Li Qingyun's name on the Divine Soldier ranking, true man Tai Ching's mood grew heavier and heavier. Thinking of that catastrophe back then, some uneasiness rose up within Ta Qingzhenren. But right at this moment, a sword roar resounded from that immortal stone with a buzzing sound, as if the entire void was trembling. Also trembling along with them were true man Tai Ching, as well as countless disciples of the Qingshu sacred ground. Above the immortal stone, the dragon-beheading sword was as if it had awakened, its sword aura blossomed, its body trembled, and it emitted a burst of sword sounds, and then with a buzzing sound, it flew out from that immortal stone, and under a flash, it instantly disappeared in place, just like an instantaneous movement, disappearing out of thin air. This, Tai Qingzhenren's eyes showed horror. The dragon-slaying sword awakened and Qingyun Li returned. At the same time, 2 golden lights flew out from that Heavenly Dao list and flew straight to the north. Quiet. The entire Clear Void Holy Land seemed to be quiet for a moment, and everyone was as quiet as a chill. The younger ones hadn't experienced the havoc of that year though. However, they had also heard various versions of the legend, and they all knew about the harsh words that Li Qingyun had put down back then, and they were suddenly a little intimidated in their hearts. Sacred Lord, with this dragon-slaying sword flying away, it's kind of removing a piece of our heartache. An elder opened his mouth to persuade. Yes, and this Li Qingyun's cultivation has been abolished and his meridians have been destroyed. Even if he recultivates, he will no longer be able to become a climacteric, so we don't need to worry too much. That's right, now that 100 years have passed, our clan's strength has advanced even further. None of us are weaker than Li Qingyun back then in terms of cultivation, and the patriarch has even stepped into the transition realm. Even Li Qingyun at his peak back then is by no means a match for you anymore. Several other elders also chimed in. After all, they absolutely could not be swayed from their Dao by those threatening words of Li Qingyun back then. Well, it's not that I'm afraid of Li Qingyun, it's just that I suddenly thought of something from back then. It's just mediocrity. Well, the Divine Soldier ranking has already been announced and finished, so let's disperse. Yes. The crowd arched their hands, and then dispersed, and true man Tai Ching returned to the Great Hall. However, the Grand Elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground Wan Daozhenren, upon returning to Taiyue Peak, immediately called for his own personal disciples. The Ling Tian mysterious realm is about to open. A few of you get ready and go to the northern domain to inform the members of the Huaxia Dao State Clan Alliance to get ready. And by the way, check and see if you can poke around to find out about Li Qingyun's news. In the mid-air of the Qingyun sect, Li Qingyun sounded out a sword to come, and as soon as the words fell, a long sword with a flow of green light came as if it had traveled through time and space. It instantly appeared in his hand, followed by a sword roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying sense of suppression and threat swept over him, frightening the augur underneath the feet of the venerable purple dragon as it retreated back and forth, its entire body trembling. Just then, two golden lights followed. One disappeared into Li Qingyun's brow, and one fell into his hand, transforming into a fiery red, flame-like spirit grass. Yo, it's actually a Heavenly Dao Ranking reward from the Heavenly Fortune Dynasty. Vermilion bird grass, uncommon. This vermilion bird grass is useful to you, I'm giving it to you. Qin Yunli let out a smile and directly gave the vermilion bird grass in his hand to impermanence. Vermilion bird grass was similar to dragon's blood grass, a heaven and earth elixir nurtured by the blood of the vermilion bird, containing a trace of the power of the vermilion bird's bloodline, which belonged to the fire attribute divine power. There is great help for impermanence. Thank you, sect leader. Uncanny bowed gratefully. Sect leader, do you need me to go to Nanan City now and bring the young lord back? Wu Chang asked. He knew very well that Li Qingyun's cultivation had not fully recovered and might not be a match for this purple dragon Dharma King of the Cave Void Realm. But Li Yu definitely can. And with his flying speed, it wouldn't take him more than a tea break to fly to Nanan City. No need, the two of us are enough to deal with him. There's no need for my son to make a move. Li Qingyun smiled indifferently and immediately pinched his hand. With a nod of his head, the changeless quickly transformed into a stream of light and merged into Li Qingyun, whose aura instantly climbed. Humph, a merged body is only a mid-stage cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. Li Qingyun, suffer death. After the rewards for the first place in the Divine Warrior ranking were all distributed, the light of the Heavenly Dao ranking dimmed a few points. The strange energy fluctuations between heaven and earth also dissipated, the reward items on the list were hidden, and everything returned to calm. However, the hearts of countless people were unable to calm down, still immersed in the shock brought about by the divine soldier list. Of course, what shook them was not the divine weapons that were on the list, but rather Li Yu. For a time, everyone in the streets and alleys of the entire Daxia dynasty was talking about Li Yu's name. And in the questioning square, after the divine soldier ranking fell, the 100th sect recruitment meeting officially began. In the entire square, apart from the Jade Clear Dao Sect, Tai Vault Dao Sect, Star Dipper Sect, and a few other big sects, there were some young boys and girls gathered in front of their recruitment platforms. The recruiting tables of the remaining small sects were simply deserted, and the recruiting table of the Five Elements sect was even more deserted. On the contrary, the Qingyun sect's recruitment platform there was overcrowded. Thank you all for your love for my Qingyun sect, but there are simply too many people. We will only be doing preliminary registration enrollment today, and then we will conduct a qualification audit to determine the final candidates for initiation. Li Yu stood on the stage and said aloud. The crowd naturally had no objections. After all, any sect had requirements for qualifications. It was impossible to take in everyone. Right at this moment, a man wearing the Dao robes of a disciple of the Five Elements sect flew over from the distance. But instead of flying to the Five Elements sect's recruitment platform, he took the lead and arrived at the Qingyun sect's recruitment platform there. Li Yu is in bad shape. That Five Elements sect disciple exclaimed before he even landed on the ground. His words instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Li Yu also looked over in surprise. The purple dragon Dharma King of the Underworld sect has come to seek revenge on you. He killed our sect leader and has now traveled to your Qingyun sect. The man continued to shout. He had originally come to inform Elder Jinyang, but on his way, he met up with Elder Jinyang. Elder Jinyang felt that he should inform Li Yu of this news, so he asked him to do so. Luckily, the Five Elements sect wasn't particularly far from Nanan City, so he felt that this news should be fairly timely. This Five Elements sect disciple's words instantly caused an uproar. The Underworld cult? Purple Dragon Dharma King? Li Yu's brows furrowed. By the name he then guessed roughly what was going on. Pop said that Demon Lin came from the Underworld sect, so it's not unusual for the Underworld sect to come to avenge Demon Lin. But the other party should not have known that he had killed Demon Lin at first. So first he went to settle the score with the Five Elements sect, and then the Divine Soldier list exposed the truth. But that being said, this Five Elements sect master also deserved what he got. Got it. Although Liu did not know why this person from the Five Elements sect had a guilty conscience and had specially come to inform himself of this news. But it was clear that his own sect was now in danger. Purple Dragon Dharma King dared to come to seek revenge. Naturally, his cultivation far exceeded that of Demon Lin, and he was afraid that he was at least at the Cave Void Realm cultivation. I'm afraid that Uncanny is no match for it. And Pops is still in seclusion. I don't know how well his cultivation and strength has recovered. Can he beat that Purple Dragon Dharma King? Yicho, Ji Qinglan, Sumu, I'll leave this place to you three first. I'll go back to the sect first. Liu said as he jumped off the high platform. Senior brother, ride my spirit beast back. Yicho said. Your spirit beasts fly too slowly. Liu walked forward and shouted, everyone stay away from me. Hearing Liu's words, the crowd dispersed in all directions in surprise, making a huge open space for Liu. At the same time, only a boom was heard, and the entire stone floor of the questioning square collapsed downwards, and Liu's figure directly disappeared into thin air. The sonic boom turned into an airwave that directly toppled the surrounding crowd to the ground. Chapter 67. What does that mean? To the west of Beijing Prefecture and between it and Qing Prefecture is Liang Prefecture. At this moment, in the middle of the 10,000 meters of altitude in the territory of Liangzhou, a huge, human-faced eagle was flying towards the west. This was a great sculpture-type demon that had cultivated its Tao, and at this moment, that great sculpture was still grasping a spiritual grass that was emitting a golden halo in its claws. When I refine this blazing sungrass, my cultivation will be able to break through. One day, I will be like that divine bird rock, rocking up to 90,000 miles, breaking out of these 9 clouds, achieving the absolute great eagle immortal. I've thought of a name, it's called True Eagle Immortal. That big eagle heart said. However, it didn't realize that a human figure suddenly appeared underneath its massive body. And then head down, feet on its belly. Boom! That big eagle only felt a heavenly rotation and howling wind. When the surroundings were quiet again, it was shocked to realize that it had actually come to the 9th heaven. The big eagle was full of questions, not knowing what was happening. He was originally flying well, how was he sent directly to the 9th cloud by a strong force? Could it be that one's heart was overheard by the heavenly way? Holding a blade of grass. How is it that there's not even any air beyond this cloud 9? It flailed its wings in horror, but found that it could not control its body at all. Floating in the void like that, pulled by a strange force, it glided around the earth below. This big eagle couldn't have imagined it. Breaking out of the 9th cloud doesn't necessarily turn you into a big eagle immortal, it could also turn you into a satellite. In the sky above Mount Qingqiu, the sound of intense mana collisions was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The ripples of energy were like shocking waves that raged through the air and swept away the clouds in the sky. Within a radius of more than 10 miles can be heard that huge sound. Countless birds and beasts are scared and prostrate on the ground, do not dare to move. The people of the surrounding townships were also bloodless and terrified. Boom! The huge handprint condensed by the mana collapsed away, and Li Qingyun's figure retreated sharply, his face whitening a few more points. Humph, your cultivation really hasn't fully recovered yet, you're no longer a match for me now, even if there's an impermanence fused with you. The Violet Dragon Dharma King said with a cold smile. Although Qing Yunli had the powerful might of the dragon-slaying sword, as well as Uncommon's Xian Fire Edition, he was barely able to parry a few of his own moves. But his strength was not even 70 or 80% of what it once was, and he no longer had the demeanor he had back then. You should be thankful for that, otherwise you would have gone to the netherworld to bounce around with your senior brother by now. Li Qingyun said with a smile. Although in his heart, he was lamenting that his strength was truly not as good as it was back then, and that he was somewhat unable to defeat this purple dragon Dharma King. But he wasn't afraid, the big deal was that he had once again become a wasted man, and with a forbidden move, he forced back this purple dragon Dharma King. A little more ruthlessness to hitch up Uncanny as well should be able to take this purple dragon Dharma King away in one wave. Humph, I really don't know how you managed to overthrow the underworld demon sect with this amount of strength. The Violet Dragon Dharma King snorted coldly and clenched his hands. The huge rune condensed by mana was like a huge sword that directly broke through the air and chopped. Li Qingyun frowned tightly as the power of heaven and earth gathered around him, and his sword intent condensed a golden sword shadow to meet the attack along with the dragon-cutting sword. Almost at the same time, a flying sword lingering with 3-colored metaphysical light shot out, growing against the wind and instantly transforming into a few feet of sword. It chopped on top of that huge rune. Boom boom. Under the combined force of the two divine weapons, the huge rune collapsed with a loud bang, and the two flying swords were also vibrated back. The violet dragon Dharma King's eyes showed a huff as he turned his head to look at the two silhouettes flying from the side. These two were none other than the Jade Clear Taoist sect's realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu. Your Excellency is the famous violet dragon Venerable King. Yuhua Zhenren's voice came before his arrival. Who are you? Don't mind your own business if you don't want to die. Violet Dragon Dharma King said in a cold voice. I am Jade Clear Tao Sect Patriarch Yuhua Makoto. Realist Yuhua flew closer and said with a slight arch of his hand. At this time, he was actually very unsettled inside. He had never expected that the head of this Qingyun sect would be the famous holy son of the divine heaven's sacred land back then, Li Qingyun. He had also witnessed Li Qingyun back then, so he recognized him. However, the moment he saw Li Qingyun, many of the doubts in realist Yuhua's heart were instantly solved. Li Qingyun did have the strength to overthrow the underworld demon sect, even though it was rumored that he had been abolished from his cultivation back then, and was even reduced to an invalid. But for a true supreme genius, as long as he wasn't killed, anything was possible. Humph, get out as far as you can, mind your own business, this Dharma King will destroy even your Jade Clear Tao sect. Violet Dragon Dharma King angrily rebuked. Other than the few great holy places, the rest of the sects he really didn't care about. Rampant, you really think you are invincible? My great Xia dynasty is not a place where you are allowed to be wild. Taiwu Zhenlin snapped, his aura not in the least bit weak. Although his cultivation was far inferior to this purple dragon Dharma King. But inwardly there was no cowardice, and he valued his dignity more than his life. Better to die than to have your dignity trampled on. So if a person does not fear death, there is nothing more to fear. Violet Dragon Dharma King, if you insist on making a move, even if we fight for our lives today, we will make sure that you have no return. Yuhua realist Sora was in full swing. Although his cultivation at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm was not as good as this purple dragon Dharma King, he did not lose out at all in terms of his aura. That stern gaze and firm will could not be shaken. Although he had also heard about what happened to Qing Yunli back then, it was a grudge between him and the Clear Void Holy Land. Nowadays, Li Qingyun was a member of the righteous sect of the Daxia dynasty, not to mention the fact that this Qingyun sect had paid so much for the Daxia dynasty. Therefore, if this violet dragon Dharma King really wanted to make a move against the Qingyun sect, then they, the Jade Clear Taoist sect, could definitely not stand by and watch. He. Hearing the words of realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu, Venerable Lord Violet Dragon, however, laughed. He was, after all, a top powerhouse of the Cave Void realm, and the gap between his realm and that of realist Yuhua and the rest of them was not small. So to him, it was as if an adult saw a child being mean to him. Naturally he would not be afraid, but instead felt amused. Since that's the case, then the two of you will give this Li Qingyun a burial. A cold aura flashed in the eyes of the violet dragon Dharma King. The terrifying pressure of the cavernous void realm instantly poured out, like a large invisible hand, stirring the entire void, constantly squeezing Li Qingyun, realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu. Spinning around, he slapped out a palm. The huge palm condensed by that mana contained the shadows of the four elephants of the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu at the same time, roaring together as they covered and pressed. Li Qingyun, Yuhua Jing'an and Taiwu Jing'an's faces were cold and grim as surging mana poured out, simultaneously meeting the attack head-on with their strongest techniques. Boom boom boom. As the mana collided and space shook, Li Qingyun, realist Yuhua, and realist Taiwu were directly sent flying, their faces were all pale, and the corner of realist Taiwu's mouth even oozed a trace of blood sacrifice. Cave realm of the old monster full force attack really horrible as a guy. But right at this moment, a silhouette was like a meteor, smashing down from the sky, so fast that his entire body's Taoist robe caught on fire. And then with a loud bang, it smashed into that Qingqiu mountain. Waves of air rolled and smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, a figure was seen patting out the flames on his body with his hands. This visitor was no other than Li Yu. Looks like I came back just in time. Li Yu glanced at Li Qingyun in midair and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw that he was still alive. Phew, it's fortunate that you kid came back just in time, or else your father and I would have to retrain again. Li Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. His words, however, caused realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu to drop their glasses and look at Li Yu and Li Qingyun dumbfounded. What did this Li Qingyun's words mean? Chapter 68 Demon Emperor, Times Have Changed. Yes, when I heard that the purple dragon Dharma King was coming to take revenge on me, I rushed back from Nan'an City in a hurry, so I couldn't let people wait in a hurry. Li Yu said while patting the fire on his body. Li Qingyun looked at the fire on Li Yu's body that hadn't been completely extinguished and nodded. Well, father can see that. It really is on fire. Alright, leave the rest to me. Liu slapped out the last of the fire, his Taoist robe already in tatters. But despite this, it still couldn't hide his extraordinary temperament. Okay, a little control, don't break the storage treasures on him as well. This purple dragon Dharma King must have quite a few belongings on him. Li Qingyun said casually as he flew towards Liu. Don't worry, father, I have my measure. Liu drew the long sword behind him and said in a cloudy voice. The conversation between Li Qingyun and Liu really made realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu's jaws drop. You wouldn't believe it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Li Qingyun had actually asked Liu to deal with that purple dragon Dharma King of the Cave Void Realm. And just like that, in front of people, they are already thinking about raiding the household goods on them. This father-son duo is outrageous. At this time, the purple dragon Dharma King was also burning with rage, and the demonic chi in his body poured out, like purple dark clouds covering the entire sky. In that purple cloud there was even a huge dragon churning, a white tiger roaring, a vermilion bird spreading its wings, and a Xuanwu stepping into the sky. The terrifying pressure was as if the dome of heaven had collapsed down and pressed people out of breath. It was the Yuhua realist and the Taiwu realist who were also frightened, their chi shriveled down. They knew that this violet dragon Dharma King was really angry. This kind of exhaustive whole-body mana strike, it is the two of them are afraid that they will not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, Liu was still full of clouds, looking at the purple clouds churning in the sky, as if he was leisurely watching the clouds roll in and out of the sky. Right at this moment, two illusory silhouettes, like ghosts, materialized in the middle of a mountain peak next to Mount Qingqiu. One man with an evil face and one man with a hunched body were none other than the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor and his servant. Cave Void Realm? The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's brows furrowed as his gaze looked toward the violet dragon Dharma King in midair. I didn't expect that there would be other Cave Void Realm powerhouses appearing here. Although he did not know for what purpose that purple-robed person had come to this Qingyan sect, it was obvious that the visitor was not good. You're the Purple Dragon King, aren't you? Devil Lin was killed by me, but you will also be killed by me. Pointing his sword at the purple dragon Dharma King, Liu said with a smile. A hairy child who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Violet dragon Dharma King's voice was like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. The purple clouds in the sky condensed into a giant hand in the sky, and that green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu transformed into a huge four-elephant totem. Little Liu, suffer death. Accompanied by the sound of the purple dragon Dharma King's roar, that giant hand in the sky wrapped around the four elephant totems and slapped down. Before that palm even fell, the terrifying pressure had already caused the trees below to fall and the ground to shake. Realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu's faces changed greatly, their hearts trembling with fear. This strike was too terrifying, and it was feared to be enough to level the entire Qingqiu mountain. Not far away, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's face also changed drastically. You old undead, hit so hard, don't ing break my stove tripod ah? With a cry of alarm, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor was about to step in to help Liu block that purple dragon Dharma King's strike. Just heard a brush sound, as if there was a sword shadow crossing in the void. All was silent, and space seemed to freeze. The huge palm of purple clouds that looked like the sky was directly chopped out of a center parting. It collapsed in the next second. And the look of anger on the face of the venerable king of the purple dragon was replaced by horror. Opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out, and his body directly cracked. Open. It's gone. Silence. As if they were petrified, realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu stared dumbfounded at what was in front of them, even forgetting to breathe. However, even more shocked was the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor who had already raised his hand in preparation to strike. Witnessing that purple dragon Dharma King of the Cave Void Realm, he was seconded by Liu with a single stroke of his sword. The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor almost dropped his jaw in shock as a bone-chilling chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Covered in plasma dripping all over the place. Even though he had seen great storms and waves in his previous life, the mighty ones called the wind and rain, moved mountains and seas, scattered beams and destroyed the sky and the earth. But it still wasn't as impactful as the scene in front of me. Are young people so reckless nowadays? The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor felt like his three views were collapsing. What the hell happened when he was sealed for tens of thousands of years? A 17-year-old brat was able to kill an old monster of the Cave Void Realm with a sword. Nima, times have changed. Watching the cracked body of the violet dragon Dharma King fall from the air, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Without saying a word, he directly dug headfirst into the ground and fled playfully. Elder Kuei, go back and hurry to pack our bags, let's leave the great Xia dynasty quickly. Slap. Liu caught the purple dragon Dharma King's storage bag and casually threw it to Li Qingyun. Father, is the scaly dragon meat delicious? Liu's gaze went back to the purple electricity Jiao Long that was shivering in mid-air. Dragon meat is delicious, but the meat of the purple electricity Jiao dragon is not, it's hard and firewood. Li Qingyun said, then quickly refined the purple dragon Dharma King's storage magic treasure, and immediately his eyes showed a surprised color. This venerable king of the purple dragon really does have quite a lot of belongings. Then keep it as a mount. Before Liu's words left his mouth, he stomped his feet. The body had already arrived in mid-air and landed steadily on the head of that purple electricity Jiaolong. The purple electricity auger dragon was like a scared bird, so scared that it nearly fell headfirst directly from mid-air. It was still young today, and its strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even the purple dragon Dharma King of the Cave Void realm had been killed by Liu with a single sword strike, so how could it, a not yet adult purple electricity Jiao dragon, not be afraid? Are you willing to be my mount? Liu patted the purple electricity Jiao dragon's immense head. Willing. The purple electricity auger dragon spat out human words, its voice trembling. The spiritual intelligence of this powerful demonic beast was already comparable to that of a human. It was even normal for some to cultivate the law of transformation and be able to take on human form and spit out human words. Well, very well, it just so happens that my sect has just recruited a large number of disciples, so work hard and help me bring them all back. Liu said with a smile. No problem, everything is at Master's command. The purple electricity augur said. Liu was very satisfied with the attitude of the purple electricity Jiao dragon, and patted its head again, saying, wait for me here, but don't run around. Yes, Master. The purple electricity augur responded. Liu once again jumped back to Li Qingyun's side, and immediately looked at the two old men in mid-air that looked like they were petrified, and asked curiously, Father, who are these two seniors? The jade-clear Taoist patriarch and elder. Li Qingyun said, and then he arched his hand at the two in mid-air, thank you for your help, two fellow Taoists. Only after hearing Li Qingyun's words did realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu come back from their shock. Looking at each other, it was still hard to hide their shock. It turned out that everything was really Liu's doing and not Li Qingyun. Sure, Baotian, Demon Child, Wolf King, and Demon Lin were all killed by Liu. Just now, they had actually witnessed Liu slaying the Cave Void Realm old monster with a single sword again. Ah, the Cave Realm. That was a top-echelon powerhouse when looking at the entire immortal martial world. Surprisingly, he was killed by Liu's sword so casually. This was not something they had seen with their own eyes, they would never have thought of it even if they had lived a few more lifetimes. This son's demonic level could no longer be measured by conventional perceptions. If it wasn't for the word human body on the Heavenly Dao list, they would definitely think that this kid was from the immortal region. Chapter 69 Honorary Elder. After the shock, there was more joy and excitement in the hearts of realist Yuhua and realist Taiwu. There could be a supreme heavenly pride like Liu in the younger generation of the Grand Xia dynasty that had never seen the light of day. Are you still afraid of not being able to rise in this great era of change and wind? At this moment, they were at peace within themselves like never before. It's as if the boat, which was in the middle of the storm, suddenly found a sheltered harbor. With the father and son duo of Liu and Li Qingyun at the helm of the Daxia dynasty, why worry about the stormy road ahead? And what made the two of them even more delighted was that in a little over 3 months, the Ling Tian secret realm would be opening. At that time, the top celestial pride of all the forces of the Huaxia Dao state and the Great Luo sacred region would enter the secret realm to practice and search for treasures. It was a contest and a battle between country and country, sect and sect, power and power. It's a competition for resources and opportunities. In the Ling Tian mysterious realm where there were crises everywhere, yet opportunities everywhere. Whichever side was stronger would be able to gain the upper hand and compete for more opportunities and heavenly treasures. However, in the past, this had been the stage of the major immortal imperial dynasties, various holy lands and ancient lineages. The northern domains of the Huaxia Dao state could only seek a glimmer of opportunity in the cracks, and would even be buried at any time in the midst of the power's struggle for supremacy, becoming victims. But if there is a strong person like Liu on the side of the Grand Xia dynasty, then the situation will be completely different. Liu is absolutely invincible in his time, one person was enough to suppress all the heavenly prides of his time. This time in the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm experience, he would definitely shine and shock the powers. So at this time, the two of them are really full of expectations in their hearts. Latecomers have met the two seniors. Li Yu politely arched his hand in greeting. Speaking of which, these two had faced a powerhouse of the level of the Purple Dragon Dharma King just now, and were still not afraid of life and death, and were willing to make a move to help their old man. He, Li Yu, will remember this favor. Moreover, he also knew that the Jade Clear Taoist sect was a truly righteous sect, the kind that had the hearts of the world's people in mind. So in his heart, he was actually full of respect for the Jade Clear Taoist sect. Junior Taoist Li, you've really opened my eyes today. It's a blessing for the ages that my great Xia dynasty can have a young hero like you. Realist Yuhua did not spare any words of praise, and was full of praise for Li Yu. Of course he wasn't kissing Rainbow but really spitting out his heart because of the shock and joy he felt inside. He also knew why Li Yu had refused to join any sects or forces in the first place, and even more so, he understood why the Heaven's Path rankings had repeatedly dropped extra rewards for him. This son is not a submerged dragon, but a true dragon. Seniors are overstating things. I still need more help from you two seniors today. Li Yu smiled faintly and said politely. For us to do this much is nothing compared to you. By the way, Junior Taoist Li, I wonder if my Jade Clear Dao sect would have the honor to ask you to be an honorary elder of my sect. Realist Yuhua said with an arching hand, his attitude sincere and solemn. Honorary elder? Li Yu was a bit surprised. Honorary elders he had also heard of, is to hang a name, do not have to work to manage the kind of things. He could also enter and exit the Jade Clear Taoist sect at will, enjoying the many rights of the elder level of the Jade Clear Taoist sect. It's almost as if it was an idle job in a previous life where you hung up a name and received a paycheck. Of course, the Yuqing Dao sect could similarly use Li Yu's fame to boost their sect's influence. It's kind of a take what you want. It was also a way to bind the two clans together and establish a close relationship. Little Taoist Li can rest assured, it's just an honorary elder, there's no need for you to do anything, and there's no restriction on your freedom, you're still you just have an additional title and identity, and you can enjoy the treatment and rights of the elder level of my sect, and in the future, little Taoist Li can come and go in and out of my sect freely. Realist Yu Hua added. Senior is so kind to invite me, then I'm sorry. Li Yu smiled and arched his hand, this kind of good thing he could still accept reluctantly. Well, barely. Great, this is an honor for my Jade Clear Dao sect. Realist Yuhua was overjoyed. Immediately, he promised to choose an auspicious date for Li Yu's enthronement ceremony when he returned. Their Jade Clear Taoist sect was going to make a grand announcement to the world about Li Yu serving as an honorary elder of their sect. Subsequently, Li Qingyun invited Realist Yuhua and Realist Taiwu into the Taoist temple for a chat. Li Yu, on the other hand, changed into a Taoist robe, and then after saying goodbye to the three of them, he rode that Augur Dragon and rushed to Nanan City first. After all, disciple recruitment wasn't finished yet, and he still had to go over and preside over the work. The flight speed of the dragon was extremely fast, and its extreme speed was almost comparable to the fighter jets of the previous generation. It took less than half an hour to get from Green Hill Mountain to Nanan City, a distance of thousands of miles. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough and wanted to ride this Augur Dragon to fly at extreme speeds, they really couldn't withstand such terrifying speeds. The sonic boom alone would have shaken a man to death. Soon, Nanan City was in sight, and the Augur Dragon slowed down its flight speed. As the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, no one was allowed to fly with magic treasures and spirit beasts in the sky above Nanan City. But the regulations are always just restricting the ordinary people at the bottom, in front of absolute strength. All regulations are just in vain, no one can control it at all. So seeing that huge-sized Augur Dragon, flying from the sky, the city guards couldn't remember anything else but shock and panic in their heads long ago. Although the dragon was not a true dragon, its body and appearance were already very similar to that of a dragon. Ordinary people have never even seen a real dragon with their own eyes, let alone distinguish whether it was a real dragon or a dragon. That great and domineering body that looked like a mountain was equally shocking, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. So when the Augur Dragon flew into Nanan City, the entire city was in an uproar. Dragons, it's dragons! Oh my god, I actually saw the legendary dragon! Countless people tilted their heads and looked at the purple electric Augur Dragon, their faces filled with horror. However, at this time on the questioning square, 100 sect recruitment was still going on, and there was still a sea of people at the Qingyun sect's recruitment platform. Ji Qinglan and Su Mu seemed to have gotten into character. Ji Qinglan was in charge of directing those few attendants to maintain order, while Su Mu was helping Ichio with the registration of personnel information. It's amazing how well the three of them worked together. However, although the scene was lively, the mood of the crowd seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, somewhat tense and depressing. It was because they had heard that Five Elements sect disciple recount about the might of the Violet Dragon Dharma King not long ago. He stepped on a dragon, like a god in the nine heavens, and with a wave of his hand, he crushed the mountain protection formation. The power of a palm was like the sky dome collapsing, heaven and earth changing color, and everything falling silent. The Five Elements sect master and the elders died under that terrifying might. His cultivation level was at least the legendary Cave Void Realm. That's right, for the Daxia Dynasty crowd. The Cave Realm and Immortals were the same, both only existed in legends. They had never seen a strong person of the Cave Realm before. Therefore, hearing that the Violet Dragon Dharma King was at the Cave Void Realm, it couldn't help but cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. It made them worry for the Qingyan sect and for Li Yu. Senior brother Yi, is senior brother Li really okay? Sumu still asked his inner worries. Those young boys and girls around them were also staring at Yi Chou, their faces grave. They really don't want Li Yu, the great hero, to die young. Hee, don't worry, senior brother's strength is unfathomable, not to mention that there's our sect leader. Our sect leader is in a powerful position in the divine heaven's sacred land. Yi Chou said with a smile. But to be honest, he was a little unsure in his mind. After all, the Cave Void Realm was in existence as powerful as a god in his opinion. Although he knew that Li Yu was strong, he wasn't sure if he could beat the Cave Void Realm or not. Chapter 70, The Arrival of the Holy Decree Request for Monthly Tickets. Qingyan sect is not optimistic this time. Although Li Yu was able to kill Demon Lin, there is a complete difference between a Cave Void Realm powerhouse and the Transformation God Realm. Yes, Cave Void Realm, the strongest Yuhua manservant of our Daxia dynasty, is only in the middle stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. The Cave Void Realm is a completely invincible existence in our Daxia dynasty. I heard Master said that the further back the cultivation realm goes, the more disparate the strength gap between each major realm becomes. If it's still possible for the Foundation Establishment realm to defeat the Jindan realm, but for the Transformation Spirit realm to want to cross realms to defeat the Cave Void realm, that's completely impossible. That's natural. Which one who is able to step into the Cave Void realm is not a demonic genius? Which one isn't blessed with all sorts of top-notch magic treasures and techniques? Overcoming an opponent by crossing the ranks doesn't exist. Alas, who would have thought that Demon Lin would have such a backer? Let's hope that the Qingyan sect can turn the danger into a success. People from all the major sects were also talking. There was some worry in his heart for Li Yu. If Li Yu was really killed by the Purple Dragon Dharma King, then the Great Xia dynasty's backer was gone again. Looking at the great demons on the Divine Soldier list that were on the list, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Kuei Mountain Demon Ape, the Leeching Sea Xian Zhao, and the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor, who had never heard of him but had been rewarded with the immortal technique, Blood Shadow Demon Technique. Just then, a dragon roar resounded through the sky, frightening the crowd inwardly. The crowd looked in horror, but they saw a huge auger dragon flying from high in the sky. The undulating body was like a rolling mountain, surrounded by purple electricity, as if it was flying on thunder. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts instantly sank to the bottom, and a chill arose. Violet Dragon Dharma King is here. That Five Elements sect disciple who had come earlier to deliver the news cried out in terror. He was the only person here who had seen the Purple Dragon Dharma King with his own eyes, so he naturally recognized that purple electricity auger dragon. However, his words caused the atmosphere in the square to instantly drop to freezing point, and everyone was like an ice cave. The Purple Dragon Dharma King is here, that means Li Yu has been killed. And did he come here to wipe out the people of the Green Cloud Sect? While the crowd was secretly panicking, that purple electricity Jiao Long had already arrived above the questioning square. A huge figure enveloped the entire square, its massive body resembling a rolling mountain, pressing down on the hearts of the crowd. At the same time, a figure leapt down from the head of that auger and landed firmly on the ground. The eyes of the crowd converged, but it was like a drowning person was pulled ashore. A breath was finally gasped up. The joy of life after the robbery instantly surged to the heart. It's Li Yu. So it's Li Yu. The crowd in the square was abuzz as Li Yu returned with the purple electricity auger dragon. That meant that the Purple Dragon Dharma King had been beheaded by Li Yu. Li Yu had killed the Cave Void Realm old monster, which simply refreshed their perception of Li Yu once again. Is this Li Yu still a human being? This is a bit too strong. However, when the crowd thought about it for a moment, they figured out one thing: perhaps the sect leader of the Qingyan sect was stronger than Li Yu. It was the sect leader of the Green Cloud Sect who beheaded the Violet Dragon Dharma King. But no matter who it was, in any case, the violet dragon Dharma King had been killed, and this had risen the ambition in the hearts of the crowd. It also put their hearts back in their mouths again. With the Qingyun sect in place, the Great Xia dynasty has been as stable as an old dog ever since. Moreover, the Dharma King of the underworld sect of the Great Luo sacred realm had been decapitated by a sect of the Great Xia dynasty. It's literally enough for them to brag about being awesome for the rest of their lives. Let Heifer fly higher and farther in the sky, out of the country and out of the Chinese dojo. Seeing Li Yu walking towards him, Yi Qiu said joyfully, "Senior brother, you're back, that's great, I really sweated for you." The group of young boys and girls around them made way for Li Yu, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Li Yu smiled and asked, "How many disciples have signed up and registered now?" 1,716. Yi Qiu said with a smile. So many. Surprised in his heart, Li Yu took the register and the system interface popped up, automatically entering the information of the registered disciples into the system. At the same time, individual disciple qualification scores and potential assessments were automatically generated in the system. It's simply unmistakable at a glance. It's a lot less work, and you can recruit on your own merit based on demand. After all, the system only needed to recruit 1,000 disciples at this stage, and the current volume of the Qingyun sect couldn't accommodate too many disciples. So there was no need for him to recruit all of these 1,000 or so people into the sect, not to mention that there were more people waiting in line to enroll. Li Yu looked at the current 1,700 or so people, and there were less than 600 people whose qualifications reached the passing line. Of these, only 100 or so are better qualified. However, to Li Yu's surprise, 2 of these 100 or so people had fulfilled the system's requirements for talented disciples. If Yi Qiu, Ji Qinglan, and Su Mu were counted, as well as Tang Qi after taking the Heavenly Spirit Pill, there were currently considered to be 6 talented disciples. It's just days away from completing this one on your own, And with so many waiting to sign up on the site, it was expected that there would still be talented youngsters left undiscovered. At this time, Sangshan Elder and Qingshan Elder and other people from various major sects also gathered over, their faces filled with the appearance of melon eaters. "Daoist Li, it's great to see you back. Has Violet Dragon Dharma King already been ambushed?" Elder Sangshan asked smilingly. "Yes," Li Yu said casually, while his mind was fully focused on the system interface. There was no desire to make small talk with the crowd. "Can Daoist Li tell us more about it?" The crowd's gazes sizzled with anticipation as they looked at Li Yu. I hope he can relay for the crowd what a great time it was. The life and death battle of a cave void realm powerhouse must be extremely exciting. They had even brainstormed all sorts of shocking images, and the hot blood in their bodies began to ignite. However, Li Yu's words were like a pot of cold water, dousing all the fervor in their hearts. The process was boring, there's really nothing to talk about, Li Yu said with a bitter smile. What do you want me to say about one ing sword? And can't you see that I'm very busy right now, with so many disciples waiting? How can I have the leisure to tell you a book to listen to here? Li Yu spat in his mind. By the way, I'm not good with words, but Real Yuhua was also present, so if you all want to know what happened at that time, you can go ask Real Yuhua. Li Yu only wanted to get rid of these guys quickly now. I'm sure that when you become famous, you don't have a private life anymore, and you have to ask questions about your personal privacy such as the revenge of an enemy. The crowd looked disappointed, but they also knew that Li Yu liked to keep a low profile and did not like to show off. So he didn't pursue it any further. Anyway, it would be good to ask Yuhua real person in the future. Right at this moment, a line of royal close guards escorted the crown prince and a eunuch as they walked straight towards the Qingyun sect's recruitment platform here at a fast pace. The holy decree has arrived. Idle people quickly get out of the way. Someone shouted. There was a commotion in the crowd, and they avoided a passage. The crown prince and the eunuch came straight to Li Yu, and the eunuch said with a solemn demeanor, "The holy decree has arrived, Daoist Li Yu, please receive it." Chapter 71, this reward is hot. Request for follow-up reading. Li Yu glanced at Morong Xingxiao with some surprise, but saw her smile and nod, signaling that she would accept the decree. Then he bowed and made a bow, ready to receive the decree. The Daxia dynasty has rules that cultivators don't have to perform the ritual of kneeling. Not to mention that no one would dare to say anything even if a powerful person like Li Yu didn't salute him. The eunuch began to read the imperial decree. The beginning is a long speech of praise, probably means to thank Li Yu for the great Xia dynasty for the sweat and horses la water, a lot of words. Finally, he got to the point. Therefore, I appoint Li Yu as the heavenly protector of my Daxia dynasty, and seal Qingyun sect as the royal dojo of the Daxia dynasty, and reward him with 100,000 taels of gold, 50,000 spirit stones, 500 pieces of all kinds of magical weapons, and 500 pairs of satin. Yours sincerely. Thank you for your majesty's favor. Li Yu bowed and accepted the imperial decree. Daoistly, His Majesty also said that he will immediately send the best craftsmen to help build your sect, and build your sect according to the highest level of the royal family, and within 3 months, it will be completed. That eunuch said with a smile. Thank your majesty for me. Li Yu was not polite. After all, right now he did rush to complete the sect, otherwise these disciples would not even have a place to live when they were recruited back. That eunuch smiled and nodded, and respectfully retreated to the side, while the crown prince led a dozen Confucian-looking men forward. Seeing that you are safe and sound, I am relieved. I think the crisis of the Violet Dragon Dharma King has been resolved. Morong Xing Xiao said with a smile. Earlier, when he had heard that the Violet Dragon Dharma King had come to seek vengeance on the Green Cloud Sect, he had been so worried inwardly. She was just relieved when she heard the Protectorate Taoist say that Li Yu had returned with the purple electricity Jiao Dragon. Well, let your highness worry, everything has been resolved smoothly. Li Yu arched his hand. I've invited a dozen or so bachelors from the Imperial College to come and give you a hand. There are too many of you here, just the few of you I'm afraid you'll be busy until the evening. Morong Xing Qiao added. Ha, your highness the crown prince has a heart. Li Yu was overjoyed. This Morong Xing Qiao is worthy of being a woman, really careful, this is really sleepy to send a pillow, cold to warm the bed With these maesters helping out with personnel registration and initiation procedures, it must have been instantly efficient. After the vignette of the Holy Decree was over, the recruitment of disciples continued, and Li Yu screened the personnel through the system's disciple management function. Yi Qiu led several bachelors to continue the registration and personnel information registration. On Li Yu's side, he directly announced the acceptance list of those who had previously enrolled and registered, and then handed over to the bachelors to begin the very initiation procedures. Those with ordinary qualifications are directly accepted as outer disciples, and those with better qualifications are accepted as inner disciples. With the help of the bachelors of the State Council, the whole recruitment efficiency has been doubled several times. Just after lunchtime, the enrollment of all personnel was completed. The Green Cloud Sect had also managed to recruit more than 1,300 disciples whose qualifications were up to standard. Among them, there were more than 200 people with better qualifications, and 4 people who met the system's genius qualification requirements. Now there were still 2 more people left to completely complete this one task of disciple recruitment. The recruitment meeting ended successfully, after Li Yu said goodbye to Morong Xing Qiao and the others. Riding that purple electricity augur dragon first, he returned to the Green Cloud Sect. On the other hand, Yi Qiu, Ji Qinglan and the others took a group of new disciples and returned to the Qingyun sect together in the magic weapon flying boat rewarded by Morong Song. When Li Yu returned to the Qingyun sect again, realist Yu Hua and realist Tai Wu had already left. While Wu Chang closed his mind to refine that vermilion bird grass, Qing Yunli was measuring the spiritual veins of heaven and earth and feng shui directions around Qingqiu Mountain. Prepare to set up a spirit gathering formation and a mountain protection formation around Mount Qingqiu. Father, you still know how to set up formations? Li Yu laughed. What wouldn't I know about your father? By the way, what exactly is your extra reward for the Divine Soldier ranking this time? Father is very curious. Li Qingyun put down the compass in his hand and looked at Li Yu curiously as he asked. At this point in time, there was no telling how many people under the sky were curious about what that extra reward actually was. Li Yu gave a mysterious smile, then approached Li Qingyun's ear and whispered, "The ancient tree of Dao Luck." Li Qingyun's eyes widened at once. Surprisingly, it was the Dao Luck ancient tree. No wonder it's a secret. This was a reward that was enough to stir up the entire immortal martial world and attract a killing curse. The ancient tree of Dao Luck was an immortal tree. Condense the spiritual veins, gather Taoist fortune, and bless the party. It could be said that a single ancient tree of Dao Luck could turn a piece of land into a blessed land of immortal mountains. In the entire immortal martial world, only the strongest holy land in the Great Luo Holy Realm, the Dao One Holy Land, possessed a Dao Fortune ancient tree. It is said that it was still brought back from the immortal realm by the old ancestor of the Daoi Holy Land in the ancient times and planted in the Holy Land. It is also the ancient tree of the Taoist fortune, the Taoist Holy Land inheritance hundreds of thousands of years without decline, and still prosperous Taoist fortune. It has spawned countless geniuses and great minds who have asked for immortality. There were rumors that cultivating for a year under the Dao Luck ancient tree was better than cultivating for 10 years in the outside world, and it was even more helpful in comprehending the great Dao. So a single ancient tree of Dao Luck was enough to make everyone and every power in this world red in the eyes. For countless years, I don't know how many people, how many forces have been hitting on that Dao one sacred ground ancient tree. Almost every few hundred years, the Daoi Holy Land would experience a war. If it wasn't for the fact that the Daoi Holy Land had a strong foundation and was blessed by the forces of the immortal domain, it would probably have been overthrown long ago. So this is why the Heavenly Dao kept this extra reward a secret. But sooner or later, the secret of the Dao Luck ancient tree was going to be known, and it was impossible to hide it. So in Li Qingyun's opinion, this was really a blessing and a curse reward. It's delightful and worrying. Now it's going to be hard for our sect to develop obscenely. Li Qingyun laughed bitterly. Yes, we want to keep a low profile, but the Heavenly Dao won't allow it. With this Dao Luck ancient tree, in the future, our sect is definitely going to become the most powerful sect in this world, and it's probably going to be able to become a new Holy Land. Li Yu said with a smile. With the system in place, and with the Heavenly Dao list as a big plug-in, one sect couldn't even think of not taking off. When the day comes when he is truly invincible, he must get away with the world and see all the flowers. Have a meal of braised dragon meat, stewed koan in an iron pot, and barbecued rock. And then taste the sister juice of those who can turn into absolute beauties in the immortal region of the 9 heavens. Hey, facing the sea, the flowers bloom in spring. Just as Li Yu was letting himself go and wandering in the sky, Li Qingyun suddenly patted Li Yu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Alas, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, son, in the future, the sect will rely on you." Oh. Li Yu looked at Li Qingyun and always felt that his words seemed to have an ulterior motive. But didn't care, but asked, "Father, where do you think we'll plant him?" "I want to plant it in my heart." Li Qingyun belabored, although this Dao Fortune ancient tree was a supreme treasure. "But it's a hot potato, too. Plant it in the middle of your courtyard," Li Qingyun said. Chapter 72, A Blessing in Disguise. Li Yu's courtyard was located in the southeast corner of the sect, a newly planned and independent courtyard. Today it is not fully built, but the courtyard walls are in place. The compound was far away from the core area of the sect, hidden in the scenic mountains and forests, quiet and elegant. It's a place dedicated to Li Yu's residence. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Li Yu dispersed the artisans for the time being and then made sure no one was around. Then he chose a feng shui place and prepared to plant that ancient tree of the Taoist fortune. In fact, he also wanted to wait until later when there were fewer idlers in the Taoist temple before planting. The seeds of the Dao Luck ancient tree rewarded by the Heavenly Dao needed to be planted within 12 hours or they would disappear. And even if Li Yu wanted to delay the planting for a few more days, people have 3 urgencies, so he really couldn't hold it in. That said, this heavenly path is also very skinny, so as not to be known what that extra reward is. Surprisingly, he had sent the seed of the Daoyan ancient tree directly into his rectum. This operation is really tawdry. After squatting in the yard for half a day, the seed, which emitted a golden halo, finally returned to the bosom of the earth. As soon as it touched the soil, that seed quickly began to take root and sprout. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a large tree over 10 meters tall, with many branches and leaves, each of which seemed to emit a faint halo of light. The rich spiritual chi instantly dispersed, and there were even 10,000 rays of haze light shining down, enveloping the entire ancient tree. Strange ripples flowed faintly above the tree trunk. It also seemed as if the clear sound was curling up between heaven and earth, like the echo of heavenly music, sounding extremely comfortable. From a seed that instantly grew into an ancient tree in just a few breaths of time, it could be considered a miracle. However, for the orange cat that was lying in the corner sunning himself, Li Yu pulling out a sky-high tree directly from a bubble of was likewise a miracle. The orange cat jumped up from the ground, eyes wide. A face full of skepticism about the life of a cat. Looking at the ancient tree, he looked at Li Yu again. There had always been a number of wild cats living in the Taoist temple, and Li Yu, who had been a senior cat slave in his previous life, seemed to come with a cat-sucking constitution. This life also attracts a lot of feral cats, and he often feeds those feral cats. Over time, these feral cats have basically made the Taoist temple their home. With the appearance of the Dao Fortune ancient tree, the rich heaven and earth aura saturated everything around it. The Dao Luck between heaven and earth also seemed to converge as if rivers were gathering, enveloping the entire Qingqiu mountain. Under the infiltration of this strange aura, that orange cat's gaze grew brighter and brighter, even slowly flushing out complex colors that had never been seen before. The facial expression was surprisingly more humanized and divine as well. Not only that, but that orange cat was also surprised to find that its sense of hearing, smell, and vision had all changed drastically. And one seems to be able to understand and decipher many things that were once incomprehensible. Except, of course, for such miracles as Liu pulling out a sky-high ancient tree from a single bubble of. Liu didn't know that the process of planting the ancient tree of Dao Luck had been watched by the orange cat, and he didn't even realize that the appearance of the ancient tree of Dao Luck had also opened up the spirit of that orange cat. He stood under the tree, feeling the baptism of aura and Dao fortune, even though he didn't need it. But under the moisturizing of this strange energy, he felt extremely comfortable, feeling like every cell was undergoing a major healthcare. Refreshment, mental and physical well-being, divine mind and clarity of mind. All in all, just 3 words: cool, cool, cool. Not only that, those artisans who were busy building houses in the distance also felt a strange energy flowing through their bodies, as if it was a warm current. Let them all tired suddenly swept away, vitality, body penetration, clear mind, all movements become flexible, work speed are accelerated. They were surprised, but they didn't know why. Since it was assumed that this kind of immortal sanctuary had its own magic, so that they also followed and benefited a lot. At the same time, the vegetation within a few miles of the entire Qingqiu mountain became lush. Many of the grasses and trees were even growing and changing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The mountain slopes were even instantly filled with flowers, and some exotic fruits were quietly being birthed. Countless animals are cheering and their bodies are changing in marvelous ways. The purple electricity Jiao dragon that was prostrate in the Qingqiu mountain likewise felt the rich aura and Dao luck, and a color of surprise appeared in a pair of dragon eyes. Immediately, he twisted his body with a face of enjoyment, and even made a peculiar purring sound. The Chongming bird that was originally perched on the acacia tree also immediately sensed the source of that aura and Dao luck and flew directly to Liu's courtyard and landed on top of that ancient tree of Dao luck. A body of feathers glistened with flesh, becoming more colorful and beautiful. This Dao luck ancient tree is truly magical. With this ancient tree around, this Qingqiu mountain has all of a sudden become this positively immortal treasure. Liu belabored. After a long time, Qingqiu mountain was suddenly enveloped by a curtain of light, but it was that Li Qingyun who had set up the mountain protection formation. This large formation enveloped Qingqiu mountain and the other peak next to it that was planned to be developed, totaling a 5-mile radius. Golden light flowed on the light curtain, and arcane runes appeared before slowly fading. Eventually the luster was completely hidden and it became completely transparent. This grand formation was like an invisible shield, protecting the entire Green Sect boundary. Other than at the mountain gate, the rest of the place was impassable, requiring the control of a large formation to open the passageway to pass through. Not only that, the formation also had a certain concealment function. So at this moment, it also seemed as if the Qingqiu mountain and the peak next to it were shrouded in a layer of immortal mist. It felt as if the biceps had been mosaicked. You could vaguely see the outline of the biceps, but couldn't make out the details at all. The sun was setting in the west, and the 2 flying boats carrying more than 1,000 disciples had finally arrived near Qingqiu mountain. On the flying boat, the disciples looked at their upcoming destination with anticipation. Some of the young boys and girls who had become acquainted with each other on the way talked excitedly. Ji Qinglan, on the other hand, was standing alone at the side of the boat, pondering over the events of today. Originally he thought that although he lost to Liu, but with hard work there is definitely a chance to surpass Liu. However, the divine soldier ranking coming to light, as well as the killing of that cave void realm violet dragon Dharma King, had dealt him a far greater blow than the failure of the betting fight. Even though Elder Nia said that the violet dragon Dharma King might have been killed by the sect leader of the Qingyin sect. But he is not stupid. How powerful and unruly demonic beast is that purple electricity Jiaolong? Although it couldn't be comparable to a true dragon, it was definitely an overlord amongst demonic beasts. Looking at the entire world, it was estimated that those who could own a purple electricity scaly dragon mount could be counted on one hand. Yet he was well behaved like a dog in front of Liu. This was enough to prove that Liu had once brought it an incomparably terrifying shock. So he also knew that Elder Nia was worried that his mind was unbalanced and his Dao was unstable, so he said that. He wasn't quite so shocked that he couldn't take a hit, but he couldn't help but feel lost and frustrated inside after all. After all, even if there was only a large realm difference between each other, then there was still hope of catching up. But now it seemed that there was an unattainable, almost desperate gap between him and Liu. This left him desperate and wondering what he was going to fight for next. "Senior brother Yi, is that our sect there?" Sumu curiously asked, pointing at the not-too-distant Qingqiu mountain, and his eyes were also filled with anticipation. Yeah, strange, why is this fog so big today? Yi Qiu looked at the fog-shrouded Qingqiu mountain with some surprise. It used to be possible to see what was going on inside the Taoist temple from a long distance away. However, as the flying boat approached, Yi Qiu also detected the transparent light curtain. But before he could call off the flying boat, he saw that the light curtain floated with golden light, followed by the opening of a passageway. I'll go, our sect actually has a mountain protection formation. Yi Qiu was surprised in his heart. Chapter 73 Western Liang's Violation of the Border. The flying boat passed through that curtain of light, and the mist in front of them instantly disappeared, and the real scene of Mount Qingqiu instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd of disciples were pleasantly surprised, and murmurs rose and fell. Although the peaks of Qingqiu Mountain were not high, the scenery was surprisingly beautiful. Everything is full of vitality, exotic flowers and grasses roam the mountains, and under the setting sun, it is even more beautiful. But the still unconstructed site at the top of the hill gave a hint of disrepair. However, when they came, Yi Qiu had already told the crowd that the sect was under construction, so they were all prepared for it. Today's Qingqiu Mountain seems extraordinarily beautiful. Yi Qiu was also surprised in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. Since it was because of this big formation. Woody drove the flying boat slowly approaching the Taoist temple at the top of Qingqiu Mountain. Ji Qinglan, your brat has truly been blessed by misfortune this time. Elder Nye suddenly said, his voice slightly agitated. Ji Qinglan was a bit puzzled. Could it be that there's really something peculiar about this sect? Actually, Ji Qinglan had just sensed it as well. It seemed that the aura here was particularly dense. That's right, the Daoluk here is extremely dense. Just now I almost thought I had arrived in the immortal realm. This is simply a holy land. No wonder it was able to cultivate a demonic genius like Li Yu. You've really gotten lucky this time. Practicing here for a year is worth at least 10 years of hard work. Elder Nye's voice grew more and more excited. Hearing Elder Nye's words, Ji Qinglan's sullen gaze instantly glowed, and his heart became excited. 1 year tops the last 10 years. That's incredible. Could this be the secret of Li Yu's power? In that case, if I train here, won't I be able to defeat Li Yu one day? As far away as that day may be. However, Ji Qinglan's heart was once again lit up with fighting spirit and hope. After the disciples arrived at Qingqiu Mountain, they all noticed the extraordinary nature of the place as well. The air is filled with energies that are invigorating and rejuvenating, moisturizing all parts of the body. It was like bathing in a hot spring, which was extremely comfortable. Moreover, many of these disciples had a cultivation base, and there were even some sons and daughters from cultivation families. Therefore, they could clearly feel that the aura on this Qingqiu mountain was extremely dense, as if they were in the midst of countless spiritual stones. Even without cultivating and exhaling, that aura would drill itself into the body, transforming the body and meridians, extremely magical. I didn't expect to find such an immortal treasure in our great Xia dynasty. Yes, my father once took me to the Jade Clear Taoist sect, and even there, it's nowhere near as good as our Green Cloud Sect. Our choice was truly too wise. This place is simply a heavenly paradise. The disciples were thrilled. At that moment, Li Yu, Li Qingyun, and Uncanny walked over together. Yi Qiu immediately bowed in a decent manner. Greetings to the sect leader, greetings to eldest brother. The disciples followed suit and followed in unison, greetings to the sect leader, greetings to eldest brother. Li Qingyun looked at the 1,000 or so disciples and nodded slightly. His expression was serious, his brows were not angry, rather like a high-ranking person. His temperament alone made people respect him. Moreover, he was accompanied by the unusual-looking Mushan, who was like a ghost, his figure shrouded in robes, and his two pupils, like ghostly fire, flickered faintly with ghostly light. Afterwards, Qing Yunli welcomed the newly initiated disciples and then gave a generous and passionate speech. The group of disciples were spoken to with fervor and excitement. All of them looked as if they were going to throw their heads and spill their blood for the construction and development of the sect. Even Li Yu couldn't help but want to give his old man a wave of 666. Worthy of being a holy son out of the divine heaven's sacred ground, this speech skill was really of a high student level. The mobilization meeting was more slick than the Mets. Under Li Qingyun's sensation brainwashing, these young disciples even felt that using the earth as a bed and the sky as a quilt was a supreme cultivation. It was the first step in their pursuit of Li Yu's footsteps. A few days later, the royal flying boat came in great numbers, with Morong Xingqiao personally leading the team, delivering the emperor's rewarded belongings to Qingyun sect, as well as thousands of craftsmen and numerous building materials. The disciples had also been involved in the construction of the sect for most of the past few days, in addition to practicing. Together with the effect of the Dao Luck ancient tree, the efficiency of those craftsmen increased dramatically, which caused the progress of the project to multiply several times at once. At the same time, at the border between the Daxia dynasty and the Xiliang dynasty, the drums thundered, the horses hissed, the flags hunted, and the armor clanked. The Xiliang army was like a black cloud rolling over, constantly approaching the Daxia dynasty's army. However, on the side of the Grand Xiao dynasty, the shouts also shook the sky, and the general stood by, with a firm gaze and a powerful momentum, without the intention of retreating half a step. After hearing about Ji Qinglan, Emperor Shilong was furious. Directly pressuring the Great Xiao dynasty with a large army, pressurizing the other party to send Ji Qinglan back on their own initiative. However, what I didn't expect was that a few days had passed, and not only did the Daxia dynasty not give a satisfactory answer, but it also gathered its troops and confronted the Xiliang army, with a stance of not giving an inch. And what makes the Xilong army even more surprised is that the former demoralized and disorganized fish-belly troops. Today, however, the morale was high, the voice was strong, and all the people were united, and they had actually gathered a very terrifying aura. That shouting sound caused a chill to run through the hearts of the generals of the Western Liang dynasty. Is the Great Xia dynasty going to fight us to the death this time? Damn, where do they have the courage, in the past, facing our army pressure, or the initiative to show goodwill and beg for peace? Even will cede land to pay compensation, this group of cowards today how all ate the wrong medicine, not afraid of death? Humph, then we'll beat them until they're convinced. The generals of the Western Liang dynasty murmured. Qingyun sect, Morong Xing Xiao had just left not long after. Two figures flew in from the distance, but they were blocked out by the mountain protection formation. One of these two had a cold appearance and a hot body, while the other one had crane hair and an immortal style. It was none other than Ji Qinglan's protector, Fei Feng, with her master, Xingfeng Jinzhen. Xingfeng Jinran was the Western Liang dynasty's protector of the kingdom, with a cultivation of the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, and was one of the 5 top powerhouses of the Western Liang dynasty. At this moment, Ji Qinglan, who was inside the Taoist temple, had just finished a large circumference of cultivation and opened her eyes, which were filled with joy. Elder Nya is right, this Qingyun sect is truly a holy land of cultivation, the speed of cultivation here is truly 1,000 miles a day. Ji Qinglan was inwardly surprised. His cultivation over the past few days had raised his cultivation level by a large margin, and it was really more than 10 times faster than before. So at this time, Ji Qinglan's heart was no longer twisted at all, no longer feeling that worshipping the Green Cloud Sect was a shame. Instead, as Elder Nya had said, it was a blessing in disguise, and to be able to cultivate here was truly an opportunity sought after. Right now, even if Liu kicked him out, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from mid-air, "Your Highness, Feather Phoenix seeks an audience." Ji Qinglan's heart was startled, and when she looked up, she saw Fei Feng and Xingfeng Jinran standing outside the large formation's light curtain in the distance. Ji Qinglan's figure shifted and flew directly over, asking, "Senior Xingfeng, Feather Phoenix, what brings you here?" The arrival of Feather Phoenix and that realist Xingfeng had also attracted the attention of the people of the Qingyun sect, likewise including Liu. "Your Highness, His Majesty has already dispatched troops. If the Grand Xia dynasty still doesn't let you go, my Western Liang army will definitely attack Grand Xia and go straight to Nan'an City. My Western Liang experts will also step on this Qingqiu mountain." That Feather Phoenix said word for word with his eyes containing fury. Chapter 74 Thinking you're hunting, but actually you've become prey. Nonsense. I have said, willing to gamble, I am voluntarily worshipping the Green Cloud Sect. Why do you have to make trouble again? You quickly go back to my father and say, immediately withdraw the troops, do not do anything stupid for me. Ji Qinglan was a bit anxious, and she couldn't even care about the words she used in her speech anymore, almost saying whatever came to her mind. If it had been a few days ago, he wouldn't have reacted this way when he heard the news. Would even thank his father for everything he did for him? But nowadays, his state of mind had completely changed. On the one hand, he really didn't want to leave the Green Cloud Sect. On the other hand, he really felt that his father was playing with fire by sending troops to Daxia. They simply knew nothing about Liu, or the power of the Qingyun sect. Even the Violet Dragon Dharma King of the Cave Void Realm fell into Liu's hands. If the Xiliang dynasty really dared to attack the Daxia dynasty, that would really be equivalent to self-destruction. Your Highness, it's just a verbal bet, why should you care? You're my Western Liang Emperor's son, how can you really worship a small sect of the Great Xia dynasty? Fei Feng had a sulky look on his face. She suddenly felt that after not seeing her for a few days, Ji Qinglan seemed to have changed, as if she had been brainwashed. How could she even speak for the enemy country? You guys don't understand the Qingyan sect at all. You don't understand the Daxia dynasty, Fei Feng. If you still honor me as your highness, listen to my order and hurry back to dissuade my father. Withdraw your troops at once, and don't start a war against the Daxia dynasty, ever. Ji Qinglan said in a decisive manner. Feather Phoenix's brows were locked. She really couldn't figure out what had happened to Ji Qinglan, or had the pride and confidence she once had gone. Is it possible to be so depressed and presumptuous just because you lost a bout? How dare you say such words that grow others' ambition and destroy your own? What is there to be afraid of in the district's Daxia dynasty? A weak country, a country that would only cede land to the Western Liang dynasty to beg for peace. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ji Qinglan, that Feather Phoenix looked towards the top of Qingqiu Mountain again and shouted, Liu, if you are still stubborn and refuse to let our imperial son leave, just wait for the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Xia dynasty to pay for your foolish behavior. Before Feather Phoenix's words fell, he saw that Liu had already arrived in mid-air with his feet on the purple electricity auger dragon. Take me to you to meet your Western Liang Emperor, Liu said in an indifferent voice. Seeing Liu riding the purple electricity auger dragon, the realist Qing Feng on the side showed surprise in his eyes. This purple electricity Jiao Long was not an ordinary demonic beast, it was a top-tier powerhouse among demonic beasts with great strength. When they reach adulthood, they have the strength of the cave void realm, and although they can't be comparable to a true dragon, if they get the chance, they have the same opportunity to transform into a dragon. Moreover, this kind of augur is all very unruly and extremely difficult to be tamed. Looking at the entire immortal martial world, there were definitely no more than 5 people who possessed a purple electricity scaly dragon mount, and each of them was a strong person at the tip of the pyramid. I really didn't expect that this district's small sect of the Great Xia dynasty would have such a powerful demonic beast mount. Although it looked like this purple electricity Jiao Long shouldn't have reached adulthood yet, but being able to have such a powerful demonic beast had to impress him. It seems that this small sect is a little bit not simple so today really cannot act rashly. The Qingfeng realist bellyached. However, the Feather Phoenix on the side did not know what the purple electricity augur meant. When she heard Liu's words, she snorted coldly, thinking that Liu was afraid and was taking the initiative to go and negotiate with their majesties, taking this opportunity to extort favors. Just say whatever you want to say to me, and I will convey it to His Majesty, Feather Phoenix said coldly. You are not worthy. As soon as Liu's words left his mouth, that purple electricity Jiao dragon seemed to sense Liu's emotions and instantly let out a roar that shook the sky. That terrifying aura caused Feather Phoenix to chill inside, and she didn't dare to speak again for a while. Senior brother, my father is just loving his son and concerned, he will not really send troops against the Great Xia dynasty, and senior brother rest assured that I will keep my promise, since I worship the Qingyun sect, I will not rebel against my master. Ji Qinglan is really a little panicked. This Liu wants to see his father, so he might not have his father. The cave void realm old monster is an existence that can easily overthrow a country with a lift of a hand. And Liu was the demon who had killed the cave void realm old monster. Don't worry, you're my senior brother, naturally I won't harm your family, I'm just reporting peace to your father for you, his old man will definitely be relieved to know that you're eating and sleeping well here. Liu had that harmless smile on his face. However, this smile made Ji Qinglan's heart panic even more. Ji Qinglan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Liu's words, if you guys don't lead the way, then I'll go by myself. Old man will lead the way for you, the crane-haired old man on the side said with a smile. At the same time, he also sent a divine message to Fei Feng, he's throwing himself into the net if he goes with us, if we capture him, we can save his highness without spending a single soldier. Upon hearing his master's divine thought transmission, Feather Phoenix's eyes flashed with essence, and a wry smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. She would like to see if this Liu would still dare to be this arrogant after being captured. Carrying Liu, the purple electricity augur dragon followed the Qingfeng realist and Fei Feng as they made their way westward, and soon entered the territory of the Xiliang dynasty. Liu slept the whole way, and when he woke up again, they had already arrived at the capital of the Western Liang dynasty. Daoisli, this mount of yours will stay outside the city and wait, realist Qingfeng said. Liu didn't care and left the purple electricity sculptor outside the city. Then he followed the Qingfeng realist and Fei Feng duo all the way through the streets and alleys and into the Western Liang Palace. Daoisli, you wait here first, I will report to His Majesty. Qingfeng Jinren led Liu to a remote hall that was very close to the cold palace and said with a smile. Good. Liu nodded, and then he casually sat down on a chair, as if he had returned to his own home. That Feather Phoenix stood on the sidelines, coldly looking at the unsuspecting Liu with a contemptuous smile. Secretly, this kid is really a four-legged fool with a simple mind. Heartless, I guess I was sold and then counted for others. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be your highness's senior brother, or even to be compared to your highness. By the way, who is the most powerful in this Western Liang palace of yours? Li Yu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. His words were what froze that Feather Phoenix's question, and some of them looked at Li Yu in surprise. But Fei Feng didn't think much about it and said with a cold smile, naturally, it's my master, he's one of the 5 top powerhouses of my Xiliang dynasty. If you hadn't taken the initiative to come and meet with our majesty today, I'm afraid that your Qingyan sect would have ceased to exist. That would be great. Li Yu didn't even hear the second half of Fei Feng's sentence and said to himself. If he wanted to come and negotiate with the Emperor of Western Liang, he had to come up with some bargaining chips. Feather Phoenix didn't know what Li Yu was babbling about there, and blankly glanced at him, the look of contempt on his face intensifying. Not long after, Feather Phoenix suddenly received a divine thought transmission from realist Qingfeng and immediately exited that side hall. At the same time, 5 silhouettes instantly landed in the side of the hall around, hand-clenched magic, each playing gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 different runes. 5 array flags grew against the wind, and 5 spirit beasts manifested, roaring the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a spherical curtain of light instantly enveloped that large hall. Taoist Qingfeng felt that Li Yu must have some cards if he was able to possess a purple electricity Jiao Dragon Mount and, in the Great Xia dynasty, successively made it to the Heavenly Dao Ranking. That's why, just to be sure, he hadn't taken the plunge on his own. Instead, he chose the most prudent way and called all the other 4 God Transformation Realm powerhouses within the palace. Together, they set up this 5 elements spirit formation to trap Li Yu. This 5 elements spirit formation was enough to trap and kill a cave void realm powerhouse. So even if Li Yu really had some powerful cards, he definitely couldn't escape this 5 elements spirit formation. With the appearance of the 5 elements spirit formation, Li Yu immediately felt as if he was in the middle of a deep sea, and the void around him kept squeezing his body. But this kind of power was rounded up and multiplied by 0 for Li Yu, which was approximately equal to nothing. He idly walked out of that side hall and looked at that 5 elements spirit formation without the slightest surprise on his face. He had known that this Taoist Qingfeng was deceitful and would definitely make a move against himself. But it just so happened that he and Taoist Qingfeng, who had coincidental ideas, went along with it. This Qingfeng realist thought he was hunting, but in fact, he had already become prey. Li Yu, bind your hands to save yourself from the pain of skin and flesh. Taoist Qingfeng said in a cold voice. Feather Phoenix on the side was also full of cold smiles. This Li Yu was trapped in the 5 elements spirit formation, so he was completely at their mercy. Even if he had great skill, he would not be able to escape from this formation. Chapter 75, How can I still run into him when I've been hiding out in the country? Inside the cold palace, a young man wearing a plain robe and hair that was loose, but with rather clear and handsome features, sat cross-legged on top of a futon. He was the 9th prince of this Western Liang dynasty Ji Wanjie, a prince who had been sent to the cold palace. A loser who was framed and counted in a royal feud. However, after the 3000 physique list of the Western Liang dynasty came out before, Ji Wanjie's situation was even worse. Because he was exposed as possessing the heavenly demon bloodshed body. This was a devil body that threatened the world's life. At this stage the ministers had been jointly petitioning Emperor Ji Tianchang of Xiliang to give him death. Only Ji Tianchang still had a trace of compassion, so he had been hesitating. But this Ji Wanjie dodged the first day, but not the 15th. Just 2 days ago, he was taken over by a cave realm powerhouse. The one who had seized him was no one else either, it was none other than the blood spirit demon emperor who had fled from the Great Xia dynasty to the Western Liang dynasty. After the blood spirit demon emperor arrived at the Western Liang dynasty, he was overjoyed when he discovered that Ji Wanjie's heavenly demon blood bane body. This physique, although in his mind, was still far less enticing than Li Yu's powerful human body. But it's kind of the next best thing. The heavenly demon bloodbane body didn't have much of an inhibiting effect on his blood spirit. And it's also barely a stronger physique. Plus, this physique possessor Ji Wanjie was still an outcast who had no support and wasn't really strong. This unlucky person then became the blood spirit demon emperor's cauldron and died after having his physical body taken. At this time, the blood spirit demon emperor was still fusing this body. He needed 7 days after taking over the body to fully integrate the blood spirit with his physical body. It's something that can't be rushed or it may backfire if it's not blended well. Her strength would be greatly reduced during the fusion, plus this Ji Wanjie's own cultivation realm was very low. Therefore, at this time, the blood spirit demon emperor's strength was barely comparable to the cultivation of the Yuan Ying realm. But as soon as the 7 days have passed, the blood spirit and the flesh body are perfectly fused. His cultivation would be able to return to the peak realm of the transformation god realm. By then, he would find another opportunity to devour dozens of cultivators' cultivation with the blood shadow demon technique, and he would be able to step into the cave void realm again. Everything was in his perfect plan. However, just at this moment, a voice came from outside the cold palace. Liu, bind your hands and surrender, lest you suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Liu! The blood spirit demon emperor opened his eyes almost as a reflex. Somewhat surprised, he looked in the direction from which the voice had come. Liu? Why is he here? Could it be that the Western Liang dynasty also has one named Liu? The blood spirit demon emperor was a little panicked in his heart. So quietly he came to the wall and looked toward the source of the sound. Inside the 5 elements spirit formation, Liu glanced at that Qingfeng realist with an expressionless face and didn't bother to talk much to him. Directly drawing his sword, swinging his sword, and withdrawing his sword, the 3 actions were done in one go, as fast as if he never drew his sword, but just stood in place. However, that 5 elements spirit formation like curtain suddenly choked, followed by a boom, and directly collapsed away. The majestic energy transformed by the spirit formation was like a heavy bomb that exploded. It directly shook the Qingfeng realist and the other 4 god transformation realm powerhouses, sending them flying. Almost at the same time, Liu's figure shifted and grabbed the Qingfeng realist who had not yet reacted. With a loud boom, he was directly smashed into the ground. The entire ground crumbled inch by inch, sinking deeper downward, and space rippled in a circle. That palace also collapsed amidst the energy shockwave from the collapse of the spirit formation just now, as well as the shockwave from Liu's blow. As for the Qingfeng realist who was smashed into the ground by Liu, the bones in his entire body were directly shattered inch by inch, and his internal meridians were also broken. Like a puddle of mud, he was once again lifted in Liu's hands. This was still Liu's mercy, or else at this point, he was afraid that he would have directly melted with the earth. Looking at that Qingfeng real person was like a puddle of mud being lifted in Liu's hands, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The other 4 god transformation realm powerhouses on the side were all stunned. That feather phoenix was even standing in place as if petrified. However, equally shocked, there was also the one who was grasping the wall grass and lying on top of the wall of the cold palace, the blood spirit demon emperor. It's really Liu. At this time, the mood of the blood spirit demon emperor can only be perfectly explained by the word. I'm hiding out of the country. How can I still run into him? It's just a ghostly thing. Take me to your emperor. Liu appeared in front of Fei Feng like an instant. Feather Phoenix woke up as if from a nightmare, her face turned pale and she instinctively took a step back. The pupils of his eyes trembled as he looked at that Qingfeng realist who was being carried in Liu's hands. Inside, the fear was really extreme, and the feeling was even more frightening than facing one's own death. Her master was a powerful person in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, the 3rd-ranked expert of the Western Liang dynasty. Surprisingly, it was just a waste of time. Is this Liu a monster? Feather Phoenix suddenly understood at this moment why Ji Qinglan had behaved like that and said that. Because this Liu is really someone that the Western Liang dynasty cannot afford to mess with. Even if you kill me, I won't bring you to His Majesty. Feather Phoenix said in a colorful voice, as Ji Qinglan's protector. She still had this bit of professionalism, knowing that Liu was so dangerous, would she not take him to see His Majesty? Yo, very backbone, but you should understand that if I came here to kill your emperor, I could have just swept away your entire palace. I promised Ji Qinglan that I wouldn't harm his family, so I kept my word. I just want to talk to your emperor of Western Liang, so as not to hurt the peace later, but if you don't lead the way, fine, I think there must be someone in this palace who is willing to lead the way. I'll find it myself if I really can't, but I can't be blamed for accidentally hurting innocent people. Liu said with a smile. Before the words fell, he backhanded another sword. At the same time, a palace not far away was directly cut off lazily and collapsed. Stop. I'll take you. Don't you mess around. Feather Phoenix exclaimed. She knew very well that a powerful person of Liu's strength, not to mention killing their majesties, it would be easy to overthrow a country. If he really had the heart to kill, I'm afraid that everyone in this palace would have already died under his sword by now. So maybe he really just wants to come to a deal. If I really let him run amok and injure His Majesty by mistake, I would really deserve to die. Follow me. Not long after, Liu carried the Qingfeng Jinran who looked like a dead dog and followed Fei Feng to a palace. At this time, the place had been surrounded by layers of the palace's top experts, and the commotion that was just so big had naturally alarmed the entire palace. Moreover, Ji Tianchang had previously learned of Li Yu's arrival from realist Qingfeng. "Let him in." Ji Tianchang's voice came out from within the great hall. Those so-called experts at the entrance who were colorful and panicked in their hearts secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly made way for Li Yu and Fei Feng to walk into the main hall. Inside the grand hall, a figure as majestic and dignified as a pine stood atop the hall. However, when he saw Li Yu walking carrying the Qingfeng Jinran, a look of shock immediately appeared in his eyes that were as stern as a falcon's. The Qingfeng real person was actually killed by this kid. Ji Tianchang was shocked inwardly. Chapter 76, Brother, why are you going bald at an early age? I'm sorry, Your Majesty Shilong, I didn't control my power just now. I thought that this top expert of your Shilong dynasty was very strong, but I didn't expect that he didn't even resist 3 layers of my power. But he's not dead yet, so he should be able to live for a few years if he gets some elixirs and medicines. Li Yu casually threw the Qingfeng realist on the ground and said with a smile. His slightly playful words, however, were like a thunderbolt that struck Ji Tianchang's heart. Ji Tianchang's eyes flickered and his face was gloomy, although his expression was still calm. Waves of shock had already risen within him. He really didn't expect that this great Xia dynasty would have a terrifyingly strong person like Li Yu. Inaccurately, monsters. The 5 old monsters of the god transformation realm within their palace had trapped him with their formations, and surprisingly, none of them had been able to do anything to him. Moreover, Qingfeng Jinran was a top powerhouse of the Xiliang dynasty, but he was directly beaten into a cripple by him, and he only used 3 layers of power. This kid, is he still human? Did you come to see me for something? Ji Tianchang asked in a colorful voice. It's nothing, I just came over to report peace to you on behalf of Ji Qinglan. In addition, as a country of friendship, I think we should talk about the sustainable peace strategy of the 2 countries. Li Yu said with a smile. About half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Great Hall seemed extraordinarily cordial, with constant laughter. Ha, Your Majesty is worthy of being the king of a country. This broad-mindedness, this boldness, makes me admire. Then I will thank Your Majesty on behalf of the countless people of Xia. Today I had a good talk with Your Majesty. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will certainly come back to have a drink with Your Majesty. By the way, Your Majesty, if there are still princes and princesses in your country who are interested, they can be introduced to worship in our Green Cloud Sect, lest Ji Qinglan be alone and too lonely. However, our Changyun sect has very high requirements for disciple qualifications. How must be your Xiliang dynasty Heavenly Dao list, the list of famous people? Ha, no problem, right? Well, allow me to have a chat with the royal sons to see if anyone is willing to worship your sect, but don't worry, Daoistly, this is something that I will definitely take to heart. Ji Tianchang forced a smile. Good, in that case, I'll be waiting for good news. It's getting late, so I won't continue to intrude. I'll come back to greet Your Majesty again in the coming day when I have time. Li Yu got up and said. Good, then have a safe journey, Daoistly. Ji Tianchang's face was full of smiles, and in his heart, he really couldn't wait to send this plague god away. Farewell. Li Yu arched his hand and immediately walked out of the great hall, his figure swaying and disappearing. Seeing Li Yu leave, Ji Tianchang's face instantly darkened, his face ugly as if he wanted to kill someone. He now had only 2 words to summarize about Li Yu. Devil. Robbers. Bandits. Although Ji Tianchang was really angry and unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do. In this world where the strong are honored, strength is sometimes the word. Especially a guy like Li Yu who was simply ridiculously strong, he could only admit defeat when he messed with such a person. This damned brat, it's not enough to abduct one of the widow's sons, but he even wants to hit on other royal sons and princesses, how insatiable. Ji Tianchang raged in his heart. However, on second thought, he felt that what Li Yu said was somewhat reasonable. The entire Qingyun sect was Ji Qinglan, a Western Liang person, who was indeed alone, and probably didn't even have anyone to talk to. Although with Ji Qinglan's strength, she was not bullied. But it's always lonely. But who to let go? These royals are afraid that none of them will want to. And the Green Cloud Sect also wanted someone who was on the Heavenly Dao list. So as he thought about it, Ji Tianchang suddenly thought of someone. Yeah, I can have Wanjie go to the Qingyun sect to accompany Chenglan. Although Ji Wanjie and Ji Qinglan are not from the same mother, they have been very close since childhood. It was also Ji Qinglan who had been secretly taking care of Ji Wanjie all these years, or else he would have been killed long ago in the cold palace. It was only a pity that the Heavenly Dao Ranking had let the entire world know that Ji Wanjie possessed the heavenly demon bloodshed body. He had already become a hidden danger in the hearts of countless righteous sects and full of people in the Xiliang dynasty, someone who could not be tolerated. Now he was also pressured to consider bestowing death on this imperial son. But to be honest, he really couldn't bear to kill Ji Wanjie. However, as the emperor, he had to give an explanation to the major sects, the great clans, and even the whole world after all. But if he was sent to the Green Cloud Sect, then it would save his life and also give an explanation to the entire court and the people of the world. It's almost like a 2-for-1 deal. Thinking of this, Ji Tianchang immediately called for Fei Feng, send the 9th prince to the Green Cloud Sect, but don't tell him about this yet, don't say anything to him, just say that I'm going to ask you to send him to a safe place, and wait until we arrive at the Green Cloud Sect before you tell him. By the way, you go with Gulan Jinran, be sure to protect Wanjie and hide your tracks so that no one makes a move on him on the way. Ji Tianchang knew very well that there were people within this Xiliang dynasty who wished for Ji Wanjie's death, so in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation, he had to send someone to protect it before he could do so, and if Ji Wanjie died, he wouldn't be able to shine a more suitable candidate to send to accompany Ji Qinglan. And Gulan Jinran was likewise a powerful person of the transformation god realm, so he should be able to protect him. After leaving the Xiliang Imperial Palace, Li Yu was in a happy mood as he rode the purple electricity auger dragon and set off on his return journey. With the sponsorship of the Western Liang dynasty, his sect's wealth would be doubled again. He didn't let the auger dragon fly too fast, lying on top of the auger dragon's head, admiring the stars in the sky, and the Heavenly Dao list of the Xiliang dynasty. He'd taken a general look at those 3 lists when he'd arrived. There was no more Ji Qinglan's name on it. And there were 3 other people with the Ji surname on the list: Ji Tianchang, the possessor of the 2nd place on the Divine Warrior ranking; Ji Qingxue, the 18th on the Subterranean Dragon ranking; Ji Wanjie, who was ranked 3rd on the 3000 physique list. Heavenly Demon Bloodbath Body. Li Yu looked at that Ji Wanjie's special physique. If Ji Tianchang really wants to choose one of his sons and daughters to send to my Qingyan sect, I think it must be this Ji Wanjie. Li Yu belabored. He knew very well that the name of Ji Wanjie's physique, at first glance, was not allowed in the righteous path. Coming from a royal child possessing this kind of physique, it was absolutely impossible to stay. So this Ji Tianchang would definitely choose to give this hot potato away. But if that was true, it would be to Li Yu's liking. Compared to that Ji Qingxue, this Ji Wanjie clearly had more potential. To be ranked 3rd on the Western Liang physique list, this physique must not be simple. As for any heavenly demon bloodshed body, he didn't care. The so-called positive and demonic are nothing more than artificially defined. There are also great traitors and evil people in the righteous sects, and the demons may not all be unforgiving. Not to mention it's just a body name. After flying for not long, his stomach suddenly rumbled, but he was a bit hungry. Little Violet, help me hunt a spirit beast, Li Yu said as he patted the purple electricity Jiao dragon's head. One good thing about this world is that if you're hungry, you can find a random mountain and you'll be able to hunt down meaty prey. The purple electricity Jiao dragon roared and swooped down directly toward the bottom. Not long after, in the middle of a mountain range in the Western Liang dynasty, Li Yu took the hunted dragon horn spirit sheep and disposed of them. Then set it up on the fire and start grilling. As they say, there's nothing a barbecue can't fix. In this world, Li Yu still felt that barbecue was the most delicious way of cooking. The charcoal fire roasted the mutton with a moist, fragrant aroma. Li Yu sprinkled on the spices, which instantly made that aroma even more tantalizing. But right at this moment, the purple electricity Jiao Long that was prostrate in the distant valley suddenly tilted its head and roared. Following that, they saw a huge sword uncut down in the night sky. At the same time, a silhouette, as if it was flying, smashed down from the sky, heading straight for the fire in front of Li Yu. Li Yu's quick eyes and hands grabbed the mutton and ducked aside, but the figure smashed into the fire with a loud bang. Smashed the fire to pieces. By the light of the fire, Li Yu could see the flying man. It was a man of very young appearance, but without half a hair on his head. The scalp that was so bright it could be used as a mirror, reflected the firelight and instantly became the brightest boy under this night sky. The moment he saw the man, Li Yu only wanted to ask, "Brother, why are you going bald at an early age?" But just then, the system interface popped up in front of Li Yu's eyes once again. Chapter 77 This Unlucky Man Request for Follow-Up Reading. Li Yu looked at the system interface, and as expected, it was information about this bald youth. Name, Gu Yuqi. Sex, male. Age, 28. Cultivation, early transformation realm. Bloodline, ancient god's bloodline. Physique, ancient god body. Height, 179 centimeters. Hobbies. Through this person you can open the ancient god realm quest. Sage? Kitty Jade? 28 years old at the realm of the transfigured god. Ancient god body. I'll be damned, I'm sure the ones who go bald early are great. Just as Liu was looking at the system interface in amazement, 3 silhouettes with powerful auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The 3 men wore black robes and special masks so that their faces could not be seen. However, the auras emitted were all very powerful, and it was estimated that all of them were strong above the transformation god realm. From the standpoint of these 3 people, it was obvious that they were not here to protect this bald Guyuchi. Little brother, run! That Guyuchi had just climbed up from the fire and immediately said to Liu. Hearing that Guyuchi's words, Liu was a bit confused. How did he make it seem as if these 3 people were coming at him? However, seeing that these few people were about to make a move, Liu was too lazy to mind his own business. Taking the roasted goat, he was ready to leave this place of wrongdoing and continue to enjoy his evening meal. However, right at this moment, one of the old men waved his big hand, and a jade sword transformed into a 10-foot sword blade, directly stabbing at Liu. That Guyuchi crossed her eyes and instantly blocked in front of Liu. A fist blasted out, golden ripples rippled out, directly vibrating that flying sword back. Run, right now! Guyuchi shouted again, while her gaze was fixed on the 3 black-robed men. However, Liu did not move, his brows slightly furrowed as he glanced angrily at the 3 black-robed men. Bought a watch for it. What's wrong with you guys? I'm a ING passerby, I have nothing to do with this bald kid, you guys kill me for nothing. Originally, having been interrupted from his joyous time of enjoying food, Liu was in a bad mood. At this moment, seeing that these 3 people actually wanted to kill themselves together. Well, that's just not tolerable. The long sword was sheathed and the sword light swept across. Brush. It was as if there was an invisible sword chi sweeping through the void, and the heads of those 3 black-robed men moved directly from their necks. At the same time, the countless large trees around them were also directly cut off. The entire top of the mountain was instantly cut into a flat head, almost a hairstyle with Guyuchi. Putting away his long sword, Liu retrieved the charcoal scattered around, piled it up, added some more firewood, and continued to roast the mutton. Guyuchi looked at the 3 fallen black-robed men in surprise and was stunned for a long time before coming back to her senses. The gaze that looked at Liu again was already filled with admiration. I didn't realize that the person I ran into was a high-level person. With a single sword, he chopped up those 3 powerhouses of the god transformation realm. This strength is truly extraordinary. Surprisingly, it's a senior high-ranking person. Thank you, senior, for your help. Guyuchi immediately bowed and cupped his fists, thanking him. Although the person in front of him looked childish, estimating that he was only 17 or 18 years old. But Guyuchi knew very well that this world had never measured cultivation by looking at the face. Maybe some childish people, but the old monsters who have been practicing for thousands of years, just return to the old. Not to mention the goblins that have cultivated into essence and can take human form. It would be even more impossible to distinguish cultivation and strength from appearance. So from the strength that Liu had just displayed, Guyuchi felt that there was nothing wrong with addressing as senior. It's fine to call us senior, don't call me senior, I'm not as old as you. Liu said as he roasted the mutton. His words surprised Guyuchi a bit, but thinking about it, perhaps the senior didn't like being called senior. So immediately, he changed his words, many thanks to the higher power for his help. Are these people your enemies? Liu asked casually. It wasn't before, but it will be in the future. Guyuchi said. Spinning around, he walked over to the 3 heads and removed their masks to look at them, and then his brows furrowed and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, then it seems that they are here for your special physique? Liu added. The system has a very detailed introduction for this Guyuchi, including the fact that he comes from the Heavenly Fortune dynasty and is from a small and unimpressive sect. 3 years ago, he awakened the ancient god's bloodline, and his cultivation went straight from the late stage of foundation establishment all the way to the harmonized god realm. It was like a batch of dark horses, suppressing a group of renowned supreme celestial pride. Becoming number 1 on the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty's potential dragon ranking and number 1 on the 3000 physique ranking. But a piker is not guilty of harboring a crime, and this Guyuchi sect has already been destroyed. So based on this information, it was actually not difficult for Liu to surmise that those 3 people just now, 80% of them were here to seize the treasure. And the thing they wanted to seize was this Gu Yuqi's ancient god body. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to escape from the Heavenly Fortune dynasty to here unharmed. The men must have intended to take them alive. And there was absolutely no need for those people to wear masks if they were here to seek revenge, much less take a shot at themselves as passers-by. But if it was for the sake of taking the treasure, that would be understandable. Those few people definitely didn't want anyone other than them to know the whereabouts of this Gu Yuqi, so as to avoid any complications. So try to kill yourself to silence yourself. I'm not sure I'll be able to get it right, but I'm going to get myself killed. Hearing Li Yu's words, Gu Yuqi was startled in her heart and looked at Li Yu with some caution. Don't be afraid, I'm not interested in that physique of yours, mine is much more powerful than yours. Li Yu said. Spinning around, he removed the mutton from the fire and said happily, haha, it's finally roasted, do you want to taste it? Li Yu looked at Gu Yuqi. No need, thank you Highness, you take your time to eat, I have something to do, I'll take my leave first. Gu Yuqi said somewhat nervously. Now he was really like a scared bird, but whenever someone mentioned his special physique, he panicked. Not to mention someone of unknown origin and ridiculously strong. After all, at this stage, his physique was being stared at by countless forces as if it was fat meat, and his sect had all been exterminated because of his ancient god body. He's really scared now. So the first thought that popped into his head at this moment was to hurry up and leave this place. Before the words fell, Gu Yuqi's figure shifted and flew directly toward midair. Li Yu was a bit stunned, not realizing that his casual words had scared this guy away. That's a lot of guts for a bald head. But he didn't care, even though it was a person of destiny and also a talent with a demonic talent. If one could become a disciple of one's own sect, that would indeed be a good thing. However, when meeting people in a casual manner, one could not just come up and invite them to join their sect. What's more, it wasn't like his sect couldn't recruit disciples, so there was absolutely no need to be so proactive. That's why it's best to do everything as it comes. Boom! Li Yu was about to continue eating the mutton when he suddenly heard a thunderbolt explode in mid-air. Instead, a spherical thunderbolt struck the Gu Yuqi who had just flown in mid-air. In the night sky, his bald head reflected the light of the thunder and looked exceptionally bright, as if it was actually glowing. At the same time, that spherical thunderbolt even triggered heavenly thunder in mines. Hundreds of thunderbolts were immediately struck towards Gu Yuqi from the sky and the ground, in all directions. Gu Yuqi's body kept convulsing in those thousands of thunderbolts. Looking at him, Li Yu couldn't help but grin and suck in a breath of cold air. This unlucky guy, it hurts to look at him. But after a few moments of brilliance, that lightning suddenly disappeared, and Gu Yuqi, whose entire body was scorched black, fell from midair with smoke. With a bang, it smashed on top of the ground not far in front of Li Yu, with electric arcs still bubbling on the surface of his body, and his body twitching slightly. Li Yu nibbled on a leg of lamb as he walked over. Just then, a fist-sized sphere of lightning light emerged from that Gu Yuqi's body. Ding! Successfully collected the heaven and earth curiosity, the true elemental divine thunder. Chapter 78. There's something in my heart I don't know whether to say or not. Holy, heaven and earth wonders, true elemental divine thunder? Li Yu was somewhat surprised as he looked at the small ball that the lightning had condensed into. I didn't expect that the thing that hit this unlucky guy was a heaven and earth wonder. Just then, the purple electricity Jiao dragon also rushed over, its eyes glowing as it looked at the true elemental divine lightning. You want it? Li Yu asked. He knew that this purple electricity auger was the one that used thunder attribute mana, and this true elemental divine lightning would definitely benefit it a lot. Wanting it, would Master be willing to reward it to me? The purple electricity Jiao dragon spat out human words and said. This true elemental divine thunder could cause its mana to undergo a qualitative change, possessing even more powerful thunder power. More so, it could help it break the shackles of its bloodline and take another step towards being a true dragon. Well, let's see how you behave in the future. Li Yu quickly put that true elemental divine thunder into the system space. This purple electricity Jiao Long had only just submitted to him a short while ago, so naturally, he couldn't immediately give this kind of wondrous thing to it for nothing. Delayed gratification is required to educate obedient mounts. Many thanks, Master. Little Violet will certainly go through fire and water for her master in the future. That purple electricity auger dragon said, but in his heart, he was more or less disappointed. However, it also knew that Li Yu didn't trust it yet. So one must try to perform hard in the future and gain the trust of the master. Putting away the true elemental divine thunder, Li Yu leaned down to check on Gu Yuqi. This unlucky man was indeed badly injured, but Sokoto was not dead. The scorched black wounds were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the ancient god body was still perverse. It's amazing that he didn't even die when he was hit by this kind of heaven and earth wonder. But that said, I don't know if this guy was lucky or unlucky. Knocked out of the air and smashed into his own fire. And then only to lend himself to the danger. I was just about to leave when I was struck head-on by lightning. As a result, he ran into the heaven and earth wonder true elemental divine thunder. This was really an intriguing son of Chi. Alright, since the heavens have sent you back to me again, it means that we are destined to be together. Let's take you back. Li Yu extinguished the fire. Throwing Gu Yuchi onto the back of the purple electricity Jiao dragon, he then tied him with a rope to avoid falling. He, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the head of the purple electricity sculptor dragon, eating mutton while harnessing the purple electricity sculptor dragon and continuing his journey towards the Great Xiao dynasty. When Li Yu returned to the Green Cloud Sect, it was already early in the morning of the next day. At this time, the disciples were all practicing in the morning, and when they saw Li Yu return, they bowed and bowed. Li Yu handed the still unconscious Gu Yuchi to two disciples and said, "Take him to his room to recuperate." Nowadays, many simple bamboo huts have been temporarily set up in the Taoist temple for the disciples to live in. After all, you can't always sleep in the open air, and there are quite a few young female disciples, so it's really inconvenient. The two disciples looked at the charred and blackened Gu Yuchi and said with some surprise, "My God, senior brother, was this guy burned by fire? What a tragedy, even your hair is burned out." "No, it was struck by lightning," Li Yu said casually. The two disciples glanced at each other and became even more surprised. Right at this moment, Ji Qinglan walked quickly and arched his hand. "Senior brother, you're back. Have you seen my father? How was it?" After Li Yu left, Ji Qinglan had been very worried, really afraid that his father would anger Li Yu again, and that Li Yu would swing the palace on a whim. So at this point, it was finally time to bring Li Yu back. "Well, it was a pleasant chat with your father. By the way, no surprise, in a few days there should be your brothers also worshipping in our Changyan sect. Your father is afraid that you are lonely and looking for a companion for you," Li Yu said with a smile. 2 days later, a report came back from the border of the Daxia dynasty that the army of the Xiliang dynasty had retreated. Then the envoys of the Xiliang dynasty rushed to the Daxia dynasty, paid a visit to Murong, and sent back the deed of cession of that year, returning all the cities and lands that originally belonged to the Daxia dynasty. The other party, however, brought heavy gifts with Ji Wanjie and rushed to the Green Cloud Sect from Xiliang. The sudden return of the once ceded lands by the Western Liang dynasty made Murong overjoyed. "Worthy of being the heavenly protector of my Daxia dynasty. This Li Yu is truly a man of God." Murong was truly excited. For so many years, Daxia has been subjected to Xiliang and has repeatedly ceded land and begged for peace, and today it is finally raising its eyebrows and recovering its lost land. And it was all due to Li Yu alone. Murong really didn't know how to be grateful to Li Yu. "Pass on my decree, announce Li Yu's achievements to the world, take this as a great joy, and within the next 3 years, the service will be halved and the world will be amnestied." "Yes, your majesty." At the same time, at the mountain gate of the Green Cloud Sect, Li Yu happily counted the belongings sent by the Western Liang dynasty and smiled from ear to ear. "And Ji Qinglan is happy. Ninth brother, father actually sent you here. Great, you're finally free." Seeing Ji Wanjie, Ji Qinglan was truly surprised. Among the many imperial sons, the one who had the best relationship with him was Ji Wanjie. When Ji Wanjie was trapped in the cold palace by a trick, Ji Qinglan has been secretly protecting him and has been looking forward to the day when this ninth brother of his can regain his freedom. I didn't realize that the two brothers were now reunited in this way. For Ji Wanjie, it's another kind of rebirth. "Welcome to our Changyan sect." Li Yu looked at that Ji Wanjie smilingly. This kid is a good-looking guy, not unlike Ji Qinglan, but it's this look that doesn't look too happy. However, at this moment, Ji Wanjie, no, to be precise, it was the blood spirit demon emperor. Looking at Li Yu in front of him, the smile on his face was really worse than crying. He really had a Mamma Mia sentence in his heart that he didn't know whether to say it or not. One's own ing circle unexpectedly returned to the Great Xiao dynasty, and was also ing sent to the Qingyun sect. What a ing magical destiny! The blood spirit demon emperor truly wanted to cry. Yesterday a fellow named Gulan and a fellow named Fei Feng suddenly came to the cold palace and said that His Majesty had asked them to escort him to a place. They didn't say exactly where they were going and said they'd tell him when they got to their destination. The one called Gulen was a transformation god realm powerhouse, so the blood spirit demon emperor didn't dare to act out. After all, the seizing of the body hadn't been fully fused yet, and his strength was still very weak. If you behave abnormally, you will easily arouse the suspicion of the other party. So he made a plan out of it and obediently followed that Feather Phoenix and Gulen Jinran, leaving the Western Liang dynasty together. But how could he have ever imagined that he would end up being sent to the Qingyan sect of the Great Xia dynasty? It was sent to Li Yu. That's really what you're afraid of. If he knew his true identity, he would be killed with a sword. So at this moment, the blood spirit demon emperor was really panicking in his heart. Although he had taken over Ji Wanjie and fused some of his memories at the same time, it was possible to pretend to be Ji Wanjie and hide his identity. But hell knows if that Heavenly Dao list will expose his true identity. Blood spirit sword, I have to hurry up and send the blood spirit sword out of Dasha before I can do that, or else the divine soldier ranking might just expose me. The blood spirit demon emperor pondered in his heart. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, he felt that his blood spirit sword had become a hot potato. Chapter 79. The first stage of the mission will soon be completed. Ji Wanjie's arrival did put Ji Qinglan in a good mood. Only compared to Ji Qinglan, Ji Wanjie was in a terrible mood, and without a word, he followed Ji Qinglan towards the top of the mountain. However, as he continued to approach the top of Qingqiu Mountain, the color of surprise in his gaze intensified. It's Taoist luck. The blood spirit demon emperor was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a strong flow of Dao luck within this Qingyan sect. It was as if this place was the center of the universe, with countless heaven and earth auras and auras of the great Dao converging on their own. A special kind of field is created throughout the summit. This Qingyun sect is surprisingly so extraordinary. The blood spirit demon emperor was surprised but pleasantly surprised. This is definitely a heavenly paradise, a holy place for cultivation. For a moment, the blood spirit demon emperor's mood suddenly had the feeling of a village in the dark. Being able to cultivate in such a holy place, one would probably be able to step into the transitional succession realm in no time. Moreover, under the nourishment of this Dao luck, it should also become much easier to cross the heavenly tribulation when one has the Dao luck protecting one's body. The day he stepped into the Mahayana realm, he would no longer have to fear that Li Yu. Once I step into the Mahayana realm, I can easily rule the northern domain and turn everyone in the northern domain into my blood demon army. The blood spirit demon emperor pondered in his heart. That male from the immortal region had given him the task of ruling the entire northern region of the Huaxia Dao state. Previously, he had thought that he only needed to step into the cave void realm to complete this task. As a result, he didn't expect the Great Xia dynasty to hide a demonic powerhouse like Li Yu. So right now, in his opinion, even the transition realm wasn't stable enough. Only by stepping into the Mahayana realm, truly half-stepping into the ranks of immortals, could one hope to defeat Li Yu. As he was about to walk towards the top of the mountain, Li Yu suddenly noticed a change in the sky's subterranean dragon ranking. A new name has broken into the top 10. The 7th place in the list of potential dragons, Tang Qi. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Yoo-hoo, Tang Qi has even broken into the top 10. Well, it's true that no matter which world kryptonite is the fastest way to get stronger. Li Yu said with a smile. His own stage of various elixirs to Tang Qi Krypton has been this originally mediocre qualification of the senior brother, hard kryptonite into a generation of heavenly pride. It's even directly rushed to the 7th of the subterranean dragon ranking. It's really very competitive. Of course, he also knew that this was estimated to have a certain amount of credit from the Dao Luck ancient tree. When this Ji Wanjie finishes the initiation procedures, the 10 genius disciples will be one short of the other. If we then lure Gu Yuqi into the sect as well, then we will have completely completed this task of being a genius disciple. Li Yu slandered. All of the collection tasks in Phase 1 have now been completed. Divine soldiers, feats, Dan formulas, spirit plants, and so on had already been exceeded. Even the collection of heaven and earth wonders that didn't count as a mandatory completion in the first stage was completed 310. During this time, the Heavenly Dao Ranking rewards, as well as the heavy gifts sent by the Great Xia dynasty and the Western Liang dynasty, as well as the family belongings on that Violet Dragon Dharma King, and so on. It had already made the Qingyun sect's family extremely strong. As for the progress of the item of reputation value, because of the previous appearance of the Divine Soldier list, he himself had become a great hero in the hearts of all the people. Plus the beheading of the venerable king of the Purple Dragon, and being enthroned as the protector of the realm, and so on. It's gone all the way up to 98-100. Li Yu also found out that reputation values could also be obtained automatically by improving one's social status, as well as by doing things to enhance one's reputation, in addition to completing system quests. Therefore, he was prepared to go and get rid of the leeching Si Xuanjiu as well in a few days, which should allow the prestige value quest to be completed completely. In this way, one was one step closer to true invincibility. After returning to the top of the mountain, Li Yu first called for someone to take Ji Wanjie through the initiation procedures. As Ji Wanjie became a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the system mission quickly changed. Number of talented disciples, 910. As long as we take down Gu Yuqi afterward, we'll be done, Li Yusen said. Spinning around, he also stopped disturbing the reunion time of Ji Qinglan and Ji Wanjie's brothers and walked towards his courtyard alone. Inside the courtyard, the Chongming bird was perched on a tree, while a group of wildcats were gathered at the roots of the tree, constantly rubbing their bodies against that trunk. Meow, let me tell you, Taoist Li is a man of God, he's the one who pulled this tree out. A tree this big was pulled out by Taoist Li? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Awesome. Don't talk, hurry up and seize the time to suck more, this is a rare treasure, rubbing ourselves under this tree every day, we might be able to cultivate and achieve the Tao as well. Meow, that's cozy. Li Yu had just walked into the courtyard when he saw the large group of wild cats rubbing against the tree trunk. It looked like he was high on catnip and his mouth was meowing. Ugh, this picture is really unbearable. Li Yu laughed and ignored them. Any confusing behavior on the part of a meow is normal behavior anyway. It would be unusual if they suddenly became normal one day. Eldest senior brother, that guy who was struck by lightning has woken up. A disciple's cry suddenly came from the courtyard entrance. Hearing this, Li Yu almost burst out laughing. This junior apprentice brother's use of words was really sharp. The guy who got struck by lightning. This label, I'm afraid, is going to accompany Gu Yuqi for a very long time. Li Yu turned toward the courtyard in trance. Go, take me to him. Inside the bamboo house, Gu Yuqi looked around blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings and touched the top of her head that was as blank as her brain. Two questions arose in his mind at once. Who am I? Where am I? He felt as if he had lost his memory, he couldn't remember anything, his head was in chaos. You're finally awake. A voice came from the doorway. Gu Yuqi looked curiously, still confused. Who are you, who am I, and where am I? Hearing Gu Yuqi's triple question, Li Yu froze for a moment. Well, this thing was struck by lightning amnesia. To say that being struck by that kind of heaven and earth divine thunder, it was already a miracle to not die. Memory loss has been a blessing. Getting directly electrocuted as a cutie. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the kid was pretending to have amnesia to give himself a leg up. So Li Yu paused and said, actually, I am your father. Ha? Of the second oldest. Ha? Of the neighbor's cousin's uncle's master's apprentice's brother's worship brother. Seeing the change in this Gu Yuqi's expression, Li Yu was certain that he had really lost his memory. But it's a good thing I didn't get electrocuted, silly, which is an unfortunate blessing. The confusion on Gu Yuqi's face intensified, feeling like she had heard a lot of information and like she didn't know anything. I still don't know who you are? Gu Yuqi looked at Li Yu with a puzzled face. That doesn't even matter, just remember that my name is Li Yu, your name is Gu Yuqi, and this is the Qingyun sect. It was I who saved you back, you were seriously injured, and it was I who used our sect's supreme miracle drug, the smiling half-step epileptic, to pull you back from the gates of hell. So you have to know how to return the favor. This smiling half-step is a valuable elixir, and I know you don't have much money. Therefore, in the future, you will stay in our sect and contribute more to our sect to repay our sect for saving your life. After listening to Li Yu's words, Gu Yuqi nodded with a bitter smile, suddenly feeling that it was better to be in a coma, the reality was too cruel. Li Yu didn't bother, and while Gu Yuqi still had the capacity for civil behavior, he made quick work of it. He was allowed to go through the initiation procedures and became an inner disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. And with Gu Yuqi also going through the initiation procedures, the task of recruiting disciples was successfully completed. Chapter 80 The Xian Zhao's Anger. On the second day, a new change occurred in the Heavenly Dao Ranking of the Great Xia Dynasty. On the list of potential dragons, a new name appeared, Gu Yuqi. And directly replacing Ji Qinglan, he became second place, and Yi Qiu was back to his initial fourth place. This somewhat irritated Yi Qiu. He vowed to go into seclusion and never come out until he was back in second place. This made Li Yu a little worried about Yi Qiu. This guy don't practice autism. That Gu Yuqi is the guy with the bald buff. Compared to him, I'm afraid I can only wait for that prime ancient emperor's chance. Not only that, but 2 new names had likewise appeared on the 3000 physique list. Gu Yuqi replaced Ji Qinglan as the second place. Ji Wanjie's name came in 7th place after Morong Xingqiao. The Divine Warrior ranking, on the other hand, remained unchanged for the time being. As before, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's name had disappeared from the list, and the second place on the Divine Warrior ranking had become Li Qingyun's Dragon Cutting Sword. Looking at Ji Wanjie's name on the physique list, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor really pinched himself. Almost thought that his taking over of Ji Wanjie was about to be exposed. It's a good thing there's no danger, so it looks like I'll be able to live with it for a while longer. Last night, he had secretly sent his blood spirit sword out of Mount Qingqiu. While the Divine Warrior list had not yet been updated, Elder Kuei would bring the blood spirit sword out of the Great Xia dynasty, or else this Divine Warrior list might have exposed himself. I really didn't expect it. This Qingyun sect really hides crouching tigers within it. Unexpectedly, another ancient god physique has come out. It's a great deal. This is a top 10 physique among the 3000 physiques. I'm afraid that even people from the immortal domain would be red in the eyes. But even the ancient god body didn't surpass Li Yu's human body. Tisk, this kid's physique is really ridiculously strong. Alas, this would be perfect if I were to take over his body. The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor still felt a pang of regret in his heart. He is really greedy for Li Yu's body. Physique. The appearance of the ancient god body and the heavenly demon blood fiend body had once again startled many people, especially the great sects of the Great Xia dynasty. Ancient god body, my god, this Qingyun sect even came out with an ancient god body. Who is this Gu Yuqi? Never heard of him before. It's possible that he's a new worshipper of the Green Cloud Sect. It's unbelievable that an ancient god body has come out of my Great Xia dynasty's 3000 physique list. So what if it's an ancient god's body? It's still not ranked behind Li Yu's human body all the same. Well, this Li Yu's physique is truly awesome. Even the ancient god physique can only settle for second place. Yes, Li Yu is a miracle. That Ji Wanjie is also a royal son of the Western Liang dynasty, isn't he? It should be. I heard that the emperor of Western Liang sent another imperial son to cultivate in the Green Cloud Sect to give Ji Qinglan company, so it must be this person. Heavenly demon bloodshed body, no wonder it was sent to Qingyun sect on its own accord. The Western Liang people are so calculating, to send someone with this kind of demonic body to my dasha, how insidious. This kind of demonic body person, Qingyun sect even accepts them. Isn't this raising a tiger? What are you afraid of? My dasha has to have this kind of temperament. With Li Yu's strength, would he still be afraid of a heavenly demon blood fiend body turning over the sky? That's right, it's safer to keep this kind of demonic body by your side and watch it. On the contrary, all the major sects were talking about the 2 new names that had appeared on the Heavenly Dao list, Gu Yuqi and Ji Wanjie. Time passed day by day, and Gu Yuqi had basically recovered her memory. However, this stage of his cultivation life in the Qingyun sect, as well as his contact with Li Yu, allowed him to completely drop his defenses. He also found a sense of belonging that he hadn't felt in a long time, and the people here were very kind to him. Despite the fact that it was almost common knowledge that he had been struck by lightning. But he also knew that people didn't actually mean to laugh at him, they were just heartbroken that he was struck by lightning and lost his hair. Senior brother, you know that my ancient god body is very powerful and will be coveted by many people. I am the source of disaster and may even involve the sect. Gu Yuqi still had concerns in her heart. Although he wanted to stay in the Green Cloud Sect, he equally did not want to drag the Green Cloud Sect into danger because of himself. So what? It's still ranked behind my physique. Li Yu said blandly, knowing what Gu Yuqi meant by his words. The person who wants to take over my ancient god body is very powerful. That power is an existence we can't afford to mess with. I don't want to involve the Qingyun sect. My previous sect has been tragically wiped out just because of me. Gu Yuqi paused and added. Senior brother, put your heart in your stomach. With me here, you can feel free to cultivate in my Qingyun sect. I don't care who he is. If he dares to mess with my Qingyun sect, I will personally teach him to behave. Li Yu patted Gu Yuqi's shoulder and said. The gaze was sincere and firm, making Gu Yuqi's heart very touched. But moved as he was, he ultimately felt that Li Yu had underestimated the power of that force. Of course, he also acknowledged that Li Yu was very strong and also possessed a physique that was more powerful than his own. To be able to easily kill 3 transformation god realm powerhouses with a single sword at this age was truly extraordinary. But the strong man behind that power was already standing at the top of this world. By the way, What exactly is that power you mentioned? Make you afraid like this? Li Yu asked again. Gu Yuqi was silent for a little while, her face was grave, and her voice was heavy as she said, Heavenly Fortune Dynasty, Heavenly Fortune Emperor. Never heard of it, is it powerful? Li Yu was unimpressed. Very impressive, the Heavenly Fortune Emperor is already at the peak of the Mahayana realm, someone who will be feathered into immortality at any time. People who are going to become immortal, still doing this kind of hook, I don't think he's worthy of becoming immortal and asking for help. Don't worry, if he dares to come looking for trouble, there's a senior brother to help you deal with it. If I really can't beat him, big deal, I'll just hand you over and be done with it. The corner of Gu Yuqi's mouth twitched. Was it so realistic? But he also knew that Li Yu was joking. Li Yu knew that the person who was going to take his physique was the Heavenly Fortune Emperor, yet he still dared to keep himself, which was already a great courage. He should be thankful for it, and he should be grateful for it. Many thanks, senior brother. Gu Yuqi didn't say anything more. He knew that the most important thing at the moment was to cultivate hard. As soon as possible, he would utilize his awakened ancient god bloodline to step into the Mahayana realm at an early date. If I step into the Mahayana realm, with my ancient god body and bloodline aptitude, I should be able to resist the Heavenly Fortune Emperor. In this way, there would be no need to be afraid of being taken over, and the peace of the Green Cloud Sect could be protected. In the afternoon, Elder Hu of the Yuqing Dao Sect brought someone to the Qingyan Sect to discuss with Li Yu about the honorary elder appointment ceremony. The time was set for 1 month later, when all the righteous sects of the Great Xia dynasty would attend the event. Even the major vassal families and cultivation families were invited. The Jade Clear Daoist sect will take this opportunity to announce to the entire Grand Xia dynasty that Li Yu has become an honorary elder of the Jade Clear Daoist sect. And this was the very core purpose of the Jade Clear Daoist sect. After all, as far as the Yuqing Dao sect was concerned, what they wanted was to increase the prestige of the Yuqing Dao sect with the help of Li Yu's current reputation. Surely this is a reflection of a strong alliance. As for Li Yu, becoming an honorary elder of the Yuqing Dao sect was somewhat similar to celebrity endorsements in his previous life. The ceremony is just like a brand launch where the endorsing celebrity is invited to attend the event in person. Of course, good products and brands can simultaneously increase a star's social status and prestige. Becoming an honorary elder of the Jade Clear Daoist sect was just like that. The status and influence of the Jade Clear Dao sect in the Daxia dynasty, and even in the entire Dao state of China, was by no means comparable to that of the present-day Qingyan sect. After all, it had been passed down for 10,000 years, with a strong heritage and far-reaching influence. More so, he was a core member of the Huaxia Daozhou clan union, with a very high influence and social status. Therefore, Li Yu becoming an honorary elder of the Jade Clear Daoist sect was a way for Li Yu and the Qingyan sect behind him to enhance their prestige. 2 days later, a piece of news sensationalized the Great Xia dynasty and reached Li Yu's ears as well. The Liqing Xi Xuanjia flooded the entire Yunzhou, killing and injuring over 10,000 people and displacing countless others. And the reason for this was precisely that a few days ago, the Yuhua realist had brought people and gone to subdue this great demon. The result was a failure, and the Yuhua real person was seriously injured. What's more, it angered the Liqing Xi Xuanjiu and flooded Yunzhou. Upon learning of this news, Li Yu immediately rode the purple electricity auger dragon and traveled to Yunzhou. Chapter 81: The Incredible Daxia Dynasty. The Yunzhou Liqing Sea covered an extremely wide area, and was truly like an inland sea. But although it is called the Liqing Sea, it is not a sea, but a lake. The scenery of this body of water was extremely beautiful, and if it wasn't for the terrifying great demon hidden within it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a fairyland on earth. At the southern border of Yunzhou, a group of more than 10 people flew in from the distance with flying swords on their feet. Each of these people had fluttering clothes and extraordinary temperament, quite like an immortal. They were the leading contemporary disciples of the Qingshu sacred ground in the Dao state of Huaxia. Among these people, the weakest was at the late Yuaning realm, and 5 of them were even at the God transformation realm cultivation. And these 5 people were all ranked among the 9 sequences of the Clear Void Holy Land, known as the 9 Sons of Clear Void. At the head was the 5th sequence Duan Tianming. With a cultivation at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, he possessed the water spirit Dao body that ranks 7th on the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty's 3000 physique list. Several people flew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were already 100 miles away, and soon arrived from the distance above that Liqing Sea. But just as the group had just flown into the air above the sea of asphalt. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the Heavenly Dao list in the distance. They couldn't help but stare, all of them revealing a look of surprise. Dragon Beheading Sword, Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun is in this great Xia dynasty. Duan Tianming's brows furrowed. Several other people were also looking at the three lists of the Heavenly Dao list with complex expressions, the surprise in their eyes growing thicker and thicker. Although they had heard that Li Qingyun might be in a certain country in the northern region, the Grand Elder was even secretly sending people around to spy on Li Qingyun. However, they did not expect to step through the iron shoes and find no place, but they actually saw Li Qingyun's name on the Heavenly Dao list of this great Xia dynasty. Duan Tianming was the only one of these people who had personally seen Li Qingyun kill his way up to the Qingshu Holy Land back then. Therefore, there was an instinctive fear of Li Qingyun in his heart. However, it was good that almost 100 years had passed since the incident, and he had also gone from that brat in the early Jindan realm back then to a true powerhouse in the late harmonization realm nowadays. Moreover, Li Qingyun was in this Daxia dynasty, but the Jade Clear Dao sect had still asked for assistance from the Qingshu Holy Land before. It was evident that Li Qingyun's cultivation had not yet recovered and was no longer enough to be feared. But it wasn't just the name of Li Qingyun on that list that made him internally surprised. There was also that Li Yu who occupied the top of three lists. Could this Li Yu be Li Qingyun's son? At only 17 years old, he was even stronger than Gu Yuqi? You have to know that Gu Yuqi is the number one on the Heavenly Fortune Dynasty's potential dragon ranking. A 28-year-old at the God Transformation realm was a peerless heavenly pride that could be ranked at the forefront when looking at the entire world. But this Li Yu was just 17 years old, and he was actually ranked ahead of Gu Yuqi. Is this because of the home field advantage? That's a bit outrageous too. And Gu Yuqi was even in the Great Xia dynasty and had even worshipped the Qingyun sect? And surprisingly, his ancient god body could only be ranked behind Li Yu. And, what the heck is that flat one sword? Surprisingly, it was even more powerful than the dragon cutting sword. The dragon slaying sword was ranked number 1 in their Heavenly Fortune dynasty. Even their Holy Lord's divine warrior could only come in second. However, this dragon slaying sword was similarly ranked after Li Yu's divine soldier. And at this moment, all the people of the Qingshu Holy Land, including Duan Tianming, were unable to calm their hearts like shocking waves. This great Xia dynasty's Heavenly Dao list, the amount of information was really a bit big, making them a bit unable to digest it for a while. There are so many things they can't figure out. Including why did that Gu Yuqi worship the Green Cloud Sect? At first, they had issued invitations from the Qingshu Holy Land, but they were all rejected by him. Later, they heard that their sect was exterminated by a mysterious force, and Gu Yuqi's whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect to be in this Daxia dynasty. Of course, what makes them wonder even more is this. What the hell is that human body that ranks ahead of the ancient god body? It simply confuses them. At this time, there were no more notes about the human body on the Heavenly Dao list. That's why the people of the Clear Void Holy Land were also confused. Isn't this human body the most common human body? Or is it something else, some unknown powerful physique? Most notably, all of this unusual things were related to that Li Qingyun, which made them have some mixed feelings. Senior brother, do you know what kind of physique that human body is? Never heard of it before? Luo Xiang beside him asked. I don't know, perhaps it's because we're ignorant, but this great Xia dynasty is also a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. There are so many extraordinary physiques. Duan Tianming added. The Heavenly Sword Body, Great Diffraction Dao Body, and Star Dao Body were all physiques that could rank in the top 10 existences even in their Heavenly Fortune Imperial dynasty. It was really unexpected that there were so many powerful physiques amongst the small northern region countries. Elder brother, that Li Qingyun retrieved the dragon-slaying sword, but has been hiding in this small country in the northern region not to come out. I think it must have already put down the matter of that year. After all, the youthfulness of all like to put down the hard words. Now that so many years have passed, the grudges should have long been seen to fade away. How about we wait until we have hunted the Xuanjiao this time, and then together we will pay a visit to the Qingyun sect. I'm very curious about this Li Yu. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with a face like a crown of jade and a dusty temperament. He was the son of the head of the law enforcement hall of the Clear Void Holy Land Qin Yueheng. At the age of 25 with a late Yuaning realm cultivation, it is also a generation of absolute heavenly pride. Second on the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty's potential dragon list, second only to that Gu Yuqi. Moreover, it possessed a true Yang Saint body that was second only to the ancient god body. In the future, he was bound to be a sequence candidate for the Clear Void Holy Land as well, and might even become the next generation of Saint sons. This time, he had followed the crowd and was not here to subdue that Xian Jiao. Just out with the crowd for a bit of a trip to see the northern regions he'd never yet visited. However, he did not expect that there was such an incredible country in the middle of this northern region, the Great Xia Dynasty. Of course, what made him feel incredible was mainly that Li Yu. So this Qin Yuehan was eager to meet this Li Yu, and in the meantime, to learn his high tricks. Maybe, let's subdue that Xian Jiao first. We need to get our hands on such a marvelous thing as the 1 yuan heavy water. Duan Tianming said. He was a water spirit Dao body, and the 1 yuan heavy water had a huge effect on him, so this time he personally led the crowd. In order to kill that Xian Jiao and seize the heaven and earth strange item, the yuan heavy water. According to the information given to them by the Jade Clear Daoist sect, this Liqing Si Xuanjiao's cultivation was at most comparable to an early stage of the spirit transformation realm cultivator. However, it possessed such a powerful heaven and earth wonder as a yuan heavy water, plus it was hidden in the waters, so it was difficult to subdue. The Yuhua realist was planted under the attack of that yuan heavy water. However, they had their own way of dealing with this kind of demonic beast. After flying for a long time again, Duan Tianming suddenly stopped. Spirit Market, can you sense the exact location of the Xian Jiao? Noticing the strange movement of the spirit beast in his sleeve, Duan Tianming asked. It's right down here in the middle of the waters. A voice like that of a little girl came out. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianming looked at the people beside him. Senior brothers, prepare to set up the formation. Yes. The crowd shifted and dispersed instantly. Each of the 12 figures was divided around in a special orientation. At the same time, their hands clenched their spells, and they all offered up a spirit streamer like flag. The spirit streamer grew against the wind, its golden light flourished, and symbols rose up in the air from the spirit streamer. A huge Taiji Bagua totem coalesced in the sky above the crowd, pressing down from the firmament. Immediately, one could only see a huge sword shadow through the sky and into the earth materialize, surrounding the barrel shape. From mid-air, it blasted into the flying water below, forming a cage. Right at this moment, a roaring sound came from the sky, causing Duan Tianming and the others to be startled and look over in surprise. However, he saw a huge auger dragon flying from the sky. Why is that Xuanjiao in the sky? Qin Yueheng, who was watching from the sidelines, looked at the distance in surprise and then fixed his eyes on it. No, that's the purple electricity auger dragon. Chapter 82, It's a lot of work. Why don't I do it? After Li Yu arrived at the Leaky Sea, he quickly locked onto the Xian Jiao's location under the lead of the purple electricity Jiao dragon. Although the purple electricity auger dragon was a terrestrial auger, it was not good at underwater activities and battles. However, with the talent of the demon race, it was possible to sense where Xian Jiao was. Surprisingly, someone is already hunting Xuanjiao. Seeing the crowd of people on the distant sea that were casting formations, Li Yu said with a slight surprise. Looking at what those people were wearing, they didn't seem to be from the Great Xia Dynasty. But he didn't care, and leaned over with his purple electricity auger dragon. Why is there another purple electricity Jiao dragon here? Qin Yueheng frowned. Duan Tianming and the others were also astonished, not realizing that this Great Xia Dynasty was hiding 2 great demons. But they were not afraid. Seeing that the purple electricity auger dragon was not an adult, its strength should not be enough to be feared. However, just as Duan Tianming was about to let the others control the grand formation and go meet that purple electricity Jiaolong himself, he saw that there was still a person standing at the top of that Jiaolong's head. It's a mount. Duan Tianming let out a slight sigh of relief. This would save him trouble. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and urged the grand formation with all his might, wanting to force that Xian Jiao out of the water. Qin Yueheng, on the other hand, took a closer look at the man on the purple electricity auger dragon, and his gaze could not help but be slightly surprised. This son's appearance and temperament were extraordinary, and he was very young. Although the dress was slightly ordinary, but those who were able to have a purple electric scaly dragon mount, their identity and origin naturally could not be underestimated. Moreover, at this age, to be able to have a purple electricity scaly dragon mount, it is 80% that it is the pride of some top-level ancient family. It seems that they weren't the only ones who knew that this Xian Jiao possessed the 1 yuan heavy water. This fellow Taoist is also here to subdue the Xian Jiao? Qin Yueheng smiled and arched his hand, taking the lead to ask. Yes. Li Yu nodded, while his gaze was on the large formation. At this moment, a huge word thunder appeared on the 8 trigrams totem above the big formation. Immediately, he only saw the thunder light on that giant sword shadow, followed by countless thunder instantly surging into the waters covered by that formation. Boom, 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 boom. Countless channels of thunder ran wildly within the waters, emitting a loud thunderous sound, stirring up the water as if it were boiling, surging violently. But in the next second, the waters that were enveloped by the giant sword shadow suddenly disappeared at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all the lake water had all disappeared. At the same time, a silhouette flew up from below. He was tall and lanky, wearing black scale armor, with a double-horned head, and a face as sharp as a knife, with sharp angles, rigid and cold. He held the xuanjiao or halberd in his right hand and squeezed a ball of water in his left palm. The body was surrounded by a transparent water curtain that was like a space barrier. The water curtain is a highly compressed water wall, the surrounding lightning, all absorbed by the water wall, but cannot hurt him a bit. This person was the Xianjiao that was transformed into that Xianjiao. Xianjiao didn't say a word as he gazed at Duan Tianming and the others, but the corner of his mouth was hooked into a cold smile. Suddenly, with a wave of his left hand, the water ball in his hand rushed up into the air, instantly transforming into a party lake. The giant wave was like a ferocious beast, wrapped with the force of 10,000 pounds, crazily impacting those giant sword shadows around. Rumble! That great formation shook violently. However, with the protection of Duan Tianming and the others, it was able to withstand the terrifying impact. Hardly that completely beyond the array space can carry the volume of the lake, compressed in the narrow space of the array. The entire space enveloped by the formation was suddenly filled with lake water. From afar, it looked as if it was a huge transparent fish tank suspended above that lake. Soon, the lake within that formation rotated violently, like a water dragon rushing madly within that formation. Duan Tianming and the other people's faces were also grave, their hands changed, and the word earth appeared on the Bagwai totem above them. Those huge sword shadows suddenly turned into stone swords, forming a solid barrier. After a few moments of stalemate, the rumble quieted. Liu thought that the men had succeeded, but then he heard a loud bang, and the large formation suddenly swelled out in all directions. Duan Tianming and the others were also forced back. A few people's faces were a bit ugly, they didn't expect this Xianjiao to be so outstanding. Even so many of them combined their efforts with a formation could not completely suppress it. This Yuan heavy water is worthy of being a wonder of heaven and earth, it really has great power. Duan Tianming knew very well that this Xianjiao should have this kind of terrifying strength because it possessed that Yuan heavy water. He had heard that a single drop of Yuan heavy water weighed 10,000 pounds. A single drop can be transformed into a lake and can generate monstrous waves. It was extraordinary to see it today. This also made him look forward to the day when he could obtain this Yuan heavy water and control its powerful might even more. Sacrifice the demon suppressing tablet. Duan Tianming shouted, and several people quickly sacrificed a spiritual weapon that looked like a stone tablet. It was crushed in the sky above that big formation, and the majestic pressure poured down, suppressing the demonic power of that Xianjiao. At the same time, they clenched their hands together and slowly moved their bodies forward, compressing the formation back inward. Under the suppression of those stone monument spirit artifacts, they compressed the formation space even smaller than before. But soon, there was another loud bang, and that contracted big formation was once again propped up a lot. In this way, the Qingshu Holy Land and the others fought back and forth with that Xuanjiao, and for a while there was a stalemate. This Xianjiao is much stronger than expected. Qin Yueheng, who was watching the battle from afar, murmured in a low voice as his brows tightened. Not only did this Xianjiao resist the attack of that 8 trigrams and 10,000 elephants formation, it also kept launching counterattacks. Surprisingly, they had been in a stalemate with senior brother Duan and the others for so long, and they hadn't declined yet. It can be seen that the strength of this Xuanjiao is not as weak as the Jade Clear Taoist sect said, and it feels like it is afraid that it is about to be comparable to the cave realm. Ugh, what a lot of work. Liu, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the head of the purple electricity Jiao dragon, sighed. Boredly, he looked at the fishing formation, the demon trapping formation. Hearing Liu's words, Qin Yueheng intended wrongly and couldn't help but nod his head, saying, yes, this Xuanjiao is really strong. I didn't expect the Great Xia dynasty to have such a strong great demon. I'm afraid he has the strength of the cave void realm. It's really going to take some effort to subdue him. Liu was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his brow, feeling a pain in his brain. Just look at that Xuanjiao's ability to play with water. If we really let them get on with the fight, we can probably water tens of thousands of words out of it. Hey, I'll give you guys 2 more minutes. If you still can't subdue this Xianjiao, I'll make my move. Liu suddenly shouted. He wasn't in the mood to watch them here with Xianjiao. It was a waste of time and a waste of life. Hearing Li Yu's words, Qin Yuehan looked at Li Yu with a surprised expression, thinking that he had heard wrong. That Duan Tianming and the others, however, had a cold face and some displeasure in their hearts. Being mocked by a brat, they were naturally in a bad mood. Where's the cocky kid from? I guess it's a son of a worldly family who doesn't know the sky and is so used to being arrogant in the family that he really thinks he's invincible. Humph, mouth breather. Your Excellency didn't think that you could subdue this Xian Jiao all by yourself. Duan Tianming said in a cold voice. This Xian Jiao isn't that easy to deal with. If I let you come, I'm afraid you'll have to serve Xian Jiao as lunch. Luo Ziang also snorted coldly and said. 1 minute left. Li Yu said indifferently. Humph, no need to pay attention to this arrogant brat, let's hold on, this Xian Jiao won't be able to struggle for long. Duan Tianming also stopped paying attention to Li Yu. Even if he makes a move, what can he do? This Xian Jiao is now a turtle in their jar, how can he be given a chance to make a move? Chapter 83 A Modest Sword. Inside the 8 trigrams in 10,000 elephants formation, the Xian Jiao is already transformed into its own body, and that huge body is like rolling hills, stirring up huge waves in the sky. At the same time, he manipulated that Yu in heavy water, turning it into a continuous onslaught, resisting the might of that formation. Humph, trying to trap and kill me with a formation, how naive. If it weren't for the fact that I hadn't completely refined the origin seed given to me by Gongzi, you and the others would already be corpses now. That Xuanjiao Heart said. Although it would be difficult to break down this grand formation even with his current strength. But he wasn't panicked at all, in this leeching sea, he was the king. Moreover, with the presence of the monadic heavy water, these cultivators couldn't help him at all. In terms of staying power, he had his back to this leeching sea, and his body possessed one element of heavy water, so he could consume these guys to death. When I completely merge with that origin seed, it will be the time for you to die. Boom, boom, boom. The huge body of the Xian Jiao kept charging the 8 trigrams in 10,000 elephants formation, and the tremendous sound shook the surrounding water with waves. Alright, 2 minutes are up. Li Yu stood up and drew his long sword behind him. The purple electricity auger dragon also rapidly approached towards that fishing array. Fellow Taoist, don't go over there. Seeing Li Yu approaching towards Duan Tianming and the others, Qin Yuehan called out. Immediately, he rushed over to try to stop Li Yu, but he was sent flying by the purple electricity Jiao dragon with a divine dragon swing. Ahead, the Qingshu Holy Land crowd in that Xuanjiao's battle has reached a white-hot level, and it will obviously be hot for a long time. Noticing Li Yu leaning over, Duan Tianming glanced at him and didn't care. The Xuanjiao was trapped in their formation, so Li Yu had no way to make a move even if he wanted to. But right at that moment, the long sword in Li Yu's hand swept out horizontally. Brush. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. That 8 trigrams 10,000 elephants formation that had been turned on vibration mode under the impact of the Xian Jiao was also instantly still. Next. Boom. The great formation surrounded by the giant swords was like a bubble that burst at the touch of a button and collapsed. The faces of the people of the Qingshu sacred land who were guarding the grand formation changed drastically. Being turned into a majestic energy shockwave by the collapsing grand formation, he was rolled backwards and flew out a long way, his face instantly turning pale. And the lake that was filled with water in that big formation also directly appeared a fault visible to the naked eye, as if the space was cracked open. The Xian Jiao that was coiled in the lake water was even directly broken into several pieces. Even the section of the body was still writhing because it all happened so suddenly. Crimson blood instantly drenched the surrounding lake. Ow! The Xuanjiao roared in anger and looked at Li Yu in horror. The head section of the body was instantly wrapped in a ball of water with a flow of green light and vanished towards the water below. Surprisingly, he's still alive. Li Yu was a bit surprised and immediately made another sword strike. Boom, how strong this sword must be. Qin Yuehan grew up in the Holy Land, and had seen a variety of top-tier heavenly prides and demonic geniuses. For example, his Saint Sun senior brother was one of the few demonic geniuses in this world. At just 100 years old, he was already at the early stage of the Cave Void Realm, definitely one of the top few prides in this world. It is important to know that cultivators live a long life, as little as a few hundred years, or as many as thousands or tens of thousands of years. 100 years is really very short for a cultivator, and it might be 100 years if he closes a few times. That's why among cultivators, people who are 100 years old are still considered young. Even when placed in the demon race, within 500 years of age was the category of young. Therefore, among the human race, those who could step into the cave void realm within 100 years were definitely considered top-tier heavenly prides. However, even if it was a demonic heavenly pride like his Saint Sun senior brother, he might not be able to chop down that 8 trigrams in 10,000 elephants formation with a single sword and kill the Xianjiao at the same time. But this person in front of him, this young man who looked quite a bit younger than himself. It's amazing how lightly you can do all that. What was even more frightening was that no mana aura could be felt from this person, as if he was an ordinary person. Even the 2 swords he had just used didn't have any mana fluctuations. Could it be the power of rules? A thought that he found unbelievable popped into Qin Yuehang's mind. Mastering the power of rules, that was a power that only the topmost immortals and saints could possibly harness. At this moment, Duan Tianming, Luo Xiang, and the others were also looking at Li Yu with horrified faces, their faces somewhat ugly. They had just thought that Li Yu was a cocky, arrogant brat who didn't know the heights of heaven. As a result, he was slapped in the face in the twinkling of an eye, where people were arrogant and cocky, but really powerful. Moreover, just now, they had protected the large formation and felt the terror of that sword's power even more truly. That didn't have any mana fluctuations, that seemingly ordinary sword, but it brought them incomparably terrifying pressure and fear. That feeling is afraid that only by experiencing it and feeling it for myself can I say it clearly. So at this moment, when he saw Li Yu take away that Yuan heavy water, Duan Tianming didn't dare to say anything more even though he was unwilling to do so in his heart. After all, even if all of them present joined forces, they were definitely not that kid's opponent. What kind of god is this son? Which immortal family's heavenly pride is this, to have this kind of strength? It can't be a heavenly pride from the immortal region. It's incredible. The crowd's hearts were as restless as the mana within them for a moment. However, at this moment, Li Yu was unaware of the inner thoughts of the crowd, as he casually grabbed the Xianjiao war halberd and the Yuan heavy water into the system space. However, in the next second, that Yuan heavy water suddenly flew out again, and at the same time, a spirit sword flew out, which was clearly the heavenly water sword. Buzz. As if the heavenly water sword had been summoned by some sort of call and awakened from its slumber, the sword body shook and emitted a buzzing sound. At the same time, only a ray of golden light flew out. An illusory and delicate figure was faintly visible in the golden light. It instantly merged into the monadic heavy water. Chapter 84. He is Li Yu. As the golden light merged into the Yuan heavy water, that Yuan heavy water suddenly began to expand and change. Surprisingly, it slowly turned into a petite and delicate loli. Her eyes were clear and soulful, her features were delicate and lovely, her crystalline skin was glowing, and she was not tall, but her figure was already developing in the beginning. They say that women are made of water, but this loli in front of her is really water incarnate. Li Yu looked at this loli that had suddenly materialized in surprise, and was a bit puzzled for a moment. Where is this place? That loli frowned slightly, her wonderful eyes looked at Li Yu and then looked around, the confusion in her eyes intensified. Who are you? Lori asked, looking at Li Yu again. I still have to ask you? Li Yu smiled, this couldn't be an amnesiac girl. Me? My name is Good Ruwashue. That loli replied crisply, her eyes clear and bright. Good Ruwashue? Li Yu was surprised as he looked at the divine warrior list and then at the loli in front of him. That fallen female head of Tianshui Pavilion Shan Ruwashue. But he had heard that Shan Ruwashue was a stunning beauty. How come the guy in front of me is a loli? Though this loli is also a standard beauty. Even the body development is still a bit good, and when she grows up, she will surely be a stunning beauty of the country. But isn't right. What I clearly saw in the golden light just now was a tall, curvy figure. How old are you? Li Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. I'm, 14. The loli replied. Indeed. Li Yu suddenly realized that it seemed to be this residual soul of Shan Ruwashue that had retained a part of the memories belonging to the period before the age of 14. So the phase is born from the heart, after fusing the one element of heavy water. The re-disembodied Shan Ruwashue took on the appearance of a 14-year-old loli. But I didn't realize that Good Ruwashue was so big at 14. Ahem. I am Li Yu, sort of your master. Li Yu straightened his back and said with a serious face. Li Yu felt that this Yuan heavy water belonged to his treasure, which meant that he was now the owner of Yuan heavy water. Although this Shan Ruwashue residual soul was fused with the Monadnock heavy water, her essence and body still belonged to the Monadnock heavy water. So there's nothing wrong with saying you're her master. Master? Shan Ruoshui stared with those watery eyes, somewhat surprised. That's right. Li Yu nodded, you're actually a remnant soul in this spirit sword. Shan Ruoshui looked toward the Tianshui sword hovering to the side, the surprise and confusion in his eyes intensifying. But you merged into my treasury Yuan heavy water, so you have now become my Yuan heavy water, and I have become your master, is that clear? Li Yu explained in a serious manner. Like this? Shan Ruoshui frowned slightly, confused. But she felt her body carefully, and indeed, it was different from what she remembered. There really seemed to be some kind of incredible change in himself. And it seemed like I had slept for a long, long time, and had so many vague, indistinct dreams that I couldn't tell if they were in the past, or the future, or if they were real or fake. Under careful perception and recollection, Shan Ruoshui found some information that didn't belong to him incorporated into his memory. It was the spirit and memories that belonged to that one element of heavy water. After integrating this spirit wisdom, Shan Ruoshui was also instantly sure that what Li Yu said was true. He himself had really turned into one element of heavy water. Moreover, because she had fused the spiritual intelligence of the Monadnock heavy water, she also had an extremely clear perception of the Monadnock heavy water. Knowing how powerful it is, knowing what it can do. It was also possible to fully grasp the ability of the monadic heavy water, its innate divine ability. She could now turn her body into liquid again or even transform into an ocean with a single thought. Although the appearance of Shan Ruoshui had caused the people of the Qingshu Holy Land to be a bit surprised, they who had seen all sorts of wonders weren't too surprised. However, the conversation between Li Yu and Shan Ruoshui surprised the crowd. He is Li Yu. Duan Tianming, Luo Xiang, Qin Yueheng, and the others glanced at Li Yu and then at the Heavenly Dao Ranking. Spinning around, they all looked at each other with incredulous expressions. They originally thought that Li Yu was from some top-tier immortal family, some unparalleled heavenly pride from the great Luo sacred region. It didn't even feel like he was necessarily as young as he looked on the outside. However, the reality was far more incredible and shocking than they had imagined. Li Yu turned out to be the 17-year-old guy who had monopolized the 3 top spots on that Heavenly Dao Ranking, overwhelming Gu Yuqi. If anything, earlier they hadn't understood why Li Yu could overpower Gu Yuqi. Then at the moment they understand it perfectly. This Li Yu is simply a monster. Qin Yueheng was stunned in place, looking at Li Yu with a complicated expression. He had previously wanted to go to the Green Cloud Sect to learn about Li Yu's mastery, and in his heart, he had more or less questioned Li Yu's ranking. But right now, he didn't need to go to the Green Cloud Sect, and even more so, he didn't need to doubt Li Yu's strength. Li Qingyun's son is actually so demonic. Duan Tianming couldn't calm down inside. Once upon a time, Li Qingyun had already been a heavenly pride that had crowned the world and was absolutely unparalleled. I didn't realize his son was scarier than he was. At the age of 17, he had this kind of strength. Even if this Li Qingyun didn't regain his strength, this Li Yu grew up to be even more terrifying than Li Qingyun. Let's hope that Li Qingyun has put aside his grudge from back then, otherwise, this Li Yu will really be a threat when he grows up in the future. Duan Tianming couldn't help but think of that catastrophe back then. There was a real chill in his heart. Moreover, back then, Qing Yunli was a single person, but nowadays, he already possessed a sect. In addition to Li Yu, a terrifying fellow, that sect also had Gu Yuqi, Ji Qinglan, and Su Mu, a few latter-day forces that could be called heavenly prides even if they were put in their holy land. So now he only hoped that Li Qingyun had already looked down on what happened back then. The same havoc he didn't want to experience a second time. After Shan Ruoshui fused the spiritual intelligence of a Yuan heavy water and mastered the abilities of a Yuan heavy water. Suddenly playful, he manipulated his body to turn into a transparent liquid at one point, and a solid entity indistinguishable from a real person at another. 1 minute it's a giant lowly several meters tall, the next it's Thumbelina. It's amazing when it really is just as big as you want it to be and where you want it to be. So interesting. Good Ruoshui, who was somewhat childish in nature, was surprisingly interested in this magical-as body, and played with it for a while. But why am I only left with a wisp of residual soul, and why am I in this sword? Shan Ruoshui suddenly asked again, looking at Li Yu as if he was a curious baby. How would I know that? Li Yu didn't want to explain more, or else this curious baby would be afraid that he would have 100 more whys waiting for him. Based on the principle of not being wordy and not watering down the word count, Li Yu decided not to explain. If she could think about it in the future, she would know, naturally. If you can't think of it, all the better, it wasn't a very good memory after all. Instead of living in the sadness and regrets of the past, it is better to live happily in the present and embrace a tomorrow full of infinite possibilities. Not receiving an answer, Shan Ruoshui didn't continue to pursue the question, but instead focused on the heavenly water sword again. For some reason, she felt an affinity for the sword, though there seemed to be no memory of it in her memory. But the feeling was familiar. She gripped the hilt of the sword, and the spirit sword returned a wave of extremely comfortable feeling to her. That feeling of familiarity also became stronger, as if that spirit sword was also a part of her body. Chapter 85, I was wrong after all back then. Just then, Duan Tianming and the others leaned over. Liu looked at the several people with a bland expression, not knowing what they wanted, but looking at the expression it didn't look like they had come over to look for trouble. Fellow Daoist, nice to meet you, I'm Duan Tianming from the Qingshu Holy Land, your strength is truly extraordinary. Duan Tianming arched his hand and said in a pleasant manner. Liu was still aloof, but didn't want to talk to these people. So it was just a casual smile and a slight arch of the hand as a return greeting. Seeing Liu's reaction, Duan Tianming didn't get angry, instead, the heart that was hanging there finally landed. He did not see any hatred or hostility towards the clear void Holy Land in Liu's eyes. So it seemed that Li Qingyun had not instilled hatred in Liu, which meant that he had perhaps already looked down on the events of that year. Come to think of it, as the Holy Son of the Divine Heavens, Li Qingyun was definitely not the kind of person who was narrow-minded. He could become the most dazzling heavenly pride back then, relying on more than just demonic talent and strong strength. He was even more virtuous and chivalrous before he was admired by millions of people and became a holy son of the Dao Sect that many people respected. And Li Qingyun was also young and angry back then, and made a big mistake. The harsh words left behind at that time were even said under emotional outbursts and could not be taken seriously. However, now that everything was at peace, with his heart and temperament, he really wasn't so bad as to be immortal with the Qingshu sacred ground, and had to overthrow the Qingshu sacred ground. So when he saw Liu, Duan Tianming was basically certain that Li Qingyun might have looked away. So it is a good thing for both sides. It's better to settle scores. Not to mention today's chaotic world where the righteous path is in decline and demons are rampant. The human righteous sects should be more united than killing each other. If the Qingyun sect was not an enemy, then he would be willing to see the rise of Liu's group of demonic prides. Get rid of the demons and revitalize the human race. Seeing that Liu didn't seem to be very willing to chat with them, Duan Tianming was also very sensible and didn't continue to say anything more. He glanced at that good of the water, his heart slightly regret, but his own strength is not good, this 1 yuan of heavy water can only be surrendered. Senior brothers, since the Xianjiao has been removed, let's go back. Duan Tianming looked at Liu again, fellow Daoist, I'll see you again. Take care. Liu arched his hand, he still had some grudges in his heart towards this clear void Holy Land's people. After all, he knew something about his old man's affair with the clear void Holy Land. Although he didn't really hold a grudge against the clear void Holy Land, he wasn't in much of a mood to greet them with a smile either. Let's go. Duan Tianming took the lead in flying towards the south with his flying sword on his feet, and the others followed closely behind, quickly disappearing into the sky. Alright, let's go back too. Liu patted the small head of Shan Ruoshui who was still playing with the heavenly water sword and said. The purple electricity scaly dragon let out a low roar and immediately took off into the air. On the way back, Liu realized that he had also completed his expectations quest. The next step was to wait for the sect to be completed, and then formally establish the Technique Pavilion, Divine Soldier Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Artifact Refining Pavilion, and Spiritual Plants and Medicine Garden. This will officially complete this first phase of the mission. But with the completion of the Prestige Value quest, the system released a new mini-quest. For example, the clan has 50 disciples of the Yuaning realm or Transcendent realm. The number of people who have a powerful person in the realm of transformation or the realm of passing God reaches 10. The number of people who have a strong cave realm or nirvana realm is up to 3. Collect quests such as the wonders of heaven and earth, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. Putting away the system mission interface, Liu looked at his experience bar again. The experience value gained from this stage's beheading of the purple dragon Dharma King, the beheading of those 3 powerhouses chasing Du Yuqi, the beheading of this Xian Jiao, and so on, has made that number finally into single digits. 9.96 short of invincibility. Well, that number is a bit topsy-turvy. Liu spat out a sentence before putting away the system interface once again. When the Alchemy Pavilion and the Weaponry Pavilion are completed, they can be handed over to Wushang to be in charge. After all, he is good at alchemy and weaponry, but who will the Spiritual Plantation and Medicine Garden be handed over to? Liu pondered. After all, growing spiritual plants was a skilled job, and there didn't seem to be any suitable candidates within the sect at the moment. Pops is fine, but a sect leader can't watch the herb garden every day. Right, let Shan Ruoshui take care of the spiritual plantation. Li Yu had a bright idea. Water begets wood. This Shan Ruoshui controls the power of one element of heavy water, and the girl is meticulous and patient. It's definitely the most suitable to leave it to her to take care of. Thinking of this, Li Yu made up his mind. On the way back, Li Yu carefully introduced Shan Ruoshui to the Qingyun sect, as well as the spiritual plant medicine garden. At the same time, he also passed on the Heavenly Dao reward of the Heavenly Water Sword, the art of goodness and goodness, to goodness and goodness. The next day, the information on the Xuanjia war halberd on the divine armament list changed. The Xuanjia battle halberd's current holder has become Li Yu. This change also publicized the news of Li Yu's beheading of Xin Zhao. Li Yu's name had once again become the center of public opinion there were not many people under the sky who could do that, even immortals couldn't do that. This is human nature, after all, cannot escape the 7 feelings and 6 desires, cannot do the real desireless. If you really don't care about fame and status, don't care about success or failure, don't care about grudges and hatred, then I'm afraid you can't call yourself a human being anymore. Moreover, in his opinion, the path of cultivation was nothing more than desire. He had also pondered why he practiced and thought about his path. Is it a quest for immortality? The pursuit of greater power? The pursuit of the truth of the way? Is it for the sake of ascending to the 9 heavenly immortals? For the rise of the Holy Land? For the sake of the world? For the sake of justice? It seems to be both, yet neither. Maybe once, but not all now. Because a lot of things have changed since she came along, and that includes himself, inside of him. He had thought he had recognized himself and was in control of his heart. In fact, it is not. The complexity of human nature may be a Tao that one may not be able to realize in one's lifetime. You guys go down. Realist Tai Ching said. Duan Tianming and the others arched their hands and left, while true man Tai Ching turned around to look at the inscription on the huge stone monument behind him and fell into deep thought. I was wrong back then after all. Chapter 86, The Poltergeist. Inside the Green Cloud Sect, because of the arrival of Shan Ruoshui, there was more laughter in Li Yu's courtyard. Li Yu also didn't expect that the rumored Kong, womanly female sect leader of the Heavenly Water Pavilion. Such a spunky, loving little girl as a teenager, too. But on second thought, it seemed normal. After all, every goddess was probably a nympho when she was young. In these few days, Shan Ruoshui temporarily stayed in Li Yu's compartment. In fact, with Shan Ruoshui's ability, there was a fire color box that was enough for her to sleep. But the compartments just happened to be empty as well, and the spiritual plant and medicine garden that was planned at the beginning was located at the backside of Li Yu's courtyard, where the Taoist temple's vegetable plot was originally located. The light conditions were good, the land was very fertile, and now that there was the ancient tree of Dao Yuan, the place would be even more suitable for a medicinal garden. That was why Shan Ruoshui would also be living in Li Yu's courtyard for the next period of time, and began to try to grow spiritual plants. Li Yu was clueless about spiritual plant cultivation, but fortunately, Li Qingyun was very versatile. Shan Ruoshui is also extremely intelligent. Once learned, a little bit of understanding, memory is even more superb. So after Li Qingyun had only taught her once, she already knew most of the cultivation techniques of spiritual plants like the back of her hand. On this day, Ji Qinglan suddenly found Li Yu and said that Ji Wanjie had disappeared. Gone? Li Yu was also a bit surprised. How could a big living person disappear for good reason? I've searched everywhere, and all the senior brothers also said that they haven't seen him, and some people said that they didn't seem to look at my 9th brother when they were sleeping last night. Ji Qinglan was a little worried. However, Li Yu did not panic and quickly called up the disciple management interface in the system. When he saw Ji Wanjie's message, he couldn't help but look surprised. The realm of the transfigured god? Ji Wanjie was already in the transformation god realm, whereas a few days ago he was only in the Jindan realm? What's happened in the last few days? Could it be that there was some sort of change in that special physique, just like Gu Yuqi? But that's a really impressive rate of improvement, too. Li Yu was really a bit surprised, but surprise aside, Li Yu was still happy. In this way, his own sect currently counted Pops, Wu Chang, Gu Yuqi, and Ji Wanjie. All of a sudden, he had 4 powerful people of the god transformation realm. However, Li Yu also knew that this Ji Wanjie's sudden and unceremonious departure was definitely linked to the sudden increase in his cultivation level. Li Yu quickly locked down Ji Wanjia's exact location through his disciple management. It's as if it was a navigation and positioning system in a previous life. It can also be very powerful with precise positioning and accurate navigation. How did you run away to Yunzhou? Li Yu was a bit puzzled. This Ji Wanjia really ran away, huh? But why did he flee the sect, and even if he didn't want to stay in the sect, why did he flee towards Yunzhou? Li Yu was full of doubts, but he didn't think about it carefully. In any case, everything would be clear when he found Ji Wanjia. Follow me. Li Yu took Ji Qinglan and rode the purple electricity auger dragon towards Yunzhou in pursuit. In a miasma-covered mountain range in Yunzhou, the blood spirit demon emperor had just hunted a demon king-level demonic beast. Devouring its essence blood allowed his cultivation to completely stabilize at the transformation god realm. Hiding here should be safe for the time being. Even if Ji Qinglan and Li Yu and the others find out that I've disappeared, they surely wouldn't expect me to be here, and with the miasma permeating this place and obstructing my sight, it's basically impossible to find me. The blood spirit demon emperor belabored. When I hunt a few more demonic beasts, I'll head to the great desolate forest and come back when I've cultivated to the transition realm. Thinking of this, the blood spirit demon emperor continued to advance, preparing to continue hunting demonic beasts and devouring essence blood to raise his cultivation level. A long time later, the blood spirit demon emperor once again hunted a demonic beast. Then he used his mana to refine all of that demonic beast's essence, blood, and soul. Refining and condensing into a ball of supremely pure blood, he swallowed it into his mouth and prepared to refine and absorb it. But just then, Li Yu's voice suddenly came, Ji Wanjie. Put. The blood spirit demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood directly and looked upwards in surprise to see two silhouettes jumping down from the air. It was definitely Ji Qinglan and Li Yu. Ninth brother, what's wrong with you, are you hurt? Looking at Ji Wanjie's blood dripping down the corners of his mouth, his lapel staining a large portion of it red, Ji Qinglan asked worriedly. No, it's fine, I'm fine. You, how did you guys find me? The blood spirit demon emperor really wanted to cry, huh? What the hell, I fled so far and hid so well, how come you guys still found me? Li Yu, this kid is just a ghost. In fact, the blood spirit demon emperor doesn't want to escape. How fragrant it is to cultivate under the nourishment of that Dao Luck ancient tree. But last night, his fusion was finally completed and his cultivation returned to the transformation god realm. He didn't know if after he was fully fused, the heavenly demon blood fiend body possessor on the physique list would still be Ji Wanjie, or if it would turn out to be his true identity. He was even more worried that some kind of heaven's path list would appear in the future, exposing his true identity. So for the sake of safety, he still chose to leave the Green Cloud Sect. After all, compared to his own life, nothing else mattered. But how could he have ever imagined that he had obviously fled thousands of miles away and was still found by Li Yu? This is real. Li Yu looked at the corpse of the demonic beast not far away, and then at Ji Qinglan's appearance, his brows furrowed slightly. He seemed to have figured out that there really was something fishy about this heavenly demon bloodshed body. It might be necessary to devour demonic beast essence blood to raise his cultivation, which might be the reason why Ji Wanjie's cultivation had suddenly stepped into the spirit transformation realm. However, the demonic beast had already become a dry corpse and died a miserable death, so it was evident that this heavenly demon blood fiend body was indeed quite evil. Ninth brother, why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Facing Ji Qinglan's inquiry, and Li Yu's please give me a reasonable explanation gaze. The blood spirit demon emperor's desire for survival simply exploded. It feels like one bad explanation and he will be gone. He had the bright idea to make up a story. The general idea was that there was a mutation in this special physique of his, and he had some extra memories in his mind that didn't belong to him. He was directed to come here to find his chance, so he went out of his way to get his chance here. It allowed his cultivation to soar all the way to the spirit transformation realm, and with this special physique of his, he also needed a large amount of demonic beast's essence blood to replenish it, or else he might become bloodthirsty and murderous. Although this physique is something I can fully manage right now, I don't know what the future holds. If there will be any bad changes, I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to control myself, so I don't want to involve the sect, and I shouldn't have stayed in the Qingyan sect, but I can't say it, so I can only leave without saying goodbye. The blood spirit demon emperor added. As an old demon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, the blood spirit demon emperor's ability to make up stories was still very strong. The whole thing was told in a watertight and extremely truthful manner, so that neither Li Yu nor Ji Qinglan had any doubts either. Even sword immortal Niao Lao didn't suspect anything. He was only a remnant soul nowadays, and with the fact that he didn't know much about Ji Wanjie either, he couldn't detect any abnormalities in him at all. And he didn't know much about the heavenly demon bloodthirster. Just know that this kind of physique does possess some ability of blood refining technique, and even will be a bit bloodthirsty and good at killing. After all, this is the characteristic of the devil body. So the blood spirit demon emperor managed to muddle through with these words. He even thinks he's good himself. Chapter 87, Severing Karma. Ji Qinglan looked at Li Yu. He also knew that Ji Wanjie's special physique was indeed not allowed in the righteous path. If Li Yu didn't want to keep Ji Wanjie anymore, he could understand. But Li Yu was silent for a little while and said, "Since you have worshipped in my Qingyun sect, the sect will naturally not give up on you lightly. As long as you haven't violated the rules of the sect and haven't done anything harmful to the heavens, the sect won't kick you out, so go back to cultivated ease and turn around to ask the sect leader to see if there's any way to suppress the devilishness of this physique of yours." Are you kidding me? The first phase of the mission is almost complete. Even if he cripped this Ji Wanjie, he would still have to stay in the sect for the time being. Wait until the first stage of the mission is completely finished and after collecting the experience value reward. I'm worried that in the future, this physique will cause me to give birth to demonic thoughts and do things that will harm the sect. The blood spirit demon emperor said. He naturally hoped that Li Yu would know what to do and expel him from the sect so that he could return to the Western Liang dynasty. Don't worry, my sword will help you wash away your demonic thoughts. The corner of Li Yu's mouth hooked into a kind smile. The blood spirit demon emperor's heart flinched, and he really knew that this kid wouldn't be so kind. Being brought back to the Green Cloud Sect again, the blood spirit demon emperor was arranged to train alone on the Green Forest Mountain next to the Green Mountain. Xing Yunli planted several prohibitions within his body to suppress the bloodlust and demonic nature contained in his physique. Despite the presence of Li Yu's sword, this was completely superfluous. Not only that, Xing Yunli had also set up a separate large formation for the blood spirit demon emperor's residence. Sort of shut him down completely and also to observe how he is doing and how he is changing. If there was really anything different, the Green Cloud Sect would indeed not keep him. So for the next few days, the blood spirit demon emperor lived in fear every day, feeling as if Li Yu's sword was hanging over his head. If he himself had reacted in a slightly abnormal manner, he would have been directly subdued by Li Yu with a sword. Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty, within a certain immortal mountain-blessed land, a manor that looked like a fairy residence was situated on top of that cloudy mountain peak. The manor had a pleasant view, dotted with exotic flowers and plants, a few cranes perched next to the pond, and bursts of immortal music echoed between the mountains and forests. An immortal, green-shirt, white-robed old man was sitting at the edge of a pond, fishing, as the water rippled and the clouds rolled in. Not long after, a man in brocade clothes and fancy dress, with his feet on a flying sword, landed in this manor, and walked behind the old man with a serious expression. Reporting to Master, Gu Yuqi has been found, in a sect in the northern domain of the Great Xia dynasty. This sect was started by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun? The old man's voice rose and fell slightly. Li Qingyun's strength seems to have almost recovered, but the strongest of the Qingyun sect at the moment doesn't seem to be Li Qingyun, but his son Li Yu. This son's natural talent is extremely demonic. Our people should have died under the son's sword, and it's rumored that the spectral sect's violet dragon Dharma King was also once beheaded by this son. To be able to kill the cave void realm? Li Qingyun really did give birth to a good son. It's just a pity why he has to be tainted with karma. The old man's voice was faint. Master, shall we do it? The man asked. Please ask Mo Wuxie of the Shura Hall to make a move, lest there be any more changes. The old man said. Then the Green Cloud Sect. I once told you that all karma is severed together. The old man's voice remained bland. Yes. The man arched his hand and immediately bowed and retreated. A few days later. In the Great Luo Sacred Region, in the middle of a certain mountain range that was rarely visited by people, an ancient and dilapidated temple was situated in a valley that was deadly and strewn with corpses. The place was lifeless, the wind was gusty, the air was filled with the odor of decay, and it was as if you were in hell. It is a place that is inaccessible to ordinary people and is rarely known. But right at this moment, two black-robed silhouettes arrived silently and appeared in front of the door of the dilapidated temple. And then pushed open the heavy wooden door with a dull whimper. Dust scattered from the roof of the shed as they paced in, the dead leaves soughing as they stepped on them. The temple was empty, equally dilapidated, and decayed. One of the black-robed men took off his mask and said, "A guest has arrived, don't come out yet." As his words fell, a sarcophagus hidden in the shadows deep within the temple suddenly opened. Immediately, he only saw an old man, who was about to die, climb out from within the coffin. "Didn't you come yesterday?" The old man asked while walking slowly from the shadows, his voice a bit hoarse. "Elder Mo, that was already 10 years ago. The man said. Oh. It's been 10 years already, that was quite a long sleep. The old man stepped out of the shadows, a ray of light falling on his face. Those pale cheeks were covered with wrinkles, but the face was extremely amiable and out of place. If one were to look at his appearance alone, no one would have guessed that such a kindly old man was actually the world's top killer, Shura Temple Mo Wuxia. The old monsters of the transition realm possess the ability to take over people's vitality, eat their souls, and kill them invisibly. He has even practiced the art of killing people in an unpredictable manner. The bones of those who have died in the hands of this world are enough to pile up 10,000 mountains. Elder Mo, that guest from last time has asked you to come out. The man said archly. Oh? Who do you want me to kill this time? Elder Mo asked. Destroy a clan? Bring back one at the same time. The man said. What man? A kid with an ancient god body. Oh? No wonder, it's been tens of thousands of years since I've heard of an ancient god body. Well, that's indeed very tempting, even old me is tempted. Old man Mo said smilingly. Elder Mo, the employer is someone that even our cultivation palace is unwilling to mess with. You should still not hit on the idea of the ancient god's body, and the other party has offered a price that is enough to satisfy you. The man said seriously. No matter, if it doesn't satisfy me, I don't care who he is, the ancient god body old man will take it. Old man Mo still had a kind smile on his face. This is just the deposit in here, the list of things promised by the other party is also in there, take a look. The man handed over a storage magic treasure to the old man. Checking it out, the corners of the old man's mouth hooked into a kind smile. Well, give me some time to recover, this body is getting rusty. With that, the old man shook his somewhat stiff neck. There's no rush, just hand them over within 3 months. The man arched his hand. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, the day when the Jade-Clear Taoist sect enthroned the honorary elder arrived as scheduled. People from all the great clans of the Great Xiao dynasty as well as all the great clans were invited to the Yuqing Dao sect to witness this historic moment. Of course, the appointment of honorary elders was not an uncommon thing, except that this time, the protagonist was Li Yu, the Great Xiao dynasty's now hot and famous supreme talent that had shaken the four directions. And naturally, Li Yu, who was the protagonist of the day, had also arrived at the Jade-Clear Taoist sect. In addition to that, Li Qingyun, Gu Yuqi, Ji Qinglan, Su Mu, as well as some of the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect, had also arrived at the Jade-Clear Taoist sect to participate in this grand ceremony. As for Yi Qiu, he was still in self-imposed seclusion, and said he wouldn't go. Chapter 88 The True Words of the Great Tao Request for Subscription. Today's Jade-Clear Taoist sect could be described as bustling with people. Tens of thousands of people gathered on top of the square in front of the Jade Clearance Hall, and the sky was ablaze with sunlight, and the auspicious Qi lingered, a magnificent sight. The auspicious time had come, and the bells rang out in a solemn manner. All of them were silenced and gazed at the high platform, waiting for the enshrinement ceremony to begin. The Jade-Clear Taoist sect honorary elder enshrinement ceremony officially begins. Along with a loud voice, immortal music was played. The rainbow bridge that the spells converged into flew out from the hall and spanned between the hall and the high platform. Realist Yuhua, Li Yu, and all the elders of the Jade-Clear Dao sect stepped over the rainbow bridge together and walked onto the high platform. The enthronement ceremony began, and Yuhua Zhenin, Li Yu, and the others joined together to offer incense and pay homage to heaven and earth. And then after some generous speeches, Li Yu was officially declared an honorary elder of the Yuqing Dao sect, and an honorary elder token was presented to Li Yu. Thousands of Jade-Clear Taoist sect disciples then bowed in unison and said in unison, "We pay our respects to Elder Li." Li Yu looked solemn and bowed with both hands. A simple gesture turned this one-person's speech into a congregational exploration. This way you don't have to say too much yourself, and let the crowd speak and discuss, and still have a nice interactive effect. When the time comes, you just need to add the finishing touch at the right time and do the final sublimation. I'm simply a little witty. Mr. Li would like to ask all the Taoists present, why do you cultivate? As soon as Li Yu's words came out, there was a commotion among the people below, and they were all lost in thought. Yes, what is one really practicing for? It seems like a very simple question that comes with an open mouth. But again, it seems hard to answer. Speaking too superficially comes across as uneducated. Talking too nobly and looking fake. That's a very thought-provoking question. It's like someone asking you why you're alive. It always makes you reflect on what you're living for. Realist Yuhua and the group of elders could not help but ponder, if it was usual for someone to ask them why they practiced. They may open their mouths for the sake of the world and for the sake of justice. It was like a slogan that every righteous sect hung on to. But ask yourself, how many people really take the lives of the world as their own? They probably don't even believe themselves when such words are said. Everyone speaks freely, there's no need to be formal. As long as it's your true thoughts, it's all respectable, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Seeing the crowd pondering, Liu added. We naturally cultivate for longevity. Someone was the first to speak. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, many people practice for longevity. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the norm for human beings, and the path of cultivation is to change one's destiny against heaven. Otherwise, we should be practicing for the sake of the world's people, for the sake of cutting down demons and removing devils, and for the sake of upholding justice. There's no need to say such words, is there? This is only the duty of our cultivators, not the purpose of cultivation. Yes, I don't know about others, but I think I do it for the sake of being free and unencumbered by the world, for the sake of being able to fight with a sword and be quick to kill. A great man naturally cultivates for the sake of making a name for himself and his name in history. I am in pursuit of greater power, in order to one day ascend to that 9 heavens immortal realm to take a look. I'm only doing this so that one day I can become a sect elder, and I can become like my master. I used to practice for the sake of my parents and family, but now that my parents are gone, I practice for the sake of being recognized by my master. Well, I think everyone has something that belongs to what they seek, but no matter what it is, we should cultivate for the sake of our hearts, as long as we hold fast to our hearts. Yes, everyone has everyone's Tao, some for longevity, some for freedom, some for fame and status. There is indeed no exact answer to the path of cultivation, everyone has their own Tao. Li Yu's question started the crowd on a journey of introspection and reflection. For a while, each of them expressed their own views, and you said one thing and I said another, which was quite lively. Even the Yuhua realist and the group of elders on the stage were talking. But obviously they were more interested in hearing why Li Yu asked the question and hearing if he had any insights. I wonder why Elder Li is practicing. After a long time, someone suddenly asked. Yes, what does Elder Li think we cultivators should cultivate for? The crowd looked at Li Yu, expecting his answer. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost in place, Li Yu felt the need to sublimate the party a bit as well. As you have said, there is indeed no accurate answer to the path of cultivation, just like the multitude of beings, everything has its own way. Why cultivate? 1,000 people will have 1,000 answers, some people for immortality, some people for justice, some people for the king's power and wealth, some people for free and easy. But Mr. Li believes that our generation of cultivators should set their hearts for heaven and earth, set their lives for the people, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. Boom! With one word, heaven and earth shook. These 4 sentences are simple and ambitious. It contains a great will, a great ambition that shakes the heart. It instantly shook everyone's heart. It even triggered the resonance of the Heavenly Dao. In an instant, the golden light of the Heavenly Dao list flourished, and a single large golden character coalesced. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. The sky and the earth shone with a cloud of light, enveloping Li Yu as the Dao Luck coalesced around him, and the immortal radiance outlined his magnificent body. At this moment, Li Yu looked like an immortal saint, opening an altar to discuss the Tao and teach the living beings. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. Great Tao true words, this is great Tao true words. Returning from the shock, realist Yu Hua's old face trembled with excitement. As the saying goes, it's okay to die at the end of the day. In his lifetime he could hear such earth-shattering, grand and lofty words of truth. It's really no regret to die. At this moment, Li Yu's voice was still echoing between heaven and earth, but it was not an echo. Rather, the Heavenly Dao list was repeating Li Yu's words over and over again. At the same time, in the countries of the Chinese Dao state, and all over the Great Luo sacred region, all the Heavenly Dao lists were filled with golden light and haze. Li Yu's voice kept echoing between heaven and earth. My generation of cultivators should set up the heart for heaven and earth, set up the life for the people, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and open up the peace for the world. Chapter 89 The Heavens Pride Conference seeking subscription, seeking monthly tickets. The Great Luo Holy Domain, one of the 3 great ancient cities, Tianke Ancient City, within the Idle Cloud residence. The Heavens Pride Conference, organized by the city lords in conjunction with the Holy Son of the Tao One Holy Land Chu Yuna, was held here. This Heaven's Pride Conference was held once every 10 years, aiming to provide an opportunity for the young prides of the world to exchange ideas. Those who were able to be invited to participate in this event were all the holy sons and Dao sons of the various holy lands, as well as the heavenly prides of the current generation from the major immortal families. Today, this event was still filled with shining stars, but the most dazzling of all was still the holy son of the Dao One Holy Land Chu Yunha. As the world's recognized #1 heavenly pride, Chu Yunha's natural talent was demonic. He possessed an innate Taoist body, with a self-contained Dao, and his body even contained 2 saint bones. He had once killed a cave void realm level demon emperor when he was at the goddess of transformation realm. Nowadays, he has already reached the late stage of the cave void realm at just over 80 years of age. It was even rumored that no one under the transition realm was his enemy. The strength is unrivaled in the world. And he was virtuous and talented, with an open mind and a heart for the world. But he was also born with a handsome spirit, temperament, just like an immortal. He was recognized as the first saint son of the Dao sect in the world, and even the saint sons of other holy lands would mostly address him with respect as senior brother. So this Heavenly Pride Conference, Chu Yunha is still sitting in the first seat, ranked second is the brilliant contemporary, strength is only second to Chu Yunha Yaoqi Holy Land Saint Girl Yaoqi. Yaoqi had a cool nature and did not like to speak or laugh. If it wasn't for her master's request, she wouldn't even bother to participate in this so-called Heaven's Pride Conference. Every time the Heaven's Pride Assembly was held, she basically sat quietly in her seat and rarely spoke. If it wasn't for her magnificent face and temperament, which made it impossible to ignore her presence, I'm afraid that she really would have become transparent. However, according to the usual practice, the topic of the sermon for today's event was for Yaoqi to draw up the topic. And the question she gave them was, what should we practice for? It was a question she had always pondered, but could never find a satisfactory answer to. The immortal way is ethereal and the road to cultivation is long, so there must be a bright light to guide the way forward and a strength to support the heart. And that is the question of the day. She clears her mind, but in turn, it makes her feel lost from time to time, not knowing why she is practicing. I don't know what is the point of following the path of my ancestors to the end, but I always seem to be lacking a strength inside. Yet it is natural for people to live their lives in search of some kind of value, to find the meaning of what they are living for. Otherwise the life will be longer. Then what is the difference with the mountains, rocks, grass and trees? Yaoqi's title also immediately triggered the crowd's desire to express themselves and talk about their ideas. There are people who live with the sun and the moon, with heaven and earth. Some people fight for the sake of the strong and the weak. Some people are trying to get rid of demons and revitalize the human race. All of you are really hypocritical. Divine Heavenly Sky Saint Sun Chen Pesel Ji really couldn't listen any longer and couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt the words of the crowd. Today's discussion, we should treat each other with abject sincerity. We're all acquaintances. What is the world's life? What is revitalizing the human race? You may not even believe it yourselves when you say it, right? Since we are human beings, we have desires. I think you are just afraid to voice your desires. I, Chen Peselji, am practicing for the sake of fame and fortune. A man makes a name for himself and remains in history, and all I want is for the world to know me, Chen Peselji. Brother Chen is really forthright. Mr. Wu admires him. That's right. Since we're discussing the Tao, we should naturally open our hearts and minds. That's the only way to show respect to all of our fellow Taoists here, as well as to Holy Maiden Yaoqi, who is proposing the question today. Violet Mansion Saint Sun Wusign said. I, Wusign, do not cultivate for longevity, not for fame. I am only envious of lovebirds, not envious of immortality, and I cultivate for the sake of one day being able to win the heart of the Holy Maiden Yaoqi. As he spoke, Wu Zhang couldn't help but throw a wink at Yaoqi. As soon as he said this, the crowd's faces turned sour. Discourse is discourse. What kind of hooliganism are you playing here? Worthy of being a Purple Palace Canon King, such brazen words could be said. Bah, shameless, nasty, to steal my words. Damn, I can't believe I let this guy get the jump on me. A trace of displeasure flashed under Yaoqi's eyes when she heard Wu Zhang's words. Although she had long since seen all sorts of fancy confessions, it was too frivolous to utter such remarks in such a serious discourse. Uninhibited speech is not delusional. Please pay attention to what you say and do, so as not to make a mockery of the world and embarrass people. A cold man put down his wine cup. He was the holy son of the Qingshu Holy Land, Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. Zhou Yu, what do you mean by that? Wu Zhang slammed the table and said angrily. Gentlemen, why don't we listen to senior brother Chu's high opinion first? Someone was busy rounding up the scene. That's right. Tell me, senior brother Chu, what should we cultivate for? The crowd looked at Chu Yunha, who was on the first position. Chu Yun has sat upright, slightly arching his hand, his demeanor elegant and decent. Chu can't represent everyone, just a little bit of my own humble opinion, I think. We should take establishing virtue, establishing merit, and establishing speech as the root of cultivation. The so-called establishment of virtue, that is, the creation of a vertical law, Boshir Jinzi the so-called establishment of merit, that is, lifting the doom and removing the difficulties, the work of the time the so-called establishment of speech, that is to say that the words get the point, the reason is enough to pass on. Chu Yun's words caused many people's eyes to shine and they couldn't help but clap their hands. But there were some who listened in awe. His words were somewhat obscure and profound, but they sounded like they made sense. It's not a bad idea to have talented people who speak differently. I didn't get much out of it, but it felt awesome, so I'll hold it for now. A good one, to establish virtue, merit, and speech simple and concise, yet grand in meaning. Worthy of being senior brother Chu, the realm of thought is just above us. I admire you. There were quite a few appendages and flatterers on the scene, and there were also quite a few who really felt that what Chu Yun has said was good. Cultivation should be done to establish virtue, merit, and speech. These three words are indeed full of thoughts and heights, and are not at all in the same realm of heights as what they have said in the crowd just now. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Yaoxi's gaze by the side also brightened slightly for a few moments. His words do have depth and height. However, Yaoxi always felt that although Chu Yun's words were very reasonable, they still seemed to have a sense of floating on the surface, as if they were the great truths that his master had told him. Reasoning she understood, but it never resonated. Much less could it be turned into a spiritual power, a power that could sublimate the soul. But right at this moment, the power of the heavens and earth suddenly fluctuated, and a strand of Tao fortune manifested out of the void, and faintly visible were the ripples of the great Tao flowing. This is the power of the great Tao. Could it be that senior brother Chu's words corroborated the great Tao and triggered the heavenly Tao to resonate? Oh my god, awesome. The crowd was amazed. But right at this moment, a not quite thick, but resounding voice suddenly echoed between this heaven and earth. My generation of cultivators, we should establish our hearts for the heaven and earth, establish our lives for the people, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and open up peace for the world. Tug. Yaoxi's spirit was shaken as he violently stood up from his position. The eyes were bright and hot as they looked into the void in front of them. Listening with bated breath to the words that were like the words of a saint. Inwardly shaken. These are the words of clarity, these are the words of power, the answers that you have been thinking about for so long. Of course it wasn't just Yaoxi, as this voice rang out, the hairs on the entire body of everyone present stood up. It was as if some force had tugged at their heartstrings, as if an energy had poured into their spirits. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. These 4 sentences are full of power, sound and atmosphere. The smell of it makes one's heart burn with fervor, and one's spirit is uplifted. Who is this that speaks with such depth? Could it be that this is the heavenly way to pass on the law and teach the world? Unbelievable, so unbelievable. The crowd was inwardly shocked and could not help but follow the voice echoing between heaven and earth in silence. Their hearts became clearer and clearer, and their souls all seemed to have been sublimated. Chapter 90 The Fortunes of Our Generation 3-6. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all ages, well, these 4 words are so well said. The crowd couldn't help but applaud. If Chu Yun's words earlier had caused them to call it good, there was still a slight hint of flattery. Then at this time they are really feeling, is that from the soul of the shock of the heart? This is the holy word of truth. Chu Yunha was also inwardly shocked. These 4 sentences are higher, more powerful, and more meaningful than his own sentence, establish virtue, establish merit, and establish speech. No wonder it was able to invoke the power of heaven and earth and stir up the resonance of the great Tao. Sensing carefully, Chu Yun has suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened in some way. It was as if a force in his heart had broken free of its shackles, an invisible energy blossomed from the depths of his soul. The entire person's aura kept pulling up, the spiritual energy in his body surging and surging as his cultivation began to surge. Surprisingly, there were signs of a breakthrough. Chu Yunhao was startled in his heart, and immediately meditated in place, his body and mind merging with the heavens and earth. In the great aspiration, the great spirit, the great wisdom, and the great meaning contained in that holy word. Slowly peeking into the membrane of the transition realm. At this moment, it wasn't just the celestial pride within the idle cloud elegant residents who were shocked to hear this great Tao truth. All the cultivators in the entire Tiankei ancient city, and even the entire Great Luo Sanctuary and the entire immortal martial world, were shocked beyond words by these 4 supreme words. Especially those cultivators of the older generation, their inner excitement and shock overflowed. Who is this who utters these words? Could it be the true words of the Heavenly Dao descending to teach and transform all beings? This should be the words of a certain saint in the immortal domain, and it is truly a blessing for our generation to have it transmitted into the lower realms by the Heavenly Dao list to teach and enlighten the 10,000 people. Yes, I'm afraid that only a saint of the immortal realm would be able to speak such astounding words. Such true words, with the greatness of teaching and educating all the people, the true intention of understanding the mind and seeing the nature, and the grand and far-reaching will surely be unprecedented and will be known for 10,000 generations. It's enough to die in the morning. My generation of cultivators should take this as their path. I have no regrets in dying if I can hear such holy words in my lifetime. Within the Daoi Holy Land, the Holy Lord Tian Huizhenran, who was originally in the middle of cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes filled with shock. What a great phrase to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the lives of the people, to succeed the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for the 10,000 worlds. My generation of cultivators are fortunate to hear such true words. It is indeed a heavenly grace and honor. Within the Qingshu sacred ground, the Tai Ching Jinren shook inwardly. It was as if there was a supreme power surging through his body, causing his entire body to boil with hot blood. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all ages. Each of these 4 sentences seemed to contain an infinite amount of power that poured into his soul. It made Tai Ching Jinren feel like his divine thoughts had never been clearer and higher. It made his Dao heart as if it had been supported by the truth and became as solid as a rock. Thank you for the sage's words, for clarifying my mind and reshaping my Dao heart. Realist Yuhua arched his hand at the Heavenly Dao list and bowed deeply. Tian-K Ancient City, within the Idle Cloud's elegant residence. Chu Yuna's cultivation had broken through to the transition realm in one fell swoop. In an instant, the chi of the great Dao began to converge around him, and the spiritual chi flowed like a swimming dragon, flowing and traveling on the surface of his body. This change instantly attracted the attention of the people nearby. You guys quickly look, Chu's senior brother, this is a breakthrough? This aura, so powerful. This is stepping into the transition realm? The crowd had just regained their senses from the shock of that great Dao truth before they were plunged back into the shock brought about by Chu Yuna. Looking at the visions surrounding Chu Yuna, feeling his increasingly powerful aura. The crowd was clear. This Chu Yuna has really broken through. Surprisingly, he had instantly broken through from the late stage of the cave void realm to the transition realm directly. It was simply the second miracle they had seen today. Not long after, Chu Yuna's aura around his body rapidly internalized and violently opened his eyes. The eyes seemed to have the sun and moon rotating and the stars shifting, with a deep and sharp gaze that seemed to be able to travel through the void and see into the past and present. We congratulate Senior Brother Chu, congratulate Senior Brother Chu. The crowd bowed and bowed, admiring them inwardly. Surprisingly, after hearing the true words of the great Dao, he directly broke through to the transition realm, worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the world. Many thanks to all of you senior brothers and sisters. Chu Yunha was also pleasantly surprised inwardly. He also didn't expect himself to be washed and sublimated by that grand will of this great Dao truth. Directly breaking through to the transition realm. We should be grateful to this saint who spoke the true words of the great Dao, truly teaching and transforming all the people. His merits are immeasurable. When my generation, admire him. Chu Yunha bowed to the heavens, extremely pious. Although the crowd did not have a direct cultivation breakthrough like Chu Yunha, but also, under the washing of that holy word, it was as if they had received a kind of sublimation of the soul. Inwardly, he naturally revered the one who spoke these holy words. So they all followed Chu Yunha and bowed. Today's miracle left them with no inner peace. The Heavenly Dao sent down true words to guide the great Dao, and Chu Yunha directly broke through and stepped into the transition realm under the enlightenment of these true words. This matter spread out for fear that it would definitely stir up the entire Great Luo sacred region and spread throughout the entire world. Inside the Jade Clear Taoist sect, everyone was shaken to their core for a long time by those 4 deafening words of supreme wisdom from Li Yu. Of course, what was even more shocking was the fact that Li Yu's words had caused the Heavenly Dao list to resonate, descending such auspicious visions. Today, to be able to hear such mind-blowing true words of the great Dao and to see such a miraculous sight, it is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes, a supreme blessing and chance. Worthy of being Li Yu, no wonder he can cultivate his mortal body into a physique that is comparable to that of a god. This kind of wisdom and realm is truly comparable to that of a saint. This son is truly extraordinary. These 4 lines are enough to be passed down for 10,000 generations, to teach and enlighten all beings, and to shake the ancient world. Who would have thought that this Liu at such a young age would be able to speak such grand-willed, heaven and earth-shaking words of truth? It's unbelievable. It's really a hero. To be able to have this kind of virtue realm, this Liu is really an absolutely unrivaled genius. Son of the Heavenly Dao, this son is definitely a son of the Heavenly Dao, too extraordinary. Today is truly a worthwhile trip, to have the honor of hearing the true words of the great Dao. At this time, the gazes of the crowd towards Liu had changed once again. If anything, before, he was filled with gratitude and admiration for Liu because of his strength and feats. Then at this moment they are worshipping in their hearts. Nowadays, Liu could really be compared to a god or a saint in their hearts. To be able to speak the true words of the great Dao that made the Heavenly Dao resonate, this was definitely a divine miracle. Just as the crowd was immersed in the shock of Liu's true words of the great Dao, realist Yuhua, who was originally standing on the high platform, suddenly sat down on his knees, his breath surging and surging around him, his aura constantly rising. It even triggered the power of heaven and earth around it, forming a kind of spiritual cyclone. Seeing this scene, a group of Jade Clear Dao sect elders immediately showed surprise in their eyes. Sovereign, this is a breakthrough! Elder Tai Mo exclaimed. As soon as his words left the scene, there was an uproar, and everyone was shocked as they looked toward the heavenly Yuhua manservant. Sure enough, the visions around that Yuhua realist seemed as if he was really about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 91 Rumors Stop at Retards 4-5. This is Liu's true words of the great Dao giving realist Yuhua a new realization of the great Dao. Yes, these are the true words of the great Dao, hearing them will elevate one's state of mind. Real Yuhua takes the lives of the people as his own responsibility, his heart is for the world, to get rid of devils and defend the way, and these words of Liu are exactly the great Dao that real Yuhua pursues. Just as the people had guessed, realist Yuhua had adhered to the righteous path all his life and was determined to cultivate for the sake of the world's living beings. Yet there doesn't seem to be an accurate answer to what the so-called righteous path actually looks like, and what exactly constitutes practicing for the sake of the world's people. His heart was full of grandiose wishes, but he didn't know how to express them. The righteous path in his heart had no clear direction, and he didn't know how to hold on to it. So at this moment, Liu's words touched him greatly. It was as if he had been enlightened, causing him to instantly find his way and his Dao heart to transform. Even more so, he had a deeper level of understanding of his own Dao and touched a higher level of Dao meaning. Coupled with that rich baptism of Dao luck in the heavens and earth at this time, the cultivation of realist Yuhua made a direct breakthrough. Soaring all the way up from the late stage of the Transformation God realm, he unexpectedly broke through directly to the great circle of the Transformation God realm. Boom! A majestic aura erupted from Yuhua's body, and the power of heaven and earth converged around Yuhua. 7-colored haze light emerged around it, slightly fluctuating like water ripples, extremely dazzling. This is the Cave Void realm. The heads of the major sects were inwardly shocked. The visions on the surface of realm Yuhua's body resembled the legendary cavernous realm. Could it be that these words of the great Dao truth from Liu? It allowed realist Yuhua to directly break through from the middle of the transformation spirit realm to the cave void realm. My God, this is too unbelievable. This realm span may not be able to cross without a 300 to 500 years. Yeah, and the transformation God realm to cave void realm, that's not that easy to break through. How many people stop at the transformation God realm for their entire lives? Is this the power of the great Dao's true words, to the extent that it directly breaks the years of cultivation bottleneck of real Yuhua? A few moments later, Yuhua realist violently opened his eyes, the breath around his body converged internally, the whole person suddenly seemed to be a dozen years younger, and his breath underwent a radical change. Sovereign, have you stepped into the cave void realm? Realist Tai Wu couldn't wait to ask. Thank you, elderly, for allowing me to find my own great Dao. Please accept my obeisance. Realist Yuhua looked at Liu with incomparable gratitude and made a deep bow. Surprisingly, he really broke through to the cave void realm. How did this Yuhua realist do it? The heads of the major sects were a bit sour. Although they heard Liu's true words of the great Dao, they were also greatly touched, and their hearts and minds were as if they had been sublimated. However, they did not directly perceive the great Dao and soar in cultivation as in the case of realist Yuhua. And in one fell swoop, he had broken through from the middle stage of the transformation God realm to the cave void realm. This is something they would never have believed could have happened so unbelievably if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Alas, people are more angry than people. The Jade Clear Dao sect is really going to be famous this time. Yes, at the honorary elder enshrinement ceremony, the great Dao truth was born, and the Jade Clear Taoist sect will surely be known throughout the 4 seas for this, and its name will remain in the history of the world. Moreover, realist Yuhua has even directly broken through from the transformation spirit realm to the cave void realm, which has simply allowed the strength of the Jade Clear Taoist sect to be directly elevated by a level. Today's Jade Clear Taoist sect is lucky. What does this mean? It means that as long as you get involved with Liu, you'll be able to receive great opportunities and great fortune. Don't tell me, it seems true when you say it like that. The Heavenly Dao has sent down extra rewards for Liu 3 times, this definitely speaks for itself. Liu is definitely the son of the Heavenly Dao, the chosen one. It was only after a long time that Liu's voice, which kept echoing between heaven and earth, slowly dissipated. At the same time, a thick golden beam of light fell down from the Heavenly Dao list and directly poured into Liu's body. Liu's entire person instantly brightened up, like a blazing sun in the sky, incomparably dazzling. That figure was even more extraordinary under the outline of the golden light, as if it was about to fly up in the daytime and ascend to the immortal class, shocking the people. Bathed in golden light, Liu felt extremely comfortable, while at the same time a wave of will and divine thoughts resounded in his mind. The true words of the Great Way, teaching and educating all the people, will last for 100 generations, shaking the ancient and modern world, and have infinite merit in virtue. Special reward for the infinite merits and virtues of the golden body. From now on, the heavenly fortune to add body, auspicious surroundings, ghosts and gods are not easy to kill, the evil will not be invaded. Hearing this voice, Liu raised his eyebrows. Holy, that's another invincibility buff for me. After the enthronement ceremony, the heads of all the major clans, and the heads and elders of all the great clans paid their respects to Liu in person. On the side, Sumu, Guyuchi, and the other disciples of the Qingyan sect, their faces were also filled with pride. The admiration for Liu in their hearts at this moment was stronger than anyone else's, and could even be described as fanaticism. Liu is not only powerful, but also has a heart for the world, eliminating devils, defending the way, and practicing chivalry. Today, he even uttered such earth-shattering holy words, which just happened to corroborate with everything he had ever done. How could such a person with both virtue and talent and unrivaled strength not call for admiration and worship? And these news also spread continuously through the mouths of those jugglers and storytellers, constantly being artfully processed, constantly being subjectively transformed and even demonized. Eventually, various bizarre versions evolved. Inside a restaurant in the Wansha imperial dynasty of the Dao state of China, a group of Jianghu people were feverishly discussing the great event that had been very hot lately, the Great Dao Truth. I heard that Chu Yun had discussed and debated with the heavenly prides of the great holy lands, and one man overpowered the group, and in the end directly uttered the true words of the Great Dao of establishing the heart for heaven and earth, establishing the lives of the living people, succeeding the great learning of the past saints, and opening peace for the 10,000 worlds. What, that Great Dao Truth was spoken by Chu Yun, huh? Of course, other than this world's recognized number 1 heavenly pride, the Dao sect's senior brother Chu Yunha, who could say such supreme words. That's right, I've heard about it too. It seems like he directly came to a great realization after saying those words, and his cultivation directly broke through to the Mahayana realm. Where did you guys hear this rumor from? I clearly heard that the true words of the Great Dao were spoken by an elder named Mingyu of the Jade Clear Dao sect. Why have I heard that it's a supreme pride of the great Xia dynasty? It seems to be called Carp. It seems like it's also some kind of son of the Great Dao, old and powerful. What I clearly heard that it was a carp spitting out the true words of the Great Dao. That's all rumors from you guys. I've heard that it's an immortal realm saint's son, coming down to the realm to preach and teach all the people. A bunch of nonsense. It's clearly the Heavenly Dao passing down the law. What does it have to do with any holy son, Carp? Truly there are all sorts of people, even trying to grab the credit of the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 92, The Old Man Who Electrocuted 5-5. On Qingqiu Mountain, the construction of the sect had been mostly completed, with a magnificent hall rising from the ground, and an imposing building higher than the sky. Some of the functional buildings such as the Technique Pavilion, Alchemy and Weaponry Pavilion, Enlightenment Pavilion, and so on, had already been built. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and this sect is also the same, the magnificent hall, carved railings, and jade masonry, flying eaves and arches, jeweled buildings, so that the Qingyan sect has already had the appearance of a large sect. Coupled with the fact that this place was rich in Dao fortune and abundant in spiritual energy, it was as if everything was coated with a layer of immortal radiance, emanating immortal light. Qingqiu Mountain is not high but very beautiful. All kinds of exotic flowers and trees roam the mountains, all kinds of rare birds and spirit beasts inhabit the mountains, and the faint immortal mist lingers on the top of the mountain, making the sect seem even more extraordinary. Inside the back of the mountain behind the courtyard where Liu lived, this place had now become a spiritual plant medicine garden. The entire medicinal garden, under Shan Ruoshue's care, was now in full bloom, full of all kinds of precious spiritual plants and medicinal herbs. Orange, that's not edible. Shan Ruoshue, who was busy in the medicinal garden, roared with anger and rushed over to the orange cat, picking it up. Why are you getting more and more disobedient, you little fellow? Hearing Shan Ruoshue's rebuke, that orange cat humanely shrunk its neck and spat out its tongue with a pleasing smile on its face. Nowadays, Shan Ruoshue and a group of wild cats had completely fought with each other, and these cats had not only opened up their spiritual wisdom under the nurturing of the ancient tree of Dao Luck, but even their bodies had changed, and they had already become refined. Moreover, this orange cat followed Shan Ruoshue around every day, dabbling in this spiritual plant garden. He ate precious spiritual medicines and drank spiritual dews and springs from the mountains that Shan Ruoshue had nurtured with his own 1 yuan heavy water. Because of the Dao Luck ancient tree, the dew and springs on this mountain contained extremely rich auras in Dao Luck. Then after being nurtured by the monadic heavy water, it contained many mysteries and was beneficial. It has a very good effect when used to water some special and cherished spiritual plants. So nowadays this orange cat is getting smarter and smarter, and can even start cultivating and can spit out human words. Shan Ruoshue also taught them the method of cultivation, which of course she had begged from Li Yu. Everything has a spirit, and as long as they are introduced to the right path, goblins can also cultivate the great way and be immortalized. Sister Ruoshue, if you let me take a bite of this purple young mistletoe, I can tell you a super invincible and earth-shattering secret about brother Li Yu. The orange cat was filled with a sly smile. Isn't it just that the Dao Luck ancient tree was actually pulled out by him? Shan Ruoshue said. Ha? You, how did you know? Manhwa has already exchanged the secret from me for the earth heartgrass. What? This stinking 3 flowers, how can it be like this, and no, 3 flowers can't talk Could it be that this bad guy lied to me? Shan Ruoshue smiled and didn't say anything, putting the orange cat back on the ground. Sister Ruoshue, I told it the secret, so it's considered to be my word, so you should reward me with a geocentric grass as well. The orange cat bargained and said. Go and obediently help me plow 100 pits out, sister might be able to reward you with a plant if she's happy. Shan Ruoshue said with a smile. Spinning around, he picked up the spirit plant seedlings that had been hydroponically grown in the bucket. Sister Ruoshue is just good, when I cultivate into a human, I will definitely marry you as my wife. The orange cat said while using those furry paws to run the pits vigorously, 3 or 2 times a dirt pit, skillful. Fool, you're a she-cat. Besides, how dare you know such a thing as marrying a maiden? I heard those artisans say they said when they earn enough money they will go home to a beautiful woman and have a bunch of dolls. Shan Ruoshue laughed, and neutralized a spirit plant seedling into the soil. Learn more from sister and brother Li Yu in the future. Hundreds of miles away from Mount Qingqiu in mid-air, Mo Wushue stepped into the air and walked, each step tens of miles away. This Li Yu has actually cultivated the human body into a physique even more powerful than the ancient god body. What an incredible brat! When Mo Wushue first arrived in the Daxia dynasty today, he was also confused when he saw that Li Yu's physique was a human body. Later, after poking around, I learned that it was the real human body. Moreover, it is rumored that this Li Yu even uttered the true words of the great Tao half a month ago. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, it is certain that this kid is very demonic. It's such a shame to kill such a demonic talented youngster, why not refine him into a Tao puppet child? Mo Wuxia thought to himself and took another step out, but then he saw a thunderbolt from the clear sky strike down head-on. Mo Wuxia instantly dodged out, but the thunder still solidly struck him. There was a loud boom and a ripple in space. The terrifying energy transformed into shockwaves, directly swinging away all the clouds within a radius of tens of miles. Mo Wuxia's figure was blasted downward and flew a long way before he stabilized himself. Mana surged throughout his body, and dark gray gases condensed into a giant skeleton silhouette that wrapped around his entire body. What's going on? Mo Wuxia's brows were locked. Just now he had clearly dodged out. Why was he still hit? This thunder was weird and very powerful. He didn't feel anything at all when ordinary lightning struck him, but the power contained in that thunder just now was even quite a bit more powerful than normal robberies. If the one who was hit was a cultivator below the cave void realm, it was estimated that he would directly go up and smoke on the spot. There aren't any fluctuations of array prohibitions around, and I don't detect any special fields, or energies of heaven and earth wonders. Mo Wuxia once again flew to the place where he had just encountered the thunder, and didn't feel any abnormalities, nor did he encounter any more attacks from the thunder. Could it be that I've killed too many beings, and the Heavenly Dao has sent down the thunder of divine punishment? Mo Wuxia guessed. But there was always something wrong in his heart, as if he had a not-so-good feeling. But right now he couldn't be sure exactly why. Since that thunder did not reappear, he stopped dwelling on it and continued to step into the air. Soon, Qingqiu Mountain had appeared in front of him, and Mo Wuxia's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain in a flash. And then he walked along the mountain path towards the mountain gate of the Qingyin sect, because he knew very well that there was no mountain protection formation there. He's never been a headstrong person, and he doesn't like to make a big deal out of things. Things that can be solved quietly will never make any noise. Once he had slaughtered a large sect in one night without even disturbing the flocks of birds in the trees. Of course, in the end those birds were killed by him. It had been several months before the disciples who had returned from their outings on missions realized that there were no longer any survivors in the clan. "Old uncle, what is your business?" The Green Cloud Sect disciple who was patrolling and standing guard at the mountain gate stopped Mo Wuxia and asked with a smile. Mo Wuxia had kind brows and an amiable smile, as if he was an old master from a nearby village, so being electrocuted, if not for the fact that he was in the transitional realm cultivation, he even possessed the indestructible taboo body. There was also a saint's bone fused in his body, so I'm afraid that by now, he would have already been scorched to ashes by the terrifying might contained in that thunder. The indestructible taboo body was an extremely special physique. It could be said to be an immortal body, and no spells and aptitudes in this world could completely destroy his body. But it was also a cursed body, and he would never be able to break through the transition realm, much less be immortalized. Those few patrolling disciples tiptoed over and took a closer look at Mo Wuxia. He's alive. This is not even dead, this grandpa is not simple. But it's not a bad injury, what should we do? Go ask eldest brother, he has experience in this kind of thing. Eldest senior brother isn't here, he just took senior brother G and senior brother Su and the others to the town to catch ghosts last night, they haven't returned yet. What should we do then? Master is still in seclusion, why don't we ask senior brother Gu, he's been struck by lightning before, he must have more experience than us. Gu Yuchi, now one of the sect master's personal disciples, so for these outer disciples, they were all to be honored as senior brothers. Okay, then let's carry him up the mountain first, and see if there's any salvation left. Several disciples carried that Mo Wuxia as if they were carrying a dynamite packet, fearing that they would be struck by lightning again halfway up the mountain. So he almost jogged all the way up the mountain, and when he reached the top he couldn't wait to throw him in the clearing, and one of the disciples ran to find Gu Yuchi. Mo Wuxia was depressed inwardly, his own hall of transition realm old monsters, immortal body, when has he ever been in such a sorry state? Dumped here like a corpse by a couple of little guys. However, just after arriving at the top of this mountain, Mo Wuxia felt the rich Dao fortune, as well as a special scent permeating the air. This is the Dao fortune ancient tree. Mo Wuxia instantly identified this unique Dao fortune, this special aura that belonged to the Dao fortune ancient tree. The heart burst with joy. This Qingyin sect even has the ancient tree of Dao fortune, no wonder a supreme talent like Li Yu was able to appear. It's surprising that there's an unexpected harvest today. Wait for me to destroy. While he was thinking, another thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere. A burst of electrotherapy was once again given to Murmurless. The whole body had another violent convulsion, and an old face was so electrified that his mouth and eyes were about to go askew and he was half paralyzed. Hiss, it's lucky we spilled our hands in time, or else we'd really be dragged into this. What has this lord done to hurt the world? That's too bad. This is completely hopeless, isn't it? The few disciples who had just carried Mo Wuxia up the mountain couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, it was truly a moment of fear. This Moncler outlet online is simply sucking thunder physique. This a moment of effort to be chopped twice, is also a miracle. Mo Wuxia was lying on the ground, when he was really lifeless. But he also finally found out why he was struck by lightning. He himself would be struck by lightning as soon as he moved his killing thoughts, no, to be precise, he would be struck by lightning if he moved his killing thoughts against the people of the Green Cloud Sect. Did this Green Cloud Sect save the universe? Or was this sect started by Heaven's own son? I haven't done anything yet. I can get struck by lightning just thinking about it. You have to be so protective. Mo Wuxia was really depressed to the extreme in his heart. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was the first time he had experienced such a bizarre thing. How else is this going to be played? It's just foul. Even if he was an indestructible body, he couldn't carry the arrangement of the Heavenly Dao. Could it be because of that great Dao truth? After Mo Wuxia thought carefully, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. When he was still very young, he once heard a legend. A great benefactor, accumulating virtues and merits. Then someone tried to harm him, but that person was struck by lightning and died. And this Liu uttered the true words of the great Tao, attracting the resonance of the heavenly Tao, and had the merit of teaching the 10,000 people, perhaps also gathering supreme merit. Even this merit blessed the people around him and even the entire sect. So anyone who tried to plot against him and his sect would be punished by heaven. As unbelievable as this sort of thing sounds, it's the only explanation at the moment. It can't be that this Liu is really the heavenly Tao's own son. Then just explode and place yourself. Thinking of this possibility, Mo Wuxia suddenly wanted to verify it, and his evil thoughts moved. Sure enough. Thunder that was several times thicker than before struck down on his head, and there was more than one. Instead, there are five thunderbolts. Gu Yuqi, who had just rushed over, saw this scene, a familiar pain that rolled back and forth in her blood. It's too bad, being struck 3 times in a row, and this time it's even more like 5 thunderbolts. You guys say that this grandpa is not undergoing a tribulation. Isn't it said that when one's cultivation reaches the tribulation realm, he will encounter the baptism of a thunderbolt? No way, all the transits I've heard of are of the very handsome kind. Homuncler looks a bit miserable. TSK, the key problem is that he's still alive after all this chopping. Gu Yuqi looked at the lightning-struck old man in surprise, though the familiar pain made him frown. But for some reason, there was a sense of relief in my heart, as if my mind was suddenly balanced. Compared to this old man, what happened to him that day was child's play. The 5 silent thunderbolts bombarded for half a day before disappearing again, and Mo Wuxia was electrocuted this time and foamed at the corners of his mouth. This wave just now was really fierce, it was simply many times more powerful than before. Mo Wuxia really almost died on the spot. I really cannot head iron, obviously guess the truth. Why do you want to take their own experiments off? Mo Wuxia really wanted to slap himself, but his hand was a bit numb. However, after these waves of electric healing from the divine thunder, Mo Wuxia's heart was considered to be completely clear, and there was not a single bit of killing intent anymore. This Qingyun sect can't be messed with, and this Liu can't be messed with even more. He is now a little bit of the mind to destroy the Green Cloud Sect no longer. The inner purity is simply like the heart of a naked child, heaven and earth can be seen. He had only one thought now: let the guy who hired him feel what it's like to be struck by lightning too, preferably harder. But Mo Wuxia didn't realize that that guy had already died on the spot socially at this point, even worse than him. Chapter 94: Heavenly Fortune Emperor's Social Death Scene. In the Heavenly Fortune Dynasty, today is the new emperor's ascension to the throne and the Heavenly Fortune celebration, also known as the National Day. Back then, after the founding emperor of the Heavenly Fortune Dynasty Lu Shan created the Heavenly Fortune blooming world, he set the day of his own birth as the day of the Heavenly Fortune celebration and worship of the heavens and the earth. Later on, new emperors would choose this auspicious day for their ascension to the throne. Lu Tiande had also set a rule that every emperor should pass on the throne to the next generation after having reigned for a maximum of 3,000 years. Apart from that, the emperor can also pass the throne to the next generation at any time according to his own wishes, and retire himself to cultivate and ask for immortality at ease. Today is the day that Emperor Deshang passes the throne and the new emperor Hong Yun ascends to the throne. Moreover, Hong Yun was the most appreciated descendant of the Heavenly Fortune Emperor, so he, who had already been in seclusion for many years, had specially come to participate in this enthronement ceremony today to personally crown this descendant of his own. The Heavenly Fortune Emperor, named Lu Tianyun, was Lu Shang's most favored great-grandson, so he bestowed the country's name to this great-grandson, taking the name Heavenly Fortune. And LV Tianyun lived up to the expectations and became the most outstanding emperor of the Heavenly Fortune dynasty, and now he has also stood at the peak of this world, becoming that half-step ranked in the immortal class. Today's celebration is unprecedented, as the Heavenly Fortune Emperor himself is present to crown the new emperor. That's why all the major clans, all the top families, countless reclusive old monsters from the Heavenly Fortune imperial dynasties, and even the emperors of neighboring countries came to attend this grand ceremony. Some were hoping to admire the immortal elegance of the Heavenly Fortune Emperor, while others were hoping to dip into the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's Tao luck. Of course, there were also people who had come specifically to support the Heavenly Fortune Emperor. After all, people were deservedly in the queue of top-tier powerhouses, and this face still had to be given. Today's Heavenly Fortune Emperor is really radiant, looking at his country's prosperity, but also the birth of Hong Yun, this kind of supreme pride. His heart is naturally very happy. Of course, what was even happier was that it wouldn't be long before he could completely feather his nest and become an immortal. When he had seized the ancient god body, he could easily break the shackles of the Yuanshan extreme realm that he had brought about because of his cultivation of the heaven-seizing creation scripture, directly breaking through the Mahayana realm and feathering his way to immortality. And even if one stepped into the immortal realm, the ancient god bloodline power could make one's journey to immortality more straightforward. Under the attention of all the people, the coronation ceremony officially began, and the Heavenly Fortune Emperor personally put on the tassel for the new emperor, Hong Yun. This moment is sacred and solemn. 10,000 people worship, bells and music, the sky and earth are covered with the sunlight and auspicious images, and there is even a green dragon shadow traveling in the sky. This is the vision created by the magic weapon, which is extremely extraordinary. The gazes of everyone present converged on the Heavenly Fortune Emperor and the new Emperor Hong Yun, their eyes unblinking and holding their breath. But just then, a rumble of thunder and clear skies exploded, instantly breaking this solemn and sacred moment. At the same time, a large mass of dark clouds as black as ink coalesced about 10 feet above the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's head, within which lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a thunderbolt fell one after another, bombarding the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's head. The image was like a Tesla coil discharge. Wow! This sudden bizarre phenomenon caused the crowd to be filled with astonishment and strange expressions. Such visions are unsettling, dark clouds and thunder from a clear sky, which is a sign of great evil. And what was even more surprising was that it was as if this dark cloud was growing above the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's head, and it was impossible to hide from it. Just chop him, just chop him. What's the matter with you? You've been punished. Some hearts said. At this moment, the Heavenly Fortune Emperor was also broken inside. Such a high moment, but suddenly this bizarre and humiliating thing happened. It was simply a disgrace. And what was even more devastating was that he couldn't even dispel that dark cloud with his mana, and that thunder couldn't be dodged. Although the thunder released by this dark cloud was not very powerful and did not do much damage, it was extremely insulting. This was the big day of their Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty's national celebration, and it was even more of a sacred moment for himself to crown the new emperor and ascend to the throne. In the limelight, one was struck by this unlucky dark cloud and thunder, which was just like pinning oneself to the pillar of shame in public and whipping repeatedly. I don't want to lose face. Isn't this going to be a complete joke to the world later on? Even the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's ancient and unperturbed heart could not calm down at this moment. Most of all, this dark cloud was too bizarre. He was not a heavenly monster. Why did this ominous sign appear above his head? Did something happen, or was there some kind of foreshadowing? Is this the wrath of God? Could it be that this Heavenly Fortune Emperor has done something to harm the heavens? How much evil has been done to bring about this sight? This isn't a good omen. The moment a new emperor ascends to the throne, this kind of vision appears. Is this signaling that the Heavenly Fortune dynasty has run out of gas, or is it saying that Emperor Hong Yun doesn't deserve to be an emperor? This heavenly luck celebration has turned into a doom celebration. This is going to change the sky. Everyone was also inwardly shocked, but they were only thinking about it in their minds, but not many of them dared to casually say it out loud. After all, the other party was not an ordinary person. How could one dare to casually discuss it? Inside the Green Cloud Sect, Mo Wuxia was lying on the ground smoking, and a smell of roasted meat even wafted up in the air, which couldn't help but make a few disciples gulp. Shortly afterward, a crowd of Qingyan sect disciples gathered around as if they were visiting a rare animal, talking about it. There were even excessive guys who took out magic treasures that could record images and took pictures with him, even lamenting the fact that they didn't record the amazing moment when he was bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. Mo Wuxia really wanted to suck all their vitality out and then another burst of electrotherapy. Holy, another chop. This is amazing. It was spectacular. I managed to record the image. This old man is too strong. Surprisingly, he's still alive. Look, you guys, he's crying. It's so sad. I can't stand watching this anymore. Senior brother, why don't we give him a hard time, or else it's worse than death to be chopped repeatedly. Yeah. Look at that expression on his face. It's worse than death. I feel like he must really want to die right now. Mo Wuxia slowly closed his eyes, shutting off his 5 senses, otherwise he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. No thoughts of evil, no joys, no sorrows, fraternity, benevolence, charity. After adjusting in place for a long time, Mo Wuxia felt that his heart was once again clear, and his bodily functions had almost recovered. He opened his eyes again and looked at Gu Yuqi, who had a sympathetic expression on her face. Then with a wave of his hand, he grabbed that Gu Yuqi and ran away. The speed was so fast that he almost disappeared from the eyes of a group of disciples. When the crowd reacted, Mo Wuxia had already grabbed Gu Yuqi and rushed out of the Qingyan sect's mountain gate, and then directly disappeared towards the distance. However, just after running more than 10 miles, Mo Wuxia was once again struck by the sudden appearance of thunder, and at the same time, a meteorite that had fallen from the sky smashed down head-on. Boom! The entire Earth collapsed downward out of a big pit with a circle of dozens of feet, and the horrible shockwave directly snapped the surrounding trees, and the smoke and dust and air waves rose up to the sky, stirring up a long distance. Holy, a meteorite? That Liu, who was riding the purple electricity auger dragon from afar, just happened to witness the meteorite falling from the sky and smashing into a distant mountain range. The heavenly divine stone, it must be extraordinary. Ji Qinglan beside him was also filled with astonishment. Chapter 95. This is the Sword God request for subscription. Liu rode the purple electricity auger dragon and flew above that crater, his gaze curiously looking inside the crater. At this time that meteorite has been broken into countless pieces, the surface red inside charred black. However, in the middle of those countless meteorite fragments, there are still two people lying. Gu Yuqi? Liu's pupils shrunk, and he was surprised in his heart. How is this Gu Yuqi here, and who is the old man next to him? But this guy had some really great luck. First he was struck by lightning and now he was hit by a meteorite. Will there be any Heaven and Earth Wonders born this time? As Liu was thinking this, the Heaven and Earth Wonders Collection Quest interface suddenly popped up, showing that the Heaven and Earth Wonders Sun Immortal Gold had been discovered. I'll go, there really are wonders of heaven and earth, what a guy! Liu was truly astonished. This Gu Yuqi's luck is really unbeatable. Only he had this chi in a nutshell. Liu quickly rode the purple electricity sculptor dragon to fly into the pit, allowing Sumu and Ji Qinglan to check on Gu Yuqi's injuries. He himself followed the system's guidance and found the piece of metal encased in the meteorite. Well, it's hot, but it can't hurt him. It's this old man. Elder Nya's voice rang in Ji Qinglan's ears, slightly surprised. Elder Nya recognized Mo Wuxia. This guy was considered a cultivator at the same time as him, only he wasn't a member of the righteous path. The two had exchanged blows, and this Mo Wuxia's undying taboo body had caused him an incomparable headache and scorn as well. Only this kind of physique stops at the transition realm forever, unable to step into the Mahayana realm, but also unable to be killed. Qinglan, get away from this old man! Elder Nya exclaimed. Ji Qinglan immediately led Su Mu and Gu Yuqi to quickly jump out of the crater. Elder Nya, what kind of person is that old man? Ji Qinglan heard the implication of Elder Nya's words, that the man in front of him was definitely extraordinary, and not even a good person. Elder Nya told Ji Qinglan about the identity of this Mo Wuxia. Ji Qinglan's face changed as he hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, come out quickly, that old man is from the devil's way." Hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Liu's brows abruptly furrowed. Devil's man? Liu instantly figured out that it seemed to be for the ancient god body as well. At this time, Gu Yuqi had already slowed down and looked at the crater in front of her and the old man with an ugly expression, her heart palpitating. Senior brother, what's going on? Liu came to Gu Yuqi's side and asked. Gu Yuqi gave a general account of what happened. Sure enough, it's coming for you. Liu immediately drew the long sword behind him. Senior brother, Nya Lao said that this person is called Mo Wuxia, is a strong person of his contemporaries. It is estimated that he has already lived for tens of thousands of years, has an indestructible taboo body, immortal, is not able to be killed, and his cultivation is at least the great circle of the transitional realm. Can you beat him? Ji Qinglan asked with some nervousness. Although he knew that Liu was strong and could kill the cave void realm. But just how strong, in the end, can they beat this kind of old demon that has lived for tens of thousands of years, at least the strength of the great circle of the transitional realm, and probably has a lot of underhanded killing moves, and also possesses an indestructible body? Immortal and indestructible? Then I will let him perish today. Liu said in a cold voice and immediately walked towards the Mo Wuxia. Just then, that Mo Wuxia had also recovered, and was really close to autism in his heart. It's okay to be struck by lightning, but now a meteorite is scheduled. Even if this Liu was really the Heavenly Dao's own son, there was no need to be so protective, it was really excessive. However, when Mo Wuxia saw Liu, he finally realized why he was struck by lightning. It's really what I suspected it would be. This kid even had such a strong auspicious aura on him, obviously a guy with merit and virtue. The kind that's bad luck for anyone who messes with it. You are Liu? Mo Wuxia looked at Liu and a kind smile appeared on his face. Exactly. Liu's voice was loud and clear. Goodbye. Mo Wuxia arch hand, immediately turned around to run, otherwise how can, today's share by the thunder has been some of the top. Even the ING meteorite has smashed down. If he continues to play with him, I guess the Heavenly Dao will directly take himself off. Can't afford to fight, I can't afford to hide. You've come and you still want to leave. Li Yu's hand rose and his sword broke through the air. Brush. Mo Wu's body should be cut in two, blood staining the air. Ji Qinglan's eyes glazed over, and the exclamation that had come from Li Yu's ears came straight out of his mouth. Although he didn't know if that Mo Wuxia was dead or not, but that was the superpower of the Great Circle of the Transition Realm that Elder Nya had spoken of. That was the powerhouse that even Elder Nya had a headache with back then. Surprisingly fragile as if it was a radish, it was chopped into two pieces by this casual sword of Li Yu. Although Ji Qinglan had heard that Li Yu had killed the demon child with one sword and the violet dragon Dharma King with one sword, he had never seen it with his own eyes. When I saw it today, I was really surprised. That's the transition realm. How strong is this Li Yu? However, the one who was even more shocked at this time wasn't Ji Qinglan, but Sword Immortal Nia Lao. This sword, how did it do it? It was also the first time that Elder Nya had seen Li Yu use his sword with his own eyes. This sword didn't have a trace of mana fluctuation, didn't have any traces of artistry, it was just a plain and simple sword, just a casual chop like that. That Mo Wuxia, who had given him even an extreme headache at one time, was chopped into two pieces just like that. Is this the supreme state of looking at a mountain as a mountain, looking at a mountain as not a mountain, and looking at a mountain as still a mountain? The extreme of the sword Dao is to simplify and return to the true nature. A seemingly ordinary sword was the ultimate state of the sword. It can cut through heaven and earth and all laws. I, Nye Yangan, have practiced the way of the sword all my life, asking for advice with my sword, ascending to the immortal realm of the nine heavens, and claiming to be a sword immortal, pursuing the highest attainment in the way of the sword. Although he regretted falling in the middle of the journey, he thought that his talent in the way of the sword was unrivaled. But today, compared to Li Yu, his own little attainments in swordsmanship were nothing more than skin deep. He is the real sword immortal, no, the sword god. Only a sword god could have such peak sword Dao attainments. Nia Lao was inwardly shocked, but after the shock came more surprise. For one's residual soul to return and be fortunate enough to meet such a sword god-like powerhouse was a great chance given to him by the heavens. If he could receive his guidance in the future, he might be able to further his understanding of the sword path. When he recultivated his physical body, he might have a chance to ask for a higher realm of sword Dao. At this time, Mo Wuxia was also incomparably appalled inwardly. This kid is not human at all. He is not a human being at all. The might of that sword was even more terrifying than that brilliant heavenly might. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had killed countless people and been killed by many. But there was no one strong, who could bring him such a terrible feeling. Even a peak Mahayana realm powerhouse wasn't as terrifying as Li Yu. This kid wasn't human at all. Mo Wuxia's indestructible taboo body was not the strongest physique in this world though. However, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the sturdiness of his flesh couldn't hurt even an immortal weapon, and he had also fused a sage bone. Even if it was a Mahayana realm powerhouse, it would be difficult to cut him in two with a single sword. Escape. If the reason for fleeing just now was because they were afraid of the Heavenly Dao, then at this moment, it was because they were afraid of Li Yu. This Li Yu is much scarier than the Heavenly Dao. Dense gray gas gushed out from the body, wrapping the two bodies together and disappearing into the distance. However, Li Yu made another sword strike, and under this sword, the space was directly listed in half. And the two segments of that Mo Wuxia's body directly turned into pieces with a boom. In the end, he was swallowed up by the collapsing spatial rift. A serious sword, space to send a funeral. Chapter 96 Heavenly Fortune Emperor's Self-Closure. The indestructible body really perished. Ji Qinglan's jaw dropped as she looked at the space that had collapsed and then slowly returned to its original state, her head suddenly lacking some oxygen. This Li Yu mustn't be invincible already. A sword that crumbles the heavens and earth and destroys all laws, this Li Yu is definitely a sword god. Nia Lao was so excited that his residual soul trembled, causing his parasitic reverse-scale immortal sword to follow suit and emit a burst of sword sounds. This was the strongest sword Dao he pursued, this was the true might of the sword god. Worship, I want to worship him. Senior brother, is everything alright? After killing Mo Wuxia, Li Yu looked at Yu Qi and asked. Just now that meteorite power cannot be small, it is estimated that Mo Wuxia blocked most of the damage, otherwise this Gu Yu Qi is afraid to lie down again for 10 days and 8 months. This guy's Qi is wonderful. Being struck by lightning results in the heaven and earth wonder true elemental divine thunder, and being hit by a meteorite results in the heaven and earth wonder sun immortal gold. Well, this guy is supposed to be the fabled karma physique. It was only when she heard Li Yu's words that Gu Yuqi came back from her shock. He also did not expect that Li Yu could be so ridiculously strong, a sword chopped apart the void. No wonder he was not even afraid of the Heavenly Fortune Emperor. With this kind of strength, it was estimated that even if the Heavenly Fortune Emperor came, his head would be just as dead. So much more at ease with himself. This Qing Yun sect is safer than all those holy places. But, senior brother, I wouldn't be a Heavenly Fate Lone Star. I was struck by lightning before, and this time I was hit by a meteorite. Luckily I was taken captive by that old man, or else I'm afraid I'd have to drag the clan into it. Gu Yuqi's mood was suddenly a bit low. If being struck by lightning the first time was a coincidence, then being hit by a meteorite this time was for a reason. I'm afraid there won't be a second person in the whole world who can be as unlucky as him. Senior brother, don't be so pessimistic. You are destined to be an extraordinary person, and these setbacks are nothing more than heaven's test for you. As the saying goes, when the heavens will send down a great task to a man, he must first suffer his heart and mind, labor his sinews and bones, starve his body and skin, empty his body, and walk in a whisker, so that he moves his heart and endures his nature, and has benefited from his inability to do so. Boom! As soon as Li Yu's words fell, the heavens and earth shook again. The Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking once again flourished with golden light. 10,000 channels of haze shone down, rich Dao luck gathered from all directions, and auspicious clouds coalesced in the sky. This familiar scene caused Ji Qinglan, Gu Yuqi, and Su Mu to all stare blankly. The Great Dao Truth, senior brother has actually spoken the Great Dao Truth again. Sure enough, the words of Li Yu's earlier appeared on that Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking once again, and the sound of Li Yu's voice once again echoed in the heavens and earth. As the saying goes, God will send a great task to the people, must first suffer their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, empty their bodies. Li Yu looked at the Heavenly Dao list and secretly nodded. It was true that those words of the saints in one's previous life could really be the true words of the Great Dao in this world. In fact, Li Yu wasn't trying to pretend to be a saint in front of his senior brother. He didn't like to be a literary scribe, taking the poems and songs from his previous life to pretend to be a literary saint and a bigot in this world. Just now, I heard Gu Yuqi recounting that Mo Wuxie's bizarre lightning strike incident, as well as the fact that Mo Wuxie had been brought into the sect without harming anyone, and had only taken Gu Yuqi with her to vanish. He then guessed that it was probably the effect brought about by his own golden body of infinite merit and virtue, where gods and ghosts were not to be invaded by all evils. If he hadn't obtained this infinite merit golden body and blessed the sect's people, it was estimated that his sect would really be in danger. So for the sake of the sect's safety, Li Yu felt the need to brush up on some more merit values. In the future, if there are any people who are scheming against their sect, they will directly use their merits and virtues to restrain them. In the Heavenly Fortune Imperial Dynasty, the enthronement ceremony was forced to end because of the bizarre dark cloud of thunder that appeared above the Heavenly Fortune Emperor's taken apprentice? What a joke! And a tens of thousands of years old antique wants to worship himself. He doesn't like archaeology. He can't be this master. Most of all, there was nothing he could teach Niao Lao. Taoistly, even if you don't accept me, then could you give me some pointers on my sword path? I will definitely be grateful in the future and work as an ox to repay your great kindness. Elder Nye said with incomparable seriousness. That remnant soul silhouette was already directly kneeling to the ground, bowing down with a big salute. Seeing this scene, Ji Qinglan, who was standing on the side, was also surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that the hallowed Elder Nye, a former sword immortal level existence, would fall down in front of Li Yu directly. It was evident that this Li Yu had given Elder Nye a deep shock as well. However, this Niao Lao was able to seek the way without shame, putting aside all his former glory and aura to learn from Li Yu, so he really deserves to learn from me. Li Yu had some brain pain. This Niao Lao was obviously serious. If this can't completely dissuade him today, I guess I'm afraid that he'll completely haunt himself in the future. How? About I transcend this remnant of his soul with a sword? Li Yu pondered for a little while and came up with a saying. So he sighed and said, Niao Lao, it's not that Mr. Li doesn't want to instruct you, nor is it that I want to strike you down, but truth be told, this sword Dao of mine is innately self-contained and needs no cultivation, and the power of a sword is powerful when it's born. I don't know why, so I guess it's probably just talent, and there's no way to teach talent like that. As soon as Li Yu's words left his mouth, Elder Nye directly froze and looked at Li Yu in surprise. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, he didn't seem to be telling another lie. Innate self-made, no need to cultivate, born with a sword so powerful. Is this really a gift? He was born a sword god, born to be extraordinary. Elder Nye knelt in place, his inner shock unable to calm down for a long time. Elder Nye, go back, Li Yu said as he waved his hand. Lost in thought, Niao Lao nodded and didn't say anything else, but instead turned into a ray of light and flew back into the reverse scale sword. Senior brother, excuse me. Ji Qinglan arched his hand while retreating. Chapter 97 Ling Tian Secret Realm Request for Subscription. Time passed, another month and a half passed, and the opening of the Ling Tian Secret Realm was imminent. All the elders of the Clear Void Sacred Land had traveled to the northern region countries to select suitable candidates to enter the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm. My Shu family has 3 spots this time. Let your 5th and 6th uncles take you there this time. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Zhu Hongyuan placed the 3 tokens on top of the bookcase and said in a deep voice, "Yes, father." Zhu Xiaotian arched his hand, his gaze firm and hot. He finally waited until the Ling Tian Secret Realm opened, and in this life, he finally had the opportunity to enter the Ling Tian Secret Realm. Zhu Xiaotian has been in seclusion and cultivation at this stage, and his cultivation has stabilized at the Jindan realm, and his strength has increased dramatically. Ever since the Divine Soldier ranking was announced and he suffered a blow, he reflected deeply on himself. Knowing that he had really put too much thought into calculations, he was too concerned about the rankings and rewards of the Heavenly Dao Ranking. As a result, in the end, the basket was empty, and instead, they were overtaken one after another, ranking further and further back. So having learned from his pain, he felt that he should focus entirely on cultivation. It also secretly made the most adequate preparations for the opening of the Ling Tian Secret Realm. In his previous life, because of the civil war in the Daxia dynasty, the resources and financial resources held by the family were basically consumed in the war. As a result, he failed to secure a place from the Clear Void Holy Land and missed the great opportunity to enter the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm to obtain a chance. One must know that the method to enter the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm had been in the hands of several great holy lands. Initially, only people from a few great holy places were qualified to enter the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm, if not for the fact that in the last 1,000 years, the human race had declined and demons were rampant. The several great holy lands were probably still firmly holding onto the treasure trove that was the Ling Tian Mysteries. It simply wouldn't be open to the cultivators of the northern region countries. In this life, his Zhu family was powerful and wealthy, and he had managed to secure 3 places from the elders of the Qingshu Sacred Ground. The quota for the northern region countries to enter the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm was controlled in the hands of the Clear Void Holy Land. Every year, before the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm was about to begin, the Clear Void Holy Land would send out all the elders to travel to a country individually to select a suitable candidate. As for how the selection was made, there was only a general framework, no older than 200 years old, with a cultivation level no lower than the Jindan realm or the Golden Body realm. However, on the basis of this framework, who will get the place will all depend on the subjective will of the elder in charge of selecting the person. Except for sects like the Jade Clear Dao Sect and the Great Vault Dao Sect, which were ranked in the Chinese Dao State Sect Alliance and had a fixed number of quotas. The rest of the places will have to be bought. Although the Clear Void Sacred Ground did not have an explicit price and was openly bought and sold, all the big family forces basically had an idea in their hearts. And this phenomenon Qingshu Holy Land likewise turned a blind eye. After all, the wealth that was exchanged for this quota was also part of the financial income of the Clear Void Holy Land, so why not? This world is inherently unfair, with strength and background is to get more opportunities. Moreover, the Ling Tian mysteries were extremely dangerous if the cultivation level was too low, and if an unusual person without a strength background, even if he was allowed to go in, he would be seeking his own death. As for the cultivators who came out of ordinary families, if they didn't join the major clans, then most of them were also people with mediocre qualifications. So a family power that can afford to pay for a place also shows that it possesses sufficient strength. The sons and strongmen cultivated by their families had a better chance of surviving the secret realm, and had a better chance of competing for the opportunities that belonged to them. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, Liu came to Li Qingyun's room to inquire about the matter of the Ling Tian Mysterious Realm. Just this morning he found out that Yi Qiu's related Prime Ancient Emperor quest was about to open. The hint in the quest details, however, was that one needed to enter the Ling Tian Secret Realm. When you said that, my father remembered, counting the time, the Ling Tian Secret Realm is about to open. Li Qingyun said. This Ling Tian Secret Realm opens every 50 years, and this year just happens to be the year it opens again. Father, what do I have to do to get a spot to enter the Ling Tian Secret Realm? Li Yu asked. Use your fists. Li Qingyun laughed. Li Yu was a bit surprised, while Li Qingyun briefly explained it to him. Well, it's true that it's the same no matter which world it is. Li Yu didn't find it strange at all. But according to his own father, then it would be simple to get the quota in turn. Right at this moment, Elder Taiwu's voice suddenly came from mid-air. Sect Leader Li, Elderly, Jade Clear Taoist Sect Taiwu seeks an audience. The Taiwu manservant is here? Could it be for that Ling Tian's secret realm? Li Yu guessed and immediately flew out of the main hall with Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun opened the formation channel and invited realist Taiwu to the sect's main hall. Just as Li Yu had guessed, realist Taiwu had indeed come because of that Ling Tian secret realm matter. Elderly, the Ling Tian mysterious realm is about to open. This is the token to enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm. Patriarch, he has secured a spot for you. Realist Taiwu handed a token to Li Yu. Thank Sovereign for me. Li Yu arched his hand and was not polite, casually resulting in the token. Realist Taiwu, which elder from the Qingshu sacred land is in charge of our Xia dynasty quota this time? Li Qingyun asked. Elder Kufa. Tai Wuzhen said. It's him. Do you know where he is in person right now? Li Qingyun asked again. It's within our Jade Clear Dao sect. Good, Realizer Taiwu can take me to meet Elder Kufa, and I'll fight for a few spots for the Qingyan sect as well. Li Qingyun laughed. It can be, but... Sect leaderly, to be honest, the Patriarchy has actually begged for a quota on behalf of your Qingyan sect. But you also know that Kefa Elder attitude is very tough. I think it must still be because of the year's events nagging, this time to give Elder Li's quota, or to see that he is that speak the true words of the great Tao of the people. Kefa Elder reluctantly agreed to it, so... I know, just lead the way, Mr. Taiwu, and Mr. Li will take care of the rest. Li Qingyun said. Then, fine. The Taiwu realist was not in a good position to refuse. He then brought Li Qingyun and Li Yu's father and son together to the Jade Clear Daoist sect and met the elder Kufa, who was drinking tea and chatting with the Yuhua realist. Seeing Li Qingyun's arrival, Elder Kufa's face instantly became gloomy, but he did not say anything. His eyes moved from Li Qingyun to Li Yu, and after looking up and down, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Worthy of being the one who spoke those true words of the great Tao, this Li Yu did look extraordinary and dazzling, just like his father back then. He had heard various rumors about the great Tao truth before. But he didn't expect to get the real answer from the mouth of Yu Huaizhen to make him surprised. At the same time, he had a very bad taste in his heart, with an extremely complicated mood. And there was only one reason: Li Qingyun. If this Li Yu was not the son of Li Qingyun, he would have been pleasing Li Yu like a favored grandson by now. After all, this was the one who spoke the true words of the great Tao. It was the saint in the hearts of how many cultivators, but their holy lord had carved this sentence on top of the ancient monument of the Holy Land. As the holy word of the Holy Land, as the path that all disciples hold fast to, while teaching the younger and later generations. Nay, life is so dramatic that the words of the saints in their hearts came from the mouth of the son of their enemies. All he could say was that the creation had been a blessing. Chapter 98 Are your father and son robbers? 3,000 words. Long time no see, Elder Kufa. Li Qingyun arched his hand and said with a smile. Elder Kufa looked at Li Qingyun coldly. If you're here for the Ling Tian secret realm quota, then there's no need to talk nonsense with me. I won't give any quota to any other quota in your sect besides Li Yu. So you're deliberately targeting me, Li Qingyun? Li Qingyun smiled coldly. So what, giving your sect a quota is already a mercy from my clear void Holy Land. If it wasn't for Li Yu's meritorious service to the people of this world, your sect probably wouldn't even have a quota. Elder Kufa said very nonchalantly. He wasn't afraid of Li Qingyun now. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the middle stage of the cave void realm, behind him stood a god general puppet with strength comparable to that of the transition realm. He was not afraid of Li Qingyun at all. This divine general puppet was the powerful supreme treasure that he had acquired in the Ling Tian mysterious realm, a treasure that he was extremely beloved and proud of. He named it Fa Ko, which happened to be a reversal of his own Taoist name, Ko Fa, and gave it to this divine general puppet. Humph, since you are so insensitive, then don't blame me for being impolite. Li Qingyun's face turned cold as his strong aura spread out. Li Qingyun's strength had now recovered to about 90% of his peak, and his cultivation had also recovered to the early stage of the cave void realm. Together with the 3 powerful bloodline forces and the 2 sage bones in his body. There were also the various immortal dharma aptitudes that he had mastered, and no one was his match under the transition realm. Even if he were to face that war god puppet, he would not be afraid, not to mention having Li Yu beside him. Whoosh! Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Qingyun Li, the god of war puppet Fa Ko instantly blocked in front of Elder Kufa as if it was an instantaneous movement. A pair of pupils became ferocious and cold, and his breath surged around him. Li Qingyun, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Where you came from, go back to where you came from, not to mention the current you, even the former you, old man also. Ka! Before Elder Kafwa could finish his sentence, the God General puppet in front of him Fark was directly split in half by a sharp sword, from head to toe. And the owner of that sword was none other than Li Yu. The latter half of Elder Kafwa's words directly choked in his throat. With a face full of shock, his pupils trembled as he looked at the God General puppet that had been chopped in half. As if his heart had been split in two, he cried out in pain, "My Fark! This elder, speak properly, don't curse." Li Yu spat out as he put away his long sword. "My Fark, I'm still farking oil. Hey, can you kids stop stealing Dad's thunder all the time?" Li Qingyun fainted, but his eyes had the implication of a job well done. "I'm sorry, Father, I didn't control it, who knew it was so unforgiving?" Li Yu's words really made Elder Kafwa blow his top in anger, but he didn't dare to snap. His own war god puppet of transition realm strength was split in half with a single sword. This Li Yu's strength was simply perverse. No wonder Gu Yuqi could only be ranked behind him, and no wonder realist Yu Hua said that his strength was unfathomable. Today's sword simply shook my mother for 10,000 years. Even the Yuhua realist and Taiwu realist on the side had once again refreshed their knowledge of Li Yu. Where exactly were the boundaries of this kid's strength? Elder Kufa, Mr. Li doesn't want to talk nonsense with you, so I just want to ask you, do you want Mr. Li to take your head and ask for a quota from the true man of Tai Ching, or do you have the sense to give me 10 quota places from Qingyun sect, and this matter will be treated as if it had never happened today? Qingyun Li once again looked at that Kufa elder and said in a cold voice. Li Qingyun could speak with old courage now. He had an invincible son to back him up, so what was there to fear in the world? He didn't feel the least bit ashamed of relying on his son for support. 30 years of River East, is the first 30 years to see the father honors the son, and the second 30 years to see the son honors the father. Now that my son Li Yu alone is pushing across the contemporary era, I, as a father, am naturally not vain. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right, the rules are set by those who have the power and influence, there is no fairness in itself. Elder Kafwa was really furious that his lungs were about to explode. You guys hacked my God General puppet to death, and you still have the nerve to say that this matter today will be treated as if it never happened. Say really Lida, also open mouth want 10 places, even you Qing Dao sect only have as a place. Are you father and son robbers? Looking at Li Yu and Li Qingyun, Elder Kafwa had tens of thousands of words of curses in his heart, but in the end, they only turned into a colorful roar. Do you want to make an enemy out of our Qingshu sacred land? Originally you and I are mortal enemies, don't you remember? Back then I killed a lot of your elders. One more you is not much. If Tai Ching Jinren wants to find me to take revenge, it's just right, it saves Mr. Li from coming to the door himself. With that, Li Qingyun flipped his right hand and the dragon cutting sword appeared in his hand, instantly emitting a dragon-like sword roar. Elder Kafwa's heart was flabbergasted. This dragon cutting sword had once been like a thorn in his back. It's made them so internally disturbed for many years that they'd become conditioned to it. After a long time, Li Qingyun and Li Yu left the Jade Clear Taoist sect with 10 tokens, satisfied, and the Ling Tian mysterious realm would open 10 days later, when nearly 10,000 people from the entire Chinese Dao state would gather at the Qingshu Holy Land. Through the teleportation array within the Clear Void Holy Land, he entered the Ling Tian mysterious realm. At the same time, the people of the Great Luo Sacred Realm would also enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm through the teleportation arrays held by the various Great Sacred Lands. For nearly 1,000 years, every time the Ling Tian mysterious realm opened, more than 100,000 cultivators would enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm to explore that world of opportunities and crises. On the way back, Li Qingyun spoke with Li Yu in detail about the Ling Tian mysterious realm again, even though he also knew little about this mysterious world. Though from many signs, it seemed like it was an abandoned world, rumored to be the crumbling ancient immortal realm. However, in the more than 100,000 years since it was discovered until now, countless cultivators have entered it, and no one has truly understood this secret realm. Even less can anyone figure out how big the world is and what it's really like. Because it's like a kaleidoscope world that's different every time you go in. While some of these territories will remain fixed, many of them will become something else entirely, as if they were a new world. Moreover, many independent spaces existed in this Ling Tian mysterious realm at the same time, and some of them were then a small world. Not only that, it is said that the Void Sky mysterious realm held by the demon race and the devil sect should also be part of the ancient immortal realm, but the two worlds are somehow split in different spaces. But who knows if these two spatial worlds will one day merge and connect again. Li Qingyun spoke about the matters concerning the Ling Tian mysterious realm. Li Yu also listened with great interest. This kind of metaphysical world was of great interest to him. By the way, in the heavenly pivot domain, that is, within that fixed and unchanging territory, there is an inquirer's house, a place that is very suitable for bringing disciples to experience. There were a total of 9 floors in the questioning floor, and each floor was a small world that would contain demonic beast silhouettes, as well as the projections of those who had challenged on that floor. The challenger enters and has to defeat all the enemies to experience a real life and death battle without actually being killed. It was a very good place to train for battles, and in one extreme battle, surpassing oneself and realizing the great Tao would be of great help in cultivation and strength enhancement. And as long as one completes a layer of adventure tasks, one will be rewarded accordingly based on the completion, which is somewhat similar to the Heavenly Dao list. Your father and I only made it to the 7th floor back then, where we obtained a drop of the divine beast Rock's essence blood. Ask the house? Not bad, not bad. Liu stroked his chin. It would still be great if he could get this to train disciples exclusively in the Qingyan sect. Huaxia Daozhou Northern Domain, Gaoli Dynasty Territory, a hidden manor, a man in a lazy demeanor sitting in the pavilion, leisurely watching the front of a few water snake waste, the appearance of the sultry women singing and dancing. Beside him was also prostrate a beast with the appearance of a tiger, with 2 wings on its back and 4 horns on its head, with a fierce and vicious face. Sect leader, these are the tokens that I, Dao He, and Zi Qing have prepared for you, totaling 100. A crane-haired, raincoat-clad old man stood behind the man and said with incomparable respect. If that Elder Kufa was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this old man was none other than Elder Woming of their Qingshu sacred ground, and the one who was specifically responsible for selecting the quota for the Gaoli dynasty to enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm. With a wave of the man's hand, the 100 tokens flew directly into his hand and disappeared. Well, go down. The man waved his hand casually without looking back. That old man bowed and bowed again, then put on his special mask and respectfully retreated. After Li Yu and Li Qingyun re-entered the Qingyun sect, they called in Wuxing, Tang Qi, Yiqiu, Gu Yuqi, Ji Qinglan, Sumu, Ji Wanjie, Lu Yuming, Chen Xiuqi, Tang Linger, Meng Sueki, and the others. On the way back, Li Yu and Li Qingyun discussed the disciples who would enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm this time. Now counting the token given by the Jade Clear Taoist sect, there were a total of 11 in the Qingyun sect. Li Yu was just able to bring all 10 of those Heaven's Pride disciples into the Ling Tian mysterious realm. And impermanence could directly integrate into one of them and enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm together. According to what Li Qingyun had said, a more powerful Xian flame, or even a true flame, might be found in the Ling Tian mysterious realm, could help Wushang enhance his cultivation and strength. And the reason why Li Yu decided to bring Ji Wanjie was because he was somewhat strong. Bringing him to that crisis-ridden Ling Tian mysterious realm, he could help out with some of the small monsters and contribute, so that he wouldn't have to do everything himself. Moreover, after this period of observation, Ji Wanjie did not have any abnormalities, so Li Yu was relieved. Plus there was the powerful umbrella of the golden body of merit. He wasn't at all afraid that Ji Wanjie's demonic nature would strike at those close to him. After all, even an old monster as strong as that Mo Wuxie could be restrained, this Ji Wanjie should be completely fine as well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you guys must seize the chance to practice and grow well. Master will wait for you to return with a full load. Li Qingyun said smilingly as he looked at the 10 disciples. But just at this moment, the power of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated violently, the void in the metaphysical sound burst, the disciples outside the hall a commotion. Li Yu walked out of the hall, but found that the heavenly Tao list in the sky, once again, the golden light flourished. Immediately, 2 new lists appeared, Human Race Heavenly Pride List, Demon Race Heavenly Pride List. Chapter 99, the 100th ranking of the human race, Li Yu requesting monthly tickets. After the brand new list name surfaced, several rows of large, clear, hot gold letters also coalesced below it once again. Human Race Heavenly Pride Ranking, any human pride under the age of 200 can enter the ranking. The Demon Race Heaven's Pride Ranking, any demon race under the age of 500 can enter the ranking. The 2 lists were ranked from low to high based on the strength and potential of each clan's heavenly pride, and each took the top 100 on the list, which could be rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. The list is refreshed once a day and rewards are given out once a year. The Human Heaven's Pride Ranking, this is all of a sudden upgraded from a county ranking to a global ranking. I suspect that the Heavenly Dao ranking is up to something, but I have no proof. Li Yu said with a smile, suddenly announcing the Human Race Heaven's Pride ranking when this Ling Tian Mystic Realm was about to open was definitely adding a flavor of gunpowder to this Ling Tian Mystic Realm adventure. Li Yu didn't need to think about it to know that all of the major heavenly prides of the human race would inevitably gather at the Ling Tian Mystic Realm. This Heaven's Remarks list will inevitably intensify the conflicts between the major heavenly prides. After all, everyone is a heavenly pride who will obey who. When there is no list to visually reflect their respective strengths and rankings, we are all righteous sects. You respect me a foot, I respect you a foot. In the Ling Tian secret realm, perhaps there was at most a conflict over some interests. But this time with the list proper, there is one more incentive for friction to occur. Of course, Liu, who stood at the top, naturally didn't care about this, and anyway, some roads had to be traveled sooner or later. Human race heaven's pride ranking. Senior brother, you're going to be number 1 again. Gu Yuqi said with a smile. It's over. It feels like the Great Luo Sacred Regions group of celestial pride is going to suffer a blow. Yeah, senior brother's strength is definitely number 1, not to mention the human race's heavenly pride, but all the 10,000 races' heavenly pride as well. Yi Qiu and Tang Shi also said with excited faces. Alright, low profile. Liu said in his serious manner. Yes, we're laying low. Almost at the same time, the entire northern domain states of the Huaxia Dao Prefecture, the 3 great immortal imperial dynasties of the southern domain, and the entire Great Luo Sacred Domain's various holy places, countless human races looked up to the sky, astonishedly looking at the 2 newly appeared lists. Human and Demon Race Heaven's Pride list, interesting. I wonder which Heaven's Pride will be on the list. I've heard that the Holy Son of the Daoi Holy Land, Chu Yuna, is the recognized number 1 heavenly pride of the world, and I'm sure that this number 1 chair of the human race's heavenly pride must belong to him. That's right, and it's rumored that he's also the one who uttered that great Tao's true words. His cultivation seems to be at the Mahayana realm already. The current generation's heavenly pride is definitely unmatched. TSK, this list is very interesting. The holy sons of the great holy lands, the heavenly prides of the great immortal royal dynasties and immortal families, which one is not a dragon and phoenix among men, stunning and outstanding, and proud of one side? If there is no heavenly Tao list, who would dare to rank these heavenly prides? Yes, the list this time is definitely very intense, and that Demon Race Heavenly Pride list, I'm curious as to which Demon Race Heavenly Pride will be able to make it to the list. Well, the pride of the demon race that made the list are the objects that the various holy lands of the human race focus on. It's all the same. I guess the demons are thinking the same thing. Within a certain city in the Great Luo Sacred Domain, countless people looked at the list and discussed it, their hearts filled with anticipation. Inside the Dao One Holy Land, Holy Lord Tianhui Jinran looked meaningfully at the heavenly Dao list and said, both of these lists are worth looking forward to. As for Chu Yuna, who was on the sacred Sun Peak, a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he watched that heaven's remarkable ranking appear. But there was a slight hint of nervousness in his heart. Although he didn't care that much about fame and fortune, for many years he had been worshipped as the Dao Sect's eldest senior brother and was known as the number 1 heavenly pride. This name is infused with baggage that always comes up in the mind. He didn't want to disappoint the crowd, and even more so, he didn't want to disgrace the righteous sect. After all, this human race is not only the righteous sects, there is also that nowadays the same extremely prosperous 5 big magic sects. So his biggest worry wasn't whether he could be number 1 in the human race, but whether he could hold on to that number 1 spot for the righteous sects. But fortunately, that day, he was fortunate enough to be inspired by the true words of the great Tao, allowing himself to break through a large realm, so his heart was much more at ease. The number 1 heavenly pride of the human race is none other than senior brother Saint Sun. Senior brother Chen Hao beside him said with a smile. Don't say that. The world is so big that it hides crouching tigers and dragons. There is a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. It's not certain who is number 1. Shu Yun has said with a slight wave of his hand. Elder brother, you are too modest. Among the human race, elder brother said second, who dares to say first. This point of confidence you should still have. If you are not the first place, elder brother, I will walk backwards in the future. That Chen Hao said with a determined face. You must not speak rashly. How can you make such a vow? We cultivators have a word. Heaven and earth can be judged. We must not speak rashly. We will incur the wrath of heaven. Shu Yun has said with a serious face. Senior brother knows, but I just wanted to express that senior brother is the strongest in my heart, and you were originally recognized as the number 1, so how can this be false? Words can't be spoken early. Everything is still waiting for the list to be revealed. Shu Yunhe once again looked towards the heavenly Tao list. It's going to start being announced. At this time that day on the Taoist list, that human race heavenly pride list below the golden light convergence, under the attention of all, the first name is going to be the first to appear in front of the eyes of the crowd. Going to start announcing it. So much anticipation. Tang Qi excitedly wrapped his arms around Yi Qiu, who also gazed with excitement at the first name that slowly coalesced on the heavenly Dao ranking. The 100th place of the human race, Liu. What? Tang Qi and Yi Qiu nearly sat on their asses on the ground, and the entire Qingyun sect was in an uproar. Not only that, but at this moment, the Yuhua realist and Taiwu realist who were also watching the list, as well as countless people from the entire Great Xia dynasty, all stared in amazement. They even thought that they had misread it, and that it wasn't the Heavenly Dao Ranking, which announced the first place first. Turns out it wasn't on closer inspection. Li Yu, surprisingly, was only ranked in the 100th place. How is that possible? The 100th place of the human race, Li Yu. Cultivation, early transformation realm. Origin, the Li family of the 10,000 dynasties. Reward, qualification and enlightenment increased by 10%. Seeing this, everyone then breathed a long sigh of relief. It turned out to be a person with a heavy name. This is really a false alarm. Haha, I told you, how could eldest senior brother only be ranked at 100? Yi Qiu laughed. I just knew at a glance that it wasn't our eldest senior brother. Tang Qi said with a beat of his chest after the horse. Les Bull, you were the one who screamed the loudest just now. Yi Qiu mercilessly lashed out. Li Yu on the side smiled. In fact, he was shocked when he just saw it, but immediately thought that it should be a person with a heavy name. After all, this human pride list range is big enough. Appearing rename is actually very normal. Their name is not applying for a patent. A 10% increase in qualification and enlightenment? The rewards this time around aren't even physical? Seeing the rewards of this Heavenly Dao Ranking, many people were a bit surprised. However, some cultivators with higher cultivation realms had their eyes shining. The rewards this time are tantalizing. Yes, for these heavenly prides, this reward is more useful than the physical objects given out by the previous list. Well, can be on the list of heavenly pride is basically a big family, the big sect of people, gongfu, pills, magic treasure they do not lack. Moreover, these heavenly prides are all the dragon and phoenix among people. Their own qualifications are already extremely extraordinary. Unusual pills and heaven and earth elixirs for their qualifications and enlightenment enhancement effect is afraid to be minimal. This reward directly enhance a layer of qualifications and enlightenment that is more than countless elixirs' precious degree. That's right, especially enlightenment. For this kind of cultivator who has reached the realm of spirit transformation, enlightenment is even more important. It can be said that enlightenment is the cultivation ceiling of the cultivator. Enhanced enlightenment is thought to be the equivalent of raising the cultivation ceiling. This direct enhancement of enlightenment by 1% is definitely something that countless cultivators are begging for. Such a reward for this 100th place. I'm really looking forward to the rewards for those who are on the list behind us. Chapter 100, Orthodox and Demonic Celestials Compete, Demon Race Talents Emerge 5,000 Word Chapter. Great Luo Sacred Region, Night God Palace. As the top 5 top forces of the Devil Sect, the strength of the Night God Palace was completely no less than that of any Holy Land. At this moment, the Divine Lord and Divine Maiden of the Night God Palace were standing on the star-picking tower, gazing at the names that kept appearing on that human race's heavenly pride ranking. Whispering, this time, you're afraid that you're going to be famous in the world. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a face like a crown of jade, eyes like stars, and an elegant temperament. He is the current God Master of the Night God Palace Night Soul Monarch. Beside him was none other than his most favored disciple and the first heavenly pride of the Night Divine Palace, the Divine Maiden Night Lightning. Night Lightning's appearance was absolutely beautiful, with icy muscles and jade bones, and his temperament was transcendent, coupled with the fact that he was wearing a black dress, outlining that shapely figure, and appearing mysterious and elegant. Senior, this is not good. Night Lightning's voice was faint. There's no harm in it. It's about time for you to come out. It's about time to take advantage of this Heavenly Dao Ranking to let the various Holy Lands also see the true supreme heavenly pride of my Night Divine Palace, and give them an eye-opening experience. In this monarch's opinion, when looking at those holy sons and daughters of the great Holy Lands, no one can be compared to you, not even the current Shu Yunha. Your strength today has already surpassed this monarch, and this position of the human race's #1 heavenly pride is not yours. Night Soul Monarch said confidently. Hearing her master's words, Night Lightning's gaze also grew brighter and brighter, and in her heart, she was looking forward to it. She didn't care if she was known by the world or not, it's just that everyone is competitive and the world wants to compete for that first place. Night Whispering was naturally no exception. The Night God Palace had always been known for being mysterious, and most of the disciples of its sect were also unknown to outsiders, especially this Night Lightning. Previously, she had been in a domain outside the realm of closed-door cultivation, so the potential dragon list, the 3,000 physical quality list, the divine warrior list she all did not list. Li Yu is right next to him. In case his true identity is exposed, then he will sing a cool song on the spot. At this moment, some people who knew that Gu Yuqi possessed an ancient god body. So the gap between me and him is actually this big? Xin Yuehong murmured in his heart. When he was ranked on the subterranean dragon ranking before, Gu Yuqi was first and he was second, and at that time, it felt like they were just one place apart from each other. However, at this moment, looking at this human race Heaven's Pride list, he himself didn't even have the qualifications to enter the list, while Gu Yuqi was ranked close to the top 20. This intuitive gap instantly caused Qin Yuehong to suffer an unprecedented blow inside. And besides Gu Yuqi, there was also that Li Yu, the guy who was even younger than himself but whose strength was terrifying to the extreme. Compared to them, the pride I once had was laughable. This time, I must work even harder for this Ling Tian mysterious realm experience. I must rush up this heaven's remarkable ranking. A blazing fire burned within Qin Yuehong. 14th place in the human race, Zhou Yu. Cultivation, early cave void realm. Origin, Qingshu sanctuary. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is increased by 90%. 13th place in the human race, Zhu Jianxin. Cultivation, early cave void realm. Origin, 10,000 swords holy land. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is increased by 90%. 12th place in the human race, Wu Ji. Cultivation, early cave void realm. Origin, the holy land of the purple mansion. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is increased by 90%. The 11th member of the human race, Chen Pestle and Pestle Cream. Cultivation, early cave void realm. Origin, divine heavenly sanctuary. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is increased by 90%. Human 10th, Cold Night. Cultivation level, middle cave void realm. Origin, Yagami Shrine. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is doubled. 9th in the human race, Cloudy. Cultivation level, middle cave void realm. Origin, Yin-Yang Temple. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is doubled. Human 8th place, Tian K. Cultivation level, middle cave void realm. Origin, Underworld. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is doubled. 7th place in the human race, Nan Ningjun. Cultivation level, middle cave void realm. Origin, the 3 Lives Sect. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased by 2 times, and the strength of the divine soul is doubled. This generation's divine heavenly sacred son is no good, he didn't even make it into the top 10. Nowadays it's long gone the era of Li Qingyun's rule, it's now the era of Chu Yunhe. It's not just the divine heaven's sacred ground, the holy sons of the 5 holy grounds of Qingshu, Zifu, Taichu, and Wanjian are surprisingly all outside the top 10. How can this be? The holy sons of the great holy lands can't even enter the top 10. You guys take a look at the 5 great devil sects heavenly pride, there are already 4 of them in the top 10. Now that the 7 great holy lands, there's only Yaoqi Saint daughter Yaoshi and Daoi Saint son Chu Yunhe left. But there are still 6 spots in front of them. This list isn't doing well. If the top 10 are taken up by the 5 great demonic sects for most of the time, then how can the 7 great holy lands lose face? This first place should not belong to Chu Yunhe. As long as we can keep the first place, the righteous sect can still save some face. With the announcement of the top 10 in the Heaven's Pride list, the discussion of countless cultivators became more and more heated. However, the situation on the list caused many righteous sects to hang inwardly, and their faces grew more and more grave. Although they knew that the devil's sect had become more and more prosperous in recent years, and the righteous path had declined, they didn't expect the situation to be so severe. 5 of the 7 great holy lands already had contemporary heavenly prides outside of the top 10. The remaining 6 spots are a cause for concern. However, the ones who were more worried at this time were naturally the holy lords, elders, and so on of the great holy lands, those powerful people who stood at the top of the righteous sect. The fight between the righteous and the devil has lasted for countless years. It can't be said to be incompatible and incompatible, but it's pretty much the same. So whether it is in the struggle for the great Tao, or in the control of resources, strength and status, influence and prestige, etc., in all aspects, each other is to compete for a high and low. This Heaven's Pride list although only represents the young generation of Heaven's Pride strength and potential of the high and low, strong and weak. But it is also an invisible battle between the righteous and the devil, who would like to see their side's descendants inferior to the other. What's more, this Heavenly Dao list is the world's attention. In addition to the human race, there are those demon races are also watching it. It was true that the great holy places did not want to fall behind, and in the end, they still cared about face. Nay, at this point in time, the situation of this list is indeed not optimistic. It seems that the Great Holy Lands are really weak in succession. The Holy Sons of the 7 Great Holy Lands, surprisingly, 4 of them are ranked after our Heavenly K, they're really lame. Yeah, this Saint's son is really too weak. No, they're actually not very weak. To be precise, my Underworld Sect's current generation of Heavenly Pride is a bit more outstanding. Well, that's right. Looking at their cultivation realms, none of them are actually low. One can only say that this generation of my Underworld Sect's Heavenly Pride is too strong. Within the Underworld Sect, the Red Flame Dharma King, White Feather Dharma King, Golden Lion Dharma King, Black Centipede Dharma King, Blue Butterfly Dharma King, and several other Dharma Kings looked at the Heavenly Dao list with a playful expression. As that mortal enemy that had been fighting with the several Great Holy Lands for more than 100,000 years, the people of the Underworld Sect were very willing to see such a scene today. In the past, it was all the Great Holy Lands' Heavenly Pride that led the way and reigned supreme, but now it was 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. In this great era of wind and clouds, the pride of their Underworld Sect had finally risen strongly, trampling the Holy Sons of the Great Holy Lands under their feet. It called them, in a very soothing mood. According to this, my sect's divine son, Fangwu, should easily make it into the top 3. Number 1 may not be possible. This Heaven's Pride ranking is not just ranked based on cultivation. In terms of strength, Fangwu may not lose to that Chu Yunha. That's right. If Fangwu ascends to this first place position, then this Heavenly Dao ranking will be wonderful. In the future, I must mock that Heavenly Wisdom realist to his face. The group of Dharma Kings laughed openly. Their moods were extremely good, and the feeling of raising their eyebrows was soothing to them. At this moment, not only were the major demonic sects looking at the jokes of the 7 Holy Lands, the major demonic clans were also in a mindset of sitting back and watching the show. On the Thousand Dragon Island in the Endless Sea, the Tsanglong clan elders looked at that human race Heaven's Pride ranking, and all of them were filled with mockery. This young generation of the 7 great sacred lands of the human race is nothing more than that. It's no longer the time when those 7 great holy lands reign supreme, their splendor is long gone. Not to mention those 7 holy places, even the entire human race is not as powerful as our demon race anymore. The future is bound to be an era that belongs to our demon race, an era that belongs to our Tsanglong clan. If this Heaven's Pride ranking doesn't distinguish between races, those so-called holy sons of these 7 holy lands are afraid that it will be difficult for them to enter the top 50. Boring, too boring. The human celestial pride is also too weak. The middle stage of the cave void realm can be ranked in the top 10. In a moment it's better to take a look at my demon clan's celestial pride ranking. I'm afraid it will scare them. Yeah, if you can enter the top 10 at the cave void realm, my clan's juniors alone will be able to wrap up the top 10. It's better to look forward to our demon clan's Heaven's Pride ranking. This time, this generation of juniors from my Tsanglong clan will definitely be able to shine. On an island of one of the Thousand Dragon Islands, Long Shishi, who had just stepped out of his seclusion palace, glanced at the ranking of that human race's heavenly remarks ranking and couldn't help but let out a cold smile. The pride of the human race is so weak, it's really time for my demon race to dominate the world. Dragon Rank said in a cold voice. He was the 5th son of the Dragon King of the Tsanglong clan, with a cultivation in the middle stage of the ferrying realm. However, among the younger generation of the Dragon clan, he could only barely rank 3rd. His elder brother, Long Ao, and his 3rd sister, Long Yu, were the absolute top-tier heavenly pride. Especially his elder brother, who had already reached the middle stage of the Mahayana realm, much more powerful than those clan elders in the clan, and his strength was almost on the verge of rivaling his father's. The Dragon clan's current generation was definitely a collection of heavenly pride, with a large number of bloodline extraordinary people. Together with the fact that 300 years ago, his father was fortunate enough to obtain the Green Dragon Emperor scripture in the Void Sky mysterious realm, as well as part of the Green Dragon essence blood, a few pieces of the Green Dragon divine bones, and a dragon pearl. Under the blessing of such extraordinary chances, it made the Dragon clan's already outstanding heavenly prides of this generation even more extraordinary. The strength was nearly on the verge of being comparable to the top powerhouses in this world. 6th place in the human race, Yaoshi. Cultivation, Late Whole Void Realm. Origin, the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Reward, enlightenment and qualification are increased by 3 times, and the strength of the divine soul is increased by 2 times. Sister Holy Maiden Ran is only ranked 6th, how could this be? Seeing that Yaoshi was only ranked 6th, the crowd of female disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land burst into an uproar, their faces full of disbelief. One must know that Yaoshi was once a Dao sect heavenly pride that was on par with Chu Yunha. But she's cold and doesn't like to be in the limelight. Therefore, the reputation and prestige was far inferior to Chu Yunha, but if they were to talk about strength alone, they did not think that Yao Shi would lose to Chu Yunha. Of course, nowadays, Chu Yunha had already stepped into the transition realm, and was the #1 heavenly pride that deserved it. However, they really didn't expect Yao Shi to only rank 6th on this Heaven's Remarks list. It's unbelievable. Even Sheer can only be ranked 6th. I'm afraid the situation in this Heavenly Dao ranking is really bad. Yaochi Holy Lord, realist Baguio, said with a grave expression on her face. This result was indeed quite unexpected, but what worried her more was the 5 final belongers. Chu Yunha will definitely be able to take a seat, and I'm afraid the rest will be. Alas. Realist Bai Yao secretly sighed, though she was unwilling to admit it. But she also had to accept the day when the Devil Sect's sharpness overshadowed the various Holy Lands. The era of splendor belonging to the 7 great sacred lands was afraid that it was really coming to an end. However, at this moment, Yao Shi was sitting cross-legged on the cliff of enlightenment with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Her expression was calm and her gaze was unwavering as she looked at her ranking before closing her eyes once again and continuing her cultivation. She had to fight to make her cultivation further before the opening of the Ling Tian mysterious realm. Yao Shi never cared about any rankings, she only pursued her heart and the Tao that belonged to her. She used to be confused from time to time, but now that she has a clear goal, all that's left is how to work hard to bring it to fruition. Instead of caring and obsessing over the so-called Heaven's Pride ranking, it was better to feel the great Tao more and cultivate hard. Just then, she suddenly felt a strange power fluctuation surfacing in the space around her. Immediately, a warm current was injected into her body, causing her to instantly feel clear in her divine sense and clear in her thinking. That feeling was extremely comfortable. Guess that's the heavenly reward. 5th place in the human race, Fengxian. Cultivation level, early stage of transition realm. Origin, Luan Chengfingjia. Surprisingly, it's only ranked 5th. It seems that this body is really restricting this emperor's play. In the great desolate forest, a young man with fluffy hair and an average appearance looked up at his ranking on the Heavenly Dao ranking and said with a slight disappointment. At this moment, he was dragging a demonic ape with the size of a small mountain and 6 arms in his hands. He was none other than that Fengxian who was ranked 5th in the Heaven's Pride ranking. But no one knew that he was actually also the reincarnated body of an immortal emperor from the immortal domain's Green Dragon ancient kingdom. With the memory of the various supreme-level subtle techniques and the equally extraordinary root bones, his cultivation had skyrocketed along the way, and now at the age of 31 he had already stepped into the transition realm. If that Heavenly Dao list had appeared 1 year earlier, he would have definitely been the first place in that subterranean dragon list in the first place. As a result, he was stuck at this age, just perfectly missing the age limit of that subterranean dragon ranking. Moreover, although his physical body in this life had good root and bone qualifications, it was true that he didn't have any special physique. If this was the body of the local previous life, the first place in this Heaven's Pride ranking would definitely not belong to this emperor either. This life's physical body is just too ordinary. I hope that this time when I enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm, I will be able to obtain some powerful bloodline power or a chance like a sage bone or supreme bone or something like that. Feng Xianxian said in his heart. Immediately, he continued dragging that demonic ape forward, and finally came to an open clearing that had obviously just been opened up by external forces. Throwing that demonic ape to the side of the clearing, there were 4 other huge demonic beast corpses there at that moment. Fengxian clenched his hand and struck into those few demonic beasts, and immediately the blood of those demonic beasts was extracted and quickly condensed into a strange blood spirit formation. And then it turned into a stream of energy that continuously hammered and nourished his physical body. In the divine heaven's sacred ground. The divine heaven's sacred Lord Qing Xiaozhenren couldn't help but be filled with astonishment when he saw that Fengxian's name. The 5th place is actually a son of the Feng clan. But how come this son has never been heard of before? The Feng family was a cultivation family in the Bright Moon Sacred City under their divine heaven sacred land. Although his family was not considered a top cultivation family, it was still quite prestigious. The family's contemporary heavenly pride was also on the subterranean dragon ranking. However, I have never heard of this person called Fengxian before, and his cultivation has actually reached the fairy realm, which is really surprising. Who is this Fengxian? How come I've never heard of him before? The several elders on the side were also quite surprised. Yeah, surprisingly, the transition realm, this cultivation is amazing. It seems that this time, the Heaven's Pride ranking is going to expose the hidden Heaven's Pride again. That's great, there might even be hidden Heavenly Pride in these top 4, as long as it's not someone from the Devil Sect. The group of elders were still praying and hoping for the last face of the righteous sect. But before their words could fall, the new name that appeared on the list caused their faces to sink. Fourth place in the human race, Feng Wu. Cultivation level, early stage of transition realm. Origin, underworld. Chapter 101 Unknown Fear from Liu 4000 words big chapter. Feng Wu is surprisingly only ranked 4th. Seeing Feng Wu's ranking, the several Dharma kings of the underworld sect were astonished. Feng Wu's strength and qualifications, they are very clear, definitely a heavenly pride in the demon sect that can compete with Chu Yunhe, can't be ranked in the first place, but at least it can be ranked in the second place. The current known human race heavenly pride list is only left with Feng Wu and Chu Yunhe, but right now it seems obvious that there are still hidden and unseen heavenly prides. But I just don't know which side this hidden heavenly pride actually belongs to. Obviously this battle between the righteous and the devil's two heavenly pride is not yet over, and it is not yet known who will ultimately have the last laugh. So at this time, the underworld sect's people's hearts are also hanging up, they are also a little worried in their hearts, this top 3 don't be the righteous sects have been wrapped up. In that case, today's match in the Heavens Remarks ranking, the Devil's Sect will basically be equivalent to a defeat. Of course, those who shared the same mood with the people of the Underworld Sect were also the people of the various holy lands of the Great Luo Holy Domain. Seeing that another person from the Devil's Sect had made it to the list, their moods became heavier and heavier. Everyone looked at that Heavenly Dao list and were already unwilling to speak anymore. Right now, the only hope left in their hearts was Chu Yunhe. If he could be ranked first, then he might be able to save some face for the righteous sects. Otherwise, third place in the human race, Chu Yunhe. Cultivation level, early stage of transition realm. Origin, the Holy Land of the Way 1. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased threefold, the strength of the divine soul is increased threefold, and chi is doubled. Wow! Daoi Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, Divine Heaven Holy Land, Violet Mansion Holy Land, 10,000 Swords Holy Land, Yaoqi Holy Land, as well as countless righteous sects and clans throughout the entire Great Luo Sacred Region. There was an uproar as everyone looked at Chu Yunhe's ranking with disappointment and shock. For a moment it felt like something called faith had collapsed. This recognized number 1 heavenly pride of the current generation, the Dao sect's eldest senior brother, the holy son of the Dao One Holy Land, Chu Yunhe, was surprisingly only ranked in the 3rd place. Everyone couldn't believe this fact and didn't want to believe it. The holy sons of the 7 great sacred grounds, that is, they represent the contemporary ceiling of the righteous sects, representing the future hope of the righteous sects. Now that this ceiling has collapsed, this hope has turned into disappointment. Third, this, Daoi Holy Lord Tian Huizhenwen frowned slightly. This result was indeed something he didn't expect. After all, he knew Chu Yunhe very well, and his qualifications were definitely rare in 10,000 years. It was almost the same without saying that it was stunning for the ages, and it was slightly better than the stunning and outstandingly Qin Yun back then. This kind of qualification, yet it was only ranked 3rd, so how demonic must the top 2 qualifications be? It's worthy of being an extraordinary era of wind and clouds. Not only has only the demon race given birth to incredible heavenly prides, but my human race has also seen the emergence of unprecedented and unparalleled supreme heavenly prides too. But just don't know which side of the force these 2 heavenly prides that are powerful enough to amaze the ages will belong to. The Daoi Holy Lord's heart was both heavy and excited, anticipating and worried, in short, contradictory. If he put aside his own identity in the battle between righteousness and devilry, he was really curious in his heart and was looking forward to seeing what these 2 heavenly prides that could surpass Chu Yunhe were really like. Alas, there is still work to be done. But this time, I'm afraid I've disappointed a lot of people. Chu Yunhe smiled to himself and shook his head slightly. He knew how many people's expectations he carried with him as the title of the Dao sect's senior brother, so when the Heavens Pride ranking appeared, the pressure within him was indeed great. And at this moment, after seeing his ranking, although he was disappointed, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Since the dust had settled, all one had to do was to cultivate hard. The path of cultivation is extremely long, a momentary win or loss is nothing. He believes that the days to come are long and everything is just the beginning. Chu Yunhe's heart was very good, and he didn't let this ranking dampen his Dao heart. These 2 remaining people can't both be from the Devil's Sect. Inside the Qingshu Holy Land, a group of elders were discussing with very grave faces. Finished. This time the Heavens Pride list, my righteous sect is defeated. If the first 2 are still the people of the Devil's Door, this top 10 will be occupied by 7 370, this let my righteous sect face in. As long as we lose first place, it's a total defeat. Will there be any more hidden and unseen sons of the world? It's a long shot. No, perhaps there is another person. True Man Tai Ching suddenly spoke up, interrupting the crowd. Sacred Lord, do you mean that my righteous sect still has a hidden and unseen heavenly pride? The gazes of the crowd of elders sizzled as they looked toward true Lord Tai Ching. A glimmer of hope rekindled in his heart. Of course, except for that grand elder, realist Wan Dao, because he guessed who that person was that realist Tai Ching was talking about. Well, Li Qingyun's son, Li Yu. True man Tai Ching said word for word. However, these words caused the faces of the elders to sink again, and their moods suddenly became extremely complicated. Li Qingyun's son, Li Yu? This son has never been heard of? Is this son even stronger than that Chu Yunha? The elders looked at true Lord Tai Ching with puzzled faces. Regarding Li Yu's matter, Duan Tianming and the others had only reported it to true Lord Tai Ching and did not publicize it everywhere. After all, Li Yu's identity was sensitive, so not many people knew about Li Yu within the Qingshu Holy Land. Realist Tai Ching didn't explain anything. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Li Yu was, from what Duan Tianming and the others had described from their mouths earlier, Li Yu was at least above Zhou Yu. With Li Yu's strength and potential being on the list was the nail in the coffin. But he had been late to the list until now, so it was very likely that he was one of the top two. Not to mention what kind of terrifying level his cultivation had actually reached, for fear that from the aspect of potential alone, he deserved this top 2 position. At this moment, compared to the heavy moods of the crowds in the Great Luo Sacred Region's Great Holy Lands, the moods of the people of the Great Xia Dynasty's great sects could be described as excited, thrilled, and highly enthusiastic. Even Gu Yuqi is on the list, so it's a sure thing that Li Yu will be on the list, so these top 2 will definitely be Li Yu nowadays. The pride of the Great Xia Dynasty, surpassing the 7 Great Sacred Lands, was a matter of pride and honor for the entire Great Xia Dynasty. Without Li Yu, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many people under the sky who knew about the country of the Grand Xia Dynasty. This was even more true of the Great Luo Holy Realm. But after today, the Great Xia Dynasty would surely be famous all over the world, and those lofty Holy Land powerhouses in the Great Luo Holy Domain would have to pay homage to them. So as people of the Daxia dynasty, as admirers of Li Yu, they were really happy and excited and proud inside. I think Li Yu is definitely number 1. That goes without saying, he's only 17 years old, those on the list are 100 or 200 years old, Li Yu's potential is unrivaled. And he's the one who spoke the true words of the Great Tao, no one in the world can match him. That's right, Li Yu is the deserved number 1 heavenly pride, the number 1 of the human race is none other than him. Hurry up, I can't wait to see Li Yu's name. I just want to know what kind of cultivation this Li Yu has. Well, I'm still more curious if the Heavenly Dao Ranking will give him extra rewards again this time. At this moment, also in a happy mood was the Night Soul Monarch of the Night God Palace. As of now, Night Lightning's cultivation and strength, it was inevitable that she would be in first place steadily. That Chu Yunha was only at the early stage of the transition realm, while Night Lightning had already been at the Mahayana realm. There was absolutely no one in this human pride who could compete with Night Lightning. But who will this second place be? That makes this sovereign curious, huh? The Night Soul Monarch tapped his chin gently with his fingers and said with a smile. Now that all the known celestial pride had made the list, he really couldn't think of who this second place would be? Night Lightning also looked curiously at the heaven's remarkable ranking, and at this time, the golden light on that list was once again converging, and the second place was about to be announced. Second place in the human race, Nightlight language. Cultivation level, early Mahayana realm. Origin, Yagami Shrine. Reward, enlightenment and qualifications are increased 4-fold, divine soul strength is increased 4-fold, and chi is increased 3-fold. What? Night Soul Monarch directly exclaimed in shock. A pair of eyes stared in disbelief as they looked at that Heaven's Pride ranking, their heads suddenly tingling a bit. He had guessed and guessed, but he hadn't guessed that this second place would be Night Lightning. Surprisingly, the Mahayana realm cultivation didn't even make it to the first place. How is that possible? The Mahayana realm was a realm that could rival the gang of old monsters in the first echelon of this world. That didn't even come in first place, so how horrible does that first place have to be? It's unbelievable that there's someone even stronger than Lightspeech in the younger generation, and right now it seems like it should also be a heavenly pride that has yet to be born. The Night Soul Monarch was unable to comb his heart for a while. After all, Night Lightspeech was already stunning enough for the current world, and even looking at the past and present, there were not a few people amongst the human race who could compete with her. Yet she surprisingly still didn't come in first place. Who could this person be? Someone from my demon sect or someone from the Holy Land? The Night Soul Monarch's face was tense, his gaze dead set on the Heavenly Dao list, waiting for the announcement of the first place. And the Night Lightning beside him was also slightly disappointed. After all, earlier, listening to the words of her master, Night Lightning also really thought that she would become that first place. But I had thought I would only come in second place. However, this disappointment was also fleeting, and she was equally curious in her heart as to what kind of god this first name was that could override her. Night Lightning's ascension to the list was like a heavy bomb that instantly detonated the entire world. Mahayana Realm Cultivation. Night Lightning had ascended to second place with a gap of a whole large realm ahead of Chu Yunha. This result was not expected by almost everyone. So at this time countless people's hearts are really shocked beyond words. Of course, shocked also some people are happy and some people are worried. The hearts of the people of the various Holy Lands were simply sinking to the bottom, especially for the people of the Dawi Holy Land. The outcome they least expected seems to be happening. And the reality turned out to be even worse than they feared. Night Lightning's appearance simply felt like a blow to the head. A whole great realm, this was simply a gap of despair. It could be said that this Night Whisperer was standing at the head of all the sacred land's celestial pride in a crushing manner, proudly looking down on the world. Tell the world how powerful the demon sect's heavenly pride is. I really didn't expect the devil sect to have such a demonic pride. This kind of heavenly pride, I'm afraid it's like nothing before or after. It's incredible. But despite that, this Night Whisperer is still only ranked second, so how outrageous must the first guy be? Yeah, this first place winner wouldn't be someone from the Night God Palace as well. It's really hard to say now. The Night God Palace has always been mysterious. Night Light Speech is such a demonic heavenly pride, but it has never come out before, nor has it been on the list. Who knows if the Night God Palace is hiding other heavenly prides? Of course, compared to the heavy hearts of the great holy places, the Pantheon sect and the other demonic sects were overjoyed, even though Night Lightning's appearance had also greatly exceeded their expectations. It made them shocked as well, but seeing that the second place was someone from the Devil sect, and that they still ascended to the second place with a nearly crushing advantage, they were relieved inwardly. The various Holy Land Taoist sect has really run out of talent, and it seems that this last one might be one of our demon sect as well. Well, the Night God's Palace might still be hiding undercards. If this last person is still from the Night God Palace, that would be a bit scary. Two Mahayana Realm heavenly prides, this Night God Palace could be quite something in the future. It's time to pay a visit to the Night Soul Monarch. This old brat really isn't simple. Without saying a word, he actually cultivated a heavenly pride like Night Lightning. Yes, it's surprising that we have never heard of this Night Whisperer, worthy of being the Night God Palace. It's really mysterious enough. Here it comes. Look, the first place is going to be announced. Just as countless people were still immersed in the shock brought about by Night Lightning, the golden light on the Heavenly Dao Ranking once again flourished. The heaven and earth were bursting with metaphysical sounds, like all the gods whispering, like all the beasts singing in unison, like the heavenly music echoing, like the immortal music bells ringing. Even accompanied by a 7-color haze and the strange scene of auspicious clouds in the sky, it can be said that the special effects pull full, forced extraordinary. I didn't expect this first place to have this kind of treatment. Worthy of the first place, it's really different. That's why the world strives to be first. It seems this first place is extraordinary. Surprisingly, even the Heavenly Dao Ranking has surfaced such an extraordinary sight. TSK, the effect of this Heavenly Dao list is whole quite good. In the midst of countless people's murmurs, the 10,000 strands of golden light slowly coalesced in the sky to form a name that was one size larger than everyone else on the list. Li Yu. Human first place, Li Yu. Cultivation, unknown. Origin, Green Cloud Sect. Reward, confidentiality. Bonus, confidentiality. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet for a moment. The 7 holy places, the 5 great demonic sects, countless clans and families, countless people of the country, and even the major demon races and various ghosts and monsters all froze. Everyone was filled with surprise and disbelief, looking at the first place message with a confused face. What the hell is a cultivation unknown? What the hell is rewarding secrecy? And what the hell is an extra bonus? Confusion in everyone's mind? Even at this moment, the most concern in the hearts of the people of the righteous and the devil, the battle between the righteous and the devil, the victory and the defeat, and the grudges and feuds had all been left behind. The heart is completely carried by the word unknown rhythm, puzzled, but also curious to death. Don't want to understand the eat bad sleep bad kind. Even if your cultivation level is high, there's a realm after all, right? Even if you go beyond the Mahayana realm above, there is still the division of realms belonging to immortals. What does this unknown really mean? Is it an unknown power? Or an unknown system of cultivation? Or Tendo purposely fixes the effects of the show to whet people's appetites? And the rewards are kept secret, the people in front of them are announced. How come this first place is kept secret straight away? Is his reward very different from others? and he has an added bonus, but again, it's confidential. This makes it hard, since you don't want people to know what the rewards are. Why don't you just not show the extra rewards item? It shows that there is an extra bonus and doesn't say what it is. It's literally the same as digging a hole and not filling it. Novels written to the climax suddenly eunuch is hated off. So for a time, the whole world was talking and speculating, even brainstorming trying to decipher the meaning represented by that unknown and secrecy on the Heavenly Dao. Already, they had forgotten about the night light speech that had just shocked them beyond words. Together with the extraordinary auspicious visions between heaven and earth at this time, it made Li Yu's first name seem so dazzling, so mysterious, and so extraordinary. Compared to him, all those heavenly prides on the list seem to be mere mortals. It doesn't matter what your cultivation level is, what your origin is, how demonic your talent is. It's all a mass of people, and the only real protagonist is the first place. Chapter 102 Center of the Universe Qingyun Sect 4000 words. Unknown cultivation, this first is too strange? Night Soul Monarch's brows were practically twisted into twists. His current mood was really complicated and difficult, as if there was something stuck in his heart that didn't go up and down. Originally, he had been very unconvinced by Night Lightning's ranking in second place. So guessing that perhaps this first name's cultivation realm was similar to Night Lightning's. He might just be slightly ahead in terms of strength and potential, narrowly beating Night Lightning, so that he could feel better in his heart. As a result, this Li Yu's cultivation level was shown as unknown? As they say, it's the part that's covered up that's the most tantalizing. It's the unknown that scares people the most. Together with the vision of the heaven and earth, as well as the anomaly of the reward, it seems to illustrate that this unknown seems to be hiding a very shocking secret. Just what kind of god is this Li Yu? Night Soul Monarch was curious in his heart. Equally curious was Night Light Speech on the side, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she looked at the Heavenly Dao Ranking with a complex expression. Qingyun Sect Li Yu. Night Lightning recited silently in her heart. Although she was also curious and confused about Li Yu's cultivation and strength right now. But she cared more about just how far she was from him. Losing her ranking doesn't scare her and she doesn't care. But she didn't even know how she lost, and how much she lost to the other side, which was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over, a knot that she couldn't untie. I'd like to figure out what this unknown actually represents. Night Lightning pondered in her heart, her eyes contracting slightly as a never-before-seen sense of goodwill arose. This first place is really extraordinary. The Heavenly Dao list even illuminated such auspicious visions for him. Obviously this son is absolutely extraordinary. This cultivation is unknown, which means he is very special, so special that it is beyond our cognition, and even the Heavenly Dao list is so confused that they don't know how to rate his cultivation, and they don't even know what to reward him for, and so... Never mind, I can't make it up. Could it be that this is the special treatment given to the first place in the Heavenly Dao Ranking? In addition to the heaven and earth visions, it also comes with hidden cultivation and rewards? But what's the point of this? The cultivation and rewards of the first place have been announced. What's the point of him hiding this first place? It could be that the cultivation level is very, very high, and the Heavenly Dao list is afraid of striking all the heavenly pride, so it directly wrote unknown. That Night Whisperer is already at the early stage of the Mahayana realm. How strong can this Li Yu be? Has he already attained immortality? It's really possible. But even so, immortals have realm divisions. What do you care? The heavens have their own will. We can't understand the world of the strong. Hasn't anyone noticed that this first and last place are both the same name? Some people also moved their gazes to look at the person who was at the very end of the list. The last place is Li Yu, and the first place is also Li Yu. It's still karma, wonderful. Inside the Qingshu sacred ground, the Tai Qingzhenren and a group of elders had the same shock written all over their faces. It's really Li Yu. This son is even stronger than that Night Whisperer. It could also be that the potential aspect has the upper hand, and the cultivation difference is very small. But why is his cultivation unknown? That's so strange. And his reward is kept secret. What's going on here? At this point, everyone can't get around the word unknown. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, everyone's hearts will be dominated by these two words. This Li Yu is truly extraordinary. Duan Tianming was shocked in his heart. Although he knew that Li Yu was very strong, and even after the second place was just announced, he guessed that Li Yu might become number one. But when the dust settled, when seeing that heavenly and earthly vision, and seeing that Li Yu's cultivation level was shown to be unknown and his reward kept secret, Duan Tianming was still deeply shaken inside. This Li Yu's power had completely surpassed his imagination. That day's sword, he had seen and felt it with his own eyes. That plain and uninteresting sword was as if it contained the power of rules, powerful as if it could cut through everything in the world. At that time, he wasn't sure if it was because he was not talented enough to have seen the sword technique that Liu used. Now it seemed as if everything was just as he had seen it, and that sword was the one that contained the rules of the great Tao. This Liu was afraid that he could no longer be described as a heavenly pride, and was afraid that he could not be measured by normal perceptions. And this is the reason why his cultivation is shown as unknown, I guess. Luckily, Li Qingyun has already let go of his grudge from back then, or else it would really be a pill for me to have this kind of terrifying enemy in the Qingshu Holy Land. Duan Tianming's heart was filled with fear. Li Yu's ascension to the top of the list surprised the people of the various Holy Lands, but they were also relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, this last place was not someone from the Devil Sect. Although the face of the 7 great sacred grounds is considered to be almost lost today, it is good that the last shaming cloth of this righteous sect is considered to be retained. And at this time in the underworld sect, a group of Dharma kings also came back to their senses from the surprise of the party and couldn't help but discuss once again. Although I don't know why the Heavenly Dao Ranking is hiding this son's cultivation and rewards, but from all indications, this son is certainly extraordinary. Even a heavenly pride is unprecedented, as Night Whisper can only settle for second place, so it's obvious how terrifying this Liu is. Alas, just who would have thought that this last place would still be taken by the righteous sects, so this heaven's remarks list is barely 50-50. Don't say that. Maybe this Qingyan sect is also my Devil's Way sect. And even if their sect is a righteous sect, this Liu may not always be a righteous sect. That's right, who says he can't be a member of my spectral cult? I just happen to have a daughter. Stop, I don't just have a daughter, I have a granddaughter who is as beautiful as the world. How did you guys know that Liu would be interested in your daughter in case? Endless Sea, Thousand Dragon Island. The appearance of Night Lightning in Liu surprised Long Shishi for a while in his heart as well, especially Liu. That unknown cultivation level simply made his brain cells die by the hundreds of millions. I really didn't expect that the human race would have a Mahayana realm heavenly pride. Although that Liu doesn't know exactly what his cultivation level is, it's obvious that he's at least at the early stage of the Mahayana realm as well. Long Shishi said in a low voice. Previously, he thought that the highest of the human race's heavenly prides was only in the transition realm, but he didn't think that 2 powerful guys would really come out. Looks like the human race's chi hasn't completely disappeared yet. Yes, it seems that the human race has still produced some powerful fellows, but this generation is destined to be stronger for our demon race. A voice like breaking ice and cutting snow came out. At the same time, a tall and delicate figure appeared out of thin air beside Long Qi, and it was the 3rd princess of the Tsong Long clan, Long Yu. 3rd sister, you've come out of the gate. Long Chi looked at Long Yu in surprise, but he noticed the change in her aura and couldn't help but be filled with excitement. 3rd sister, you've stepped into the Mahayana realm as well. Yes. Long Yu smiled bashfully. Congratulations, 3rd sister, it seems that in the Heaven's Pride ranking later on, my Tsong Dragon clan will surely shine. Long Shishi said happily. Don't be too happy yet. Another mellow voice came from the air, and that put in the air emerged a man in armor, valiant and formidable. Big brother, you're back. Did this trip to the great wilderness go well? Long Shishi said archly. This man was no one else, but the Dragon Clan's absolute #1 contemporary pride, Dragon Pride, with a mid-Mahayana realm cultivation, and even a fusion of a dragon pearl and 2 pieces of the green dragon's dragon bone. The strength was definitely enough to hang on to all the heavenly pride of the human race. In Long Chichue's opinion, his elder brother is the world's first heavenly pride. The top of the demon race's heavenly pride list will definitely belong to Long Ao. It went well, congratulations 3rd sister, stepping into the Mahayana realm. My demon clan's heaven's pride ranking is about to begin, Father King called us over. Long Ao said. Good. Long Shishi and Long Yu took off together and followed Long Ao towards the Dragon Palace. Big brother, there are additional rewards for the first place in this Heaven's Pride list, and also, today, this auspicious spectacle will surely converge over our 1,000 Dragons Island once again. Let's hope, but we can't be too happy too early. The 9-headed Lion Clan's contemporary young Lord Xayanba, and the Golden Feather Clan's contemporary Heaven's Pride, Jagged Hui. Neither of them are below me in strength, so I'm afraid that this Heaven's Pride ranking battle today will be fierce. It's still unknown who the top of the list will fall to. Long Ao said. The contemporary young generation of the major demon clans was definitely full of heavenly pride, with many gifted people, with the exception of the 9-headed Lion Clan and the Golden Feather Clan. Like the 8-armed Sacred Ape Clan, the Phoenix Bird Clan, the 9-headed Serpent Clan, and the Demon Fox Clan all had very demonic prides come out. There were even some ancient relics that might be hidden and not yet emerged, so Long Ao didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to compete for the chair of the demon clan's heavenly pride. In the Daxia dynasty, Li Yu's ascension to number 1 caused the entire Daxia dynasty to celebrate. The people of the Daxia dynasty, who had long since experienced the repeated baptisms of the subterranean dragon ranking, the 3000 physique ranking, and the divine soldier ranking, did not find the presentation of Li Yu on the heavens remarkable ranking surprising at all, and on the contrary, found it quite normal. All they wanted to say now was, "Stupid foreigners, you don't deserve to know the true strength of our Li Yu. The Heavenly Dao Ranking has favored Li Yu, and you know nothing about it." Extra rewards and whatnot were delivered to his hands a long time ago. And at this time, within the Qingyun sect, countless disciples were also boiling for a long time. They were very excited, very happy, and very proud. After today, the Qingyun sect would definitely be famous throughout the world, and in the future, the Qingyun sect might really be able to surpass those holy places. However, at this moment, Li Qingyun, Tang Qi, Yiqiu, Ji Qinglan, Gu Yuqi, Ji Wanjie, Su Mu, and the others were all gazing at Li Yu, who was bathed in golden light. The curiosity in his eyes was practically overflowing. They really wanted to know what reward the Heavenly Dao Ranking had given him this time? And at this moment, the Blood Spirit Demon Emperor was really crying out for mommy and daddy in his heart. Is the Heavenly Dao list deliberately targeting this Demon Emperor, and why are they hiding Li Yu's cultivation? The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor had wanted to see what realm Li Yu was in, so that he would also know exactly what cultivation level he had cultivated to in order to beat him. As a result, the Heaven's Path list messed up an unknown out, which simply made him almost have a heart attack. Anyway, right now it seems that this Li Yu is at least at the early stage of the Mahayana realm, maybe even higher. This kid is too outrageous. It seems that I need to cultivate to at least the peak of the Mahayana realm to be able to do so. The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor suddenly despaired a little. On this trip to the Ling Tian mysterious realm, I'll fight tooth and nail to directly impact the peak of the Mahayana realm. The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor's heart said. A moment later, the golden light that enveloped Li Yu's body slowly disappeared. However, it was as if Li Yu's surroundings were still radiating light, and his entire aura became even more transcendent and extraordinary. It even caused the two female disciples, Tang Linger and Meng Xueqi, who were on the side, to have a strange color in their eyes. However, the crowd didn't think much of it, thinking that the Heavenly Dao Ranking had upgraded Li Yu's physical qualifications, allowing him to shed his bones and become even more extraordinary. And they weren't that interested in improving any qualifications or enlightenment or anything like that. What they were most interested in was that extra reward. What exactly was it? Senior brother, is it convenient to say? Tang Qi smiled and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. It's inconvenient. Li Yu waved his hand. Say what? Did I tell you that the Heaven's Path list rewards me with a 10-fold increase in charisma and a 10-fold increase in temperament? Li Yu also had some brain pain. Could it be that this body of his had really become so powerful that it made the Heaven's Path ranking not even know what level to raise a bit? Surprisingly, it's all I can do to give me a boost on something so superficial and useless. Luckily, this Heavenly Dao list hid the content of the rewards, otherwise it would be too shameful. Other people are boosting their qualifications, enlightenment, divine souls, and chi, and I'm boosting my charisma and temperament. What a step away from social death. Ugh, Tang Qi sighed helplessly, afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well again tonight. Seeing that Li Yu didn't want to talk about it, the crowd naturally kept their mouths shut in a very sensible manner. But Li Qingyun couldn't stand it, so he immediately tugged Li Yu and ran inside the hall. Tell Dad what kind of reward you've gotten this time. Well, Fairy Springs. Immortal Spring? Li Qingyun's eyes widened, surprise written all over his face. Worthy of being my son, this heavenly reward is simply as outrageous as yours. Although Li Qingyun had never seen a real immortal spring either, but hadn't he ever eaten pork before if he hadn't seen a pig run? He had heard before that immortal spring was a spring only found in the immortal realm, containing rich immortal power. The immortal power contained in a teacup full of immortal spring was as beneficial to a cultivator as the effect brought about by refining and absorbing 1,000,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the power of immortal power and spiritual power itself were simply not on the same level. It's like if you use 10,000 pounds of cotton and 10,000 pounds of rocks to blast the water, the waves produced would definitely not have the same effect. Moreover, if the immortal spring could be enough, if one could immerse in it for a long period of time to cultivate, one could even cultivate an immortal body Taoist fetus, directly becoming a powerful existence comparable to an immortal. So this immortal spring was an even more incredible treasure than the Daoluk ancient tree. How many immortal springs did the Heavenly Dao list reward you with? A pot or a pool? Li Qingyun asked as he looked at Li Yu with a nervous expression. This would be great if there was a pool of immortal springs. A lake, Li Yu said. Only one pot? Alas, but it's fine, this pot is quite a lot. Li Qingyun said with a slight disappointment. Li Yu laughed and said, it's not a teapot of pots, it's a lake of lakes. This reward of mine is the source of immortal springs, the inexhaustible immortal springs. Li Yu's words caused Li Qingyun's face to practically blossom with smiles, an inexhaustible immortal spring. This Heavenly Dao list to my son is simply more than the pro-father this additional rewards to send simply shocked the world and weeping God Xingyan Door this time is really going to take off Daoyan ancient tree plus that lake of immortal springs, is a pig sent to the Qingyan Door can achieve Taoism to become immortal This Heavenly Dao list is trying to make my Qingyan sect a true immortal holy land. Li Qingyun said excitedly. Li Yu smiled, this Heavenly Dao list is not only trying to make Qingyan sect a sacred place for immortals, I'm afraid it's trying to make it the center of the universe. It was estimated that with a few more extra rewards from the list, the Green Cloud Sect would directly turn into the Green Cloud Immortal region. Chapter 103, I told you brother Li Yu was a god 4,000 words. Seeing Li Qingyun walking out of the hall with Li Yu in a red light, Tang Qi, Yiqiu, and the others were even more curious in their hearts as to what Li Yu's extra reward was. Last time it was a heaven-defying reward like the Daoluk ancient tree, and this time there was no telling what kind of incredible reward it would be. Don't ask, you guys will know soon. Xing Li could see the kind of anticipation and curiosity in the crowd and said with a smile. After all, there was no way to completely hide the immortal spring as well as the ancient tree, not to mention that these disciples were the sect's most central people nowadays, and this immortal spring was definitely meant for them to enjoy. And they would surely become the topmost powerhouses of the human race in the future, standing at the top of this world. As the dust settled on the human race's Heaven's Pride ranking, the demon race's Heaven's Pride ranking also began to announce those on the list, which caused everyone's mood to suddenly tense up. In the eyes of the human race, the demon race was a dissident, an enemy, and a threat. Even more frightening than the threat of the devil's sect, after all, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. Especially for the common people, the demon itself represents fear and killing, calamity and extinction. And in the eyes of the cultivators of the righteous sects, the demon race is the same as the demon sect as an enemy of the great Tao struggle, but the threat to the survival of the human race is even greater than that of the demon sect. If the demon race flourishes while the human race will decline, and whenever the demon race flourishes, the world will face a catastrophe. Although it is an established fact that the demon race is flourishing nowadays, the various holy places as well as countless human cultivators. It also wanted to go through this Heavenly Dao ranking to get a comprehensive understanding of just how strong this generation's demon race was. The Great Desolate Forest, the territory of the Nine-Headed Lion Clan, within the Golden Silk Mountain Range. Today was the day that the young master of the Nine-Headed Lion Clan Xian Ba received the baptism of his ancestors' essence blood to enhance the power of his bloodline. This was a sacred and solemn ceremony for the Nine-Headed Lion Clan, an enthronement ceremony for the young lord to officially become the successor of the future clan chief. Therefore, the entire Jinshi mountain range could be described as being full of pomp and circumstance within the mountain range. However, today just happened to meet this heaven's remarkable list descending again, which caused the clan elders to be overjoyed, prophesying that this was definitely an auspicious omen, and that it was young Lord Xian Ba's heavenly destiny to return. My son Xian Ba has the stature of an immortal emperor, and in the future, he will definitely become a supreme immortal emperor that shines through the ages and lead our clan back to the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Today, this heaven's remarkable ranking is the day my son will officially come out and become famous in the world. The Nine-Headed Lion's contemporary patriarch, Lion King Xian Tung, was filled with anticipation in his heart. The Nine-Headed Lion clan's ancestors were the immortal clan of the Nine Heavens immortal domain, but because of some things that nearly wiped out the clan, the strength of the entire clan was also 10-1. Forced to leave the Nine Heavens immortal realm, he became a party of demonic forces in this lower realm. Now it has taken countless years to revitalize, and is on par with the Sanglong clan. There was even an emergence of a supreme heavenly pride like Xian Ba who had a bloodline mutation and possessed a trace of the divine beast mythical beast bloodline. So this Xian Ba was definitely the most powerful heavenly pride the Nine-Headed Lion clan had ever seen. Even if one looked at all the demon clan's heavenly prides, there was almost no one who could compete with them. Moreover, today, when Xian Ba received the baptism of the ancestor's essence blood, the power of his bloodline would be taken to the next level, and his strength would be able to rise to another level. So that the first place of the demon clan heavenly remarks list, Xian Ba definitely has the power to fight, and can even be said to be 9 out of 10. Not bad, not bad. The first place in this heaven's remarkable ranking even has this kind of treatment, heaven and earth visions and extra rewards. Xin Ba stroked his long golden hair and said with a face full of springtime complacency. The heart was likewise booked for that first place. Although he knew that the current generation of the major demon clans was also full of heavenly pride. However, he still possessed absolute confidence to become the top of that demon race heaven's pride ranking. He wanted everyone in the 10,000 clans to see his name. To get that extra reward from the Heavenly Dao list, to have the Heavenly Dao list also rain down that auspicious wonder of heaven and earth for himself. In this way, today's ancestor sacrifice and bloodline baptism ceremony of his own is truly complete. On the Heavenly Dao ranking, the list of demon race celestial pride list had begun to be announced one by one, and most of the demon race celestial pride that were on the list were from the Tsanglong race, nine-headed lion race, phoenix bird race, golden feather race, sacred ape race, fox race, nine-headed serpent race, and a few other major demon races. There are also individual demons on the list, which are some unusual beasts that, due to chance and strange encounters, have taken the creation of heaven and earth and cultivated into great demons. However, the pride of the demon race on this list were all clearly a small realm higher in cultivation than those of the human race with the same ranking. This makes the hearts of the human cultivators heavier and heavier. The human pride is not as good as the demon pride, this cruel reality, through the heavens pride list nakedly presented in front of their eyes. It also made many people inwardly terrified. The future between the human race and the demon race is afraid that there will be another catastrophe inevitably. Compared to the heaviness and trepidation within the hearts of countless cultivators, at this moment, there was joy within the Qingyun sect. Li Qingyun took advantage of this demon race heaven's pride ranking to open the classroom to the disciples. A detailed account of the situation of the major demon races and the situation in this world today. In fact, without this demon race heaven's pride list, most of these disciples really didn't know that there were demon races in this world that were so powerful that they could fight against the forces of the various holy lands of the human race. In their eyes, probably the most powerful demon was none other than the once great demon like Sherbaotian, the Liqing Si Xuanzhao. So today, this demon race heaven's pride list was considered to be an eye-opener for them, and Qing Yunli took this opportunity to give the disciples a natural biology lesson. Li Yu, on the other hand, was pondering where to put that immortal spring. It wasn't that Li Yu was impatient, mainly he was worried that he would have to pee in a while. This time, the extra rewards of the Heavenly Dao list played another tawdry maneuver. Surprisingly, the source of that immortal spring was sent into his kidney. He had pulled out an ancient tree of Dao luck earlier, but this time, he was afraid that he would only be able to urinate out another pool of immortal spring. After wandering around the back of the mountain for a long time, there was no more suitable location for the small pond that was previously used to water the vegetable garden. After all, it was close to the spirit plantation and his own yard. The immortal spring was placed here to moisturize all the surrounding land, and also to allow to benefit the spiritual plants and medicinal gardens. It is more convenient for Shan Ruoshui to get water, as well as to use the immortal spring to cultivate, otherwise there is no too suitable location, it cannot be placed in the public. Li Yu called the purple electricity sculptor and directly drank the water from that pond, and then expanded that pond 4 or 5 times in its entirety. "Little Z, stand down," Li Yu said. The purple electricity auger dragon quickly retreated to the bottom of the mountain and went to roost amongst that mountain forest. And Li Yu had been brewing on the edge of this pond for a long time, and when the feeling came, he urinated out that source of the immortal spring in his body. As the source of that immortal spring fell into the pond, the endless water of the immortal spring, as if it had appeared out of thin air, quickly began to fill up the entire pond. In the blink of an eye, that originally dry pond was filled with crystal clear spring water, and at the bottom of that pond there was even a spring hole that kept gushing outward with immortal springs. The dense immortal chi instantly spread out, even forming a layer of faint mist that enveloped the pond. At the same time, all the grass and trees near the pond instantly grew and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground around the pond was instantly covered by exotic flowers and plants, and the emerald green leaves of those plants also seemed to have turned into emeralds, even emitting a faint halo. Some trees even bloomed with incomparable colorful flowers, as if ushering in the new spring. All the trees also continued to grow taller and taller, turning into a strain of giant trees in the sky. The leaves are as if they were dotted with starlight, glittering, extremely extraordinary. This scene was again seen by the orange cat that was lying down in the grass near the spirit plantation to cool off. The orange cat's eyes widened once again as she marveled in her heart. "I told you that Brother Li Yu is a god. No, he's a real god. Before, he pooped out a divine tree, and now he's turned his urine into a pool of water. This pool of water is extraordinary at first glance. This rich aura, no, it doesn't seem to be aura, it feels more comfortable than aura, meow, this is definitely not a mortal object, it even made the surrounding plants undergo such a shocking cat change, it's too unbelievable. The orange cat took a deep breath of the scent emanating from the spring, and instantly felt his soul rise. After seeing Liu leave, the orange cat quickly rushed to the edge of the pool, sniffed the spring water, refreshing the cat's heart, and then, like an old cow drinking water, gulped and sucked in several mouthfuls furiously. When the spring water went down, the orange cat felt the extraordinary water even more, and then with a plop, he jumped directly into the spring water, soaking and drinking at the same time. Liu, on the other hand, belonged to the spiritual plant garden, found Shan Ruoshui, and told her about the immortal spring, and handed over the management of the immortal spring to Shan Ruoshui as well. Knowing that the reward Liu had received was an immortal spring, Shan Ruoshui was naturally pleasantly surprised. With this immortal spring, she would be able to grow more cherished spirit plants and even some heaven and earth spirit medicines in the future. Moreover, she could also cultivate with the help of the immortal spring, allowing her cultivation and strength to increase rapidly. At this moment, on the Heavenly Dao Ranking, that Demon Race Heaven's Pride ranking had already been announced to the 10th place. 10th place in the Demon Race, Dragon Rank. Cultivation level, Mid-Transition Realm. Origin, Sanglong Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased by 2 times, Divine Soul Strength increased by 2 times, Bloodline Purity increased by 30%. It's the Sanglong Clan again. This generation of the Sanglong Clan is really full of heavenly pride. After all, the Sanglong Clan is the strongest clan of the demon race, and also the clan with the longest history. Its heritage is indeed not comparable to that of other demon races. And rumor has it that the Sanglong Clan once obtained the Green Dragon Emperor scripture in the Void Sky Mysterious Realm, which is perhaps the main reason why the Sanglong Clan's current generation of celestial pride is so numerous. This 10th place of the demon race is already in the middle stage of the transition realm, a whole big realm higher than the human race. It seems that the battle for the top 10 of the demon race's Heaven's Pride ranking will be very intense. Alas, this list is truly a frightening thing to look at. The demon race's pride of this generation is simply too powerful. This Heaven's Remarks list simply puts the fact that the human race is in decline and the demon race is in great prosperity completely on the world's radar, and the future of the human race is afraid that it will really be difficult. The cultivators of the various holy lands were discussing with heavy hearts. The demon race Heaven's Pride ranking was like a big mountain at this moment, pressing on everyone's heart. And with every name announced on that list, it was as if the mountain had been made a few points heavier again. Demon Race number 9, by Su. Cultivation level, Mid-Transition Realm. Origin, Hydra Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased by 2 times, Divine Soul Strength increased by 2 times, Bloodline Purity increased by 30%. Demon Clan number 8, Penumbra. Cultivation level, Late Stage of Transition Realm. Origin, 8-Armed Sacred Ape Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased by 2 times, Divine Soul Strength increased by 2 times, Bloodline Purity increased by 40%. Demon Race number 7, Ancient Moon. Cultivation level, Late Stage of Transition Realm. Origin, 9-Tailed Demon Fox Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased by 2 times, Divine Soul Strength increased by 2 times, Bloodline Purity increased by 40%. 6th place in the Demon Race, Chiyu. Cultivation level, Peak of Transition Realm. Origin, Golden Feather Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased by 2 times, Divine Soul Strength increased by 2 times, Bloodline Purity increased by 50%. Demon Race number 5, Dragon Moon. Cultivation level, Early Mahayana Realm. Origin, Sanglong Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualifications are increased threefold, Divine Soul Strength is increased threefold, and Bloodline Purity is increased by 60%. Congratulations, third sister. Inside the Dragon Palace on Thousand Dragon Island, Long Shikui looked at Long Yu and arched his hand. Congratulations, third sister. Congratulations, third princess. Long Ao as well as the Dragon Clan elders also arched their hands in congratulations. Ugh, only ranked 5th, what's there to congratulate? Long Yu was a bit disappointed. Apparently the top 5 were all in the Mahayana realm. He himself was only the bottom of the Mahayana realm, so there was really nothing to be happy about. 5th on my Demon Clan's Heavenly Remarks list, that's equivalent to the top 2 on the Human Clan's Heavenly Remarks list. Isn't that a much better way to think about it? Long Ao laughed. Not really. Long Yu clasped his arms to his chest and said with a defiant face, I'll see who else is ranked in front of me besides Big Brother, I'm going to surpass them all. As he was talking, the latest person on the Heaven's Remarks ranking was announced. Demon Race 4th place, Jaggedy. Cultivation level, Early Mahayana Realm. Origin, Golden Feather Clan. It's the guy from the Golden Feather Clan, he's also just at the early stage of the Mahayana Realm, what makes him rank ahead of me, humph? Long Yu said defiantly. This Jagged Hui fellow has fought with me, he is indeed very strong, but don't be anxious, third sister, you have just stepped into the Mahayana Realm, with your talent, it won't be long before you can surpass Jagged Hui. Long Ao said. Well, big brother, you have to be careful too, I can't say that one day I'll surpass you too. Long Yu said with a smile. Good, big brother is waiting for that day. Long Ao smiled bashfully, he naturally wanted to see all his brothers and sisters of his clan rise. This way the dragon race could become the overlord of this world, above the human race. In the future, they would together bring their entire clan to ascend to the Nine Heavens immortal domain and become a party of immortal clans as well. Hurry up and announce it to Big Brother's first place, I'm still waiting to see what extra rewards the Heavenly Dao list gives Big Brother. Long Shishi laughed. Yes, we're waiting to see the wonders of heaven and earth once more, to see the auspicious clouds fill the sky. Several other siblings chimed in. They were indeed looking forward to Long Ao's ascension to the top of the list, wanting to know what exactly was that extra reward given to the first place in the Heavenly Dao list? Third place of the Demon Race, Purple Kite. Cultivation level, Middle Mahayana Realm. Origin, Ancient Remnants. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased fourfold, Divine Soul Strength increased fourfold, and Bloodline Purity increased by 70%. Second place in the Demon Race, Dragon Pride. Cultivation level, Middle Mahayana Realm. Origin, Sunlong Clan. Reward, Enlightenment and Qualification increased fourfold, Divine Soul Strength increased fourfold, and Bloodline Purity increased by 80%. Second place, how did this happen? Long Yu, Long Shishi, and everyone in the Dragon Clan all changed their faces drastically. Obviously this result was quite unexpected and caused some disappointment within them. My son didn't even come in first place, it seems that the nine-headed lion clan's Xian Ba is really living up to his name, this kid should have possessed a divine beast bloodline with a very high purity. Otherwise, with my son's fusion of the Dragon Pearl and Dragon Bone, there's absolutely no way he could have lost to this fellow. Dragon King Long Tiansong's brows were tightly locked, and a complex luster flickered in the pupils of his eyes. The nine-headed lion race was definitely a demon race that was able to equal the dragon race nowadays, and they originated from the immortal race of the upper nine heavens immortal domain, so this heritage and bloodline was indeed not simple. Father, clan elders, I'm going to go into seclusion first, and will come out when the void sky mysterious realm opens. Long Ao looked at Long Tiansong and the group of clan elders and arched his hand and said. Although he couldn't see half of the emotional fluctuations on his face, anyone could feel that there was still some disappointment and unwillingness within him. After all, as a Jedi pride no one would want to lose to someone else. Chapter 104 Heavenly Dao is biased? Xin Beiji is not convinced. Compared to the disappointment of the Tsan Long clan's crowd, the nine-headed lion clan was celebrating as a whole, even though this first place hadn't been announced yet. But it's clear that the first place is definitely not Sim Bei's. Today was really an auspicious day for their nine-headed lion clan. Their young lord Xian Ba was truly the destiny of heaven, the hope of their nine-headed lion clan to return to the immortal realm. My son really hasn't let my clan down. Lion King Xian Tang laughed openly, and the crowd of clan elders were also smiling from ear to ear. And that under the convergence of 10,000 gazes, Xian Ba, with an upright posture, a golden armor, with that golden long hair, made him as if he was cast in gold, noble and extraordinary. That mighty and domineering figure emitted a golden light when the sunlight reflected on it. On his face was an incomparably confident smile, an invincible demeanor, his gaze slightly intent on the Heavenly Dao list. Waiting for his moment of glory. Waiting for the Heavenly Dao list to rain down that heavenly and earthly vision for him, to rain down that extra reward that belonged to the first place. Today, he, Simba, is the most dazzling heavenly pride in this heaven and earth, and even that human race's Liu is not worthy of competing with him. At the same time, all of the major races' holy places, Taoist sects, and demonic sects, countless human cultivators, and the people of the major demon races were all holding their breaths as they gazed at the Heavenly Dao list. They were also all curious in their hearts as to who this demon race's number one was? Even more curious about the first place in the demon race's Heaven's Pride ranking, would they also hide their cultivation and rewards? Does it also surface those heaven and earth visions for extra rewards? Right at this moment, the golden light on the Heavenly Dao list flourished, and the golden ons converged towards the position at the top of the demon race heavenly remarks list, and rows of soupy golden characters converged out. First place of the Demon Clan, Xin Ba. Cultivation level, Middle Mahayana Realm. Origin, 9 lions. Reward, enlightenment and qualification increased by 4 times, divine soul strength increased by 4 times, and bloodline purity increased by 90%. The expected heaven and earth visions did not appear. The announcement of the first place of this demon race's heavenly pride ranking seemed to be the same as those previous heavenly prides, without any special features. Even more so, there are no extra bonuses, no hidden cultivation. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of the various Holy Lands and human race cultivators couldn't help but float into a smile. It seemed that wasn't the special treatment that the Heavenly Dao list gave to the first place, but the special treatment that the Heavenly Dao list gave to Liu. Heaven and earth visions, hidden cultivation and rewards, and even additional rewards were given away. All of this is exclusive to Liu, not to all first-place finishers. So much so that it is somewhat intriguing. Was this Liu's cultivation truly unknown, or was it too powerful and deliberately hidden by the Heavenly Dao list? Then the rewards he's been hiding must be different too, maybe even still very impressive. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao list also dropped extra rewards for Liu, and even gave birth to those heaven and earth wonders and auspicious visions. All these signs were indicating that Liu was extraordinary, not just extraordinary in terms of strength, but perhaps he was extraordinary as a person himself. Thinking of this, the human cultivators' previously suppressed emotions, their heavy moods, were instantly soothed. Although all of the heavenly prides on the demon race's heavenly pride list were all overpowering the human race. However, the light of the human race with Liu alone was enough to overshadow all of the demon race's pride. The extraordinary nature of this Liu was not comparable to any of the demon race's heavenly prides. I guess the 9-headed lion clan is still waiting for the heaven and earth visions and extra rewards. Yes, we also thought earlier that was a special treatment for the first place, and I guess the demon clan all thought so as well, so I'm afraid we'll be disappointed now. So it seems this Liu is truly extraordinary. My curiosity is really piqued. I really want to know who this Liu is. That's right, this sun is by no means mortal. I really want to catch a glimpse of this sun. Yes, I just don't know where this Qingyan sect is, and who is this Liu? It is reasonable to say that this extraordinary person should have civilized the world a long time ago, so how could it have remained unknown? I guess it's normal that he hasn't been born yet, and it's normal that he's not known. Maybe this sun hasn't even passed the age of 1. Then again, it's fortunate that the human race has a heavenly pride like Liu, or else the demon race would really be letting the demon race take the limelight this time. I'm now eager to see the expression on the faces of this group of demonic clans from the 9-headed lion clan. It's going to be wonderful. At this time within the territory of the 9-headed lion clan, the atmosphere is indeed a little strange. Obviously their young master got the first place in the heavenly pride list, should be celebrated by the clan a happy event. However, looking at the young lord's expression, it was gloomy and somewhat frightening, and even the faces of the Lion King and a group of clan elders looked a bit gloomy. They were now at a loss as to whether it was better to congratulate the young lord or to remain silent. In short, each one of them looked at each other with a strange expression. However, they also knew that it was all because the young lord's first place was very different from the first place of that Liu of the human race. What is so extraordinary about this Liu? Why would he be born with a vision and auspicious clouds in the sky if he gets first place and gets extra rewards? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao is biased in favor of the human race? Xin Ba's 2 golden eyebrows were squeezed together. Looking at the dusty heavens remarks ranking with a disappointed face, his heart was very unconvinced. Although he had gotten the first place in the demon race heavens pride ranking, he was not happy at all. For the same first place, he and Liu were simply worlds apart, and the others had heaven and earth visions and extra rewards. And he was mediocre in this first place, which severely bruised his proud heart. Not only Xin Ba, Lion King Xin Tang, and a group of clan elders were also in a complicated mood. They didn't expect the result to be like this either. This first place of the human race was surprisingly so different from the first place of their demon race. The most fearful thing in all things is comparison. If there is no human race heavenly pride list pearl in front of them, they perhaps at this time the heart must be very happy. But as a comparison, it seems that Xin8 this first seems to be with the reverse first is not much difference seems to be. Most of all, it also showed that human Liu was indeed an extraordinary person. They naturally wouldn't think that it was the Heavenly Dao list that would be biased, and if Liu could obtain extra rewards in heaven and earth visions, then there could only be one reason. It was that Liu was different from all of the heavenly prides on the list, being many times better than all of them. That makes it a bit of a mystery. This human race is afraid that a human emperor will be born. Lion King Xin Tang inwardly vibrated, recalling the heaven and earth vision just now, that auspicious scene. His heart felt more and more that his guess was not far from the truth. Only a human emperor would be worthy of that kind of vision, right? It was thought that the human race had declined to an era where the demon race reigned supreme. However, it was not expected that the human race had given birth to a human emperor. I'm afraid this is going to change the pattern again, and the human race is going to flourish again? At this time, those who shared the same thoughts with Lion King Xiantang were also Dragon King Long Tiansong, as well as the major demon clans. The human race had given birth to such an extraordinary heavenly pride, and it was feared that it would make the human race glorious for another era. Chapter 105 All the Powers Gather. Next to the immortal spring pool at the back of the Qingyun Sect's mountain, after Li Qingyun looked at that immortal spring, he was excited as if he had just come back from the desert and suddenly saw water, almost as if he had jumped in headfirst and drank his fill of water. Worthy of being an immortal spring, the immortal qi emitted alone is enough to give one a feeling of being transformed. Li Qingyun took a deep breath and immediately felt like spring rain moisturizing everything. His soul was about to sublimate. That's called comfort. After that, he couldn't wait to plop down on the edge of the pool and gulp down a few large mouthfuls of spring water. Ha! It's so delicious. Come over and have a taste too. Li Qingyun beckoned. I'm not thirsty, you take your time and drink more. Li Yu waved his hand. He wouldn't drink it even if it killed him. If Li Qingyun knew how this immortal spring came out, he probably wouldn't be able to drink it either. Li Qingyun also no longer cared about Li Yu and lowered his head like an old ox drinking water, gurgling and gulping. This was an immortal spring. A single drop was precious. The key was that the entire immortal martial world could not find a few drops. If he hadn't borrowed Li Yu's light, he wouldn't have had the chance to drink as much as he wanted. If this were to let the various holy places know that there was such a pool of immortal springs in their Qingyun sect, they would be afraid that their souls would fly out in envy. Li Qingyun drank for a few moments and felt a bit propped up before he got up and burped. The rich immortal qi in his body also began to travel between the meridians and all the bones of his body. It nourished his internal organs, muscles, sinews, and meridians and dantian, causing the spiritual energy within his dantian to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis as well. With this immortal spring, it won't take your father and I more than a few days to get back to the top, and I reckon that by the time you come back from the Ling Tian mysterious realm, father might already be in the Mahayana realm. Li Qingyun said excitedly. Is this immortal spring really that magical? That's natural, this is an immortal spring. Even in the immortal domain it's a very precious resource, just like the spirit stone mines in our world. This immortal spring is usually held in the hands of those great powers in the immortal domain, and ordinary immortals can't drink it casually like us. Li Qingyun said. Although this was also something he had heard from his elders before and didn't know if it was true or not, at least in this immortal martial world, the immortal spring was a truly unique and supreme treasure. Right, in a moment, call Tang Chi, Yichio, and the others to come over. Each person will pick a few buckets to go back and drink. These few days should be able to make a few of them all increase their strength by a large amount, so that they can also be safer in the Ling Tian mysterious realm. Li Qingyun added. Good. I'll go call them over. Li Yu nodded and immediately called all 10 talented disciples, including Tang Chi, Yichio, Guyuchi, and so on. The few people who came to the immortal spring also immediately noticed the extraordinary nature of the spring and guessed that this might be the extra reward from the Heavenly Dao Ranking. But they didn't know what it was because Li Yu told them not to ask anything. However, Elder Nye had seen an immortal spring before, and his excited voice echoed in Ji Qinglan's ears. Immortal spring, it's actually an immortal spring. This Heavenly Dao Ranking's reward for Li Yu is actually an immortal spring. It's unbelievable, this Li Yu is truly a man of heaven's destiny. This reward is again the ancient tree of Dao Luck and the immortal spring. This is to make Qingyun sect into an immortal sacred land. Hearing Elder Nye's words, Ji Qinglan was also inwardly incomparably shocked. Although he didn't know what exactly the immortal spring was, listening to Elder Nye's voice and the name of this immortal spring, it wasn't hard to tell that this was definitely a precious treasure that would be precious even if it was placed in the immortal domain. Great, this immortal spring has the effect of nourishing the soul. This remnant soul of mine finally has the possibility of recovering. Qinglan, ask Li Yu for more immortal springs. Elder Nye said. Ji Qinglan nodded. You guys can drink whatever you want for the next few days. You can also use it for bathing. Soaking your body in this spring water can cause your flesh to metamorphose. Anyway, before you enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm, raise your cultivation levels all a bit for me. Li Yu said. Anyway, this immortal spring was inexhaustible, so he naturally wouldn't be able to part with it. Hearing Li Yu's words, joy appeared on everyone's faces, and the usually unsmiling Ji Qinglan also emerged with a smile, so that Elder Nye's residual soul could be restored smoothly. In the next few days, Tang Qi, Yiqiu, Gu Yuqi, Sumu, Ji Qinglan, and the others began to utilize the immortal spring to frantically cultivate. Nia Lao's remnant soul was also slowly recovering under the immortal spring's nurturing. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was already nearing the day when the Ling Tian secret realm would open. If it wasn't for Li Yu's reminder, the crowd would have even forgotten about the day, all immersed in the joy of utilizing the immortal spring to cultivate. With the assistance of the immortal power from the immortal spring, everyone's cultivation level had all increased by a large margin, and the one who had increased the most was Gu Yuqi. This guy was under the enhancement of the Heavenly Dao Ranking rewards for his qualifications and divine soul, as well as the nourishment of that immortal power from the immortal spring. The power of the ancient god's bloodline further awakened, his body began to metamorphose, and his cultivation level rose by leaps and bounds in a single day, directly stepping from the early stage of the transformation god realm into the late stage of the transformation god realm. His ranking in the heavens remarks ranking also came directly from 19th to 15th. Replacing Chang Haxiang, the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, who was originally ranked 15th. Although since the announcement of the Heavens Pride list, all the Heavens Pride parties were also playing hard to get with their cultivation kryptonite resources, and the rankings on the Heavens Pride list had undergone some changes. However, basically, it is also after the 20th place that the ranking of the Heavenly Pride has changed, and it is usually a change of one place up or down. It was the first time that a person like Gu Yuqi, who was ranked in the top 20, had also advanced 4 places at once. What's more, with a cultivation at the late transformation god realm, he had surpassed the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land at the Cave Void realm in terms of ranking. This brought him back to the attention of many and shocked many. Especially since he was also from the Qingyun sect, this made his name even brighter and made the crowd even more curious about the Qingyun sect. On this day, Li Yu rode the purple electricity auger dragon to the Qingshu sacred ground with 10 senior disciples and Wushan. On the way, Elder Nie also chatted about his connection with the Qingshu Holy Land, which surprised Li Yu and the others. I didn't realize that Elder Nie was a close friend of the founder of the Clear Void Holy Land. When Li Yu and the others arrived at the Qingshu sacred ground, people from various forces throughout the Huaxia Dao state had basically arrived. However, everyone was waiting in the 2 outer peaks of the Qingshu sacred land, waiting for the opening of the Ling Tian mysterious realm to enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm through the teleportation array within the Qingshu sacred land. Therefore, at this time, above the outer peak of the Qingshu sacred land could be said to be bustling with people. But where there are people, there is a Jianghu, not to mention the forces of all parties come together, want to wind in waves, peace and quiet are very difficult. In particular, the ranking of the Heavens Pride ranking had caused the Heavens Pride of each family to hold their hearts. Some of each other's cultivation is the same, ranked close to the pride of the sky, the scene directly on the sparring up, but also counted to this waiting time, add a little fun. However, the main character of the day was still Li Yu, and what most people were talking about at this moment was also Li Yu and the Green Cloud Sect. I didn't realize that the Green Cloud Sect was actually a sect of the Grand Xia dynasty. Yes, if we hadn't heard what real Yuhua said, how could we have thought that the one who spoke the true words of the Great Tao was also Li Yu? I've heard all sorts of rumors before, and some people said that it was Chu Yunhe, the saint son of Daowan, but I didn't expect it to be this Li Yu. No wonder the first day he ascended the list descended with auspiciousness, and he even received an extra reward. Well, this should all be because of the extra rewards given by the Heavenly Dao Ranking due to his utterance of the true words of the Great Tao. I've heard that the head of the Qingyun sect was the holy son of the divine heaven sacred land back then, Li Qingyun, and this Li Yu is Li Qingyun's son. Really, Li Qingyun's son, no wonder Li Yu is such a demon. It's true that the blue is better than the blue. I heard that this Li Qingyun was a genius in the ancient times, with superb strength. I didn't expect his son to be even better. A tiger's father has no son. What's even more frightening is that this Li Yu is only 17 years old. This age is indeed a bit shocking as it presses down on the holy sons of all the great holy lands to reach the top of the list. Only 17 years old? This potential is truly amazing. I just heard from someone from the Great Xia dynasty that Li Yu will also be here today, and it's rumored that the Qingshu Holy Land has given 10 spots to the Qingyun sect. Doesn't this Li Qingyun have a grudge against the Qingshu sacred ground, without first arriving at the Qingshu sacred ground even disregarding the previous suspicion, and even gave the Qingyun sect a quota to enter the Ling Tian mysterious realm? After all, Li Yu is the #1 heavenly pride of the righteous sect today. The grudge of the previous generation can't be carried over to the next generation. If you ask me, it's not because Li Yu is good enough, otherwise it's impossible for the Qingshu Holy Land to disregard the previous suspicion, right? Not only is Li Yu the #1 pride of the human race today, he's also the one who speaks the true words of the Great Tao, so which Holy Land would not be treated as the guest of honor? That's right, The clairvoyant Holy Land isn't stupid, this son has a great future ahead of him, but anyone with a bit of foresight will naturally want to make a good relationship. Well, this Qingyun sect hasn't come yet? I can't wait to catch a glimpse of this number one heavenly pride of today.